Mo Chen has made remarkable achievements for the empire, returning triumphantly after reclaiming vast territories, only to unexpectedly discover that his fiancée has had an affair with a sausage vendor. Disheartened, he chooses not to entangle himself further and gracefully lets go of the relationship. However, just as he attempts to start new, he unknowingly falls into an emotional trap carefully woven by a little angel. When he finally puts the past behind him and begins a new life, his former fiancée, who once betrayed him, is left regretting her actions. This emotional entanglement is filled with dramatic twists. It was she who called off the engagement, and now it is she who cries in regret. While Mo Chen is invincible on the battlefield, he faces unexpected setbacks in love. This is a story about betrayal, letting go, and rebirth slowly unfolding. Chapter 1. Little Rongrong. Brother is here to marry you at the border of the Tiando Empire, amidst the battlefield. Soldiers, do not retreat. Today let us fight bravely together, wrapped in horsehide. The deafening shouts echoed across this brutal battlefield. A tall man, clad in dark armor, was deeply entrenched among the enemy ranks, wielding a shimmering spear in fierce combat. This man, battle-hardened and covered in scars, bore witness to his past glories with each mark on his body. His once indestructible armor was now battered and broken, marked by the struggles of life and death. Yet, even with grave injuries, this man remained unstoppable. With a firm grip on his spear, he swung it with all his might, unleashing a powerful force that swept through like a tempest. In an instant, the enemies attempting to pounce on him were sent flying to the ground. But these soldiers did not falter. They regrouped and once again lunged their spears toward the shattered armor on his chest. The man shouted, "Third soul skill. Body of the candle dragon, solid armor." Following this, he stomped his feet, producing a thunderous sound at the same time. A layer of dark, heavy armor appeared as if emerging from thin air, swiftly covering his chest and protecting his bloodied body. Dozens of spears were blocked by that heavy armor, and no matter how hard those soldiers tried, they could not penetrate it. "Is that all you've got?" Just as the man mocked the soldiers, a fierce flame suddenly erupted behind them. Mo Chen, do not be arrogant. Sixth soul skill. Burning fire explosion. As the sixth soul ring beneath the man's feet lit up, a circle of fire formed around Mo Chen, enveloping him securely. Within the fire circle, Mo Chen felt the intense heat and the fireballs raining down from above, all of which he blocked with absolute strength. Perhaps the prolonged assault from the fireballs sparked a growing annoyance within Mo Chen at that moment. The enormous black dragon phantom behind him seemed to be affected, displaying signs of restlessness. Mo Chen's eyes narrowed, and he lowly uttered, "Fifth soul skill, Fury of the Candle Dragon Flame Storm." In an instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from him. At the center of the blazing fire circle, Mo Chen spun rapidly like lightning, while simultaneously a violent tornado formed. This fiery tornado exhibited a deep black-purple hue, with raging flames tightly entwined around it like a festering sore. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying fiery tornado swept outward with overwhelming force, devouring the scorching fire circle that had surrounded Mo Chen, leaving no trace behind. Then, this fiery tornado surged forward like a fierce fire dragon, opening its gaping maw to pounce on the enemies. Caught within it, the soldiers had no time to react and were directly engulfed by the sea of flames. Instantly, the battlefield echoed with heart-wrenching wails, sounds so tragic they tore at the heart. Yet no amount of screaming could alter the predetermined outcome. These voices, filled with fear and despair, eventually faded away into a melancholic finale, dissipating into the void. Once everything fell silent, Mo Chen slowly released his martial soul true form. At that moment, his face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, clearly indicating that the recent attack had drained his soul power to its limits. He gritted through the waves of fatigue coursing through his body, trembling hands propping his spear against the ground to support his swaying frame. "Ha ha ha, Mo Chen, your soul power is depleted." Just as Mo Chen was trying to steady his chaotic breathing, a figure lurking behind the enemy ranks could no longer contain himself, slowly revealing his form. This man was incredibly robust, standing like a small mountain. His bare upper body was muscular and exuded explosive power. Most striking was the gruesome scar on his chest, resembling an ugly centipede coiling there, evoking shock. Xiongba extended a powerful hand, gently stroking the scar on his chest. As his fingers moved, the skin around the scar quivered slightly, as if it still felt the pain from years ago. Suddenly, Xiongba lifted his head, eyes wide, and roared with all his might in Mo Chen's direction. Mo Chen, 3 years ago, your blade. Today, I will make you pay double for this blood debt. Xiongba possessed the martial soul of the earth-shattering bear, with a strength that had reached level 76 Soul Sage. Moreover, he was a commander, leading a formidable army. 50,000 ambushed 20,000. Although the cost is high, you're simply too young, a T20 years old. Reaching level 80, there is no one more talented than you on the entire continent, Xiongba said, his expression dark as water, glaring fiercely at Mo Chen from a distance, gritting his teeth. Today is your day of death. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appeared beneath his feet. 7th soul skill, martial soul true form. 3rd soul skill, diamond power. 5th soul skill, diamond state. 6th soul skill, claw of the demon bear. With the enhancement of these 3 boosting soul skills, this strike was Xiongba's ultimate limit. Not to mention the severely depleted Mo Chen. Even a fully powered soul would not dare to take this claw head-on. At this moment, beads of sweat continued to roll down Mo Chen's forehead, like pearls strung on a broken thread. The excessive depletion of soul power caused every nerve in his body to cry out in pain, and his entire body trembled slightly under the immense pressure, even sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Just as Mo Chen felt hopeless, prepared to close his eyes and quietly await death, a childhood memory flashed before him. Brother Mo Chen must wait for Rongrong. When Rongrong grows up, she will marry brother Mo Chen. Ning Rongrong's innocent and expectant voice echoed in his mind. In a daze, Mo Chen seemed to see a young Ning Rongrong standing before him, her delicate face radiating a bright smile, her big watery eyes blinking at him, full of innocence and affection. Memories surged like a tide, and the once resigned Mo Chen, who had given up all hope, suddenly flickered with fighting spirit in his eyes. Facing Xiongba's ultimate claw that came roaring like a mountain crashing down, Mo Chen, not knowing where he found strength, reached out his hands to firmly receive Xiongba's strike. The sudden turn of events left Xiongba in utter shock. Just as he was about to exert more strength, he heard Mo Chen's somewhat joyful voice. Well, when we return this time, brother Mo Chen can accompany you. As soon as the words fell, Mo Chen's hands, which had been covered by armor, suddenly burst forth with dazzling, blinding light. This unexpected turn of events plunged Xiongba into extreme panic. He widened his eyes, looking at Mo Chen with a face full of terror, and involuntarily exclaimed, "You bastard! You actually have soul bone hidden." At this moment, Xiongba was completely thrown into disarray. He used all his strength to try to distance himself from Mo Chen, but Mo Chen's hands, as strong and unyielding as iron claws, tightly gripped his body, making escape impossible. Despite his struggles, Zhulong's left arm soul bone skill, netherworld soul capture. As his voice fell, a wave of purple energy surged forth like a tide, instantly enveloping Xiongba's entire body. Xiongba, surrounded by the purple energy, immediately felt a tremendous pulling force emanating from Mo Chen's hands, as his soul power was continuously drawn out. This feeling filled him with dread, and he thrashed wildly, trying to break free from Mo Chen's hold, but it was all in vain. "Let go, you bastard!" Xiongba screamed hoarsely, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. However, Mo Chen paid no attention to his cries. Zhulong's right arm soul bone skill. At the same time, a dazzling flame suddenly erupted from his right hand, emitting an unparalleled scorching heat, as if it would burn the surrounding air to ashes. Burning heaven's grip, Mo Chen shouted angrily. With a deafening roar, the sound shook the heavens and earth. The raging flames instantly engulfed Xiongba's figure, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. "The enemy general is dead. We do not kill those who surrender." Gailong arrived just in time to support the nearly collapsing Mo Chen at this moment. Mo Chen still retained a trace of consciousness, but he was not concerned about the outcome of the battle. He wanted to fulfill a childhood promise. "Little Rongrong, Brother Mo Chen is here to accompany you. Chapter 2. The sky has fallen Gaelong, and Mo Chen's group hastily returned to the Tiando Imperial City, rushing straight to the palace without taking a moment to rest. At this moment, the Tiando Imperial Palace was solemn and dignified, with the elderly Emperor Xue, who had surpassed his 70s, sitting on the dragon throne that symbolized supreme power and authority. He had white hair and a face marked by the passage of time, yet his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's, exuding a demeanor that reflected both the trials of life and unwavering authority. If you have matters to report, do so. If not, withdraw. The slightly weak voice of Emperor Xue slowly rang out. Despite this, as a great emperor, his dignified presence still made the civil and military officials below shudder, not daring to show any neglect. The court was silent for a moment. In this suffocating silence, a figure suddenly trembled as they stepped forward from the back. "Your Majesty, Marshal Gaelong and General Mo have returned." This announcement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. The previously quiet court erupted into chaos, with gasps and discussions rising one after another. Even the Emperor Xue, who had been sitting steadily on the dragon throne, suddenly opened his long-closed eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing through them. "Good." Emperor Xue couldn't help but exclaim, "With the return of my two ministers, our nation's prestige will surely be elevated." Immediately following, Emperor Xue waved his hand and urgently commanded, "Quickly summon them. I wish to see them at once." With a heavy and muffled sound of the door opening, two figures stepped into the solemn court like war gods emerging from the darkness, walking in with steady and powerful strides. Both were clad in pitch-black armor, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen that inspired awe. According to convention, it was absolutely forbidden to appear before the monarch in armor. Yet these two were different. This was a special privilege granted to them by Emperor Xue himself. Gaelong, now over 50, bore the deep wrinkles of time on his face, but they could not conceal the authority radiating from his bright, piercing eyes. Having experienced countless battles throughout his life, Gaelong had achieved remarkable feats through his outstanding military talent and fearless fighting spirit. Now, his soul power was on the verge of breaking through the 80th level, a strength that justified his position as the Empire's marshal. In contrast, Mo Chen was a stark contrast to him. Despite being only 20 years old, his soul power had already reached the 80th level, with a hint of a breakthrough on the horizon. Although Mo Chen had also accomplished many merits, such as repelling foreign enemies and suppressing soul beast uprisings, it must be acknowledged that in terms of leading troops into battle, he preferred to be a small general charging into the fray rather than overseeing from the rear. At this moment, all eyes in the court were focused on these two legendary figures. Even though they had changed into brand new armor before entering the palace, the scars and the weathered look from the trials of battle were still clearly visible, hard to conceal. "I, Gaelong, pay my respects to your Majesty. I, Mo Chen, pay my respects to your Majesty." The two exclaimed in unison, their voices booming like bells, resonating throughout the court. However, unlike the other officials, they merely bowed slightly in greeting, not kneeling and prostrating like the others. This privilege of not kneeling before the monarch was also a special grace bestowed upon them by Emperor Xue. After a long and tedious exchange of pleasantries and rewards, Gaelong ultimately chose to return to the borders to guard the frontier, while Mo Chen decided to remain in the imperial city. In Gaelong's words, Mo Chen was still too young and should not devote his entire life to war. When Mo Chen stepped wearily into his own residence, a familiar and comforting feeling washed over him. Entering the bathroom, Mo Chen skillfully unfastened the heavy black armor from his body, and with a crisp sound of clanking armor plates, they slowly fell to the ground. Standing in front of the large copper mirror, Mo Chen gazed at himself in the reflection. The sight was shocking. His body was covered in numerous large and small intersecting wounds. Some of these wounds were terrifying, as if clawed by a fierce beast. Others were more subtle, yet equally bore witness to the cruelty of war. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there were hardly any intact patches of skin left on his entire body. Mo Chen gently touched his face, feeling the warmth of his fingertips. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile as he softly said, "Fortunately, this face is fine. Otherwise, little Rongrong would definitely blame me. His words revealed a deep concern and affection for someone. After pausing for a moment, Mo Chen turned and walked into the bath, fully immersing himself in the warm water. The water gently flowed over his scarred skin, washing away some blood and dirt. He closed his eyes, quietly savoring this rare moment of tranquility. After a while, Mo Chen opened his eyes, got up from the bath, and used a clean towel to wipe off the remaining water droplets on his body. Dressed neatly, Mo Chen walked to the door and shouted outside, "Prepare the horses." As soon as he finished speaking, a steady and powerful voice immediately came from outside. "Yes, my lord." Following that was the sound of hurried footsteps gradually fading away. Presumably the servants going to prepare the horses at the same moment in the Tiando Imperial City. The bustling and lively streets were filled with people coming and going, and vehicles were constantly passing by. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a striking figure stood out prominently. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was tightly holding onto a man with a head full of white hair, constantly weaving in and out of various clothing stores. "Xiao Ao, can you walk a bit faster?" Ning Rongrong called out as she dashed ahead, quickly leaving Oscar several paces behind. She then stopped, turned around, and with her hands on her slender waist, playfully pouted at Oscar. Looking at Oscar now, he was already laden with shopping bags of all sizes and colors, making him appear like a fruit tree bent under the weight of its harvest. However, facing Ning Rongrong's urging, he could only smile wryly and quicken his pace, struggling to catch up. "We have to report to the Tiando Royal Academy tomorrow, so I must take this opportunity to complete my wardrobe today." As Oscar finally managed to catch up, Ning Rongrong playfully winked and reached out her delicate hand to help him share some of the weight of the shopping bags. With Ning Rongrong's help, Oscar finally felt a bit relieved and was able to free up one hand. But before he could catch his breath, Ning Rongrong unhesitatingly grabbed his newly freed hand and, like a gust of wind, pulled him toward another clothing store. "Hey, Rongrong, slow down, slow down," Oscar shouted breathlessly while trying hard to keep up with her pace. "Sir, I have found out that Miss Ning is currently in Tiando Imperial City, but..." The butler's tone was hesitant, unsure if he should share what he knew with Mo Chen. At that moment, Mo Chen was examining a warhorse, stroking the scales on its body and the black mane at its neck. To speak plainly, taking a deep breath, the butler relayed all he knew. A year ago, Miss Ning went to a place called Shrek Academy, where she fell in love with a support-type soul master named Oscar. The moment these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap exploding in the Mo Chen's hand, which had been gently stroking the warhorse's smooth fur, suddenly froze in midair, as if it had been hit by a spell. He became completely stiff, as if time had frozen at that moment. After a long while, he slowly turned his head, his face filled with shock as he looked at the butler standing beside him, his lips slightly parted, voice trembling as he asked, "What?" "Miss Ning. She has a new love," the butler repeated carefully, lowering his head. Each word fell like a heavy hammer onto Mo Chen's heart. In an instant, a powerful and suffocating soul power surged from within Mo Chen's body. This soul power broke free from its confines like a ferocious beast escaping from a cage, sweeping outward with the force of a landslide. With a loud bang, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, creating visible ripples. At that moment, Mo Chen's aura suddenly surged, breaking through the 80-level bottleneck and successfully entering the ranks of level 81. The butler was already pale with fear, trembling all over, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It was known that Mo Chen was a formidable presence on the battlefield, instilling fear in his enemies. His cold and ruthless demeanor when killing was enough to silence the cries of children in enemy lands. Mo Chen's figure flickered, and he swiftly mounted the horse. The tall and powerful warhorse sensed its master's anger and urgency, rearing back and whinnying, its hooves rising as it charged forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed the high walls and were racing toward the bustling streets of Tiando City. The sound of hooves echoed through the sky, drawing the attention of passers-by. But Mo Chen paid no mind to them. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Perhaps feeling that his warhorse was too slow, Mo Chen quickly leaped off its back. 8 gray soul rings began to swirl around him. In the state of martial soul possession, his speed instantly reached a terrifying level. Yes, it was gray, and because of its gray color, no one could discern the combination of Mo Chen's soul rings. The entire Tiando imperial city witnessed a giant black dragon soaring through the sky, yet no one felt fear. With purple dragon-like eyes scanning below, Mo Chen kept murmuring a name in his heart. However, when his gaze landed on a cafe, the scene before him instantly filled him with an unfamiliar sense of dread. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was happily wrapping her arms around Man's, and due to the multitude of shopping bags the man carried, she kindly held a cup of coffee up to his lips. Releasing his martial soul possession, Mo Chen stood quietly outside. Watching the scene unfold, he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms without him noticing. He wanted to rush into the cafe and confront Ning Rongrong, but his feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move to tea that moment. Ning Rongrong seemed to sense an unusual gaze and turned to look out the window. The moment she saw Mo Chen, her smile vanished, and her eyes were filled with shock. Oscar noticed the change in Ning Rongrong and looked in the direction of her gaze, but saw nothing. "What's wrong, Rongrong?" Facing Oscar's concerned inquiry, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of panic surge in her heart. She hurriedly stood up, her eyes flickering, afraid to meet Oscar's gaze. "Xiao Ao, just wait for me here, I'll be back soon," Ning Rongrong said hurriedly, then turned and dashed out like a startled deer, heading straight towards the direction Mo Chen had left at. Mo Chen, stop right there, Ning Rongrong shouted as she ran, calling out Mo Chen's name. Her petite figure nimbly weaved through the crowd, drawing the attention of passers-by. Finally, after a chase, Ning Rongrong breathlessly arrived at a quiet alley. There stood Mo Chen, quietly facing away from her, as if he had known she would catch up. Mo Chen, Mo Chen. Ning Rongrong stopped, took a moment to calm her breathing, and softly called out. However, when she wanted to say brother for some reason, she hesitated, ultimately unable to voice it. "When did you come back? Dad and the others often mention you, saying that when you return, they must drag you to drink a few cups." Ning Rongrong forced a smile, trying to change the subject and not let Mo Chen remember the scene he had just seen of her with Oscar. Mo Chen slowly turned around, his gaze deep and gentle as he looked at Ning Rongrong. He was about to mention the promise they made as children, but Ning Rongrong's expression suddenly turned serious. "Mo Chen, you should understand that those childhood jokes cannot be taken seriously." Ning Rongrong bit her lip and said firmly, "Yes, it was just a joke. How could it be taken seriously?" However, who would have thought that this seemingly casual remark would become a foreshadowing of a turning point in fate? Mo Chen had been away for a full 2 years, during which he had faced countless life and death trials, always holding on to his longing for her. Yet when he finally returned, he found that everything had changed. The once innocent and sweet Ning Rongrong, who always followed him calling him brother, was now a completely different person. Her gaze was no longer as clear as water, and her smile carried more worldly wisdom and indifference. Even her tone of voice had become unfamiliar and polite. In just 2 short years, so much had changed, which truly left Mo Chen in disbelief. Was a strange woman before him still the innocent and lovely Ning Rongrong from back then? In his memory, Ning Rongrong's figure seemed to be fading further away, and Mo Chen felt a sharp pain in his heart. After receiving that affirmative answer, Mo Chen understood that there was nothing left for him to cling to in this place. He slowly turned around, his steps heavy as if a 1,000-pound burden pressed down on him. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something to keep him from leaving. But the words stuck in her throat, making them difficult to utter. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Mo Chen walked further and further away, until he disappeared into the boundless darkness. Mo Chen, however, left this place without looking back. He quietly placed the items he had brought back from the border in their original spot, as if laying down a past obsession. As he left, these items gradually got swallowed by the night. Ning Rongrong looked at the wooden box left behind, which was engraved with the likeness of the 2 of them as children. Chapter 3. Breaking off the engagement, Mo Chen silently returned to the residence. And before he even stepped through the door, he saw the war horses that had already returned. Grazing in the distance, he took a quick glance, a thought flashing through his mind, and then without hesitation turned and walked towards the palace. He planned to return to the border to continue his post, as his current thoughts were already gone. However, just as Mo Chen took a few steps and was about to step onto the path to the palace, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Immediately, The butler's somewhat anxious voice reached his ears. "Sir, the crown prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's footsteps came to a sudden halt, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "The crown prince?" he murmured to himself, pondering inwardly. Logically speaking, the crown prince's visit at this time was indeed unexpected. "Where's the crown prince now?" Mo Chen steadied himself and turned to ask the butler. The butler slightly lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Sir, the crown prince is currently in the residence." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He did not continue to ask when the crown prince had arrived, but took a deep breath, pushed open the tightly closed door in front of him, and stepped inside. As soon as the door opened, Mo Chen's gaze was drawn to a figure inside. A golden-haired man dressed in elegant attire sat in the hall, gently sipping tea from a cup. This man had a face like a jade crown, and every gesture exuded an innate noble aura. When Xueqing noticed someone entering at the door, he quickly set down the teacup and stood to greet Mo Chen. "General Mo has returned in triumph. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, but it's a pity you did not come to the East Palace, wasting the fine wine and dishes I prepared in advance," Xueqing said with a smile, his tone gentle. "I have met His Royal Highness." Mo Chen slightly bowed his head, clasping his fists in salute. This moment, Xueqing smiled and reached out to support Mo Chen's arms, speaking kindly. "General, you need not be so formal. If it weren't for your timely assistance back then, I would have likely perished at the hands of that soul beast. This life-saving grace I have always remembered." After saying this, Xueqing's grateful gaze fixed firmly on Mo Chen, not moving away for a long time. Reflecting on the past, Xueqing had gone to obtain his third soul ring, but unexpectedly encountered a 5,000-year-old one-eyed golden giant. This one-eyed golden giant was enormous, towering like a small mountain before everyone, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. Even more troublesome was that the one-eyed golden giant was a social soul beast. Although its age was merely 5,000 years, even the dark magic tiger in the forest would not dare to easily provoke a group of one-eyed giants that time. The most powerful member of the guard team accompanying Xueqing was only a six-ring soul emperor. Despite their considerable strength, they seemed somewhat helpless in the face of a group of one-eyed giants, whose lowest age was 5,000 years and the highest 50,000 years, making it difficult to effectively protect Xueqing that moment. Mo Chen, who was there to obtain his seventh soul ring, happened to encounter the crown prince under attack and fortunately came to his aid. With the suppression of the candle dragon martial soul against beast martial souls, Mo Chen easily drove away those one-eyed giants. Xueqing gazed directly into Mo Chen's eyes, as if trying to see through to the secrets deep within his heart. Although Mo Chen had long since forged an incredibly resilient character in the brutal life of the army, at this moment, the faint sadness in his eyes could not escape Xueqing's keen insight. "Does General Mo have something on his mind?" Xueqing asked gently and with concern. "Your Royal Highness." However, before he could finish, Xueqing gently waved his hand, smiling and shaking his head. "There's no need for such formalities. Just call me Qinghe from now on." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen was taken aback for a moment, then followed Xueqing's words and said, "I have decided to return to the border." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap ringing in Xueqing's ears. The warm and friendly smile that had been on his face instantly froze, leaving him standing there in shock. After a long while, Xueqing finally came to his senses, stepped forward, and tightly grasped Mo Chen's arm, his expression serious and earnest as he asked, "Is it because of Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" 8 years ago, Ning Fengji had recognized Mo Chen's talent. Coincidentally, when Ning Rongrong was constantly clamoring to marry him, Ning Fengji had set up a marriage contract. For the two, however, the marriage contract from 8 years ago had become a shackle binding them both. I have carefully investigated that person. His name is Oscar, and his martial soul is a sausage. He is the first food-type soul master in the continent to possess innate full soul power, truly a genius. Xueqing spoke calmly, as if it were just an ordinary matter. Hearing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Pondering inwardly, this moment, Xueqing continued, "If you want to deal with this person, I can help you find someone to take care of him." In order for me to sit steadily on this crown prince position, I need some people willing to handle those dirty jobs for me. After saying this, Xue Qinghe looked at Mo Chen with burning eyes, revealing a hint of expectation. After all, their relationship had always been good. Otherwise, how could Xue Qinghe so easily expose his trump card in front of him? However, in response to Xue Qinghe's proposal, Mo Chen shook his head without hesitation and replied solemnly, "Sorry, Your Royal Highness, I will never participate in any factional struggles. Even if our private friendship is deep, I do not wish to get involved in matters concerning the future court." Looking at Mo Chen's resolute expression, Xue Qinghe was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Laughing, he waved his hand and explained, "Haha, General Mo, don't misunderstand me. I didn't come here today to discuss these official matters with you." After slightly stopping his laughter, Xue Qinghe continued, "Actually, it's like this. I have met a girl named Xiao Xue, and she is currently in urgent need of obtaining her seventh soul ring. So, out of desperation, I had to shamelessly ask General Mo for help." After saying this, Xue Qinghe looked at Mo Chen with a beaming smile, waiting for his response that I can't say I'm offering help. After all, the prince's friends are naturally my friends, and I'm certainly willing to assist His Highness the Prince with this task. However, despite Mo Chen's statement, the other party still refused to address him as Qing He. This made Xue Qinghe feel a ripple in his heart, and he had gained some understanding of the other party's cold attitude. It should be noted that Mo Chen was merely a martial artist. Apart from leading troops in a battle, he was utterly clueless in other aspects. He had always been indifferent to the power struggles and human affairs in the court. Since that's the case, then it's perfect. Tomorrow morning, I will send Xiao Xue to visit your residence, General. I hope General Mo can seize this opportunity. Xue Qinghe, he said playfully, gently poking Mo Chen's broad shoulder with her finger before standing up to prepare to leave. Once she confirmed that Xue Qinghe had indeed walked far away, the butler, who had been hiding in the shadows and dared not show himself, cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Sir, should we not go to the palace?" Mo Chen shook his head slightly and sighed. "No need to go. Today's matter is settled." Just as Mo Chen stretched and was about to step into the room to rest, a crisp and pleasant female voice suddenly came from outside the door. Looking up, he saw Ning Rongrong entering the residence, guided by a servant. Meanwhile, Oscar could only stand outside, anxiously waiting. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes, like autumn waters, quickly scanned the surroundings. Mo Chen. Her gaze was drawn to a strong warhorse leisurely grazing in the yard. Ning Rongrong softly called out, her graceful steps quickening as she approached the horse. As she got closer, her face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "Chase Wind? It really is you." Saying this, she extended her delicate hand and gently stroked the horse's sleek black mane. This warhorse, named Chase Wind, was no ordinary steed. It was not only Mo Chen's beloved mount, but also a close companion who had fought alongside him on the battlefield, sharing countless life and death experiences over the years, establishing a deep emotional bond. "Chase Wind, I wonder if your master is at home now?" Ning Rongrong said sweetly, whispering to the horse. As if understanding her words, Chase Wind neighed loudly and raised his front hooves, pointing steadily towards the hall not far away. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of happiness, gently rubbing the horse's soft mane a few more times before turning towards the hall with graceful steps. Pushing open the door, a familiar figure entered her sight. For some reason, the apology she had rehearsed countless times in her mind seemed to be cast under a spell, as she could not squeeze a single word from her throat, no matter how hard she tried. "What are you doing here?" Mo Chen's voice shattered the suffocating silence. Upon seeing her again, his heart inevitably rippled, but it quickly returned to calm. After all, he had long made up his mind to let go of this relationship and would not waver for any reason. Ning Rongrong bit her lips slightly, hesitated for a moment, then reached for the storage belt at her waist. As she moved, a faint yellow light flashed, and soon, a piece of yellowed cowhide paper appeared in her hand. Taking a deep breath, Ning Rongrong slammed the cowhide paper onto the table in front of her and looked directly into Mo Chen's eyes, saying word by word, "Mo Chen, this is the marriage contract we made when we were children that I have kept it with me all these years. But now, let's end all of this today." As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong exhaled a heavy breath, as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. And Mo Chen silently looked at the cowhide paper on the table, not responding immediately. As time passed, the room was filled with the sound of their heavy breathing. Finally, after a long silence, Mo Chen slowly raised his hand, picked up the cowhide paper that bore their past agreement. His gaze swept over every line of text, and memories surged back like a tide. However, in the end, he merely sighed lightly, placed the memory back on the table, and said faintly, "All right, as you wish." Gripping the cowhide paper tightly, black-purple flames ignited in his hand, and the paper that bore their marriage contract completely disintegrated into the air. "Ning Rongrong, from now on, you and I have no further ties. You're no longer my fiancée, and all your matters have nothing to do with me." Mo Chen's face was as cold as water, his tone calm, as if it were a still pond, without a ripple. Despite the storm raging inside him, he still suppressed his emotions. However, unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong did not show the anticipated joy upon hearing these words. Instead, she felt an emptiness in her heart, as if something incredibly important had abruptly been pulled from her life, leaving her breathless with loss. Even so, the stubbornness inherent in her character and her dignity as a young lady compelled her to turn away without hesitation. Each step felt exceptionally difficult, as though the ground beneath her had turned into a swamp, and she would sink into it if she was not careful. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to step out of the hall, a sudden commotion erupted in the courtyard. "Miss, please stop. This is the general's residence. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter." The anxious and stern shouts of the servants echoed throughout the courtyard. Everyone turned to see a tall, graceful woman standing quietly in the center of the courtyard. Her snow-white skin radiated a captivating glow, and her golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, dancing gently in the wind, resembling a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Although her face was partially obscured by a thin veil, one could imagine her stunning beauty from a faint outline. Especially those eyes hidden behind the veil, they sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. What was even more striking was that the woman wore a light golden long dress, flowing and wide, perfectly outlining her slender waist and long, straight legs. Such a perfect body proportion made even the many women present feel envious. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. The woman before her was equally beautiful, and especially her cold demeanor and disdainful gaze made Ning Rongrong acutely aware of the vast difference between them. I am looking for Mo Chen. Chapter 4. Qianren Shui. I am the Dragon Knight. What is your relationship with Mo Chen? Ning Rongrong, who had been somewhat listless, suddenly became invigorated, as if she had been given a shot of adrenaline. She widened her eyes and stared intently at the stunning and outstandingly graceful stranger before her. This woman immediately asked about Mo Chen's whereabouts, which made Ning Rongrong feel a sense of vigilance and begin to take the matter seriously. Although she had already broken off her engagement with Mo Chen, deep down, he was still the big brother who once doted on her immensely. This feeling was not something that could be easily severed. "Little girl, my search for Mo Chen probably has nothing to do with you." The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze piercing as it shot directly into Ning Rongrong's eyes. The calmness and indifference in those eyes made Ning Rongrong's heart skip a beat, and a drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead. Just this simple action and exchange of glances brought an almost imperceptible but powerful sense of oppression. She instinctively took a small step back, feeling a mix of surprise and vague unease. At that moment, a familiar and powerful male voice came from inside the room. "Come in." Hearing this call, the woman's mouth curled up slightly, forming a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. As she brushed past Ning Rongrong, she didn't forget to say, "As the young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, once certain things are done, you must bear the responsibility for them yourself." Before Ning Rongrong could react, the woman walked directly into the living room, leaving her stunned and bewildered, unable to regain her senses for a long time. However, just as Ning Rongrong was about to step forward to follow the woman, the butler, who had been quietly standing to the side, reached out to stop her. The butler slightly lowered his head and gently said to Ning Rongrong, "Miss Ning, please stay. The master has specifically instructed me to escort Miss Ning out." As he spoke, his seemingly ordinary yet exceptionally shrewd eyes discreetly examined Ning Rongrong from head to toe, and the previously gentle tone had inexplicably taken on a hint of imperceptible coldness. Ning Rongrong was clearly taken aback by this sudden obstruction. She widened her beautiful eyes and anxiously began to explain, but she had just started speaking. But she was abruptly interrupted by the butler. "Miss Ning, the master has instructed me to escort you out." The butler expressionlessly repeated his earlier statement, but this time he no longer maintained the previous respectful demeanor. Instead, he straightened his back and looked directly at Ning Rongrong, even giving her a nearly cold and ruthless glance. Meanwhile, in the living room, Mo Chen was seated in the main chair, his calm, light blue eyes fixed on the woman before him. "You said your name is Qianren?" Mo Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate a person's soul as he questioned the woman. Qianren Shui smiled gently, the corners of her mouth curling up in a beautiful arc as her slender, long fingers slowly lifted, delicately pinching a corner of her veil. As she moved, the thin veil, as light as a cicada's wing, quietly slipped away, revealing a stunning face. Qianren Shui's skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows arched like the moon, and her bright large eyes were like deep lakes. Below her straight nose, her rosy lips were slightly upturned, exuding an imperceptible coolness and charm. This angelic face seemed to be a carefully crafted work of art, radiating an extraordinary beauty, as if an angel had descended to the mortal realm. Seeing Qianren Shui's true appearance, Mo Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He stared wide-eyed at her, momentarily lost in thought. However, Mo Chen was, after all, a seasoned soldier, and years of experience in the military had forged his resilient heart and composed demeanor. Even though the woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful, causing him to feel amazed, he quickly regained his composure and cleverly concealed the fluctuations within his heart. At this moment, Qianren Shui lightly took a step forward, slightly bowed to Mo Chen, and softly said, "Little Shui pays her respects to General Mo." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, melodious and graceful. Upon seeing this, Mo Chen hurriedly stood up, a gentle smile on his face, and replied, "No need for such formalities. The prince's friend is naturally my friend. Since his highness has already spoken, then Miss Shui's seventh soul ring matter is on me. Please rest assured." After saying this, he also nodded towards her. Then little Shui thanks General Mo once again. Qianren Shui's smile blossomed like spring flowers, a smile that seemed capable of melting all the world's ice, captivating the heart and mind. By the way, I still don't know the attribute of Miss Shui's martial soul. Mo Chen looked at Qianren Shui gently. Qianren Shui pondered for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts. Then her crimson lips parted slightly. "My martial soul has both the attributes of holiness and light. Therefore, it suffices to find a soul beast that possesses one of these two attributes." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen instinctively rubbed his chin, his brow furrowed. He murmured softly, "Holiness and light." Seeing Mo Chen's expression, Qianren Shui couldn't help but wonder if it was because these two types of attribute soul beasts were too rare and difficult to find that it troubled him so. Just then, Mo Chen suddenly raised his head, his gaze resolute and fiery as he stared directly into Qianren Shui's eyes, speaking each word earnestly. "I know of a place, but I do not know if you have the courage to go with me." Qianren Shui was slightly taken aback by Mo Chen's sudden words, and countless speculations surged in her heart. Although she didn't know what kind of place it was, judging by his serious attitude, it must be an extremely dangerous place. What place? The land of gale winds, the valley of the divine eagle. The next morning, early in the morning, when the first rays of sunlight had yet to penetrate the thick clouds, Mo Chen opened his eyes. Although he no longer needed to fight for the time being, years of military life had ingrained early rising as a deep-seated habit. At this moment, even without the need to rush to the battlefield, he quickly got dressed and left the room while it was still dim outside. He climbed onto the roof and sat cross-legged. As his breathing gradually stabilized and deepened, a layer of faint light surrounded him, as if he were merging with the surrounding environment. After a short period of cultivation, Mo Chen's keen perception suddenly caught a hint of an unusual aura, and he opened his eyes to look into the distance. He saw a graceful figure walking over with light steps. Mo Chen's figure flashed, and he leaped down from the roof, landing steadily on the ground. He approached Qianren Shui and softly asked, "Are you ready? The place we're going to is within the territory of the Star Luo Empire, and we may not be able to return in the short term." As he spoke, his expression was serious, and his gaze was fixed firmly on Qianren Shui. However, to Mo Chen's surprise, Qianren Shui showed no signs of hesitation. She simply nodded slightly, indicating that she was fully prepared. Moreover, she gazed at Mo Chen with eyes as clear as water and replied in an incredibly firm and trusting tone, "I believe General Mo will not harm me." Hearing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. As the prince's friend, at such an important moment, the prince didn't even show his face. Could he really trust little Shui to go with him? Upon thinking of this, Mo Chen could no longer help but ask, "Oh, right, Miss Qianren Shui, do you know where His Highness the Crown Prince is currently?" After a moment of shock, Qianren Shui replied, "I heard His Highness say that the current emperor has asked him to understand the people's sentiments. He probably won't return until before the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition begins." The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition is an important event that is held only once every 5 years. There is only 1 year left until the next competition. Mo Chen nodded slightly, his gaze firmly directed towards the distance. Then, he exerted force with his legs, his figure shooting into the sky like an arrow. In an instant, his silhouette paused in midair, as if time had frozen at that moment. At the same time, strands of deep purple energy gathered from all directions, gradually wrapping around Mo Chen's body tightly. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar erupted, echoing through the clouds like thunder, startling the surrounding birds into flight. The sound contained endless majesty and power, making one feel a chill. When the purple mist surrounding Mo Chen gradually dissipated, an extraordinarily large purple-black dragon appeared before him. Its serpentine body resembled a towering mountain, exuding a suffocating pressure. Its sharp claws glinted coldly, seemingly capable of easily tearing apart the void. Its enormous dragon eyes radiated a captivating light, as if it could see through all things in the world. "Miss Qianren Shui need not be afraid. This is my martial soul, the Candle Dragon. With the speed of our carriage, it will take at least a month for a round trip, but flying through the air will be much faster." Mo Chen's voice was steady and powerful, slowly reaching Qianren Shui's ears. At this point, he had already controlled the dragon's body to gradually lower its height, bringing its massive form closer to the ground. 4 sturdy dragon claws firmly rested on the solid earth, while Mo Chen slightly lowered his head, casting a gentle gaze at Qianren Shui, signaling her to come up. Qianren Shui, standing beside him, seemed to awaken from a dream, coming back to her senses from the shocking scene just now. She widened her beautiful eyes, gazing incredulously at the imposing dragon before her, filled with awe and curiosity. However, after hearing Mo Chen's call, she steadied herself and cautiously approached the giant dragon. Once she confirmed that Qianren Shui had a firm grip, the giant dragon let out a deafening roar and suddenly soared into the sky, darting away like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Qianren Shui tightly clutched the incredibly hard dragon horns with her delicate, pale hands, fearing that she might be thrown off if she wasn't careful. The biting cold wind howled past her beautiful face like a fierce beast, making it almost impossible for her to open her eyes. As if sensing Qianren Shui's difficult situation, a layer of faint purple light suddenly brightened, quickly spreading out to form a solid purple barrier that completely enveloped the massive body of the dragon. With this barrier isolating her from the raging winds outside, Qianren Shui felt an immediate reduction in pressure, no longer feeling as helpless as before. At this moment, she sat steadily atop the dragon's head, gently extending her hand to stroke the dragon beneath her. Mo Chen had also once soared through the skies like this with Ning Rongrong. At that time, Ning Rongrong tightly held onto Mo Chen's dragon whiskers, feeling as if she were riding a magnificent steed, freely flying through the air. Mo Chen managed to break through to level 81 at the age of 20. Such an astonishing talent was not inferior even compared to himself, who possessed innate level 20 soul power. However, what made Qianren Shui unable to accept even more was that although they were of similar ages, There was a full 10-level gap in their soul power. While her own lack of training due to mission execution was a reason, the significant soul power disparity also made Qian Rinxue feel a sense of crisis. Because of this, at this moment, Qian Rinxue was filled with endless curiosity about Mo Chen. Since the enormous dragon body was actually Mo Chen himself, when Qian Rinxue gently stroked the dragon's head, Mo Chen also felt as if he were being petted. Despite his inner resistance to such a feeling, he chose not to speak up. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue indeed had other intentions. She looked at Mo Chen with her beautiful eyes, parted her lips slightly, and softly asked, "General Mo, what do you think of the spirit hall?" Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's question, Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to bring up this topic. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to seriously contemplate how to respond. After a while, he finally organized his thoughts and slowly spoke. If viewed purely from the perspective of the common people, one must admit that the Spirit Hall has indeed provided them with quite a few benefits and rights. For example, they offer certain economic subsidies to soul masters and awaken martial souls for ordinary civilians free of charge. Moreover, those stationed at various Spirit Hall branches often lead soul masters in need to obtain suitable soul rings. On these aspects alone, I personally have a fair amount of agreement with what the Spirit Hall has done. At this point, Mo Chen paused slightly before continuing. However, my identity is that of a general of the Tiando Empire. I stand behind countless citizens of the Tiando Empire. Therefore, no matter what, I must firmly stand on the side of the Tiando Empire. Even if a war breaks out with the Spirit Hall in the future, I will take up my weapon and fight to the end. Mo Chen thought this way, but someone else thought differently. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, Your Majesty, Mo Chen has become quite powerful. He currently commands an army of 400,000. If Mo Chen harbors ill intentions, it is likely that the Tiando Empire will change hands. Chapter 5. The Guide on the Border of the Star Luo Empire. A figure dashed through the sky like lightning. A dragon was swiftly traversing the air. In just one afternoon, it had already reached the border area of the Star Luo Empire. After circling in the sky, the enormous black dragon suddenly transformed into a mass of purple-black mist, slowly dissipating into the horizon. Landing on the ground, a distant inn came into view. Mo Chen raised his hand and pointed to a nearby inn, softly saying, "Let's take a short rest here. After passing this place, we will enter the outskirts of the Divine Eagle Valley." Qian Rinxue nodded somewhat numbly at his words and silently followed Mo Chen toward the inn. As soon as they stepped through the inn's door, a strong and pungent smell assaulted them. Looking closely, the scene before them was truly shocking. The entire hall was in disarray, with a dozen drunken men sprawled across the tables, snoring loudly. Empty wine bottles littered the floor, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. Additionally, the noise was incessant, filled with raucous brawling, loud conversations, and the clinking of wine glasses, creating a cacophony. Qian Rinxue was momentarily stunned, her beautiful brows furrowing together, clearly feeling disgust and aversion towards this filthy and chaotic tavern. Mo Chen keenly noticed her change in mood, so he lowered his voice slightly and asked, "Miss Qian Rinxue, do you know where the quickest place to gather information is?" Qian Rinxue shook her head. Mo Chen slowly withdrew his gaze from Qian Rinxue, turning it to the somewhat chaotic interior of the tavern. Wherever his eyes landed, he saw those drunken individuals lost in their alcoholic stupor, either shouting loudly or drinking deeply. Don't be fooled by these guys' heavy drinking. They shouldn't be underestimated. They have lived here for many years and are as clear as a mirror about every blade of grass, every tree, and every person and event around them. Mo Chen whispered softly to himself as he casually walked towards the bar of the tavern. Upon reaching the bar, he ordered 2 bottles of wine. Looking at the 2 bottles in his hands, Mo Chen turned without hesitation and walked toward the table where people were chatting. "Hey, come on, let's have a drink together," Mo Chen said with a big smile, enthusiastically moving closer to the crowd and gently placing 1 unopened bottle of wine on the slightly messy table. However, at that moment, the group of people, already drunk and in a state of extreme excitement, had not even noticed the presence of another person beside them. Just then, the man sitting at the head of the table suddenly stood up exaggeratedly lifted one foot and firmly placed it on the table in front of him. He swayed, his eyes blurred with drunkenness, yet he still shouted loudly, "Bro, go ask around. Who in our territory doesn't know the name of our local boss? Wong Ergu?" The others around him chimed in, shouting, "That's right, our brother Ergu is famous here. Nobody doesn't know him." At this point, their faces were flushed with alcohol. Leaning against the tables and chairs, some even directly lying on the table, fast asleep. However, Mo Chen remained sober. He quietly picked up the wine jug and filled the cups for the drunkards. Once everything was ready, Mo Chen casually opened the conversation and intentionally threw out some questions, trying to extract the information he needed from them. The drunken people, seemingly devoid of all defenses, spoke freely and openly in response to Mo Chen's inquiries, pouring out everything they knew like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Wong Ergu raised his eyebrows with a slightly dazed expression, then smiled broadly and slurred to Mo Chen. "Bro, you actually want to enter the Eagle Valley? Huh, let me tell you, that place is quite something. Without a special guide, no one can get in." After saying this, Wong Ergu swayed as he stood up, waved his hand at Mo Chen, and then heavily sat back down in his chair. After a brief pause, Wong Ergu seemed to remember something important, "But I do know where to find a guide." At this point, he raised his cup and drank the contents in one gulp, producing a satisfying gurgling sound from his throat. Then, as if suddenly energized, he straightened up, fixed his gaze on Mo Chen, and lowered his voice. "Do you know there's an underground black market here? At the very back of the black market, there's an underground boxing arena where there's a guy named Daniel. That kid is currently the only guide you can find." Based on the information revealed in Wong Ergu's words, Mo Chen had already brought Qian Rinxue to the underground black market. As they stepped into this black market, the scenes that unfolded before them crashed against Qian Rinxue's originally pure and steadfast understanding like a raging tide. They saw living humans cruelly imprisoned in cold iron cages, each marked with a clear price tag. There were also many-souled beasts with vacant, lifeless eyes, trembling and huddled in the corners of the cages, not daring to move. They may have once lived freely in the vast wilderness, but now they had become commodities for trade. Qian Rinxue bit her lip and silently clenched her fists. Her heart felt like it was being tossed by a storm, unable to calm down. What was happening before her not only violently clashed with her inherent understanding of the world, but also challenged her moral bottom line. However, in stark contrast to Qian Rinxue, Mo Chen appeared to be quite accustomed to such scenes. His stern face showed little change in expression or emotional fluctuation, as if this was just another ordinary daily sight. Perhaps sensing the fear and unease deep within Qian Rinxue, Mo Chen first let out a soft sigh, then slowly walked towards the pale Qian Rinxue standing nearby. When he approached, he slightly lowered his head to gaze into her eyes filled with anger and sorrow, softly saying, "Is it hard to accept? But there's nothing we can do. This world has always been complex and diverse. As long as there is beauty illuminated by light, there will inevitably be ugliness hidden in the dark corners, unknown to others. What we see now is just a small glimpse of the dark side of this vast world." Mo Chen gently patted Qian Rinxue's shoulder, then, without lingering, continued to lead her forward. They passed through a corridor until they reached the end of the path. When they pushed open the heavy door and stepped into the basement, a cacophony of noise surged in like a tide, snapping Qian Rinxue out of her daze. She furrowed her brow, trying to adjust to the impact of her surroundings. Looking around, she saw the basement was crowded with people, with no empty seats. People whispered to each other, some shouted loudly, and the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. In the center of it all stood a massive iron cage, where two people were engaged in a life-and-death duel. Avoiding the crowd, the two found a relatively open spot and slowly sat down. Once seated, their gazes instinctively focused on the iron cage, locked onto the two fighters inside. "Danyu, today is your day to die." With this furious shout, Wang Gang's figure flashed like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the still meditative Danyu. At the same time, he gripped a gleaming meteor hammer tightly in both hands, drawing a fierce arc in the air, slicing through the wind, and aiming to strike Danyu hard. Seeing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but lower his voice and mutter to himself, "This Danyu is interesting." Mo Chen's martial soul was the Candle Dragon. And how strong this martial soul was, perhaps only Mo Chen himself knew. However, at that moment, he unexpectedly sensed a faint trace of dragon aura from Danyu. Although this aura was extremely weak and perhaps had some flaws and deficiencies, Mo Chen could still be certain that Danyu's martial soul undoubtedly belonged to the dragon category. At this time, Wang Gang launched a ferocious attack like a storm, his meteor hammer howling through the air as it slammed towards Danyu. Facing such a fierce blow, Danyu neither dodged nor flinched. He simply stood there quietly. In an instant, a loud bang echoed through the air, and the entire cage seemed to tremble. Amidst the splashing water, the crowd was shocked to find that Danyu's body had instantly transformed into a puddle of flowing water after taking a heavy hit. The scattered water seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, quickly starting to converge and merge. In the blink of an eye, the body of Danyu, which had been shattered, began to reform at a visible speed, returning to its original state. "Useless, keep fighting, and you'll be the one to die," Danyu said flatly, his expression unchanged, as if the fierce battle before him had nothing to do with him. Perhaps due to experiencing too many separations and bloody battles, he had long become numb to life and death, which is why there was no hint of emotional fluctuation in his tone when he spoke these words. "Stop babbling," Wang Gang shouted angrily, clearly infuriated by Danyu's indifferent attitude. After missing his first strike, he did not hesitate to swing the heavy meteor hammer in his hand again, smashing it viciously towards Danyu with a fierce wind. Yet Danyu remained quietly standing in place, like an indestructible mountain, faced with the storm-like assault. He didn't even furrow his brows, calmly allowing the opponent's attacks to land on him. Time passed second by second, and Wang Gang continued to swing the meteor hammer. But as his stamina gradually wore out, his movements began to slow. At that moment, Danyu, who had been silent, suddenly focused his gaze, instantly capturing the fleeting opportunity in battle. The water that had been flowing in his hand seemed to be summoned by some mysterious power, rapidly gathering together at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a long spear that shimmered with a cold light. With a wave of his arm, the water-formed spear shot out like lightning, piercing directly towards Wang Gang. With a muffled sound, the spear effortlessly penetrated Wang Gang's body. In an instant, blood splattered, staining the ground red. Wang Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity. He stared blankly at the water column that pierced through his body, unable to comprehend how seemingly weak water could possess such terrifying lethality. "I told you, if you keep fighting, the one who will die will be you." Danyu's voice echoed again, still as calm and unperturbed as before. Even after successfully taking Wang Gang's life, he still refrained from casting even a sympathetic glance at him. Afterwards, he slowly retracted his hand, and the spear formed of water vanished in a thin air, as if it had never existed. After walking out of the cage and collecting a heavy bag of gold soul coins, he didn't even look back and chose to leave without hesitation. Qian Rushue gently patted Mo Chen's shoulder, then slightly leaned closer to his ear and quietly asked, "Is this person the Danyu we are looking for?" And Mo Chen silently nodded in response, then quickly stood up, his gaze firmly locked on the increasingly distant figure ahead, while gesturing for Qian Rushue to keep up with his pace. From the brief encounter just now, his martial soul should be a dragon. Moreover, from my observations and perceptions, I can confirm that this dragon belongs to the water element, and Mo Chen explained in a low voice while walking briskly. "Oh, I see." Qian Rushue nodded thoughtfully, indicating she understood Mo Chen's meaning. However, if a fight really breaks out later, it might be very dangerous. Based on what Danyu has shown so far, his soul power level has reached at least level 79, just one step away from becoming a soul de law. So, once the battle starts, I may not be able to keep an eye on you. You should find a safe place to hide." And Mo Chen turned to look at Qian Rushue with a serious expression and earnestly advised her. Qian Rushue felt a tightening in her heart, but still firmly nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." Thus, they quietly followed Danyu, passing through the bustling underground black market streets, winding through several crooked alleys, and finally arriving at a quiet and dense forest outside the city. Danyu's footsteps suddenly stopped here, and he slowly turned around, facing the empty road behind him. Inside deeply, since you've been following me for so long, why not show yourselves and have a good chat? Since he had already been discovered, Mo Chen decided not to hide anymore. At the same time, Danyu, standing not far away, slightly squinted his eyes, his gaze piercing towards Mo Chen's direction, and asked, "What do you want from me?" His voice was clear and pleasant, yet it carried a hint of subtle vigilance. Mo Chen answered straightforwardly, "You're the guide, right? Name your price. We want to go to the divine Eagle Valley." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze firmly on Danyu's eyes. At that moment, a surprising scene unfolded. Danyu's previously calm eyes suddenly flashed with a dazzling blue light, followed by the two slightly protruding areas on his forehead emitting a faint glow. As time passed, the glow intensified until it completely enveloped the protruding areas. Finally, amidst a burst of brilliant light, those two protrusions transformed into two crystalline dragon horns, radiating a water-blue brilliance, proudly standing on Danyu's forehead. Chapter 6. Two dragons dance alone. Two dragons play with pearls. Water dragon martial soul? Interesting. Mo Chen crossed his arms and looked at the now dragon-transformed Danyu with mild curiosity. Danyu was now covered in a layer of blue scales, his body enlarged and powerful, with a dragon tail made of water constantly swaying behind him, exuding a chilling aura. However, even so, his indifferent gaze remained firmly locked on Mo Chen as he slowly said, "I don't want to cause any trouble." His voice was not loud, but very clear. "I no longer wish to go to the divine Eagle Valley. No one has ever come out alive after taking so many people in there. The danger level, there is not something that could be easily imagined, not to mention you have a girl with you." Danyu frowned as he glanced at Qian Ruxia, who was currently perched on a distant branch. Mo Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile as he took an interest in observing Danyu's dragon transformation features. Exclaiming, "I didn't expect a healing-type water dragon martial soul to be played by you as a strong attack type. I must say, your talent is indeed high. I'm becoming more and more interested in you." At that moment, a layer of pale, purple aura suddenly appeared around Mo Chen, enchanting and dreamlike. Simultaneously, his originally deep blue-purple eyes began to glow slightly, and as the light flickered, an overwhelming pressure surged towards Danyu like a tidal wave. It should be known that among all martial souls, dragon-type martial souls place the highest importance on bloodline power, facing the immense pressure brought by the ancient beast Zhu Long. Even Danyu, who usually remained calm and collected regardless of the situation, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Such pure dragon bloodline. Danyu widened his eyes, murmuring in disbelief. Although he was quite confident in his water dragon martial soul and knew its power should not be underestimated, compared to the person before him, he felt inferior in terms of bloodline alone. This gap made him unconsciously feel a hint of fear when facing the other party. And during battle, the pressure of bloodline would also show an advantage. "Kid, I don't have time to waste with you. Either obediently take us to the divine Eagle Valley, or let me control you to take us there." Mo Chen's expression darkened, his voice low and powerful. His words boomed like thunder in the night sky, sending chills down the spine. At that moment, there was a loud bang, and a dazzling lightning bolt tore through the pitch-black sky, illuminating the entire world as bright as day. Immediately after, the previously tranquil sky began to drizzle, with raindrops falling and making crisp sounds as they hit the ground. However, just as the wind and rain intensified, a gigantic water dragon suddenly soared into the sky, its long and winding body resembling a towering mountain spanning across the horizon. The water dragon is entirely composed of clear, transparent water, with each scale shimmering with a sparkling light, resembling the most outstanding artwork of nature. As it continuously spirals and dances in the air, its water-formed body appears increasingly agile and ethereal, vividly alive. Even more astonishing is that, as it is lightly raining, the air is filled with dense moisture. This moisture continuously gathers on the water dragon's body, causing it to gradually become more solid, as if it were an indestructible entity. "Do we really have to fight?" Mo Chen said helplessly. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed, leaping up like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, Mo Chen's body rapidly expanded and distorted at a visible speed, transforming into a massive, imposing black dragon. This black dragon is enormous, entirely black as ink, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. Compared to the previously appeared water dragon, it appears even more robust and powerful, not only longer in body, but also significantly larger, like a towering mountain standing in the sky. At this moment, the two giant dragons faced each other from a distance. The atmosphere thick with tension that made it almost hard to breathe. Just at this peak of tension, the water dragon launched the first attack. With a roar, it opened its massive jaws, and a surging column of water suddenly shot out. This water column spiraled like a raging water python, carrying unparalleled impact, sweeping directly towards the black dragon. However, facing the water dragon's fierce offensive, the black dragon remained completely unperturbed. It also opened its mouth wide, and a deep purple light began to rapidly gather within. As time passed, this light grew brighter, ultimately forming an incredibly thick purple energy shockwave. Just as the spiraling water column was only inches away from the black dragon, the purple shockwave finally reached its peak and erupted forth. The two immensely powerful forces collided in an instant, causing the heavens and earth to change color and the winds to stir. Initially, neither side seemed to have the upper hand, locked in a stalemate. But soon, the situation began to clarify. As the black dragon increased its output of power, the water dragon's attack gradually became unsustainable, and the originally indestructible water column began to show cracks that spread rapidly. Finally, with a crisp sound of shattering, the water dragon's attack completely collapsed, disintegrating into countless droplets scattered in the air. The purple dragon breath rushed forward, carrying a devastating force straight towards the massive body of the water dragon. In a split second, the water dragon quickly tilted to the side. With just a narrow margin, the deadly dragon breath whizzed past the water dragon's body, narrowly avoiding this fierce attack. The attack struck the ground, instantly leaving a large pit in the originally open land. However, before the water dragon could recover from the recent close call, a shadow suddenly appeared behind it. The black dragon's powerful tail swung fiercely like a steel whip, striking the water dragon's body with a loud bang, as if the entire space trembled. The water dragon, unable to withstand such a heavy blow, was sent flying. In the air, the water dragon lost its balance and began to roll and spin uncontrollably. It flipped endlessly in the air, seemingly without end. Finally, after a long wait, the water dragon managed to stop its spinning, swaying unsteadily in midair, thanks to its tenacity and excellent aerial adjustment ability. Although the water dragon appeared somewhat disheveled, it did not yield. With a resounding roar that shook the heavens and earth, the dragon's roar echoed. Meanwhile, the black dragon showed no signs of stopping. It opened its massive jaws and expelled a thick, dark aura. Immediately, countless purple-black fireballs quickly appeared beside it, each emitting an incredibly high temperature and terrifying energy fluctuations. The black dragon's crimson eyes locked onto the water dragon, and then it lightly waved its claws, issuing an attack order to the purple-black fireballs. In an instant, these fireballs shot through the sky like meteors, heading towards the water dragon at an unimaginable speed. Faced with the overwhelming attack of fireballs, the water dragon naturally would not sit idly by. It also let out a deafening dragon roar in response, then exerted all its strength, gathering a large amount of moisture from the surroundings into a massive water sphere that tightly enveloped its body. The next moment, the fireballs collided violently with the water sphere. At the moment of contact, a tremendous explosion erupted. Fire and water intertwined, creating a dazzling yet extremely dangerous spectacle. Upon entering the water sphere, the fireballs triggered a violent reaction, and a vast amount of steam rose, forming a thick, acrid smoke that enveloped the surroundings. Seeing its fierce attack so easily blocked, a flicker of anger flashed in the black dragon's large, bell-like eyes. It opened its jaws and let out a low, thunderous roar, then dove towards the position of the water sphere like a bolt of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon's razor-sharp claws had viciously slashed across the surface of the water sphere. With a soft sound, The seemingly indestructible water sphere was effortlessly sliced open like a fragile piece of tofu. At the same time, the black dragon's claw left a deep, bone-revealing, horrifying gash on the water dragon's massive body. Due to the vast difference in size, the water dragon was completely at a disadvantage. At this moment, its enormous body was firmly grasped in the black dragon's claws, unable to move at all. In order to break free from the black dragon's grip, the water dragon had no choice but to exert all its strength, continuously exhaling a series of icy blue breaths aimed directly at the black dragon. However, the black dragon dismissed such attacks with ease. The blue breaths merely sparked weakly against the black dragon's iron-hard scales, causing not even a hint of substantial damage. The black dragon showed no inclination to pay attention to the water dragon's futile struggles, swiftly lifting it into the air. Soon, they soared through layers of thick clouds, reaching high altitudes. Suddenly, the black dragon halted its ascent, adjusted its position, and with its head down and feet up, began to plummet towards the ground at a jaw-dropping speed. At that moment, the black dragon's speed was unimaginably fast, far exceeding the speed of sound. Accompanied by the sharp whistling sound of intense air friction, the silhouettes of the black and water dragons became a blurred black line in the sky. As they descended to within 100 meters of the ground, the black dragon suddenly exerted force, violently throwing the water dragon down towards the ground. In an instant, the water dragon's body plummeted like a powerful cannonball, crashing down with immense force. With a thunderous boom, the earth seemed to tremble. The water dragon let out a heart-wrenching, sorrowful dragon cry under the impact of such terrifying force. The black dragon circled in the air, its eyes burning with black flames, fixated on the water dragon below, exuding a chilling pressure. The water dragon felt the bloodline suppression from the black dragon and the insurmountable gap in strength between them. This sense of oppression made it nearly impossible for the water dragon to make any effective counterattacks. At that moment, the water dragon was already covered in wounds, its scales shattered, and blood continuously gushing from its injuries. However, even so, it still trembled and struggled to rise from the dusty and rocky ground. Each movement was accompanied by excruciating pain, but the water dragon gritted its teeth, enduring the agony, unwilling to easily surrender. With the indomitable will deep within, the water dragon once again flew desperately into the sky. Despite its battered appearance, covered in scars, its pride as a dragon made it determined not to bow down to the enemy. The water dragon raised its head and let out a deep, resonant roar that seemed to transcend time and space, shaking the entire world. At the same time, its broken body began to emit a faint blue glow. This blue light, like gentle moonlight spilling onto the water surface, enveloped the water dragon's wounded form. As the blue light spread, the gruesome wounds on the water dragon began to heal at a visible speed. The droplets of water that had scattered on the ground seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, rushing towards the water dragon and merging into the faint blue light. These droplets and blue light intertwined, continuously providing the water dragon with the energy needed for healing and recovery. The black dragon stood silently nearby like a towering mountain, exuding a chilling aura from its massive and majestic body. Although the water dragon was undergoing treatment and gradually regaining strength, the black dragon knew all too well that even if the water dragon returned to its peak state, it would still be like an egg hitting a stone compared to itself. Time quietly passed, and the water dragon's healing process was nearing its end. Just as the black dragon was lost in thought, the water dragon, which should have been resting, suddenly mobilized all of its soul power. A brilliant blue energy sphere quickly condensed in its mouth, flickering with light as if containing endless power. Seeing this, the black dragon couldn't help but furrow its brow, a flash of anger crossing its eyes. It had already given the water dragon time to recover, but now it had to resist. The black dragon raised its head to the sky, opened its massive mouth, and let out a thunderous roar. This roar was like rolling thunder, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Immediately after, a deep purple dragon breath shot towards the clouds like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, the dragon breath entered the clouds, triggering a series of astonishing changes. The incessant drizzle stopped abruptly, as if halted by some mysterious force. At the same time, the dense, dark clouds quickly took on a deep purple hue, and purple lightning danced like silver serpents, continuously exploding within the clouds, creating a terrifying cacophony. The candle dragon's star size. At that moment, the low and powerful voice of the black dragon slowly resonated. Accompanying this voice, a dazzling purple lightning bolt shot through the night sky like a meteor, carrying the force to destroy the heavens and earth as it abruptly streaked across the clouds. This lightning bolt was incredibly powerful, instantly cleaving the surrounding purple storm clouds in half, scattering countless fragments across the sky. At this moment, the water dragon widened its eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before it, a storm of emotions rising within. As a fellow dragon, why was there such a vast difference between them? It was merely a water dragon focused on healing, while its opponent was the brutal and murderous candle dragon. Despite being filled with fear and confusion, it was too late to turn back. It was like an arrow already on the string, impossible to stop. The water dragon knew it could not evade the attack, so it gritted its teeth and summoned all of its soul power, preparing to unleash its strongest strike. Its massive body trembled slightly, and the soul power surged like a raging tide, finally gathering in its mouth. Gradually, a massive energy sphere, akin to a mountain, took shape, exuding a heart-stopping glow and pressure. At the same time, a brilliant golden beam of light suddenly condensed in the sky and raced toward the water dragon with lightning speed. The black dragon, which had been circling nearby, turned and flew toward the distant woods, cradling Qianren Shui in its embrace, a layer of light-colored dragon scales covering her body. Almost simultaneously, a layer of faint purple light emerged from the black dragon, rapidly spreading and forming an incredibly strong barrier of dragon scales, tightly sealing off the entire area. A deafening boom echoed as the golden beam violently collided with the energy sphere the water dragon had condensed. In an instant, a blinding light erupted at the point of contact, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The water dragon's hard-earned full-force strike was completely shattered in an instant, turning into countless fragments that dissipated in the air. At the same time, a violent wind surged outward, sweeping across the surroundings, kicking up sand and dust. Fortunately, Mo Chen had long been prepared and had sealed off the area in advance. Otherwise, the impact from this powerful wind alone could have turned the entire town into ruins in an instant. Nevertheless, this massive mushroom cloud still became a nightmare for people within 100 miles. Mo Chen had transformed into human form, sensing the faint life force of Danyu, and slowly shook his head. As one who possessed a dragon martial soul, Mo Chen understood that unless one conquered or subdued the other with absolute strength, it was impossible to make a person with a dragon martial soul listen to you. Chapter 7. The Flaws of Dragon Martial Souls. Entering the divine Eagle Valley, Mo Chen stood like an indestructible mountain, firmly protecting Qianren Shui behind him, his eyes, shimmering with purple light, fixed intently on the smoke. In an instant, Mo Chen sharply sensed something unusual and unhesitatingly pulled Qianren Shui to the side. At the same time, an arrow formed from condensed water surged toward them, creating a sharp sound of slicing through the air. Facing this sudden attack, a cold light flashed in Mo Chen's eyes as he swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to the approaching arrow. With a loud bang, the arrow was deflected off its original trajectory by the immense force, but did not shatter. Immediately after, Mo Chen reached out and accurately grabbed the tail of the arrow. Almost simultaneously, a purple-black longbow suddenly appeared in Mo Chen's other hand, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This longbow was like a legendary weapon, its string taut, seemingly ready to unleash world-destroying power at any moment. Mo Chen quickly knocked the arrow he had just caught onto the bowstring and infused it with his powerful soul power. In an instant, the originally transparent water arrow was enveloped in a layer of blazing purple flames, making it look like a fierce fire dragon, intimidating to behold. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow wrapped in purple flames shot toward the depths of the smoke like a shooting star. Soon after, a dull cry of pain echoed from within the smoke. Following that, a large amount of water vapor surged out from the smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene before them finally became clear. At this moment, Dan Yu was using one hand to tightly cover the horrific wound on his chest, blood continuously seeping through his fingers. He leaned weakly against a large tree, his complexion as pale as paper, his expression filled with endless pain. You won, but in the end, you still lost to your own instincts. Dan Yu gritted his teeth and said with great difficulty. With every word he spoke, a trickle of bright red blood flowed slowly from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground and blooming into shocking blood flowers. Mo Chen let out a cold snort, and the longbow in his hand, emanating a cold light, scattered like dust blown by the wind, turning into tiny stars and gradually dissipating into the air. At this moment, Mo Chen exuded a chilling aura, as if a demon from the underworld had descended upon the world. His eyes, once deep as a pond, were now filled with endless brutality and a thirst for killing, making people shudder. The momentum around him was sharp and fierce, like a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing the heart. From a distance, he looked like a god of death emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, carrying a pressure that could destroy the heavens and the earth. On the other side, despite being seriously injured, Dan Yu, whose condition was so severe that standing was a struggle, still wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He slowly spoke. Dragon-type martial souls all have some flaws. My water dragon martial soul and the partial dragonization of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, as well as your candle dragon's brutality and thirst for blood. As he spoke, Dan Yu raised his hand to point at the slightly protruding dragon horns on his forehead, indicating them to Mo Chen. While dragonization increases the user's power, it also causes severe deviations. With dragon horns growing from his head, Dan Yu's mental strength was very strong, thus his physical defense became very weak. Qian Renxue, who was standing nearby, sensed Mo Chen's change and couldn't help but feel a wave of worry. She reached out and grasped Mo Chen's fist, which had tightened due to his rage. Instantly, at the moment their hands touched, Mo Chen, who had been in a state of extreme agitation, trembled violently, as if struck by an electric current, and instantly became rigid. The brutal aura that had surrounded Mo Chen was suddenly retracted, and the purple light in his eyes slowly faded. As Dan Yu had said, every time Mo Chen's martial soul manifested, that unmatched power surged like a tide, and his rationality would inevitably be affected to some extent. Although this influence was subtle, it was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, always waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Once Mo Chen's mind was swayed by this powerful martial soul, he would undergo a dramatic transformation. His usually gentle and humble personality would vanish, replaced by endless rage and a thirst for killing. That frenzied aura seemed capable of burning everything, sending chills down the spine. On the battlefield, Missouri Chun could use the blood of surrounding enemies to slightly alleviate this raging emotion. However, now in a place of peace, he had no outlet for his inner turmoil. The only way he could regain a sliver of rationality was through battle. After a brief and intense exchange, Mo Chen gradually calmed the waves in his heart. Meanwhile, the already on the brink of death Dan Yu began to slowly recover after gaining a moment to catch his breath. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Mo Chen had held back and did not strike Dan Yu down. Otherwise, in his almost frenzied state at that time, Dan Yu would have likely lost his life. And it would not have been as simple as just being on the verge of death. Looking at the gradually reviving Dan Yu, a hint of guilt appeared on Mo Chen's face. He slightly lowered his head and softly said, "I'm sorry. My martial soul does indeed have some difficult-to-control issues. The severe injury I caused you this time is truly my fault. But please believe me, I will do my utmost to make amends for the mistakes I've made." With that, Mo Chen slowly extended his right hand and gently brushed over the storage soul guide hanging at his waist. In an instant, a faint light shot out from the soul guide, and a shimmering vertebra appeared in Mo Chen's palm. This is a soul bone from an 80,000-year-old fire dragon lizard. I hope it can serve as a small compensation for you. With this soul bone, your defensive power should greatly increase. Mo Chen, said sincerely as he presented the soul bone to Daniel. Daniel looked at Mo Chen's earnest attitude and finally sighed. After ensuring that his injuries had fully healed, he still spoke in a tone of indifference. I won't accept the soul bone. But your symptoms are among the easiest to solve when it comes to dragon-type martial soul flaws. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen, who had been lowering his head, instantly raised it. He widened his eyes in shock, staring at Daniel with a face full of disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, and his voice trembling as he asked, "What? The flaw of a martial soul can actually be solved?" At the same time, not far away, Qian Rinxue, upon hearing this news, was also anxiously rushing over, not having the time to think further. When she got closer, her beautiful and bright eyes revealed immense sincerity and urgency as she fixed her gaze on Daniel, eagerly asking, "Can it really be solved? Can the flaws of the martial soul truly be resolved?" Daniel nodded slightly, affirming her question. He then spoke softly, "Have you heard of the withering flower and the Capricorn grass?" Qian Rinxue was taken aback at first, quickly searching her memory about these two herbs. After a moment, she nodded as if awakening from a dream, but still wore a look of confusion, asking in puzzlement, "I have indeed heard of them, but I was told that these two herbs are extremely rare and toxic." Qian Rinxue had learned about these two herbs from someone called Zhu Doluo, who had been near that woman. According to Zhu Doluo, the toxicity of Capricorn grass and withering flower was no less than that of the blood swan kiss. In response to Qian Rinxue's doubts, Daniel explained, "Indeed, both of these herbs are highly toxic. However, they have a little-known miraculous effect. When properly processed and refined, they can greatly enhance a person's basic mental power limit, while absorbing a head soul bone can also increase mental power to some extent. The effects brought by these two herbs are more significant. However, only these two herbs can enhance a person's mental power limit." At this point, Daniel paused briefly, scanning Mo Chen and Qian Rinxue as if he wanted to observe their reactions to his words. As expected, Mo Chen, being a martial general, completely did not understand, and he was even more lost regarding alchemy and healing. Thus, he could only nod blankly without offering any further response. In stark contrast with Qian Rinxue, upon hearing this news, became lively and excited, her beautiful eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It's important to note that if people were compared to containers, each person's capacity for mental power is limited. However, now, as long as they can find these two herbs, the withering flower and Capricorn grass, can increase this capacity. Just this astonishing effect alone is enough for Zhu Doluo to regard it as a divine product. At this moment, Daniel continued, "However, the withering flower and Capricorn grass are only part of it. To truly unleash their full medicinal effect, one more crucial thing is needed." After a brief pause, Daniel thought for a moment and chose to continue. "The heart's blood of a person, and it must be refined using demon fire." Saying this, he turned his gaze towards Mo Chen. "If I'm not mistaken, the black-purple flames released by your martial soul should be the legendary demon fire, right? But unfortunately, this heart's blood cannot be used." Daniel's words hit Mo Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. Just moments ago, Mo Chen was excited at the possibility of solving his martial soul defect, but after hearing this, he instantly wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. After all, losing even a drop of heart's blood would significantly reduce a person's cultivation talent and future development potential. Therefore, if he could not use his heart's blood, the problem of his long-awaited martial soul defect would likely become a distant hope again. Let's set aside the matter of heart's blood for now. In the God Eagle Valley, one can find withered flowers. Since you have defeated me, according to the rules I set, I will lead you to that place." Daniel said expressionlessly, his tone as calm as water. As a guide, each person sets a unique set of principles based on their character and experiences. Some guides pursue wealth, some pursue status, and others pursue beauty. Daniel's pursuit is the thrill of battle. To be able to fight me like this, and you are a soul master with exceptional healing abilities. To be honest, I really admire you. Mo Chen's eyes were bright as he stared intently into Danyu's eyes and sincerely said, "If you're interested, how about following me to the military camp?" Upon hearing this, Danyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this person to so straightforwardly extend an olive branch to him. After a brief silence, Dan Yu collected himself and slowly replied, "If you can safely escape from the god Eagle Valley this time, then we will consider whether to follow you." This ambiguous answer neither clearly accepted nor explicitly rejected. Upon entering the territory of the Star Luo Empire, under Dan Yu's guidance, they entered a misty fog formation. Every step felt particularly cautious, fearing that a careless move would lead them astray. After a difficult trek, they finally succeeded in crossing the perilous swamp area. At that moment, Mo Chen and Qian suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, as if the whole world was spinning. When their vision cleared, they found themselves in a mysterious and magnificent valley. "This is the god Eagle Valley," Dan Yu said softly, then slowly stepped aside to allow the two behind him to see the scene before them more clearly. Before them stood a towering valley that reached into the clouds, its steep cliffs seemingly cut by sharp blades, intimidating to behold. Above the valley lay a vast sea of clouds, pure white like snow, dreamlike and breathtaking. In fact, this god Eagle Valley is quite similar to the Stardow Forest, also divided into an outer area and a core area. After pondering for a moment, Dan, you seem to have made some kind of decision and began to share some secrets about the god Eagle Valley with Mo Chen and Qian. However, I do not know how you came to learn about the existence of the god Eagle Valley. But one thing must be reminded. Within this god Eagle Valley resides a soul beast that is at least 600,000 years old. At this point, Dan Yu's expression grew increasingly serious. If you're looking for withered flowers, then you will definitely encounter this overlord-level soul beast, Dan Yu said with a solemn expression. But surprisingly, there was not much fear in his tone. Mo Chen, hearing this, looked at Dan Yu in shock and asked with a hint of doubt in his voice, "Aren't you afraid? This is an overlord-level soul beast with at least 600,000 years of cultivation. Even I wouldn't dare to say I could confidently walk out alive in front of such a powerful being." As he spoke, Mo Chen fixed his gaze on Dan Yu with a peculiar look. Dan Yu slowly shook his head and replied with a wry smile, "No, to be honest, I am indeed very afraid. After all, with my current strength, if I were to unfortunately encounter it, I would probably have only one way to go: death." However, just when it seemed Dan Yu would back down because of this, he immediately added, "But as a guide, this is a rule we must adhere to. As long as you are alive, a guide will never abandon their employer." Dan Yu's firm words reached Mo Chen's ears, suddenly filling him with boldness. And he laughed heartily. "Haha, good. You are becoming more and more interesting. To be honest, if we can get the withered flower and come out alive this time, even if I have to break your legs, I will forcibly take you away." After saying this, Mo Chen gave Dan Yu's shoulder a heavy pat. Hearing Mo Chen's almost unreasonable remarks, Dan Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. He shot Mo Chen an exasperated glance, inwardly muttering, "Why is this guy so unreasonable?" At this moment, Qian, who had been standing silently beside them, finally couldn't help but speak up. Her delicate brows furrowed, and she said with a worried expression, "Don't celebrate too early. Just thinking about that soul beast gives me chills. You have to know that even the Forest Emperor's Blue Silver King in the Stardow Forest has only about 200,000 years of cultivation. The sudden appearance of a soul beast with at least 600,000 years of age is indeed worrisome." Just as the three were discussing, a huge black shadow suddenly moved across the sky like a dark cloud, instantly covering all the sunlight that had been shining on the ground. Mo Chen and Qian almost simultaneously sensed this unusual situation and instinctively looked up at the sky. The scene before their eyes made both of them widen their eyes in surprise, as they saw an enormous eagle with a wingspan exceeding 1,000 meters soaring through the sky. Each powerful flap of its wings created a howling wind, as if it were about to tear apart the entire space. "It's the Frost Hunter Eagle." Dan Yu's gaze was fixed firmly on the giant eagle above. "Indeed, it is very powerful." Mo Chen also stared at the Frost Hunter Eagle, clearly feeling the terrifying aura emanating from it, silently estimating. Looking at it this way, this Frost Hunter Eagle's cultivation probably exceeds 80,000 years. Qian beside him also nodded with a serious expression, indicating her agreement with Mo Chen's assessment. At this moment, Dan Yu turned to Qian and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you two came here to obtain the 7th spirit ring for this young lady, right?" Mo Chen slightly nodded and then detailed the specific attributes of the spirit ring that Qian Rinxue needed to Danyu. After listening, Danyu began to stroke his chin in thought and said, I see a soul beast with holy and light attributes is indeed quite rare outside. However, this is the God Eagle Valley, where soul beasts with these two attributes are quite common. As Danyu spoke, he pointed to a golden snake in the distance. The holy armor spirit snake, with 3 attributes of holy, light, and fire, but only has 9,000 years of age. It would just be considered food in the God Eagle Valley. Chapter 8. Garuda. In fact, Garuda is not the golden-winged great pung. This name was given to him by those guides who fear him. As he spoke, Danyu raised his hand and gently pointed to a distant cliff, saying, Look over there. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen and Qian Rinxue hurriedly looked in the direction Danyu pointed. They saw a strong goat standing proudly on top of the towering, steep cliff. This goat was entirely golden, with a pair of golden horns on its head that shone with dazzling light. Danyu continued to introduce, is the solid stone sheep from around 4,000 years ago, possessing both sacred and light attributes. The two nodded, and Mo Chen felt increasingly satisfied with this place. It seems the rumors about the divine Eagle Valley were not wrong. Indeed, it is the place with the most sacred and light attribute soul beasts. Mo Chen nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. At that moment, Danyu suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Mo Chen and curiously asked, I really want to know, how did you find out about the divine Eagle Valley? By common logic, aside from us guides, no one should know about this place. Facing Danyu's inquiry, Mo Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately recounted how he learned about the divine Eagle Valley. It was actually a coincidence. A few years ago, I captured a prisoner, and in order to save his life, he voluntarily told me he could take me to a place which was the divine Eagle Valley he mentioned. After hearing Mo Chen's story, Danyu felt speechless, with several black lines appearing on his forehead. The brief exchange with Mo Chen had almost made him forget that the other party was a veritable warmonger, and he managed to learn about the location of the divine Eagle Valley in such a straightforward manner. Knowing about this place indicates that the other party is also a guide. Although they are peers, there can still be differences between peers. By the way, I wonder what the age requirement for the soul ring this young lady needs is. Danyu recalled the main purpose of this trip. Qian Rinxue was still immersed in the previous topic when a question was suddenly directed at her, causing her to momentarily be taken aback. Her thoughts in her mind becoming as chaotic as a suddenly interrupted string. After a while, she finally came to her senses and responded softly, 75,000 years. Danyu, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully and said, 75,000 years. This age is indeed not high in the divine Eagle Valley. It seems we don't need to take the risk of venturing deep into the core area this time. As he spoke, Danyu looked up towards the valley ahead and continued to explain. You must know that the divine Eagle Valley is not like other places. The terrain here is extremely complex, and the environment is harsh beyond measure. For the newly born young ones here, surviving is akin to climbing the heavens. However, if they can survive, they will undoubtedly grow into extremely powerful beings. As soon as he finished speaking, Danyu took the lead and walked deeper into the valley, prompting the two to quickly follow. The further they progressed into the valley, the colder the surrounding temperature became, with bone-chilling winds howling from all directions like ghosts. Qian Rinxue instinctively hugged her arms tightly, attempting to fend off the relentless cold air. Despite this, she could still clearly feel the chilling air seeping through the gaps in her clothing, unrestrainedly invading her body, causing her to shudder. Seeing Qian Rinxue shivering from the cold wind, Mo Chen did not hesitate to reach out his right hand and place it on her delicate shoulder. In that instant, a powerful and gentle soul power surged out from Mo Chen's body, wrapping Qian Rinxue tightly like an invisible soul power coat. This soul power not only effectively shielded her from the biting cold wind, but also continuously transmitted warmth to her. Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback, her gaze involuntarily falling on the hand Mo Chen had placed on her shoulder. It is known that the current prince, Xue Qinghe, is actually Qian Rinxue in disguise. Although she didn't truly need a third soul ring in previous years, Mo Chen saving her was indeed a fact. Growing up under strict guidance, With a deceased father and an uncaring mother, she had come to serve as an undercover agent at a young age. Qian Ringshu could be said to have received little love aside from her grandfather. At this moment, Mo Chen's sudden appearance instantly occupied Qian Ringshu's heart, regardless of whether it was selfishness or something else. She could not ignore the feelings in her heart. It was as if a seed named affection had been planted in her heart, which had grown into a towering tree over the years. She felt the warmth emanating from Mo Chen's palm, and a previously unknown warmth gradually spread through her body, accompanied by some indescribable, unfamiliar, yet heart-fluttering feelings. Unknowingly, a faint blush appeared on Qian Ringshu's fair face, resembling the delicate peach blossoms blooming in spring. Seeing this, Mo Chen smiled slightly, then took a big step forward, positioning himself in front of Qian Ringshu to shield her from the incoming cold wind. As you are a guide, you must be quite familiar with this place. And you should know what soul beast we are looking for, right? Dan Yu, who was not far ahead, heard Mo Chen's question, immediately stopped and turned around to answer. Our target this time is a 75,000-year-old split-armor rhinoceros. After saying this, he stepped forward into the depths of the valley again. However, as they continued deeper into the valley, suddenly a deafening and piercing cry echoed from the depths of the valley. The sound was like thunder, resounding through the sky, causing the entire valley to tremble. Not good. Dan Yu's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in alarm. He quickly dashed towards Mo Chen and Qian Ringshu, grabbing their arms and pulling them to dodge to the side. Luckily, there was a moderately sized gap in a mountain beside them, just enough for 3 people to take cover. In an instant, a wildly violent hurricane swept through from the deep recesses of the valley like a runaway wild horse. In a moment, sand and stones flew, blocking out the sky, as if the entire world had been pulled into this storm. Where the hurricane passed, even the hardest stones could hardly withstand its immense power, continuously peeling and shattering under the fury of the wind. What? Mo Chen was taken aback, and without hesitation, he tightly protected Qian Ringshu beneath him. He shone with radiant light, and an unmatched powerful soul power continuously erupted from his body, forming an indestructible shield in an attempt to withstand the sudden, terrifying hurricane. However, the hurricane was like a fierce giant beast, clawing and pouncing towards them. The fierce wind pressed and impacted Mo Chen's body, making him feel as if he were under immense pressure. Despite his best efforts, the shield meant to block the hurricane could not bear the load, gradually developing a fine crack that quickly spread over time. What on earth is happening? Mo Chen's forehead was bulging with veins, and beads of sweat the size of peas slid down his cheeks. He gritted his teeth, struggling to support the wavering shield, filled with confusion and shock. Dan Yu's face turned pale as paper, his voice trembling slightly as he said, Is it that 600,000-year-old soul beast? Qian Ringshu's beautiful brows furrowed tightly, a hint of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes as she hurriedly asked. Dan Yu nodded slightly, affirming, That's right, it is. It is currently in a state of extreme anger, driving out all uninvited guests intruding into its territory. Truly worthy of being a 600,000-year-old overlord. It is indeed unfathomable. Mo Chen shouted loudly while strenuously resisting the onslaught of the hurricane. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Even after completing tasks such as leading the charge, cutting down generals, breaking through formations, and seizing flags, he still felt somewhat exhausted. Fortunately, this hurricane came quickly and left just as fast. It lasted for less than a moment, as if being forcibly suppressed by an invisible hand, gradually beginning to calm down. However, even such a brief rampage was enough to make one feel its astonishing destructive power and might. How terrifying, Qian Ringshu said with a face full of panic, her voice trembling slightly. Deep fear was evident in her beautiful eyes, clearly shaken by the sudden hurricane that had just occurred. Dan Yu, standing beside her, was also still haunted by the experience. He quickly wiped the cold sweat that was dripping from his forehead and murmured, Truly worthy of being the absolute overlord of the divine Eagle Valley, the divine bird Garuda. His tone was filled with reverence. At this moment, Mo Chen was half squatting, supporting his knees and panting heavily, looking exhausted and breathless. The hurried confrontation with the hurricane had drained a significant amount of his soul power in a short time, leaving him feeling as if his body had been emptied, almost unable to hold on. After catching his breath, Mo Chen raised his head to look at the sky, which was gradually calming down in the distance, and frowned thoughtfully, saying, "This thing is truly terrifying. It has actually reached a realm of over 600,000 years of cultivation. I think there must be a trace of phoenix blood in its body, right?" Recalling the powerful pressure from earlier, even though they were far apart, Mo Chen still clearly felt a resonance with his martial soul emanating from it. This peculiar sensation spread through his body like a current, causing his heart to race and his blood to boil, filling him with intense curiosity about the legendary divine bird Garuda in front of him. The battle between two soul beasts over 100,000 years old was indeed quite captivating, Mo Chen murmured to himself. After a brief period of adjustment and recovery, he felt like a blazing flame, his inner fighting spirit thoroughly ignited. It is worth noting that the disparity in strength was nothing new to Mo Chen. Looking back at the past, every war he had personally experienced was almost always a case of the weak fighting the strong. Yet even in such difficult situations, Mo Chen always managed to carve a bloody path through with his tenacious will. However, just as Mo Chen was ready to take action, Dan Yu seemed to see through his thoughts and didn't give him a chance to speak. Without hesitation, Dan Yu turned around and walked straight to the other side of the valley. "Hurry up! Garuda is just ahead. We have to take a detour," Dan Yu shouted without looking back, simultaneously quickening his pace, seemingly unwilling to linger here for even a second longer. Mo Chen glanced back at the spot where Garuda had appeared, although his fighting spirit was burning like a fierce fire. Reason told him that rushing forward at this moment would likely just make him a meal for the other party. Helpless, he had to bury this impulse deep in his heart and silently vowed that when he became stronger, he would make Garuda his 9th soul ring. On their journey, they encountered many soul beasts, but disappointingly, either these soul beasts were too low in age to meet the requirements, or their attributes were too extreme and niche to match Qian Rengshu's abilities. One notable soul beast was a 74,000-year-old colorful magic cat. It also possessed both holy and light attributes. However, upon careful observation and analysis, they found that although the attributes matched, its fundamental attributes were not suitable for Qian Rengshu. Despite the colorful magic cat being quite powerful and its attributes being compatible, absorbing it would only increase Qian Rengshu's speed without providing any other growth. After a long and arduous search, when they reached a corner, Dan Yu suddenly stopped. He slowly crouched down and reached out to touch a massive footprint on the ground. Drawing from years of accumulated experience, Dan Yu immediately concluded, "That's right, this is the footprint left by the armored rhinoceros." Excitedly, he stood up and fixed his gaze on the direction the footprint extended, moving forward without hesitation. While tracking the armored rhinoceros's trail, they unexpectedly discovered some rare and precious herbs. For example, there was a magical herb called soul-returning grass, said to have the power to bring the dead back to life, and a fruit known as the emerald spirit fruit, which could even promote the second evolution of a martial soul when consumed. Since these rare treasures were all unclaimed, Mo Chen naturally would not miss this great opportunity. He quickly took out the storage soul guide he carried with him and carefully stored each of these precious herbs and fruits inside. However, they did not find the whereabouts of the withered flower. After all, called the withered flower, it must grow in places of death or in cold, gloomy areas. Chapter 9. Dan Yu's past the three of them gradually delved deeper along the footprint of the armored rhinoceros. Along the way, the scenery around them became increasingly profound, and they unknowingly stepped into the core area of the valley. At this moment, Dan Yu suddenly stopped, crouched down to carefully examine the footprints, and then quickly stood up, his eyes shining as he stared ahead. He turned to Mo Chen and Qian Rengshu, who were closely following behind, and said, "Look, these footprints are becoming fresher. I estimate we are very close to our target, probably not far from here." After saying this, he quickened his pace and moved forward. Mo Chen looked down at the footprints on the ground, pondering quietly. Indeed, As Danyu said, it was evident from these footprints that they had been left not long ago. However, what puzzled him was that next to this large footprint, there were also small footprints. Just as he was deep in thought, Qian Ringshu gently tapped his shoulder, signaling him to hurry and catch up with Danyu. Thus, the two of them hurriedly quickened their pace to follow. The further they went inside, the more soul beasts appeared in the valley. Moreover, these soul beasts were not only diverse in species, but the aura they emitted also indicated that their strength was continuously increasing. Clearly, the age of the soul beasts here was much higher than that in the outer areas. In such places, soul beasts must rely on the strength of their groups to survive, because solitary soul beasts, no matter how high their age, could only linger in the outer regions of the valley and could not venture into the core area. As Danyu explained while on the move, he did not turn back. Before he finished speaking, they turned a corner and suddenly came upon a clear river stretching before them, and by the riverbank, a massive, fully golden rhinoceros was quietly lying down. This rhinoceros stood about 10 zhang tall, towering like a small mountain, exuding a strong sense of oppression. That's right, it is the armored rhinoceros. Danyu pointed to the enormous rhinoceros before them, which resembled a small mountain. And Mo Chen furrowed his brows slightly, casting a glance at Danyu beside him. All along the way, he had witnessed Danyu gradually transforming from his originally silent personality to become so lively and talkative. The current Danyu was like a different person, completely unlike before. However, at this moment, their primary task was not to explore why Danyu had changed so much, but rather how to deal with the rhinoceros that radiated dazzling golden light. Danyu leaned against the stone wall on one side of the valley and softly said, "This armored rhinoceros is about 72,000 years old, very suitable for this young lady." Hearing this, Qian Ringshu could not help but show a hint of surprise. She turned to stare at Danyu and asked in confusion, "You don't even know what my martial soul is. How can you be so sure this soul beast is suitable for me?" With such a question from Qian Ringshu, Mo Chen suddenly came to his senses. Indeed, after spending these days together, he had never asked Qian Ringshu what type of martial soul she possessed. Just as Mo Chen was about to ask Qian Ringshu, Danyu, standing beside him, spoke up first to explain, a rare martial soul like the six-winged angel. Even if not everyone knows about it, surely many have heard of it. At the moment Danyu accurately named Qian Ringshu's martial soul, her beautiful willow-like brows instantly furrowed tightly. Over these days, she had never shown her martial soul in front of Danyu, and even Mo Chen had never witnessed it. "Who exactly are you? How do you know so much about my secrets?" Qian Ringshu's voice was low and filled with questioning as she stared intently at Danyu, trying to discern something from his calm face. However, at that moment, Danyu seemed to revert to the initially silent man. He slightly raised his head, gazing over Qian Ringshu into the distance, and slowly said, 16 years ago, I had the fortune of seeing you once. At that time, you were still a young child, but I remembered you, because your grandfather is renowned across the continent, known as one of the two great peaks in the world of soul masters, Qian Daolu, and you were his only granddaughter, Qian Ringshu." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light suddenly flickered in Qian Ringshu's hand, and then a resplendent golden long sword appeared out of thin air, its tip pointing directly at Danyu. The sword blade shone with a chilling light under the sun, as if it would stab out at any moment, taking a life. In the face of Qian Ringshu's threat, Danyu's eyes remained as calm as a still lake, undisturbed. He continued in a faint tone, "I actually have little interest in your backgrounds and origins, but I must say, your grandfather, Qian Daolu, saved my life 16 years ago. I have always remembered this kindness." Upon hearing this, the long sword in Qian Ringshu's hand paused slightly, but did not lower. However, Mo Chen interjected, redirecting Qian Ringshu's attention back to him. "Since we met, your changes have been immense. Compared to when I first saw you, you seem like a completely different person. If it weren't for you always being by my side, I would almost suspect that the person in front of me has been swapped out for someone else. So, could you please tell me what exactly happened during this time?" Mo Chen drew a long spear from somewhere and began to carefully wipe it. Danyu remained silent for a while, as if time had frozen at that moment. Finally, he sighed heavily, the sound echoing in the air like a heavy bell toll. Then he slowly spoke, his voice slightly low, Miss Qian Renshua, I wonder if you still remember the evil soul master stronghold that your grandfather cleared out 16 years ago? Hearing this, Qian Renshua was momentarily stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She nodded somewhat stiffly and replied softly, "Yes, I remember. At that time, Grandpa was taking me to obtain my third soul ring." Danyu nodded in acknowledgement of Qian Rinshue's words. Then he took a deep breath and began to recount the long-buried past. "Actually, I was one of the experimental subjects of that evil soul master. Because dragon-type martial souls are extremely rare, they attempted to artificially create a person with twin martial souls through certain means." At this point, a mix of pain and hatred crossed Danyu's face. "My sister and I were unfortunately chosen to be the materials for their experiment." Danyu's voice trembled slightly. Even after so many years, recalling the situation still left him shaken. At this moment, Mo Chen, who had been quietly listening, began to look increasingly grave. His previously relaxed hands unconsciously tightened into fists, the joints appearing somewhat pale from the strain. Clearly, the inhumane actions of the evil soul masters had stirred a strong anger within him. But Danyu paused and continued with difficulty. "In the end, my sister couldn't endure the torment and left this world forever. However, unexpectedly, her martial soul successfully fused with mine, perhaps because her age forever remained at 6 years old. A part of her consciousness was sealed within the martial soul during the fusion, which is why I sometimes have a cheerful personality and at other times suddenly become taciturn." After saying this, Danyu seemed to have exhausted all his strength, his body swaying slightly. As Danyu's words fell, Qian Rinshue's trembling pupils gradually calmed down, and Mo Chen stood quietly, his deep gaze fixed on the distant rhinoceros. Yet at that moment, he did not utter a word, merely gently patted Danyu's shoulder. Then, Mo Chen turned and walked directly toward the massive rhinoceros in the distance. The rhinoceros, leisurely drinking water by the river, keenly sensed that someone was gradually approaching. It abruptly stopped drinking, turning around sharply, its golden-like pupils locking onto the approaching Mo Chen. Especially its horn, about 3 meters long, glimmered with a chilling light. Its skin, golden and metallic in texture, was incredibly tough, undoubtedly making it the rhinoceros's most solid and reliable natural shield. The armored rhinoceros typically lives in groups, and we must make quick work of it, Mo Chen said with a serious expression. Before he finished speaking, he swiftly turned around and kicked fiercely at the spear's handle in his hand. In an instant, the spear, which had been lying quietly on the ground, shot forward like a bullet, rushing toward the rhinoceros with a sharp momentum and astonishing speed. Facing such a rapid attack, the rhinoceros showed no fear. It suddenly raised its 2 thick front legs, as sturdy as stone pillars. Then, accompanied by a dull thud, the 2 front hooves stomped heavily on the ground. Immediately, the earth began to tremble violently, raising a cloud of dust. Even Qian Renshua, who was watching from not far away, nearly lost her balance due to the sudden strong tremor. At that moment, Mo Chen's figure flashed, and he accelerated forward. At the same time, 8 dark gray soul rings slowly rose around him, each emitting a powerful wave of soul power. As Mo Chen shouted, "Fourth soul skill, voice of the candle dragon, dread." An invisible but extremely terrifying dragon roar spread out from him like ripples. Just as the dragon roar echoed, the rhinoceros's unstoppable charge abruptly halted. Mo Chen shouted, "Fifth soul skill, wrath of the candle dragon, fiery tornado." Before his voice fell, he quickly clasped his hands together, and in an instant, the previously somewhat cool temperature by the lake seemed to ignite, suddenly rising. 2 sudden fire tornadoes appeared as if born out of thin air, howling around the rhinoceros. These fire tornadoes not only carried burning black-purple flames, but also had a violent tearing power, like a ferocious beast relentlessly attacking the rhinoceros. However, the rhinoceros's incredibly tough and rough exterior was far stronger than Mo Chen had anticipated. Even such a powerful fiery storm, capable of easily killing a soul emperor, left only shallow burn marks on its massive body. Perhaps irritated and angered by the continuous fire tornadoes, the rhinoceros suddenly raised its head and let out an ear-splitting roar. Immediately, a dazzling golden energy began to gather continuously on the thick and sharp rhinoceros horn. As this golden energy became increasingly brilliant, it eventually transformed into a golden beam of light that shot forth like lightning in the direction where Mo Chen was located. Faced with this fierce and deadly attack, Mo Chen dared not be the slightest bit negligent. With the third soul skill, Body of the Candle Dragon, a dense layer of black dragon scales erupted from within him, swiftly covering every part of his body. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen resembled a figure clad in an indestructible black armor, exuding a chillingly powerful aura. The dazzling golden beam of light struck directly against Mo Chen's body, and the potent power containing holy attributes erupted instantaneously. The unique melting characteristic of this holy power seemed to transform into countless tiny, sharp needle points, mercilessly piercing into Mo Chen's body, causing him to slightly furrow his brows. Although the melting characteristic made Mo Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable, after blocking the attack, the feedback from his own powerful soul power made him exhale a breath of relief. Self-created soul skill, Claw of the Candle Dragon. Mo Chen's originally long and powerful hands began to visibly wither at an alarming speed, as if their life force was being drained away, until they completely vanished, leaving only the pale, eerie bones exposed. However, this was not over yet. A layer of pitch-black dragon scales quietly emerged, rapidly covering the white bones, ultimately coalescing into a pair of terrifying black dragon claws radiating endless majesty. In the next moment, they appeared without warning beside the massive rhinoceros, relying on the terrifying characteristic of the dragon god's claw that ignored defenses. Mo Chen did not hesitate to swing his claws, slicing through the air with two fierce arcs. In an instant, the rhinoceros's incredibly tough skin was easily torn apart like paper, blood splattering everywhere. The severely injured rhinoceros let out a heart-wrenching roar, glaring furiously at the human before it who dared to harm it. Then it lowered its head fiercely, the sharp rhinoceros horn gleaming coldly, charging toward Mo Chen with overwhelming force. Facing this aggressive attack, Mo Chen calmly extended his right hand, firmly grasping the oncoming rhinoceros horn. At the same time, an extremely high temperature began to rapidly gather in Mo Chen's right hand. His arm bulged with veins, muscles tensed, clearly channeling some powerful force. With the soul bone skill of the Candle Dragon's right arm, burning heaven grip, as Mo Chen shouted again, the searing heat erupted explosively, forming a massive fire vortex that engulfed the entire body of the rhinoceros. The blazing flames instantly consumed the rhinoceros, and its agonizing howls echoed through the skies, reverberating across the vast land. Chapter 10. Garuda? No, it's the three-legged golden crow. What? Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes were fixed on the dark purple flame, her brow slightly furrowing as she speculated inwardly. Even from such a distance, she could still feel the scorching heat of the flames. Not yet. Mo Chen shook his head gently, responding in a calm tone. His gaze remained fixed on the area engulfed in flames. Just then, a furious roar resonated through the forest as the rhinoceros, engulfed in flames, charged out from the thicket. At this moment, the rhinoceros's skin, originally shining with golden light, was now scorched red by the flames, resembling a ripe apple. Its already incredibly hard horn had turned blood red under the fire's glow, flashing a chilling light. The rhinoceros's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty madness, resembling a demon from hell. It fixed its gaze on Mo Chen, attacking without hesitation. The sharp rhinoceros horn lunged at Mo Chen like a long spear, driven by a fierce momentum. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Mo Chen showed no signs of panic. The 8th soul ring from 10,000 years, 2nd soul skill, Tail of the Candle Dragon, Galaxy Swirl. As his words fell, his body was instantly enveloped in a thick purple mist. Following that, a deep dragon roar emanated from the mist, deafening. In the next moment, a massive, entirely black dragon burst out from the mist. The black dragon's shimmering tail struck the rhinoceros with the force of a whip. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the rhinoceros's gigantic body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. It arced through the air before crashing heavily onto one side of the valley. The tremendous sound of the impact and the intense tremors caused the entire valley to shake, while the rhinoceros's shrill howls echoed through the skies, reverberating in the mountains. The black dragon, enormous and majestic, circled slowly in the air, resembling a cloud that obscured the sky. Its cold, gleaming dragon eyes fixated on the rhinoceros below, which was now collapsed on the ground, unable to rise again. "Go ahead, give it the final blow." The black dragon opened its massive mouth and expelled a torrent of scorching air. As this hot wave surged forth, a sharp dagger slipped from the black dragon's hand, plummeting to the ground with a crisp sound. Qian Rinxue quickly stepped forward, bending down to pick up the dagger. When her gaze fell upon the object in her hand, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. The dagger was entirely black as ink, its blade shining with a chilling cold light, and its surface was covered with mysterious purple patterns, resembling flowing lightning, exuding a strange and powerful aura. Holding such a deadly weapon, Qian Rinxue's heart began to race uncontrollably, her emotions difficult to calm. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and approached the rhinoceros. At this moment, the rhinoceros was barely breathing, its life force nearly extinguished, but she could still sense its weak gasps and painful tremors. Qian Rinxue felt no compassion. Her gaze was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, and without hesitation, she raised the dagger and plunged it with all her strength into the rhinoceros's neck. With a soft thud, the dagger sank instantly into the rhinoceros's flesh. After receiving such a fatal blow, the rhinoceros instinctively struggled, its limbs kicking wildly, kicking up a cloud of dust. But soon, its movements gradually ceased, ultimately losing all vitality. At the same time, a rich black soul ring slowly rose from the rhinoceros's corpse, hovering in the air and radiating waves of powerful soul power. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue did not dare to delay for a moment, quickly sitting cross-legged on the spot, closing her eyes, adjusting her breathing, and beginning to absorb the soul ring. Just as she closed her eyes and concentrated to guide the soul ring into her body, a loud, resonant cry suddenly echoed from the depths of the valley. This sound was like a clap of thunder, deafening, startling the birds in the forest to scatter and causing the beast to tremble on the ground. Not good. That guy's coming out. Dan Yu's heart tightened, and his expression instantly became serious. He instinctively clenched his fists tightly, and a surge of turbulent water flowed from his body, quickly enveloping him like a transparent shield. In the blink of an eye, the water began to twist violently, and with a flash of dazzling light, a water dragon flew out. The water dragon coiled and soared in the air, contrasting with the black dragon. Who was coming? The deep and authoritative voice of the black dragon suddenly rang out, as if a thunderbolt had split the sky, causing one to tremble involuntarily. The water dragon furrowed its brow tightly, its gaze like two sharp arrows fixated on the massive figure approaching in the distance. And it solemnly said, "The absolute ruler of the divine Eagle Valley, the divine bird Garuda." As the distance closed, the powerful soul pressure emanating from Garuda became increasingly intense, causing even the surrounding air to tremble slightly under the strain. Feeling this terrifying pressure, the black dragon exhaled a deep breath and then turned to the water dragon. Speaking firmly, "You protect Xiaoxue. She is absorbing the soul ring and must not be disturbed or affected in any way." After saying this, the black dragon showed no hesitation, stirring up a fierce wind as it rushed toward the direction Garuda was flying from. The water dragon circled in the air for a while, seemingly struggling internally. But after a brief moment of contemplation, it finally made up its mind and began to slowly descend. As it moved, the surrounding air was stirred up, forming a small whirlwind. When the water dragon landed completely, its massive body enveloped Xiaoxue like a protective shield. With the protection of the water dragon, Xiaoxue could safely absorb the soul ring. At that moment, the black dragon was racing toward them at an astonishing speed. Its figure moved as swiftly as lightning across the sky, even surpassing the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon collided violently with Garuda ahead. In an instant, a tremendous sound erupted as if the entire space was about to be torn apart. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave surged forth, sending the black dragon's body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The black dragon struggled to regain control of its form, but the shockwave was too powerful, making it difficult to withstand. After a difficult struggle, the black dragon finally managed to stabilize itself. However, its gaze was now firmly locked onto Garuda before it. It was only now that the black dragon truly saw Garuda's full form. Garuda's outstretched wings exceeded 1,000 meters in size, their length truly astonishing. Its claws, sharp as steel, glinted menacingly, and its entire body was covered in dazzling golden feathers. Its crimson eyes radiated endless majesty and dominance. But the most striking feature was the flames that burned continuously on its body. These flames emitted a dazzling golden light, intertwining and clashing with the purple flames on the black dragon, subtly exerting a suppressive force. Looking at the powerful and fierce Garuda before it, the black dragon muttered to itself, "What is this, Garuda? This is clearly the three-legged golden crow. This is unrelated to mythology. It is just an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, which can be understood as an ordinary soul beast that has taken on the name of the three-legged golden crow." Before the words fell, the golden crow suddenly flapped its wings. Instantly, an extremely scorching heat accompanied by a violent hurricane swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, the air ignited, turning into a sea of flames. Even the water dragon, which was protecting Xiaoxiu, was enveloped in white smoke from the intense heat. Dragons are known for their pride, and facing such an overt provocation, even the black dragon could not help but feel anger rise within. Although the disparity in strength between the two sides was like that of clouds and mud, the black dragon's proud nature did not allow it to retreat. It opened its massive jaws, continuously gathering a ball of dark purple, terrifying energy. As time passed, this energy grew larger and more dazzling, seemingly containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. "You reckless rooster, you've completely provoked me today," the black dragon roared angrily. Before the words were finished, the colossal energy that had gathered in its mouth shot toward the golden crow like a lightning bolt, faced with the sudden purple beam rushing toward it. The golden crow's eyes flashed with disdain. It reacted swiftly, instantly folding its grand, magnificent wings, tightly wrapping its entire body into an indestructible spherical shape. A loud crash echoed as the powerful purple beam struck fiercely against the golden crow's wings. In an instant, the purple and golden flames, each distinct yet equally fierce, intertwined, engaging in an intense clash. They tore at each other like two ferocious beasts, making it difficult to determine a victor. However, when a hint of mockery flashed in the golden crow's eyes, the black dragon's resistance was instantly shattered. The golden breath quickly enveloped the area where the black dragon was located. Just then, a shadow flashed behind the golden crow. Taking advantage of the golden crow's defense against the frontal attack, the black dragon quietly maneuvered around to its back and, using all its strength, struck fiercely with its powerful tail against the golden crow. However, unexpectedly, this strike, which could have split mountains, only caused the golden crow to slightly sway, inflicting no substantial damage or effect. It appeared that this seemingly unstoppable attack was nothing more than a tickle to the golden crow, which had extraordinarily strong defenses. "What?" the black dragon exclaimed in shock, but before it could fully recover from the surprise, the golden crow had rapidly gathered a blinding, sun-like energy in its mouth. "Not good. It's too close. There's no time to dodge." The black dragon's expression changed dramatically, realizing the danger. As it watched the terrifying energy rush toward it at an incredible speed, seemingly intent on devouring it whole, the black dragon's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple light, like the brightest star in the night sky, streaking across the heavens. Accompanied by the shining purple light, the black dragon shouted, "Sixth soul skill, heart of the candle dragon rebirth." In an instant, the surging energy engulfed the black dragon completely, like a flood breaking through a dam. Inside it, the black dragon felt an endless pressure and violent force tearing and crashing against its body. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the black dragon's incredibly hard black scales began to shed like raindrops, falling to the ground. Soon, shocking wounds rapidly appeared on its body, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding air red. As time passed, when the energy finally dissipated, the sight before them was of the black dragon, battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. Its body was covered in wounds of all sizes, each deep enough to see bone, blood streaming profusely. Even the corners of its mouth bore remnants of fresh blood. Despite suffering such severe injuries, the black dragon still gritted its teeth against the pain. Its eyes filled with unyielding will as they remained fixed on the golden crow. Meanwhile, due to the activation of the rebirth skill, the terrifying wounds on the black dragon's body began to heal at a visible speed. A 700,000-year soul, beast? You're not so impressive after all. Even though the black dragon had just returned from the brink of death, it still had no intention of bowing down to the soul beast before it. Human, after tens of thousands of years, you're the first one to withstand 3 moves from me. A mature, female voice suddenly emanated from the golden crow. The golden crow speaking caught the black dragon off guard. After all, such a powerful being would typically disdain to communicate with others. Human, your talent is remarkable. Able to reach level 81 at just 21 years old. I'm truly curious about you, Jin Wu continued. My time is running out. With my current physical condition, I must not only guard against the attacks of other soul beasts in the Divine Eagle Valley, but also protect my children and face the impending heavenly tribulation. Shaking his head, the black dragon could even see a hint of sorrow in Jin Wu's eyes. What do you want me to do? Human, I can spare your life. And I can spare the lives of your 2 companions as well. What I want next is for you to swear by your martial soul that, regardless of whether you become a god in the future, you must protect my children. Upon hearing Jin Wu's words, the black dragon was completely at a loss about the current situation. My physical condition cannot withstand the next heavenly tribulation. If I die, my children will certainly not survive to adulthood, so I must sacrifice myself to you and become your second martial soul. Chapter 11. Second Martial Soul. Fuso Jin Wu, why choose me? Don't soul beasts hate us humans? The black dragon's eyes widened as it exhaled a wave of scorching heat. The intense breath seemingly capable of melting steel. Its massive body trembled slightly, clearly filled with doubt and unease. The pair of dragon eyes, burning with black flames, locked onto Jin Wu not far ahead, not daring to relax for a moment. Jin Wu also glared back at the black dragon without backing down. Determination and unwillingness flashing in its eyes. Humph. If it weren't for my imminent demise, and if your talent weren't coincidentally the most outstanding in millions of years, even that angel over there wouldn't compare to you. Do you really think I would take a liking to you? Don't be too self-righteous. After saying this, Jin Wu paused for a moment and continued in a tone that was almost threatening. Now you have 2 choices. Either willingly accept my sacrifice, or wait to be erased by me here. Make your decision quickly. I don't have much patience to waste on you. As the words fell, Jin Wu's tone suddenly turned sharp, the impatience within it unabashedly sweeping towards the black dragon. To gain a powerful second martial soul so easily, how could such a windfall be missed? All right, I agree. The black dragon took a deep breath and replied. Upon hearing the black dragon's answer, Jin Wu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Immediately, flames erupted around it, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, a massive gold-red barrier surged forth from all directions, completely enveloping the area. Your talent is indeed excellent, but your soul power level is currently lacking. However, it doesn't matter. Since I have decided to help you, I will not skimp on this bit of power. Next, I will fill in the 9 levels of soul power that you are missing, but this process will be extremely painful. I hope you can grit your teeth and endure. If you can't hold on halfway through, then I'm sorry. I can only become your 9th soul ring. As Jin Wu spoke, it began to mobilize the vast soul power within its body. Suddenly, the enormous body of Jin Wu exploded like fireworks, transforming into countless dazzling golden feathers. These golden feathers surged into the black dragon's body like a raging tide. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the black dragon's body trembled violently. The sudden, Intense pain felt like 1,000 arrows piercing its heart, 1,000 cuts, making it unbearable. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible body of the black dragon collapsed like a powder keg ignited, dissipating into nothingness. At this moment, the ink dust that had been hidden within the black dragon's body revealed itself. Ink dust's entire body had turned a shocking crimson color, as if completely engulfed in raging flames. The veins on his body bulged, clearly visible, as if they were about to burst at any moment. From his 7 orifices, crimson blood continuously flowed out, forming small rivers of blood that slid down his cheeks, only to evaporate from the intense heat before they hit the ground. Ink dust let out a series of agonizing howls that pierced the heavens, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. The pain he endured in that brief moment was beyond description, even surpassing all the injuries he had suffered on the battlefield combined. The blazing flames relentlessly scorched Ink Dust's body, every inch of skin and every muscle enduring the torment of extreme heat. However, astonishingly, under the scorching flames, the numerous scars that crisscrossed Ink Dust's body began to gradually heal. The once hideous wounds disappeared in the glow of the fire, replaced by smooth, new skin. At the same time, the clothing Ink Dust wore quickly melted away in the flames, turning into wisps of blue smoke that scattered into the air. In the blink of an eye, Ink Dust stood naked in the sea of fire, his body feeling as if it were submerged in boiling lava, unbearably hot, as if suffering endless torment in the depths of hell. As time passed, Qian Rinxue, who had successfully absorbed the energy of the 7th ring, quietly stood outside, her gaze fixed anxiously on Ink Dust, who was being engulfed by endless pain inside. She looked worriedly at Ink Dust, who was currently enveloped in unending agony, her body trembling uncontrollably from excessive concern. Mr. Danyu, Qian Rinxue's red lips parted slightly, her voice trembling, seemingly filled with 1,000 words, but faltering at the tip of her tongue. Before she could finish her sentence, a crystal-clear golden tear uncontrollably slid down her fair cheek, like a shooting star across the night sky, disappearing into nothingness. Danyu remained silent, his eyes fixed on the situation inside. After a long time, he pondered for a moment before speaking softly. There's no need to panic. Mr. Ink Dust may have reached some kind of agreement with Garuda. At this moment, Mr. Ink Dust is likely undergoing a sacrifice from Garuda. We just need to wait patiently and believe that Mr. Ink Dust will surely come through this safely. Time passed second by second, each moment feeling incredibly long for everyone present. No one knew how much time had actually passed. It felt as though they had experienced a century. Finally, the gold-red barrier enveloping Ink Dust began to gradually dissipate, just like the morning mist slowly vanishing under the sunlight. When the last trace of the barrier completely disappeared, the ink dust that had been floating in the air lost its support and fell straight down like a kite with a broken string. However, at this critical moment, a torrent of water suddenly surged beneath Ink Dust. Yet, the speed of the water was far too slow compared to Qian Rinxue. In an instant, 3 pairs of golden wings suddenly unfurled behind the stunningly beautiful Qian Rinxue. These wings radiated dazzling light, as hot and brilliant as the sun. With her 6-winged angel martial soul, Qian Rinxue's speed was beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, she reached Ink Dust's side, tightly embracing him, who was now as red as a ripe apple. Looking at the rosy-faced man before her, Qian Rinxue was filled with worry and concern. Just as she was about to ask about his condition, her gaze fell upon Mo Chen's bare and unguarded body, causing a faint blush to involuntarily rise on her fair, jade-like face. Subsequently, the two slowly descended to the ground. Qian Rinxue lowered her head slightly, appearing somewhat shy and awkward. She gently extended her delicate hand and took out a thick coat from her storage soul guide. When she looked at Mo Chen again, she was astonished to find that the grotesque wounds on his body had miraculously vanished. Not only that, but even his short black hair had completely transformed into gold after merging with the golden crow, especially the golden crow mark that adorned his forehead, which added an extraordinary divine aura to him, like the finishing touch of a painting. Seeing this, Danyu quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on Mo Chen's pulse. However, at the moment of contact, Danyu's brows furrowed tightly, and a serious and confused expression appeared on his face. Seeing Dan Yu's expression, Qian Rushua's heart leaped into her throat, and she anxiously asked, "Mr. Dan Yu, what has happened to Mo Chen? It's truly unbelievable," Dan Yu said, his brow still knitted in surprise. The sacrifice of the Golden Crow has produced such an astonishing effect, not only successfully helping Mr. Mo Chen step into the title Deluo realm, but has also granted him a second martial soul. Qian Rushua's face was equally filled with shock. It should be known that having a second martial soul after birth is virtually impossible. Moreover, Mr. Mo Chen's soul power had also broken through to level 95. Dan Yu took a deep breath, slowly extended his hand, gently pulled open a corner of his coat, and placed his palm on Mo Chen's chest. In an instant, he clearly felt the scorching heat radiating from Mo Chen's body, as if a raging flame was wreaking havoc within him. At the same time, Mo Chen, who had been in a coma, seemed to have sensed the changes within him. He first slightly moved his fingers, then slowly opened his eyes, sitting up in confusion. However, before Qian Rushua, who had been waiting beside him with joy, could step forward, the coat that had been covering Mo Chen suddenly slipped off without warning. In an instant, Qian Rushua blushed again and turned away, covering her face. At this moment, Mo Chen's eyes were vacant as he first looked at his hands, then his pupils gradually focused. "Golden Crow," Mo Chen murmured. "Golden Crow?" Dan Yu asked with some confusion. "Mr. Mo Chen, what is the Golden Crow?" Just then, a familiar voice reached Mo Chen's ears. His previously blank mind seemed to be struck by lightning, suddenly waking up. "Golden Crow? It's what you often refer to as Garuda," Mo Chen instinctively responded, his voice tinged with surprise. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly glanced at his naked body. Without any hesitation, Mo Chen grabbed the coat beside him and deftly put it on. Although it was his first time seeing this coat, it was surprisingly well fitted, as if it had been tailored specifically for him. After putting on the coat, Mo Chen slowly closed his eyes, feeling the powerful force surging within him like a roaring river. The sacrifice of the Golden Crow not only raised his soul power by a staggering 14 levels, but, more importantly, it granted him a second martial soul. However, this newly appeared martial soul had a special feature. Its soul rings were shared with the first martial soul. Thinking of this, Mo Chen took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and said, "Let's go. We need to hurry to the core area. I promised the Golden Crow to take good care of its child." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally short golden hair on his head suddenly began to grow wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached his waist. At the same time, the mysterious mark on his forehead that symbolized the power of the Golden Crow suddenly emitted a dazzling light, resembling a brilliant golden sun hanging high in the sky. At this moment, the powerful aura radiating from Mo Chen was almost indistinguishable from that of the Golden Crow that had just departed. Mo Chen seemed like a celestial being stepping out from a painting, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Child?" Qian Rushu asked in confusion. "Is that Golden Crow sacrificing itself for its own child?" Mo Chen nodded slightly in affirmation, then gently waved his sleeve, leading Qian Rushu and Dan Yu towards the core area. On their way, they occasionally encountered some powerful soul beasts with high ages. However, these typically imposing and invincible soul beasts, upon sensing the unparalleled pressure emanating from Mo Chen, unhesitatingly chose to avoid confrontation, not daring to face him directly. Thus, the three of them proceeded smoothly and quickly arrived at the core area. What came into view was a gigantic golden tree that blocked out the sun, its lush branches and leaves resembling a golden cloud, covering a large expanse of sky. "It's the Fusang tree," Dan Yu exclaimed in surprise, his voice filled with astonishment. Approaching the Fusang tree, Mo Chen immediately spotted the nest located at the top of the tree. There, a young bird about the size of an adult was chirping anxiously, seemingly calling for its mother to return. Mo Chen slowly walked up to the young bird and gently placed his right hand on its forehead. In an instant, the young bird, which had been somewhat restless, suddenly calmed down, as if feeling a warm and reassuring force. A hint of sadness appeared in the young bird's eyes, but it obediently allowed Mo Chen to stroke it. "What should we do? Should we take it away or leave it here?" Taking it away might cause panic among others. Qian Ruxue frowned in deep thought. Looking at the young bird that had lost its mother, she felt a twinge of sympathy for it for some reason. Mo Chen looked at Daniel. Daniel replied, "Leave it to me to take care of it. I've thought a lot along the way, and going with you to the military camp might not be a bad choice." Chapter 12. Going home, goodbye Ning Rongrong. Are you ready? Once you step into the military camp, life won't be so leisurely anymore, Mo Chen said as he slowly released the golden crow Marshal Soul's possession. His originally dazzling golden long hair quickly transformed back into short black hair, and the mysterious golden crow mark on his forehead gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Daniel, standing beside him, nodded gently, indicating that he was mentally prepared. Overall, this trip wasn't too bad aside from not finding the withered flower, Mo Chen said, while rubbing his somewhat swollen head, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Thus, the three of them left the divine Eagle Valley together. As they were about to enter the territory of the Heaven-Do Empire, Dan Yu turned with the young eagle and headed in the direction of the military camp. At this moment, only Mo Chen and Qian Ruxue were left in the carriage. Qian Ruxue sat quietly, her fair hands tightly gripping the corner of her clothes, her fingers turning slightly white from the force. From her expression, it was evident that she was filled with tension and unease at that moment. Mo Chen noticed something unusual about Qian Ruxue. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and tried to soften his tone. "You don't need to be so tense. Whether you come from the Spirit Hall or the Tiando Empire, to me, you're just my friend, Xiao Shui. So relax a bit." As if he had seen through the worries deep in Qian Ruxue's heart, Mo Chen used these words to comfort her anxious mind. "Don't you blame me for lying to you?" Qian Ruxue bit her lip, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety, and she cautiously asked, her voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen tilted his head and then turned his deep, bright eyes towards Qian Ruxue with a hint of confusion, gently asking in return, "Why should I blame you? It's normal for everyone to have secrets." Qian Ruxue let out a light breath, as if a heavy stone in her heart had slightly lifted. Her golden eyes stared directly into Mo Chen's, and she said seriously, "It's different. I am from the Spirit Hall, and I am the next ruler of the Spirit Hall. And you, as a general of the Tiando Empire, are in a hostile relationship with us. Don't you want to take the opportunity to eliminate me, your enemy?" As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Ruxue fixed her gaze on Mo Chen's eyes, not missing any subtle changes in his expression, as if she wanted to see through his seemingly calm gaze to uncover any hidden thoughts. However, no matter how carefully Qian Ruxue observed, Mo Chen's gaze remained unchanged, like a still pond with no ripples, only a calm that was difficult to comprehend. Mo Chen leaned casually against the carriage window, one hand casually supporting his cheek while the other gently rested on the window frame. His gaze inadvertently glanced outside at the passing scenery, and he slowly began to speak. "To me, I don't know what the so-called Spirit Hall's young master Qian Ruxue is. In my eyes, I only know there is a Xiao Shui who urgently needs to obtain the seventh spirit ring." After a pause, Mo Chen continued, "As for you and that prince, I don't care at all. I am just a martial man, only understanding marching and fighting. As for who ultimately rules this world and who will be the future king of Tiando, these are not my concerns." With that, he turned his gaze back to the window. Qian Ruxue tightly pursed her lips, but she could not detect any trace of a problem in his words. After Mo Chen looked around, he finally found a relatively concealed and quiet corner to take off his coat. Once everything was in order, Mo Chen held the neatly stacked coat in both hands and slowly walked towards Qian Ruxue. He wore a faint smile and said, "Thank you for your coat. If it weren't for it, I might really have been too embarrassed to see anyone." His tone was relaxed and humorous, as if he were telling an inconsequential joke. However, at that moment, Qian Ruxue did not smile at Mo Chen's words. Her beautiful face remained tightly knitted, as if troubled by something. Nevertheless, Qian Ruxue still reached out to take the coat, and Mo Chen handed over and quickly stored it in her portable soul guide. Seeing Qian Ruxue's persistent frown and heavy thoughts, Mo Chen hesitated several times before finally mustering the courage to gently rub Qian Ruxue's head. This was the first time in his life he had actively touched someone else's head, so the action appeared somewhat stiff and awkward. Cough, don't always look so worried. We still don't know if that armored rhinoceros-esque soul ring is suitable for you. And Mo Chen tried to say this in a light and natural tone, but it came out sounding quite clumsy. Just then, the previously silent Qian Rinxue suddenly felt a gentle touch from above her head, a sensation like the warmest sunlight of spring shining down on her, making her unable to resist wanting to lean in and immerse herself in it. Thus, Qian Rinxue involuntarily tilted her head slightly and affectionately rubbed against Mo Chen's palm. This small action instantly made Mo Chen feel his face flush. It should be noted that before this, aside from Ning Rongrong, he had never made such intimate gestures toward any other girl. In an instant, Mo Chen felt his heartbeat quicken, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. Just as Qian Rinxue parted her red lips and was about to speak, a sharp and piercing shout suddenly came from her side, instantly capturing the attention of both of them. Mo Chen, where have you been? Accompanied by this angry question, Ning Rongrong walked over with her hands on her hips, her expression fierce. Her originally delicate and cute face was flushed with anger, and her pink lips pouted in dissatisfaction, looking just like a little cat that had been irritated. Despite being so angry, it must be said that Ning Rongrong still appeared beautiful and charming. However, at that moment, Mo Chen's gaze remained fixed elsewhere, not landing on her at all. I waited at your door for 15 days, but that butler wouldn't let me in. You must fire that butler when we go back, or I won't talk to you again. But where have you been all this time? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow and loudly questioned Mo Chen. Her eyes were filled with resentment, clearly very annoyed by Mo Chen's disappearance during these days. Faced with Ning Rongrong's rapid-fire questioning, Mo Chen showed no reaction at all. He didn't even look at Ning Rongrong directly. He only slowly removed his hand from Qian Rinxue's head. This indifferent attitude only fueled Ning Rongrong's anger. Seeing that Mo Chen completely ignored her, Ning Rongrong was furious. She abruptly turned her head, fixing her sharp gaze on Qian Rinxue, standing beside her. Ning Rongrong carefully scrutinized the woman before her, and her expression gradually turned ugly. All along, anyone who saw her would lavishly praise her beauty, but now, standing opposite Qian Rinxue, she suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. Qian Rinxue was graceful and elegant, like a snow lotus blooming atop a high mountain, cold yet enchanting. Her stunning beauty was breathtaking, her skin like cream, her face like a peach blossom, and her beautiful eyes resembled deep lakes, drawing people in and making it hard to escape. Moreover, the noble aura that emanated from Qian Rinxue with every movement was something Ning Rongrong could never compare to. In that moment, Ning Rongrong deeply felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. A crushing psychological blow struck her fragile heart, and she felt her mind go blank, as if she had lost her support and was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, the gaze Mo Chen directed at Qian Rinxue was so gentle and warm, as if it could melt someone. Once upon a time, such affectionate and indulgent looks were reserved only for her, but now they had completely shifted to another woman, which was something Ning Rongrong could not accept. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in getting close to Mo Chen? I am a young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Do you think you are worthy of competing with me for him? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows tightly. Her face filled with anger as she questioned Qian Rinxue. Her voice trembled slightly with anger, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. However, faced with Ning Rongrong's questioning, Mo Chen frowned deeply, showing clear disgust on his face. He simply could not understand how the gentle, lovely, and understanding Ning Rongrong had become so unreasonable. Just then, Qian Rinxue, who had intended to explain, had yet to speak when Mo Chen suddenly reached out and grabbed her small hand, turning without hesitation and walking out. This sudden action made Qian Rinxue's face instantly flush with embarrassment, her heart pounding like a little deer. But for some reason, she didn't struggle to free herself from Mo Chen's hand. Instead, she followed him like a docile little kitten, allowing him to lead her away. Watching Mo Chen walk away with Qian Rinxue without looking back, not even bothering to say a word to her, Ning Rongrong felt as if her heart was being torn into countless pieces, a deep pain piercing through her. Finally, unable to hold back her tears any longer. She broke down, her tears streaming down like a flood that had breached a dam. Wasn't it just a matter of breaking off the engagement? Am I wrong for pursuing my own true happiness? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's delicate body trembled uncontrollably, fragile like a flower swaying in the wind. Her face twisted in anger, her originally fair skin now flushed red, even the veins on her forehead bulging, especially her sapphire-like blue eyes, now filled with blood vessels, looked heart-wrenching and alarming. However, in the face of such an agitated Ning Rongrong, Mo Chen appeared unusually indifferent and uncaring. He didn't even pause for a moment, pulling Qian Rinxue along as he strode toward the mansion. As she watched their figures gradually fade until they completely disappeared, the expression on Ning Rongrong's face, which had been tightly wrinkled in anger, turned increasingly dark and frightening, like the oppressive, gloomy sky before a storm. Mo Chen, don't forget, if it weren't for the full support of our 7-treasure glazed tile school, do you really think you could hold this position of general by your own strength? Ning Rongrong finally couldn't contain the surging anger and resentment in her heart, shouting hoarsely at the two who had already gone far away. However, no matter how hard she screamed and roared, all that responded to her was the empty streets around her and the cold, desolate sound of the wind. Once Mo Chen and Qian Rinxue's figures completely vanished from her sight, Ning Rongrong felt as if all her strength had been drained and suddenly fell heavily onto the cold, hard ground. Following that, she slowly raised her arms, tightly hugging her slightly curled legs, and buried her head deep between her knees, beginning to sob uncontrollably. Crystal-clear tears rolled down her beautiful face like a flood that had burst its banks, soaking her luxurious skirt and the ground beneath her. At this moment, Ning Rongrong cried her heart out, feeling as if the entire world had left her. She just wanted to pursue her own true love and happiness. But how did things end up like this? She had never thought she would truly lose Mo Chen. The wonderful memories from the past kept flashing in her mind. Mo Chen's meticulous care and pampering, his tolerant smile when she acted spoiled and mischievous, the warm scenes of spending countless joyful times together. All these bits and pieces felt like sharp daggers deeply piercing her already shattered heart. Yes, I still have my father. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Ning Rongrong's tear-filled eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline in the darkness. She stopped crying, slowly stood up, and gently brushed off the dust from her clothes with her trembling hands, then ran towards home. Meanwhile, at that very moment, on the bustling streets of Heavendo City, Mo Chen was still tightly holding Qian Rinxue's delicate and smooth little hand. Qian Rinxue showed no sign of resistance, quietly following Mo Chen's pace, enjoying this brief yet extremely warm moment. Along the way, neither of them spoke, but there seemed to be an indescribable tacit understanding between them. Finally, they arrived at the general's mansion. Passing through numerous courtyards and corridors, they reached the solemn conference hall inside the mansion. Mo Chen slowly released Qian Rinxue's hand, a hint of apology on his face, scratching his head awkwardly as he said, "I'm sorry, I just got carried away." After saying that, he lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue, who had remained silent, lifted her head and gazed at the slightly shy boy in front of her. At that moment, Mo Chen's handsome face was slightly flushed with guilt, and his deep-set eyes revealed sincerity and unease. For some reason, seeing Mo Chen like this made a warm current surge in Qian Rinxue's heart, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Her laughter was as clear and pleasant as silver bells, instantly breaking the silence in the hall. Chapter 13. A Plot to Rebel? However, just at this seemingly calm moment, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the tranquility of the room. The butler rushed in from outside, looking flustered and hasty. His somewhat disheveled steps and anxious expression made people wonder. "Sir," the butler gasped, and Mo Chen raised his head at the sound, his gaze landing on the butler. Seeing the butler's hesitating demeanor, he frowned slightly and waved his hand, speaking in a calm tone. "Just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush." Hearing Mo Chen's words, the butler hesitated for a moment, then quickly glanced at the Qian Rinxue standing next to him. When his gaze fell on Qian Rinxue's stunning face, He couldn't help but be secretly amazed. But soon, he regained his composure, lowered his head, and softly said, "Sir, His Majesty has just sent someone with an edict, commanding you to enter the palace to meet him." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He never expected that the Snow Knight Emperor would suddenly summon him at this time, and a multitude of questions surged in his mind. "I understand." After a moment of contemplation, Mo Chen replied, then turned to Qian Renshua, his eyes revealing a hint of apology. "This is my esteemed guest. Please treat her well." The butler nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he turned to Qian Renshua and briefly explained the situation to her. After doing this, Mo Chen left the room, went to the courtyard, mounted his horse, raised the whip, and galloped toward the palace. As the sound of hooves faded away, the entire courtyard returned to silence. At this moment, Qian Renshua, who had been smiling, gradually retracted her smile, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Ning Rongrong's name softly escaped Qian Renshua's lips, her voice barely audible to herself. The moment she stepped into the palace, her gaze was immediately drawn to the additional guards within. These guards stood tall and solemn, dressed in splendid armor and wielding sharp weapons, forming an unbreakable line along the sides of the road. However, despite the grand sight before him, Mo Chen did not pay it much attention. After all, he had more important matters to attend to this time. Thus, he only cast a cursory glance at the guards before quickening his pace deeper into the palace. Unbeknownst to him, as he left, all the soldiers turned their gazes toward the spot where Mo Chen had just stood, just as he was about to approach the court. Two guards at the entrance suddenly reached out their hands, blocking his path. "General Mo, please remove your armor," one of the guards said expressionlessly. Mo Chen frowned at this. However, after a brief hesitation, he decided to comply with the guard's request, slowly removing the heavy armor and the sword hanging at his waist, placing them neatly aside. When Mo Chen stepped back into the court, an unusual atmosphere immediately enveloped him. With years of sharp intuition honed on the battlefield, he almost instantly sensed the presence of someone hiding in the shadows. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the one seated at the head of the table was none other than the Snow Knight Emperor. At this moment, he was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe and wore a purple gold crown, exuding an imposing presence without any display of anger. Flanking him were Prince Xuexing and the Poison Delaw, along with civil and military officials. Additionally, a short eunuch was bowing his head, seemingly too afraid to even glance at Mo Chen. Seeing this, Mo Chen slightly lowered his head and said, "I have seen your majesty." Hearing Mo Chen's greeting, the Snow Knight Emperor coughed lightly twice and then spoke in a tone that was somewhat aloof yet filled with authority. "Ahem, Mo Iching. I remember you should be 21 this year, right? Your majesty, please speak directly." Mo Chen replied calmly and firmly, showing no hint of timidity or humility. However, his unyielding attitude caused the Snow Knight Emperor, seated on the dragon throne, to furrow his brows slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. The Snow Knight Emperor leaned forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Mo Chen below, slowly saying, "Mo Iching, now that you're 21, it is time to consider marriage. To be honest, I have a beloved daughter named Shui Ku, who is at the prime age of 16. As he spoke, the Snow Knight Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing all his attention on Mo Chen, seemingly trying to peer into his heart through his calm expression. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's heart jolted, plunging him into deep thought. For a moment, various thoughts surged in his mind, making it difficult for him to decipher the Snow Knight Emperor's true intentions in bringing up this matter. After a moment of silence, Mo Chen took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Your Majesty, I am merely a martial man. Since returning from guarding the border, I have only wanted to serve my country loyally and have never thought about marrying and starting a family. Moreover, the other party is your Majesty's beloved daughter, the Princess of the Empire." However, Mo Chen's response ignited the Snow Knight Emperor's anger like a spark to a flame. With a loud bang, the Snow Knight Emperor slammed his hand on the table, standing up abruptly as he bellowed, "Impudent! Are you saying that my precious jewel is unworthy of you?" At this roar, the entire court fell into a dead silence, all eyes turning to Mo Chen. And the atmosphere became exceptionally tense. Faced with the furious emperor, Mo Chen instinctively wanted to bow his head in submission and argue his case. But just as he was about to act, he caught a glimpse of the surrounding ministers, each wearing unfriendly expressions, clearly filled with hostility toward him. This scene made the words that were on the tip of his tongue vanish abruptly. Mo Chen, who had been slightly leaning forward, suddenly straightened like a pine tree. His deep and sharp eyes slowly scanned every individual present, finally locking onto the Snow Knight Emperor, seated high above. He spoke in a calm voice, "Your Majesty, if you have something to say, please do so directly without beating around the bush." Just as Mo Chen's words fell, a minister in splendid court attire stepped forward from the crowd. Striding confidently to the forefront, he pointed at Mo Chen and shouted loudly, "General Mo, you are now within the imperial city, yet you still command an army of 400,000. If you refuse to return to the border to defend it, we ministers will find it hard to feel at ease." Hearing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but frown slightly, shifting his gaze to the minister who had stepped forward. However, the Snow Knight Emperor remained seated on the dragon throne, silent, but his approving demeanor seemed to indicate he agreed with the minister's questioning and accusations against Mo Chen. At this moment, a clamor arose in the court. "General Mo, quickly hand over the tiger talisman. Don't delay any longer." The chorus of accusations echoed throughout the hall, one wave after another. But facing this onslaught of reproach, Mo Chen stood firm like an indomitable mountain, maintaining his silence. As time passed, the civil and military officials, perhaps exhausted from their relentless accusations, gradually quieted down. Only then did Mo Chen raise his head again, redirecting his gaze to the Snow Knight Emperor high above. He took a deep breath and said in a deep, powerful voice, "What exactly are your Majesty's intentions? If you wish to reclaim the tiger talisman, a decree would suffice. Why go through so much trouble? 25 soul kings, 10 soul emperors, 7 soul saints, 2 soul duos, and 1 title de law." In just a moment, Mo Chen's gaze had quietly swept across every corner of the hall. In that brief time, he had grasped the layout of the hall, the positions of the people, and the potential hidden traps and mechanisms. At this moment, it was clear that the assembly was not here to have a civil discussion. The expressions of those present were grim and serious, each emanating an unsettling aura. In particular, the Prince Xuexing, standing in a high position, wore a face full of malice, casually toying with his long fingers while casting a threatening glare at Mo Chen. Suddenly, Prince Xuexing coldly said, "Mo Chen, you are still too young and naive. The affairs of the court are intricate and complex. The power struggles within are beyond the comprehension of a greenhorn like you." Hearing this, Mo Chen's heart sank, but he showed no fear on his face. He did not retreat, meeting Prince Xuexing's fierce gaze and calmly countering, "What? Are you all here today to take my life?" At the same time, he secretly mobilized the immense soul power within him, and a powerful surge of energy began to flow around him. At that moment, the small eunuch standing beside the Snow Knight Emperor suddenly saw this, and a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. He then raised his voice and shouted, "Bold traitor Mo Chen, how dare you openly conspire against the throne? All soldiers, quickly capture this scoundrel." With this shout, the court officials, who had been filled with anticipation, quickly retreated to the sides of the hall, clearing a wide passage in the center. Soon after, a synchronized and heavy sound of footsteps approached from afar, as a group of heavily armored soldiers wielding sharp spears marched in with great momentum. "Mo Chen, don't you dare resist. Today is your day of death." The leader, with eyes wide open, roared in a voice like thunder. This person was named Karna Sang, a powerful soul duo with the martial soul of the Xiaming turtle. It is known that those who cultivate to the rank of soul duo are naturally unrelated to the high and mighty royal family. Although Dugu Bo usually did not like to interact with others, he still had some connections in the Soul Master community. As Mo Chen faced the siege of the crowd, a bitter smile appeared on his lips, and he shook his head helplessly, saying, "It seems you are truly determined to take my life." Before he finished speaking, a colossal and unmatched aura suddenly erupted from his body. In an instant, that heavy pressure, like a mountain, swept over the hall, overwhelming everyone present and making it difficult for them to breathe. 95 level. Dugabo, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. He widened his eyes, his face filled with incredulity, as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable event in the world. Just half a month ago, Mo Chen was merely an 81st level Soul de Law, but now he has rapidly risen 14 levels in such a short time, an astonishing improvement speed that is beyond imagination. As these words were spoken, the originally aggressive crowd surrounding him suddenly wilted like frostbitten eggplants, exchanging fearful and retreating glances. After all, the power of a 95th level title Dua is enough to easily annihilate a massive army of 100,000, which is not something they, mere shrimp soldiers and crab generals, could contend with. At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor felt a chill rising from his spine, making his scalp tingle. To be honest, he never intended to truly put Mo Chen to death. After all, reaching Soul de Law at the age of 20 is no small feat with such astonishing talent and strength. It is almost certain that Mo Chen will advance to title de Law in the future. This incident was merely meant to give Mo Chen a small lesson, a slight admonition to this young and impetuous genius. However, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, an astonishing change occurred in Mo Chen. His originally jet black and lustrous short hair began to grow and change color at a visible speed, quickly transforming into a dazzling golden long hair that fluttered in the wind. At the same time, the mysterious golden crow mark that had been hidden on his forehead reappeared, emitting a brilliant light. Since you are so determined to put me to death, then today I will no longer hold back. Let you witness the true power of my second martial soul, Mo Chen said coldly. As his words fell, an incredibly hot aura suddenly erupted from him, as if the very air was about to ignite. In an instant, the temperature in the entire hall surged dramatically, making it feel as if one were in a raging inferno. Protect your majesty. Seeing this, Xuexing's expression changed dramatically. He decisively waved his hand, pulling the Snow Knight Emperor and turning to flee toward the hall's exit. Third soul skill, Daylight Golden Sand. Soul power surged wildly. The once hard and solid ground began to tremble slightly, as if a mysterious and powerful force was awakening from beneath. In the blink of an eye, the tremor intensified, and the ground started to flow at a visible speed. In less than a moment, the entire floor of the hall had completely disappeared, replaced by a scorching golden sandy sea. The sand sparkled with dazzling light, as brilliant as the golden rays of the sun. Even more astonishingly, this seemingly ordinary sand carried attributes of slowing, hindering, and weakening. Anyone who stepped into this sandy sea would immediately feel their movements become exceptionally slow, as if held back by an invisible giant hand, while their own strength would be greatly suppressed and weakened, making it difficult to perform at their usual level. Just as everyone was shocked by this terrifying third soul skill, Mo Chen did not pause. First soul skill, Sunfire Feather. As soon as the words left his mouth, a crisp phoenix cry resounded through the skies, followed by a brilliant burst of fire erupting behind Mo Chen. Within the flames, a pair of enormous and magnificent golden wings rapidly grew. These wings resembled burning flames, with each feather glowing with fierce fire, exuding endless majesty and heat. As Mo Chen gently waved the enormous wings, countless golden feathers fell like raindrops. These feathers traced graceful arcs in the air, like fairies dancing, beautiful yet deadly. At this moment, those unfortunate souls trapped in the scorching sandy sea were desperately struggling to escape. But with their legs deeply sunk and affected by the various negative effects of the sand, they could not make any effective movements. They could only watch helplessly as the flurrying golden feathers shot towards them at high speed. These drifting golden feathers pierced through their bodies like bullets fired from a gun, accompanied by a fierce momentum. In an instant, blood splattered and screams echoed. However, this was just the beginning. The feathers that fell to the ground did not stop there. Upon contact with the ground, they exploded with a series of earth-shattering booms. Each feather transformed into a powerful bomb, detonating with a thunderous roar. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, smoke billowed, and the entire palace hall was reduced to chaos, with ruins scattered everywhere, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Chapter 14. Mo Chen's past green phosphor snake emperor shield. As the entire palace was engulfed by endless yellow sand, turning into a vast sandy sea, countless golden feathers fell like raindrops, mercilessly reaping the fragile lives of the people. Dugabo finally decided to intervene. A dazzling green light flashed, and a massive, entirely green, giant python suddenly surged out from the void. The green phosphor snake emperor opened its enormous mouth, letting out a deafening roar, twisting its robust body to tightly envelop everyone present, forming an indestructible shield to fend off the oncoming golden feathers like a torrential storm. The sound of sharp golden feathers crashing against the hard scales of the green phosphor snake emperor was incessant, triggering a series of violent explosions and piercing, cutting noises. Sparks flew, smoke filled the air, and the entire scene was terrifying, as if the end of the world had come. And Mo Chen, looking down from above, watched expressionlessly as the green phosphor snake emperor struggled below. He squinted slightly, a barely perceptible cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Second soul skill, Fusong Golden Crow. As Mo Chen's words fell, the already unbearable hot air suddenly became scalding, as if even breathing could scorch one's throat. In the center of the sandy sea below, an extremely powerful wave of heat suddenly emerged. In the blink of an eye, a towering golden Fusong tree shot up from the ground, breaking through layers of sand and dust, standing proudly in the sandy sea. The tree's crown was lush like clouds, its branches swaying in the wind, emitting bursts of dazzling golden light. Even more astonishingly, countless tiny golden birds began to perch on the branches of the Fusong tree, chirping incessantly, looking cute and harmless, seemingly without any threat. However, once these birds received Mo Chen's command, they immediately revealed their ferocious side. These birds flew up from the Fusong tree like well-trained drones, heading towards the direction of the green phosphor snake emperor in an orderly manner. Thousands of golden birds converged into a surging tide of birds, the scale so immense it was jaw-dropping. They flew densely in the air, resembling a swarm of locusts blocking out the sun, stirring up fierce winds and waves wherever they passed, grand and unstoppable. Moreover, these seemingly beautiful golden birds were as powerful as explosive bombs. When the golden birds violently collided with the massive body of the green phosphor snake emperor, a series of deafening explosions erupted like thunder within the palace. The entire palace was instantly engulfed by this sudden loud noise, smoke billowing and flames soaring. Meanwhile, Dugabo felt his martial soul suffer an unprecedentedly strong attack. An irresistible impact surged like a tidal wave, causing him intense pain in his chest. And with a sweet taste in his throat, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Faced with Mo Chen's relentless and fierce onslaught, Dugabo and the others were completely passive and at the mercy of his attacks. They didn't even have time to mount any effective resistance before being overwhelmed by Mo Chen's immense power, struggling to breathe. However, the situation was far from over. As the golden starlight from the painting of the Fusong tree gradually faded, a dazzling bow and arrow quietly appeared in Mo Chen's hand. The bow and arrow were exquisitely crafted, emanating a heart-stopping aura. Mo Chen gripped the bow and arrow tightly, pulling back the string, which produced a low, resonant hum. Suddenly, a massive, majestic, three-legged golden crow appeared atop the bow and arrow in Mo Chen's hand. The three-legged golden crow was engulfed in raging flames, radiating unbearable heat, and its terrifying might send shivers down people's spines. Just as Mo Chen was about to release the bowstring and unleash this earth-shattering power, a suddenly clear and melodious female voice rang in his ears without warning. "Big brother." The shout was as sweet as a yellow oriole coming out of the valley, crisp and pleasant. Yet it made Mo Chen's tense nerves tremble, causing the arrow he was about to shoot to pause slightly. Glancing sideways, he saw Shueka looking over with a face full of fear and anxiety. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with terror and helplessness, like a frightened little deer. "Father has realized his mistake. Please let them go, big brother." Shueka pleaded with a worried expression, her voice trembling slightly, evoking compassion in others. As the daughter of an emperor, Shweka had no choice but to be used as a shield by the royal family to face this crisis at such a crucial moment. Despite being filled with fear, she still endured it and tried her best to plead with him. As the bi-phosphor snake emperor gradually dissipated into nothingness, Dugubo's pale face gradually became visible. His lips were devoid of color, as if all vitality had been drained away, appearing particularly haggard. Looking at his entire body, there were signs of injuries everywhere, his clothes tattered and in disarray. To actually send a young child to mediate a dispute, the Heaven-Do Empire really had become thoroughly rotten from top to bottom. Mo Chen thought to himself as he slowly put away the bow and arrow, the glimmering arrowhead vanishing from sight. Restoring to his usual appearance, Mo Chen casually glanced at the crowd below. The palace, which had turned into a sea of sand, now transformed back into a resplendent hall. However, the places damaged by the explosion would never fully recover. Just as Dugubo raised his head again to confirm Mo Chen's position, he was shocked to find that Mo Chen, who had been standing steadily in midair, had quietly disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Meanwhile, in Mo Chen's grand and elegant residence, sunlight filtered through the lush branches, casting dappled shadows. Have it just hurry back. Mo Chen immediately spotted Qian Rinxue standing gracefully in the courtyard. He quickly walked over and said straightforwardly, "Well, since you have successfully obtained your seventh soul ring, let us part ways here. Shui wants my life. Although I'm not afraid of him, staying here any longer will likely bring trouble and unrest in the future." After speaking, Mo Chen waved to the butler not far away, and the old butler, who had been with him for 7 years, hurriedly stepped forward. Mo Chen calmly ordered, "Thank you for your hard work over the years. Now that I'm leaving, dismiss all the servants at home. As for their wages, you can sell off everything that can be sold in this residence to give them their due." After saying this, Mo Chen turned around without any attachment, seemingly ready to leave at any moment. However, at that moment, Qian Rinxue quickly reached out like a flash of lightning and tightly grasped Mo Chen's sleeve. Mo Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled, slowly turning his head to gaze at the beautiful woman before him. At this moment, Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with unprecedented determination. When she looked at Mo Chen, there seemed to be a strange brilliance flowing within her bright eyes. "Come with me." Qian Rinxue's crimson lips parted, her voice clear and melodious, yet carrying an undeniable tone. "If Grandpa knows you are here, he will definitely be very happy." Mo Chen followed closely behind Qian Rinxue as they headed towards the Spear Hall. "In the Heaven-Do Palace, Your Majesty." The trembling minister who had previously reported that Mo Chen held heavy troops knelt down and said. Emperor Shui leaned back in his chair, one hand on his forehead, his authoritative gaze sweeping over everyone below, making all present feel a chill. "You said General Mo is rebelling. Now he has not only become a title to law, but has really rebelled. Do you know how much damage your speculation has brought to our Heaven-Do Empire?" Emperor Shui angrily waved his hand, smashing all the bamboo slips in front of him onto that person. "Someone, drag him out and behead him. Moreover, at any cost, we must seek Mo Chen's forgiveness and announce it to the world." Emperor Shui clutched his chest, and due to his extreme anger, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In one of the strongholds of the Star Luo Empire within Heaven-Do, "Sir, news has come from the palace." A man in black hurried forward, handing a bamboo slip to a man dressed in luxurious garments. The man took the bamboo slip and carefully read its contents. "That old fool Shui is truly incompetent. The older he gets, the more afraid he is of someone threatening his power." A mocking smile curled at the corners of the man's mouth as he tossed the bamboo slip into the fire pit. "Go! Issue a wanted notice for Mo Chen in the name of Heaven-Do within the Heaven-Do territory. Make sure to clearly state that Heaven-Do is currently wanted for a title to law." The man's actions were intended to make Heaven-Do completely offend Mo Chen. At this moment, Mo Chen and Qian Rinxue attracted the attention of many people along their way. Those watching the two began to whisper among themselves, and some keen-eyed individuals had already recognized Mo Chen as the wanted criminal by the Heaven-Do Empire. People exchanged glances and discussed the wanted notice. which clearly marked Mo Chen as a 95-level super Doloa. Such terrifying strength made everyone present feel apprehensive, and no one dared to take action easily. After all, to issue a wanted notice for a 95-level super Doa, it was likely that only the Heaven Do Empire had done so throughout the entire Doa continent. Before long, the two entered the papal hall. Throughout their journey, Qian Rinxue had maintained a smile and a pleasant demeanor, but at this moment, she suddenly seemed to have transformed into a different person, becoming silent. Although Mo Chen felt some confusion in his heart, he did not rashly ask questions, merely following quietly behind Qian Rinxue. Just then, when they finally met with Pope Bibi Dong, the situation underwent a tremendous change once again. Bibi Dong had long since ordered the papal hall to be cleared, ensuring that they would not be disturbed. At this moment, Bibi Dong was lazily leaning against the papal throne, dressed in a silver-white sheer gown, the soft fabric perfectly outlining her graceful figure, especially her long and fair legs, which were fully exposed, radiating alluring charm. One of her jade hands gently held the Pope's scepter, symbolizing supreme power, while the other casually rested on the armrest of the chair. Her deep, autumn water-like eyes held a hint of playful interest as she watched Qian Rinxue and Mo Chen slowly approach. Mo Chen, 21 years old, with the martial soul of the Candle Dragon, was picked up by a farming couple in Qibao Mountain when he was 3 years old. Bibi Dong lightly parted her crimson lips, seemingly casually revealing Mo Chen's background. He awakened his martial soul at 6, reached level 30 at 7, and level 35 at 8, where he became engaged in Ning Rongrong from Qibao Yoli. By the age of 12, he entered the military with a soul power of level 50, and, at 16, he got separated from a main force during the Battle of Wangue Mountain. When he reappeared at 17, he had already become a level 70 Soul Saint. After that, his soul power stagnated until he broke through to level 80 at the age of 20. Bibi Dong slowly stood up, her movements graceful and composed, each subtle gesture exuding an invisible pressure. She then spoke, word by word. "I'm not wrong, am I? General Mo Chen." As she spoke, she moved forward. By the time her last words fell, she was already within 5 meters of Mo Chen. At such a close distance, Mo Chen could clearly feel the powerful and cold aura emanating from Bibi Dong, as well as a faint fragrance. Mo Chen did not back down, but met Bibi Dong's playful gaze. However, at the moment their eyes met, he felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. It seems the intelligence ability of the Pope is indeed astonishing. But even if you know about these past events, what does it matter? My parents have long since left me. The engagement has been canceled, and I am now all alone. Mo Chen's expression darkened, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Before he could finish speaking, his soul power surged suddenly. In an instant, two powerful soul powers collided, creating waves of energy. Both of them possessed twin martial souls. However, Bibi Dong had 5 more soul rings than Mo Chen. Despite being at a disadvantage in terms of soul rings, Mo Chen showed no fear. His imposing aura was not inferior to Bibi Dong's at all. "Your Majesty the Pope, why not try and see whether your spider's venom is more ferocious or my flames are hotter?" Mo Chen said emphatically. The two gazed at each other quietly, as if time had frozen, and the entire hall was filled with a tense atmosphere that was almost suffocating. They were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to give way. And this confrontation lasted for so long that it almost made one forget the passage of time. Just then, a deafening voice filled with supreme authority suddenly resounded outside the hall. "Bibi Dong, he is a person from my offering hall." This roar was like thunder, echoing throughout the space, causing everyone to turn their heads in surprise. After hearing this voice, Bibi Dong's previously rising and increasingly fierce aura deflated like a punctured balloon, quickly dissipating. Her face turned as dark as water, her brows furrowed tightly, as if she was extremely wary of the newcomer. She then waved her hand fiercely, snorted coldly, and turned to walk toward the throne, symbolizing the Pope's supreme power. As she walked, her steps were noticeably heavy, clearly indicating her poor mood. Throughout, Bibi Dong did not cast a glance at Qian Rinxue, standing nearby, as if she did not exist at all. Meanwhile, Qian Rinchue's gaze also never lingered on Bibi Dong for even a moment. Her eyes remained calm and undisturbed. Upon entering the offering hall, as soon as she pushed open the heavy door, the scene before her made her gasp in shock. Inside sat 7 figures, each exuding an aura as towering as a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Leading them was the level 99 unparalleled powerhouse, Angel Delaw Qian Daolu, clad in a flowing platinum robe, with 3 pairs of massive golden wings shimmering behind him, exuding the majesty of a descending deity. Beside him were the level 98 Golden Crocodile Delaw, level 97 Azure Phoenix Delaw, level 97 Lion Delaw, and Qianjun Delaw, along with the level 97 Light Feathered Delaw and level 96 Demon Suppression Delaw. All of these individuals were top masters who shook the continent. Even one stomp from any of them could make the entire Soul Master community tremble. Yet these 7 terrifyingly powerful beings were gathered here, which was truly shocking. Grandpa! As soon as Qian Rinchua saw Qian Daolu, she immediately ran overexcitedly. Unlike the warmth and harmony on the side of the Tiando Empire, after Shui Yi learned that someone was wanted in the name of Tiando for Mo Chen, he was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of old blood. The wanted notice bore the royal seal of Tiando, clearly the doing of someone close to him, aimed at completely offending Mo Chen. As someone who had been in control of Tiando for many years, Shui Yi immediately thought everything was the work of spies from the Xinglua Empire. Although he already knew in his heart, he could not take any action. The wanted notice was issued in the name of the Tiando royal family, and if he were to revoke it now, he would probably become the laughingstock of the world. In the end, Shui Yi chose to preserve his own face. Chapter 15. Fighting with the offering, Qian Daolu preparing to sell his granddaughter, Qian Daolu lovingly reached out his hand to ruffle Qian Rinchue's hair. His gentle gaze towards her was filled with affection. This scene left Mo Chen with a preliminary yet profound impression of the legendary Angel Delaw. Just then, the golden crocodile Delaw, who had been silently standing by, stepped forward. He was tall and robust, like an unshakable mountain. His golden brown eyes gleamed with sharp light, like a hawk fixing its gaze on Mo Chen. The golden crocodile Daw slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. You are the once-renowned youngest general of the Tiando Empire, achieving level 95 title de law at just 21 years old. Such talent is indeed remarkable. He paused slightly, then his tone became serious. However, this is the offering hall. With your current strength of only level 95, you are not qualified to enter here. Facing the golden crocodile Delaw's blatant intimidation, Mo Chen remained unperturbed, showing no fear. He stood tall, his gaze steady as he met the other's eyes, responding calmly. Whether I am qualified to enter here is not something that can be determined by mere words. The one with the hardest fist has the right to set the rules. Upon hearing this, Qian Jun Delua and Demon Suppression Dua exchanged glances, both revealing a knowing smile. Their eyes reflected a newfound admiration for Mo Chen. Clearly, Mo Chen's strong and confident words left a good impression on them. Meanwhile, the Azure Phoenix Delua snorted coldly. His indifferent gaze swept across Mo Chen's handsome yet resolute face like a cold wind. Then he softly said, "Humph, not bad." Qian Doliu's affectionate gaze remained fixed on Qian Rinchua, while he seemed oblivious to everything happening below. "Grandpa, Mo Chen's talent is truly remarkable," Qian Rinchua eagerly said. But just then, Qian Daolu interrupted her unfinished words, speaking slowly. "Xiaoxua, whether he qualifies to enter our offering hall cannot be easily decided by just 1 or 2 sentences. Moreover, this Mo Chen is a general of the Tiando Empire." As soon as Qian Daolu finished speaking, Qian Rinchua, who had been ready to continue praising Mo Chen's merits, was left momentarily stunned. At the same time, Mo Chen, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, furrowed his brows slightly, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Immediately, he retorted without hesitation, "Wait, forgive me for being blunt, but I don't recall ever mentioning that I wanted to join any worship hall, right?" This statement from Mo Chen was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. In an instant, the entire venue fell into a dead silence, so quiet that it felt somewhat frightening. The six people all widened their eyes and opened their mouths, looking at Mo Chen in disbelief. No one expected him to speak so directly. Facing the astonished gazes of everyone, Mo Chen appeared quite calm and composed. He shrugged lightly and then said softly, "I came here merely to escort Miss Xiao Shui safely home. After completing the task, I will naturally leave." After saying this expressionlessly, Mo Chen turned around without hesitation and started to leave. However, just as he moved, the previously silent demon fighter suddenly shouted loudly, "Kid, don't get cocky. Did I say you could leave?" Upon hearing the threatening words from the demon fighter, Mo Chen not only did not stop, but continued to stride forward, replying without looking back, "My feet are on my body. If I want to leave, no one can stop me." Mo Chen's attitude of being so dismissive clearly infuriated the demon fighter. He glared with wide eyes, clenched his hands tightly, and with a roar, a dazzling golden dragon staff suddenly appeared in his hand. At that moment, the demon fighter, holding the dragon staff, unleashed a terrifying pressure at level 96, sweeping toward Mo Chen like a roaring wave. In the blink of an eye, the demon fighter's figure flashed and appeared behind Mo Chen. He raised the dragon staff high and struck down fiercely at Mo Chen's head. This strike was incredibly powerful, as if the air itself was being torn apart, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. Facing this sudden and fierce attack from the demon fighter, Mo Chen reacted extremely quickly. He waved his right hand, and a spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. Almost simultaneously, Mo Chen thrust the spear backward, perfectly meeting the descending dragon staff. A loud clash echoed as the weapons collided, sending countless sparks flying and creating a powerful shockwave that rapidly spread out in all directions from the two. "Good kid, such quick reflexes," the demon fighter exclaimed in shock, gripping the dragon staff tightly, his arm muscles tensing as he increased the force. Mo Chen also furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and began to gradually increase his power output. As time passed, unexpectedly, despite Mo Chen's level being one lower than the demon fighters, the battle seemed to be shifting in Mo Chen's favor. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded as Mo Chen surged with power once more, and this force rushed toward the demon fighter like a tidal wave. Caught off guard, the demon fighter's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He rolled several times in the air before barely stabilizing himself. When his feet touched the ground, he involuntarily took a dozen steps back, leaving a series of deep footprints on the ground. At that moment, admiration filled the demon fighter's gaze as he looked at Mo Chen. However, this expression only flickered briefly before he concealed it. The demon fighter quickly adjusted his stance, and the dragon staff danced in his hands. Then, his third spirit ring suddenly brightened. Third spirit skill, Demon Exorcism. With a furious shout, the demon fighter turned and swung the dragon staff with all his might. In an instant, it was as if ripples spread through the air, and more than 10 identical phantoms of the demon fighter appeared out of thin air. These phantoms, wielding staffs, charged toward Mo Chen with great ferocity. Mo Chen found himself somewhat overwhelmed, because most of his spirit skills were auxiliary skills for enhancing his own attributes, with very few offensive spirit skills that possessed great attack power. Faced with the overwhelming phantoms of the demon fighter, Mo Chen fell into a passive situation. Therefore, to effectively compensate for his shortcomings in attack, Mo Chen created a series of self-developed spirit skills. Void Body. In an instant, indistinct phantoms suddenly flashed beside Mo Chen, and the dragon staff and the phantoms swung violently toward him. However, astonishingly, when the dragon staff touched Mo Chen's body, it passed through as if striking the ethereal air, without any obstruction. Following that, Mo Chen softly murmured again, "Void Dream." At that moment, the demon fighter, who was originally several dozen meters away, suddenly changed his expression, looking extremely grave. He was shocked to discover that the phantoms he created had changed their attack direction, all raising their dragon staffs and charging toward him like a sudden storm. In an instant, the staff shadows were overwhelming, making it impossible to dodge. Faced with this sudden and fierce offensive, the demon fighter could only hurriedly defend himself in a panic. Meanwhile, the long spear that Mo Chen had been holding tightly had quietly transformed at some point, turning into a long bow that glowed deep purple. As Mo Chen pulled back the bowstring with force, a deep, resonant hum echoed, as if the entire space trembled. Even more terrifying was the torrent of destructive energy that began to gather incessantly on the arrow in Mo Chen's hand, creating a powerful pressure that distorted the surrounding air. Candle Dragon Star, Dragon River Sigh. What a terrifying soul power fluctuation. The golden crocodile, Doa, said, his expression serious as he frowned and murmured. Just then, Mo Chen suddenly released the power of his attack, and a tremendous force surged forth. Almost simultaneously, a green figure flashed beside Mo Chen like a ghost. The Qing Wan Doa waved both hands, and the dual blades in his grasp struck like two bolts of lightning, slashing fiercely toward Mo Chen with astonishing speed. In an instant, cold light flashed, and the wind from the blades howled. In the blink of an eye, he had already unleashed several strikes. However, facing such a rapid assault, Mo Chen remained composed. He flashed his figure and dodged the initial few strikes. Then, to his surprise, the bow and arrow he had been holding transformed once again, morphing into two extremely sharp dual blades. The next moment, Mo Chen unhesitatingly met the Qing Wan Doloa's attack. The four weapons clashed fiercely in midair, producing a series of crisp sounds. Sparks flew, dazzling and brilliant, resembling the splendid fireworks bursting in the night sky. For a moment, the entire worship hall was shrouded in the light of blades and swords. Both sides exchanged blows without yielding, with each clash containing boundless power. From time to time, sharp sword energy shot out from the battlefield, striking the nearby worship hall structure and leaving deep marks. Although they had only fought for a brief moment, I could clearly feel that the seventh was probably not a match for you, the Qing Wan Delois said, while swinging his dual blades. Seizing the brief moment of suppressing Mo Chen, he took a deep breath. Eighth Spirit Skill, Azure Sky, Cloud, Sea, Sound, Dust. With the activation of the Qing Wan Delois' Eighth Spirit Skill, standing not far away, Mo Chen felt a powerful force rushing towards him, causing him to momentarily freeze. Before he could react, he felt as if an invisible giant hand had tightly grasped his body, pulling him rapidly towards the endless void. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen found himself as if trapped in a quagmire, completely losing control over his own movements. At this moment, the Qingwan Thaw stopped wielding his dual blades and stared intently at the swirling void in midair, a hint of barely noticeable pride flashing in his eyes. The nearby golden crocodile, Doa, nodded slightly, recognizing that even a level 97 title Deloa would not be able to break free from Qingwan's 8th Spirit Skill in a short time. However, just when everyone thought they had Mo Chen under control, a low voice suddenly echoed from the void. Candle Dragon Domain, Eternal Purgatory. As the voice echoed, the originally radiant and magnificent hall was instantly shrouded in a thick shadow, becoming gloomy and oppressive. At the same time, the air around them seemed to solidify, making it difficult to breathe. In that moment, both Qingwan Doloa and Golden Crocodile Doloa were horrified to find themselves in a desolate and wild world. Countless chains abruptly extended from the void, binding their limbs tightly, rendering them completely immobile. Not only that, but a series of negative statuses such as slowness, burning, weakness, purification, confusion, dissolution, and drowning had also been placed upon them. Innate domain, Qian Oliu's heart jolted, and the calm demeanor he had maintained suddenly vanished. Qian Rinshu widened her beautiful eyes, looking in disbelief at the chains that had tightly bound her. She struggled slightly, but soon realized that the chains were extraordinarily strong, and she could not break free at all. Moreover, as time passed, she could clearly feel her soul power rapidly depleting at an alarming rate within this domain. At that moment, a crisp sound of shattering echoed through the void. Everyone turned to look and saw that Mo Chen, trapped in the void, had broken free from his restraints. At this moment, Mo Chen emanated a heart-pounding aura, and he was also entangled with some chains. Unlike Qian Renshua, these chains seemed to obediently lie in his palm like tame pets. As the creator of this domain, Mo Chen also possessed the ability to control these chains, allowing him to extract the soul power of those bound. As Mo Chen was about to take action again, The situation became increasingly dire. However, just at that critical moment, the statue of the angel suddenly erupted with an extremely dazzling and blinding light. This light was like the dawn at daybreak, instantly illuminating the entire space. At the same time, the sacred radiance of the angel surged in like a tidal wave, dispersing not only the domain Mo Chen had cast, but also making the chains that bound everyone disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. Qian Daolu stared at Mo Chen before him, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration. He slowly spoke, "Such a genius will surely achieve greatness again in the future." Just now, Qian Daolu had even sensed the presence of the angel god, realizing that it was not his own intervention that dispelled Mo Chen's domain, but rather the angel god who had done so. This indicated that Mo Chen's talent had already gained a recognition of the angel god. Unfortunately, the other party was not an angel martial soul. Chapter 16, Qian Daolu. I will marry my granddaughter to you, and you still scold me for being old. Mo Chen, I am giving you a choice now. Either join our worship hall or stay here. Qian Daolu looked at Mo Chen with a serious expression. He never expected that even with a soul power of only level 95, Mo Chen could unleash a force that even level 96 and 97 title WOs could not subdue. Mo Chen's outstanding combat ability, rare innate domain, and talent favored and recognized by the angel god all showcased his extraordinary nature. At this moment, even Qian Daolu, a level 99 peerless Delaw, had to look at Mo Chen with new eyes. Mo Chen casually scratched his ear, as if he didn't take Qian Daolu seriously at all. Despite the other party being a world-shaking powerhouse, Mo Chen showed no signs of deference. Want to fight? No problem. As he spoke, the soul power that Mo Chen had previously restrained surged forth like a roaring tide, and a powerful aura swept around him, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Seeing Mo Chen's reaction, Qian Daolu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected Mo Chen to be a character like a powder keg, with such a fiery and explosive personality. But that was fine. Those with a temper often had real skills. If you don't want to fight, as long as you are willing to join the worship hall, I can fulfill all your requests, whether it be wealth, status, or soul bones, Qian Daolu said, slowly opening his arms, and behind him, a dazzling sacred light suddenly burst forth. This light was so brilliant that it even made Mo Chen squint his eyes. What you said, I can obtain even without joining the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu lightly chuckled and then slowly shook his head, seemingly disagreeing with Mo Chen's thoughts. That is not the same, Qian Daolu said softly, his voice deep and magnetic. Since Bibi Dong came a power, the papal hall has completely separated from the worship hall, becoming two independent entities. Moreover, our worship hall holds the power to decide the succession of the Pope's position and can directly intervene in many affairs of the papal hall. As Qian Daolu spoke, he observed Mo Chen's expression, trying to catch a hint of interest on his face. However, to Qian Daolu's surprise, Mo Chen showed no interest in what he had just said. Mo Chen frowned slightly, impatiently waving his hand, and said, I am just a martial artist. What does it matter to me who becomes the Pope? As for where to develop, that is even less important. What I care about is only expanding territories, galloping on the battlefield, and fierce battles. As he spoke, Mo Chen clenched his fists tightly, and deep in his eyes, it seemed as if a blazing flame was dancing, emanating a heart-pounding glow. Seeing that he could hardly persuade this stubborn young man, Qian Daolu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He instinctively turned to look at his granddaughter, Qian Renxue, who was standing nearby, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. The two were of similar age, and from the beginning, Qian Renxue had been speaking well of Mo Chen, clearly having an extraordinary fondness for him. After silently pondering for a moment, Qian Daolu finally made up his mind. Mo Chen, would you be willing to call me Grandpa? Qian Daolu smiled at the young man in front of him. But before he could finish his sentence, Mo Chen rudely interrupted him. Mo Chen furrowed his brows tightly, eyes flashing with anger, and said sternly, Old man, you are going a bit too far. Considering you are a senior, I was going to treat you with courtesy and have a good conversation. If you truly believe I am so easy to bully, feel free to come and test how hard my fists are. Saying this, he tightly clenched his fists, the joints making a crisp sound. It was clear that Qian Daoliu's words had thoroughly enraged Mo Chen. Seeing the situation was not good, Qian Rinxue hurriedly stepped forward to try to mediate. But just as she was about to approach Mo Chen, she was stopped by a hand swiftly extended by Qian Daoliu. Qian Rinxue's face was filled with anxiety, her beautiful eyes full of worry. She knew very well the strength of Mo Chen, but the gap in soul power at level 4 was clearly a significant chasm. Mo Chen showed no fear. He stared firmly at the opponent and said word by word, "Miss Xiaoxue, this matter is a complication between me and your grandfather. Although I may not be your grandfather's match, if he attempts to force me to stay in this worship hall, it won't be an easy task." Throughout, Mo Chen's brows remained tightly furrowed, revealing a stubbornness that refused to submit to anyone. Upon hearing Mo Chen's strong response, Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." However, Mo Chen did not show weakness and immediately retorted, "If one is not arrogant, how can one be called young?" As soon as he finished speaking, a tense atmosphere filled the entire worship hall, and a fierce conflict seemed imminent. Qian Daoliu stared at Mo Chen with a serious expression, his brows slightly furrowed. However, before long, his previously furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a hint of a smile reappeared on his face. With a wave of his arm, a beam of light flashed, and a delicate token flew directly toward Mo Chen. Mo Chen reacted quickly, extending his right hand to catch the token steadily. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the token was engraved with a vivid angel pattern, emitting a faint glow. What does this mean? Mo Chen looked at Qian Daoliu in confusion. Could it be that the famous angel Doluo is actually unreasonable, unable to help himself? Mo Chen asked, his words tinged with doubt and dissatisfaction. At this moment, Qian Daoliu suddenly said something that shocked everyone present. "I have decided to marry my granddaughter to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chen, who had just wanted to refute, was instantly frozen like he had been hit by a spell, his mouth agape, but unable to utter a word, standing there in shock. Qian Rinxue, standing beside him, was even more stunned by her grandfather's words, her pretty face instantly turning red like a ripe apple. She subconsciously stole a glance at Mo Chen, and, upon seeing him looking at her, her heart raced, and she hurriedly turned her head away, her whole body trembling slightly from shyness. Qian Daoliu seemed unconcerned by their reactions and continued to speak to himself. "This is the token of a law enforcement elder. As for the token of the adjudicator elder, we can discuss that after you successfully recover the power of the law enforcement hall." After saying this, he slowly turned around, walked to the angel statue, and knelt down, sincerely beginning to meditate. "Old man, when did I agree to such a thing?" Mo Chen widened his eyes, glaring at Qian Daoliu, but the latter seemed to ignore him completely, not responding to his questioning at all. Seeing this scene, the anger in Mo Chen's heart, which had just calmed down a bit, flared up like it had been doused with a bucket of hot oil. "Hey, old man, are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying?" Mo Chen shouted furiously, his voice so loud that it seemed as if it would collapse the entire worship hall. At this moment, he no longer resembled the gentlemanly figure he usually was. Hearing Mo Chen's disrespectful address, Qian Daoliu, who had wanted to maintain an enigmatic and aloof image like a hermit, couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless and speechless. After all, with his status, it had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him like that. However, considering that the golden crocodile Doa and others were watching nearby, he chose to suppress his anger and endure for the time being. On the other side, after finally calming her mood, Qian Rinxue turned to look at Mo Chen again, only to find that he was still incessantly berating her grandfather. She could no longer bear it and quickly walked up to him, grabbing his sleeve, wanting to lead him away from this troublesome place. "Don't pull me. This old man is simply unreasonable." Mo Chen struggled against Qian Rinxue's pull, but unfortunately, she was quite strong and forcibly dragged him toward the exit of the worship hall. In fact, it was practically impossible for Qian Rinxue to move Mo Chen with her strength. Thus, all the way, Mo Chen continued to mumble various unpleasant things, showing no intention of stopping. Finally, the two reached the door of Qian Rinxue's room, and as soon as they entered, she slammed the door shut. and Mo Chen seemed to realize that continuing to curse was not appropriate, and finally closed his mouth, ceasing his insults toward Qian Daolu. Stepping into Qianren Shui's room, his gaze slowly swept across every corner of the space. Unlike the typical lavish rooms of noble ladies filled with pink decorations, this one was quite simple. The first thing that caught his eye was a simple dressing table with several commonly used cosmetics and jewelry. Next to it was a bed with neatly folded bedding, looking clean and tidy. As he walked further in, he noticed a large mirror standing against the wall, clearly reflecting a person's silhouette. Apart from that, there were no other superfluous decorations, and the entire room appeared particularly spacious. At this moment, Qianren Shui was trying hard to calm her emotions, although a hint of blush still lingered on her cheeks. She took a deep breath and then spoke. "Mo Chen, my grandfather is not as you think." Clearly, she wanted to explain that Qian Daoliu's actions were not out of malice. However, Mo Chen gently waved his hand, interrupting her. "I understand. Although that old man is somewhat unreasonable, his strength is indeed very formidable. If it really comes to blows, I fear I might not be his match." At this point, Mo Chen couldn't help but scratch his head, a helpless smile appearing on his face. Then, as if talking to himself, he muttered, "However, I really didn't expect that he would give me the token of the law enforcement elder. In fact, after everything that happened in the Tianzhou Empire, I wanted to take a break, follow you to the Spirit Hall, and casually seek a position as an elder, living off that meager salary. I didn't expect that old man to directly give me the law enforcement token." Mo Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Qianren Shui's stunning face, his eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. He sighed softly, as if all his persistence and struggles crumbled in that moment, and then, as if resigned to fate, he put away the law enforcement token he had been tightly holding. Seeing Mo Chen's actions, Qianren Shui couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter like the clear and pleasant sound of silver bells. Clearly, at this moment, this Mo Chen, who was no longer pretending to be aloof and even seemed a bit flustered, deeply captured her attention. Perhaps for Qianren Shui, the previous Mo Chen, who always appeared gentle and graceful in front of her, was charming, but the current Mo Chen, who occasionally let slip some vulgar words and was genuine and unrestrained, was even more to her liking. "Mo Chen, actually I like you." Qianren Shui gently parted her lips, her tone firm and sincere as she spoke. "Since the moment you saved me from the one-eyed Golden King, I—" As she said this, Qianren Shui's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Mo Chen, her face full of seriousness. However, upon hearing this confession, Mo Chen was struck dumb, standing there in shock. He widened his eyes, shaking his head in disbelief as he murmured, No, it's impossible. I clearly saved the crown prince of the Tianzhou Empire, Shui Qinghe. How could it be the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qianren Shui?" As he spoke, Mo Chen flailed his hands in a panic, trying to deny everything that was happening before him. At this moment, his brain seemed to have completely lost its ability to think, as if it were a machine that had suddenly crashed, mechanically repeating those illogical words. Just as Mo Chen fell into extreme confusion, he noticed Qianren Shui's lips gently curling upward, sketching a sly smile. Immediately after, she radiated an extraordinarily dazzling light, making it impossible to gaze directly at her. Once the intense glow gradually faded, the Qianren Shui who had been standing there had mysteriously disappeared, replaced by a beautifully dressed and elegantly noble-looking Shui Qinghe. Her gaze was firm yet complex, as if she had made a certain decision. In the following moments, Qianren Shui detailed her entire plan of infiltrating the Tianzhou Empire to Mo Chen. From how she initially approached Shui Qinghe to the meticulous planning and successful replacement of him step by step, she recounted everything in a flowing manner. Furthermore, Qianren Shui did not shy away from revealing the specific process and methods she used to poison the second and third princes. Finally, when she finished recounting everything, she let out a light breath and asked, "So, do you believe me now?" As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of light enveloped her, and she instantly returned to her original beautiful form of Qianren Shui. However, at this moment, Qianren Shui felt a sense of unease in her heart. She slightly lowered her head, avoiding Mo Chen's gaze, and softly said, "Do you think I'm cruel and heartless?" Her voice grew softer, as if she were afraid to hear the heartbreaking answer from Mo Chen. However, to Qian Rinchue's surprise, after a moment of silence, Mo Chen slowly replied, "There is no need to show mercy to enemies, but your methods are indeed too reckless." His tone was calm and serious, showing neither reproach nor agreement with Qian Rinchue's actions. Poisoning is certainly a good method, but it is easy to trace. If Shui Yi orders a thorough investigation, it will be easy to find out about you. If it were me, I would choose to act when they obtain their soul rings. Chapter 17. Shui must exterminate the 9 clans at that time. You were still young, and everyone's attention was on you. Being able to eliminate competitors through poisoning was already quite good, Mo Chen said while gently stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, a faint glimmer began to appear in Qian Rinchue's once dull and lifeless eyes. Then, Mo Chen paused for a moment before continuing. "Since the Shueqinghe from back then was impersonated by you, you should also know my attitude towards the Tiando Empire. I don't care who becomes the emperor of Tiando. The reason I chose to serve Tiando is merely to repay my adoptive parents for their years of nurturing." At this point, his tone suddenly became sharp. "But now, since that old fool Shui Yi dares to plot my demise, how could I not have a backup plan?" Qian Rinchue couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and the lost expression on her face vanished in an instant. In its place was a faint smile that appeared on her exquisite face, like ripples on a lake stirred by a spring breeze. "Of course, before that, I need to return to the military camp. My personal guard is still there. I could leave, but they would surely face the consequences from Tiando." Mo Chen nodded, speaking with great seriousness. Having just returned from the front lines, he had intended to take a break, but unexpected events kept occurring one after another. Mo Chen complained while leaning back in his chair, his body slightly reclining as if trying to offload all his weight. Not far from him, Qian Rinchue stood quietly, her lips always carrying that faint smile, her gaze gently resting on Mo Chen. "I say, is there something wrong with my face? Or did I get something dirty on it?" Mo Chen suddenly noticed Qian Rinchue staring at him and pointed to his face with a puzzled expression. Qian Rinchue gently shook her head, her beautiful eyes resembling deep lakes, staring straight into Mo Chen's eyes, and she softly said, "I'm just waiting for your answer." "Answer?" Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to react to what Qian Rinchue meant, frowning as he tried to think. At this moment, Qian Rinchue took a deep breath, as if having made a certain decision, and solemnly said, "I like you, this is my feeling, and now I want to know your feelings clearly." However, after hearing this confession again, Mo Chen suddenly fell silent, just back from the battlefield, exhausted in body and mind. And having just gone through the engagement incident with Ning Rongrong, he found himself utterly disinterested in matters of the heart. "I'm sorry, but I can't give you a clear answer for now. All I hope for is a moment of peace. I really don't have the energy to think about such complicated emotional issues," Mo Chen said softly, with a hint of apology before closing his eyes, seemingly unwilling to say more. However, unexpectedly, Qian Rinchue did not show the disappointment and frustration one might expect. Instead, she seemed to have shed a heavy burden, letting out a light sigh of relief and turning her gaze toward Mo Chen. "You are the first person to make me actively pursue you," she asserted with determination. "That Ning Rongrong is ungrateful and doesn't know how to cherish you. But that's okay. She doesn't want you, I want you. I will make Ning Rongrong understand how foolish her decision to give you up was." As she spoke, a fierce competitive spirit shone through her beautiful and proud face. Looking at Qian Rinchue's stubborn and strong demeanor, Mo Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and amusement, finding it hard to know how to respond to this uniquely spirited woman. After Mo Chen left Qian Rinchue's room, the faint smile on his face quickly disappeared, replaced by a serious and solemn expression. "Tiando Empire, are you ready to receive the gift I'm sending you?" he murmured softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Mo Chen's mouth turned up slightly, forming a mysterious smile. Then, with a sudden burst of power from his feet, Mo Chen soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he leaped into the air. Suddenly, his body began to flicker with an eerie black light, growing brighter until he was completely enveloped, transforming back into a black dragon. Mo Chen circled in the air before letting out a roar, shooting off at incredible speed towards the distance, vanishing from sight in an instant. The black dragon moved like a streak of black lightning, its speed astonishing. At this pace, he would reach the military camp well before nightfall. At this moment, Qian Renxue gently pushed open the door and stepped outside with a light step. Her beautiful eyes gazed into the distance, fixated on the black dragon speeding away. Just as Qian Renxue was completely absorbed in watching, Qian Daolu silently appeared beside her. He too turned his gaze to the black dragon growing more distant in the sky. Xiao Shui, have you really thought this through? Qian Daolu slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to look at his granddaughter, his eyes filled with concern and worry. Qian Renxue nodded without hesitation, her tone exceptionally firm. Grandpa, I've already made up my mind. In this life, in this world, I will only marry Mo Chen. Her exquisite face revealed a determination that could not be turned back. Hearing this, Qian Daolu couldn't help but let out a deep sigh and gently shook his head. In fact, the reason he publicly announced the engagement of Qian Renxue to Mo Chen in front of so many people was entirely because he had received news from Qian Renxue beforehand. Although he knew very well that Mo Chen was exceptionally talented, even comparable to Qian Renxue, Qian Daolu understood in his heart that Qian Renxue's future would inevitably lead her to the path of becoming a deity. Little Shui, while he does possess extraordinary talent, there is still a gap between him and the divine position you will ultimately achieve, Qian Daolu said earnestly. However, before his words had fully faded, he had already turned around and walked away slowly, leaving behind a somewhat lonely silhouette. Qian Renxue remained lost in thought, staring at the gradually shrinking black shadow on the horizon, momentarily entranced. Her thoughts seemed to drift away with the black dragon, floating into the distance. Time passed second by second until the black dragon completely vanished from sight, no longer to be seen. It was only then that Qian Renxue slowly regained her senses and reluctantly withdrew her gaze. At sunset, on the border of the Tiando Empire, a black figure rushed over like a black lightning bolt streaking across the sky, eventually landing steadily in the military camp. This sudden appearance instantly attracted the attention and focus of everyone present, like the brightest star in the night sky. General Mo is back. Someone in the crowd was the first to shout this, followed by a wave of cheers and discussions rising and falling. Great, it's General Mo. General Mo, when are we going to march out? The excited shouts of the soldiers echoed throughout the entire military camp, with everyone's faces glowing with joy and anticipation. Clearly, the soldiers in the camp were still unaware of the significant events happening in the Tiando Empire. Mo Chen stood in place, quietly listening to the soldiers' words. He furrowed his brows slightly and, after pondering for a moment, spoke, "Go call Haji Dan and the others to see me." Although Mo Chen's words were calm, they carried an undeniable authority. Sure enough, shortly after he spoke, a messenger rushed out like a gust of wind, quickly executing the order to summon Haji Dan and the others to meet him. Mo Chen slowly walked into the spacious and familiar tent in the military camp. As he found himself once again in this place where he had commanded operations and discussed military affairs countless times, an indescribable emotion surged within him. Looking around, the old but still neatly arranged tables, chairs, maps, and various military supplies all reminded him of the days spent fighting side by side with his comrades. However, at this moment, Mo Chen deeply understood that he was no longer a part of the Tiando Empire. Although news from the Tiando Empire had yet to arrive, he held on to his sense of righteousness and principles deep within, knowing that even when facing former comrades in arms, he could not bring himself to take action against them. This contradictory feeling weighed heavily on him. After a while, a heavy and uniform sound of footsteps approached from afar. Soon after, 3 individuals clad in dark black armor walked into the tent. The armor shimmered with a cold light, seemingly capable of withstanding all attacks in the world. The 3 moved with steady and powerful steps, each carrying an invisible pressure. When Haji Dan saw Mo Chen, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face as he hurriedly approached. "Boss, how come you're back so soon?" However, Mo Chen merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement without speaking. Seeing this, Haji Dan scratched his head and continued to ask, "Didn't you say you were going home to hold a wedding with sister-in-law? Has the wedding date been postponed?" Upon hearing this, Mo Chen remained silent, his stern face even more frosty. Standing beside him, Daniel maintained his silence. Ever since he arrived at the military camp, he had been assigned to Mo Chen's personal guard. Faced with this situation, he felt puzzled but did not dare to ask rashly. As everyone noticed that Mo Chen had not spoken, even the usually lively Haji Dan began to sense that something was off. After hesitating for a moment, Haji Dan cautiously spoke again. "Boss, you wouldn't have had a fight with sister-in-law, would you?" It was well known that the deep feelings between Mo Chen and Ning Rongrong were evident to Haji Dan. So when Haji Dan proposed this guess, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tighten. At this moment, Nan Gong, who had been polishing his sword, finally couldn't help but interject, "Boss, stop keeping us in suspense. Since you called us here, it must be because something important has happened. Just tell us the truth." After taking a deep breath, Mo Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He then opened his lips with a serious expression and said word by word, "Shui Yi wants to kill me." However, just as Mo Chen's words had not completely fallen, a loud bang suddenly erupted. Hai Dong was furious, suddenly swinging his hand and slamming it hard on the solid table before him. In an instant, which splinters flew everywhere as the previously intact table turned into a pile of fragments scattered on the ground. Haji Dan's face was filled with anger, his eyes wide open. Shouting what? That reckless old fool, Shui, he actually dares to plot against the boss? He roared while trembling with rage. At this moment, Nan Gong frowned slightly and shook his head gently, sheathing the sword in his hand. After doing this, he raised his head and fixed his penetrating gaze on Mo Chen, asking with concern, "Boss, what exactly happened?" Historically, killing meritorious ministers and generals, especially martial generals, is something that even those emperors who hold the world rarely dare to do. Upon hearing Nan Gong's inquiry, Mo Chen couldn't help but snort coldly, a hint of disdain and mockery appearing on his face as he replied with a sneer. The so-called merit surpassing the master is a situation that has been seen frequently in history. Absolutely outrageous. That old fool Shui Yi is truly blind. Our boss has risked his life for the Tiando Empire, fighting in the south and north. Not only successfully reclaiming vast territories, but also making surrounding countries bow to him and obey his commands. But now, that old fool wants to cut the bridge after crossing the river and kill the donkey after the grind. Does he really think we are easy to bully? Although some time had passed, Haji Dan's anger had not diminished in the slightest, still indignantly cursing. "Boss, what do you say we do? Should we raise an army and revolt or something?" Haji Dan patted his chest and said. Haji Dan's thoughts were simple. Just follow the boss, doing whatever the boss asked. But if anyone dared to harm the boss, then Haji Dan would definitely be the first to rush out to fight that person. Seeing Dan Yu remain silent for a long time, Haji Dan took a step forward and said, "Old four, say something too. Don't just stay quiet." Haji Dan repeatedly referred to Shui Yi as that old fool, showing no respect for the emperor of that generation. Dan Yu slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the silent Nan Gong, the pondering Mo Chen, and Haji Dan, who was brandishing two giant axes and wanting to rebel. "I'm not familiar with the Shui Yi you all mentioned. As for me, I will just follow the boss's arrangements." Dan Yu thought for a moment and ultimately chose to address Mo Chen as boss. Chapter 18. Mo Chen. I've already reached title Dolaw, and you want to study? How many people do we still have? Mo Chen furrowed his brows slightly, his eyes shining as he looked at everyone, asking in a serious tone. Standing beside him, Nan Gong was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Mo Chen to suddenly ask this question, but he quickly recovered and responded, "We still have 30,000 brothers. Each one personally led by you, boss, and absolutely loyal to you." Mo Chen nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, then turned to Haji Dan and slowly said after a moment of silence, "If I remember correctly, it seems you've been stuck at level 70 for quite a long time, right?" Haji Dan, who was called out, was slightly taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Yeah, boss. We've been stuck at level 70 for almost half a year. Although our talents might not be as outstanding as others, we are either busy training or fighting outside all the time but this soul power can't remain stagnant forever. If this continues, not to mention improving our strength, it might even become a problem for self-preservation. At this point, Haji Dan couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment and helplessness. Even the fourth brother is at level 79, and I'm still at level 70. I feel like I might as well just let him take over as the fourth brother. Haji Dan shook his head and sighed, complaining with a worried expression. At this moment, Nan Gong couldn't help but interject, "Humph. Who told you to just drink and have fun all day, not knowing how to work hard on your training?" Nan Gong's merciless criticism struck Haji Dan like a heavy blow. Haji Dan's face instantly turned red, feeling so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. "Third brother, how can you say that about me? Even if I was at fault, I'm still your second brother. Can't you give me some face?" Haji Dan glared wide-eyed, angrily shouting at Nan Gong. "Give you face? If I give you face, it seems you won't break through even after another year," Nan Gong retorted mercilessly. Haji Dan was momentarily at a loss for words and could only look at Mo Chen, who was sitting at the head of the table, with a pitiful expression. All right, Nan Gong, you should say less." Mo Chen understood Haji Dan's gaze. "Take these 30,000 brothers with me. Those who are willing to follow me may do so, and I will not force anyone who wants to stay." Mo Chen slowly stood up and walked firmly toward the door. When he stopped at the window, his gaze penetrated the glass, quietly observing the soldiers below who were practicing vigorously. Seeing this, Haji Dan quickly reined in his earlier displeased expression. Despite often appearing somewhat carefree and unreliable, he would not be careless when it came to serious matters. At this moment, Mo Chen turned to Nan Gong beside him and earnestly reminded him, "Nan Gong, the most important thing for you right now is to break through to level 80 as soon as possible. Set aside other matters for the time being. You must not lose sight of the big picture for the sake of small things." Hearing this, Nan Gong nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood. After explaining all the matters that needed to be addressed, Mo Chen led everyone toward the military camp where the 30,000 soldiers were stationed. Along the way, everyone remained silent, and the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Finally arriving at their destination, standing at a high point and looking down, they saw the densely packed figures below, all of whom were good brothers who had fought alongside him, sharing life and death. Mo Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging emotions within him, then raised his voice and shouted, "Brothers, I know that each of you has many concerns in your hearts at this moment. This Heaven-Do city is your common homeland. It has your relatives and your attachments that you cannot let go of." However, at this point, Mo Chen paused slightly, glancing around before continuing loudly. "But the current situation is urgent, and we must make a choice. Now, the Emperor of Heaven-Do wants to kill me, and, as my personal guards, you will naturally face retribution. I do not want to see you become the fish on the chopping block to be slaughtered. A wolf pack without a leading wolf is just like a tiger without claws." Mo Chen's words flowed endlessly, and the soldiers below were deeply shaken by what he said. These people could be said to have been under Mo Chen's command since they first entered the military camp. Mo Chen trained them, turning them from individuals into soldiers capable of taking on hundreds. Therefore, for these soldiers, Mo Chen held a significant place in their hearts. "Those who want to follow me, stand on the right. Those who want to stay, remain where you are." Mo Chen's voice was strong and resonant, echoing throughout the training ground. This farewell may mean that when we meet again, we could very well be enemies. Just as his words fell, a portion of the crowd, who had been looking around with confused and uncertain expressions, seemed to have no idea what decision to make. As time passed, initially everyone hesitated, but before long, one by one, people began to move, slowly stepping out of the line and standing to the right. As the saying goes, the first step is the hardest. But as soon as someone takes that first step, more people will naturally follow suit. Gradually, one by one, figures continuously emerged from the ranks and gathered to the right. Finally, when the last person successfully stood on the right, Haji Dan, who had been quietly standing next to Mo Chen, suddenly burst out laughing without warning, the laughter deafening, as if it could pierce the sky. "Aha, ha, I said it long ago, my judgment can't be wrong. My ability to judge people is top-notch." After laughing, he turned sharply to face the crowd, raising his voice and shouting, Brothers, there's no time to waste. We need to act immediately. Hurry back home to bring your family members and quickly evacuate this Heaven-Do city. Take advantage of the fact that old rascal's orders haven't been formally issued yet. And act quickly. Most of the people in front of him were ordinary citizens, and it was rare for anyone to have the fortune to live in the prosperous Heaven-Do imperial city. After all, they were just the most vulnerable group at the bottom of society, having suffered various hardships and bullying. It is not an exaggeration to say that if they chose to leave Mo Chen, it would almost become a luxury to expect any good development opportunities or prospects in the future. It was simply impossible to achieve. Therefore, they could be said to be placing all their hopes for the future on Mo Chen. As evening fell, in a village within the Heaven-Do territory, Haji Dan reported with a serious expression, "Big brother, there are currently 8,000 brothers who have arrived, but there are still 22,000 who have not yet reached." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen frowned slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. He truly did not expect that so many people could arrive in such a short time. What on earth is going on? How could so many people arrive in such a short time? Mo Chen muttered to himself while quickly flipping through the detailed map in his hand, which marked the hometowns of the 30,000 brothers. The map was filled with various symbols and lines, and the nearest location was still a good 5 miles away. It should be noted that when these brothers rushed from the border, the sky was already getting dark, nearing dusk. However, in such a limited time, to have a group of up to 8,000 people successfully gather was clearly unrealistic. At this moment, Haji Dan lowered his voice to explain, "Big brother, actually, there are some situations I haven't reported to you before. The majority of these 8,000 people are those who have no ties or burdens." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's body shook, and he was instantly stunned. As the leader of these soldiers, he had not managed to fully understand the family situations of the soldiers under his command. Thinking of this, a wave of guilt surged in his heart. "Big brother, don't worry. Since I know you have important matters to attend to, you can rest assured that we will take care of the task of receiving them. 3 days later, we will definitely wait for you 20 miles west of Seoul Master City," Haji said with a smile and a firm tone. Mo Chen slowly turned his head in response, his gaze landing on Nangong, who had remained silent the entire time. After giving a slight nod, Mo Chen seriously said to the 3 people in front of him, "Right, then I will leave first. 3 days later, at the place 20 miles west of Seoul Master City, I will be here to meet you." After saying that, he turned around to leave. However, at that moment, Haji stepped forward eagerly, looking at Mo Chen with anticipation. "Big brother, now that you are the so-called law enforcement elder of the Spear Hall, can you help me become an elder too?" As Haji said this, he scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Before Mo Chen could respond, Nangong immediately chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "Are you thinking too much? Look at yourself. You're already 37 years old, yet your strength is still at a mere level 70. Although that's decent compared to most people, the lowest elder in the Spirit Hall must be at least level 80. I think you'll never have a chance in this lifetime." After saying that, Nangong rolled his eyes at Haji and shook his head lightly. "I don't like what you just said, third brother," Haji quickly retorted. "Although Big Brother is the youngest among us 4, he has conquered us with his strength. If Big Brother can become a title d'honneur, there is no reason I can't become one too. When the time comes, I will make that high and mighty Pope personally preside over my award ceremony." After parting ways with everyone, Mo Chen walked on, the moonlight like water cascading onto the ground, illuminating his path. As time passed, he gradually encountered others who had come to meet up. When he finally arrived at Seoul Master City, the night was deep, and the entire city was immersed in tranquility. After all, it was already late at night, and most people had long fallen into a deep sleep. Just as Mo Chen was weaving through the streets and alleys, he was about to successfully pass through a narrow alley when suddenly a familiar voice came from behind him. "So late? What are you planning to sneak off to do?" Hearing this voice, Mo Chen's body stiffened as if he had been hit by a spell, freezing in place. He slowly turned around to see Qian Rengshu standing there, wearing a subtle, mischievous smile and fixing her gaze intently on him. Under the moonlight, her beautiful face appeared even more enchanting, but at that moment, Mo Chen had no time to appreciate her beauty, only feeling a trace of panic and nervousness. Little Shui, Mo Chen was about to explain, but before he could finish, he saw Qian Ringshu gently wave a slender finger and shake her head, signaling him not to continue. Oomph, you still call me Little Shui? Even my grandfather calls me that. And you dare to follow suit. Qian Ringshu pouted, slightly furrowing her brows, seemingly displeased with that title. Seeing this, Mo Chen quickly pondered how to address her differently. But after thinking for a while, he truly couldn't come up with a more suitable title. Should he just call her Qian Ringshu directly? Wouldn't that be too distant? Thinking of this, Mo Chen couldn't help but show a troubled expression. When Qian Ringshu saw Mo Chen looking troubled and at a loss, she suddenly burst into laughter. Silly, it seems I really need to send you to the Etiquette Academy for some training. Qian Ringshu said, hands on her hips, looking quite proud. Though her smile was impossible to hide, Mo Chen pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Go study at the academy? Are you kidding? I'm already a title de law, and I still need to study? Qian Ringshu stepped in front of Mo Chen, extending her delicate hand to gently tidy up his somewhat disheveled clothing. As she gradually approached, Mo Chen felt his heart, which had long been quiet, suddenly beat violently. This feeling was unfamiliar to him, as if a calm lake had been struck by a giant stone, instantly creating ripples. Perhaps it was because Qian Ringshu at this moment could already be considered half his fiancée. So, while he usually interacted with her calmly and without distraction, he felt as if he had become a different person, his thoughts racing wildly. Mo Chen slightly lowered his head, his nose catching the faint fragrance emanating from Qian Ringshu, a scent as subtle as the fresh aroma of blooming flowers in spring, refreshing and heartwarming. At the same time, he could distinctly feel Qian Ringshu's slender fingers gently brushing over him, sending a tingling sensation through him. Just then, Qian Ringshu's slightly complaining voice came. You really give me a headache. You can't even recognize a few words, yet you always try to pretend to be a gentleman. If I don't send you to the Etiquette Academy to polish you up, how will you win a girl's heart in the future? Qian Ringshu seemed to say this casually, but there was a firm undertone in her eyes. Mo Chen remained silent for a moment, unconsciously reaching out to grasp the hand Qian Ringshu was using to adjust his clothing. At the moment their fingers touched, it felt as if a strong electric current surged through them, causing Qian Ringshu to instinctively retract her fingers. At the same time, Mo Chen's reaction mirrored hers. His hand that had wanted to touch Qian Ringshu's fingertip also jerked back, as if shocked. In that brief moment, their fingertips lightly brushed against each other, like a bolt of lightning crossing their hearts. In an instant, their hearts began to race, as if they were about to leap out of their throats. The sound of their pounding hearts was particularly clear in the quiet night. The moonlight was like water, dreamy and ethereal, casting a gentle silver glow over Qian Ringshu's delicate figure, as if wrapping her in a layer of gauze, making her silhouette appear hazy and mysterious. So, how do I look tonight? Qian Ringshu's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile, her eyes glinting with pride and anticipation. Mo Chen gazed at Qian Ringshu, momentarily entranced. Under the moonlight, her skin was like snow, her features beautiful, with her arched brows, bright eyes, and luscious red lips, all captivating. Unknowingly, Mo Chen slowly extended his right hand, not even realizing what was happening. He felt as if that hand was no longer under his conscious control, moving involuntarily toward Qian Ringshu. However, just as his hand was about to touch her shoulder, Qian Ringshu suddenly took a small step back. At that moment, she stood with her hands behind her back, blinking her lively big eyes playfully at Mo Chen, and mischievously said, I already told you, I must make you willingly fall in love with me. So how do you like me tonight? Qian Ringshu tilted her head, her face radiating confidence and playfulness as she awaited Mo Chen's reply. Mo Chen slowly nodded, still unsure of what had just happened to him. Logically speaking, someone like him shouldn't be swayed by primitive desires. Qian Ringshu slightly tilted her head, raising her delicate hand to playfully toss her hair that cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. A faint blush appeared on her stunning face, as delicate as blooming peach blossoms. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly extended a hand. Come with me. That woman wants to see you. Qian Rengshu's voice was as soft as a gentle breeze brushing against a string, carrying a hint of shyness. However, when she mentioned that woman, her tone involuntarily trembled slightly. And Mo Chen, who had been carefully observing Qian Renshua, keenly caught this subtlety in her words. He nodded thoughtfully, then reached out to tightly grasp the delicate hand Qian Renshua offered. The two walked into the papal palace together. By now, it was deep into the night. Silent and still, the entire papal palace was empty, with not a single shadow in sight. Only the moonlight filtered through the large windows, casting patches of silver light on the ground, adding a touch of tranquility to the solemn palace. Pope Bibi Dong sat quietly on the papal throne, her figure graceful, her demeanor captivating, exuding an innate noble aura and imposing presence. Her breathtaking beauty was not diminished even when compared to Qian Renshua beside her. Instead, it appeared more mature and charming, exuding elegance. "You are the fiancée that old man designated for Qian Renshua?" Bibi Dong frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her beautiful eyes, her tone cold and unfriendly, filled with hostility towards the person before her. "Then you must be the current Pope Bibi Dong." And Mo Chen smirked slightly, teasingly responding with an air of knowing. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two suddenly grew tense, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, as if it would ignite at any moment. Qian Renshua, who had been standing silently beside them, couldn't help but frown slightly, watching the impending conflict with concern. "You are quite arrogant." Bibi Dong's brows furrowed tightly, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes, clearly dissatisfied with Mo Chen's unabashedly arrogant attitude. Her graceful figure emanated an invisible pressure that sent chills down one's spine. However, in the face of Bibi Dong's anger, Mo Chen remained unperturbed. He let out a cold laugh and provocatively replied, "Your Holiness, you are being too harsh. I am merely an ordinary law enforcement elder in the Spirit Hall. Even though you are the Pope, high and mighty, what right do you have to question me?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong trembled with rage, her chest heaving violently with each breath. She gritted her silver teeth, glaring at Mo Chen, her anger having reached its peak. "You!" Bibi Dong struggled to suppress her fury, squeezing out a word through clenched teeth. But before she could finish, Mo Chen interrupted her again. "What? Did I say something wrong? Is the esteemed Pope merely someone who can talk?" Mo Chen continued to mock Bibi Dong, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "Kid, are you really not afraid of death?" Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, speaking each word deliberately. Her once beautiful and charming face was now slightly distorted with anger. It had been countless years since Bibi Dong ascended to the papacy, and no one had ever dared to disrespect her like this, speaking to her in such a contemptuous tone. Yet, facing Bibi Dong's furious shout, Mo Chen showed no fear, even slightly raising the corners of his mouth, displaying an air of fearlessness as he said, "Even that old man Qian wouldn't dare to call me kid. What right do you have to do so?" Just then, a loud bang echoed, and an overwhelming soul power suddenly erupted from Bibi Dong's delicate body. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in an incredibly cold, bone-chilling aura. Seeing the spider-shaped phantom emerge behind Bibi Dong, Mo Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, so our Pope is just a spider hiding in the dark." His words were filled with mockery. Hearing this, Bibi Dong was even more furious, her beautiful eyes wide with rage. She swung her staff violently, and with a flash of dazzling light, a crescent-shaped slash hurtled towards Mo Chen. As it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Hearing the sound of air being sliced, Mo Chen stepped forward, and immediately his aura surged forward like a tide. The once unstoppable slash abruptly halted before Mo Chen, as if it had sunk into the sea, easily shattered by him. "Does the Pope really want to fight me?" Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, having already unknowingly positioned himself in front of Qian Renshua. He couldn't help but notice that since entering the papal palace, Qian Renshua had kept her head down. Although he didn't know what had happened between them, he felt more familiar with Qian Renshua than with the Pope. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to act against you?" Bibi Dong said, her tone fierce yet somewhat weak. Let us wait and see. The two invisible pressures collided continuously, but with each collision, BB Dong became increasingly astonished by Mo Chen's strength. The dragon-type martial soul had an inherent suppression over beast martial souls, and coupled with the radiant properties of the Fuso Golden Crow, it exerted a tremendous suppression over her martial soul's attributes. As Mo Chen's power continuously surged forth, he resembled a waking giant dragon, imposing and unstoppable. Meanwhile, BB Dong began to feel an unprecedented pressure gradually closing in on her. First, the overwhelming dragon aura coming from Mo Chen pressed down heavily on BB Dong. Each wisp of dragon aura seemed to carry immense force, slowing BB Dong's movements. Moreover, the light emitted by Mo Chen's second martial soul possessed a unique attribute that was simply a nemesis for BB Dong, further weakening her strength. Under this dual pressure, fine beads of sweat quickly covered BB Dong's forehead, and the sweat trickled down her fair cheeks, dripping to the ground. At the same time, her hands, tightly gripping the papal staff, trembled uncontrollably. "How about it, Your Holiness? My skills as a young lad must be worthy of your attention, right?" At this moment, Mo Chen's provocative words struck BB Dong's face like loud slaps. Despite BB Dong trying her utmost to enhance her soul power, attempting to break through the predicament before her, no matter how hard she tried, Mo Chen stood before her like an imposing mountain, weighing heavily upon her, nearly suffocating her. "Are you still not planning to manifest your martial soul? If this continues, you might just lose to me, this young lad." And Mo Chen wore a disdainful smile, still mocking BB Dong with that teasing tone. In the face of Mo Chen's arrogant attitude, BB Dong gritted her teeth, her inner fury burning fiercely. However, at that moment, she found herself utterly powerless against Mo Chen, only able to harbor resentment. Once Mo Chen saw what she looked like after her martial soul manifested, it would be long before the entire continent knew how ugly her martial soul form was. Aside from that incident, her appearance after manifesting her martial soul was BB Dong's greatest taboo. With a deafening boom, the entire hall shook. Mo Chen's surging soul power instantly shattered BB Dong's soul attack, and without losing momentum, it all slammed into BB Dong, enveloping her entirely in this overwhelming force. BB Dong, struck by this soul power, was sent flying backward. Her body traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily against the wall behind her. With this violent impact, the wall immediately cracked with huge fissures, and the already precarious debris above began to fall like rain, mercilessly crashing down on BB Dong. Seeing this scene, Qian Renxue was shocked and instinctively wanted to rush forward. However, just as she was about to take a step forward, she suddenly felt as if her feet were crushed by an immense weight, unable to move an inch no matter how hard she struggled. On the other side, Mo Chen, who had successfully repelled BB Dong, slowly withdrew the soul power pressure he had exerted on her. He slightly moved his joints, and a series of cracking sounds echoed in the silent environment, sharp and clear, sending a chill down one's spine. He stepped forward, walking step by step toward where BB Dong lay in the distance. At this moment, there was a hint of pride on Mo Chen's face, and his eyes revealed uncontainable excitement and mockery. He was eager to see how the usually imperious BB Dong would look in such a wretched state. Looking at BB Dong, who lay trembling among the ruins with her once luscious lips now stained with shocking blood, Mo Chen quietly stared at the scene before him, a peculiar mockery evident on his face. He slightly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, his eyes glinting with a barely perceptible pride. "How is it, esteemed Pope? Do you think the strength I've displayed as a rookie meets your expectations?" Mo Chen spoke, his words seemingly filled with humility, yet anyone could detect the subtle mockery and derision in his tone. Just then, Qian Renxue hurriedly arrived at the scene. When she saw BB Dong in such a miserable state, her heart couldn't help but tremble. An inexplicable pain surged within her, causing her to furrow her brows involuntarily. At that moment, standing on the ruins, Qian Renxue was deeply entangled. On one side was her mother, and on the other was her lover. For a moment, the choice between her mother and lover left her at a loss. Despite BB Dong's coldness toward Qian Renxue throughout her life, never giving her the maternal love and care she deserved. The bond of blood still tightly wrapped around Qian Rinchue's heart, making it impossible for her to completely sever her deep feelings for Bibi Dong. Seeing the complex emotions on Qian Rinchue's face, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a weight in her heart. She didn't believe she owed anyone anything, but she indeed owed Qian Rinchue too much. Yet, looking at the extremely proud Mo Chen, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel anger rising within her. She slowly got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on her body, and then tossed a token to Mo Chen. "This is the token of my papacy. With this, you'll encounter fewer troubles when you seize power," Bibi Dong said coldly before turning away, ignoring the two. Ultimately, Bibi Dong still did not speak, offering no explanations to Qian Rinchue, and her actions indirectly supported Qian Rinchue's choice. Chapter 20. Transitional Chapter. The next chapter begins to torment Tang San. The next morning, sunlight poured through the windows of the papal hall. The entire hall seemed particularly spacious, with only Mo Chen and Bibi Dong standing within it. The atmosphere much less tense than the previous day. Mo Chen quietly gazed ahead and thoughtfully said, "You asked me yesterday about my views on the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition. I think the competition system that has been in place for so many years could use some changes." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was quite surprised. She turned her head sharply to look at Mo Chen, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. After all, there were less than 2 weeks until the competition began. Proposing changes to the competition system at this point was indeed a bit abrupt. It's not something that can be easily changed. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, shaking her head. Then, as if she thought of something, she added, "You're just a martial artist, after all. You know nothing about such complex issues related to the competition system. While we are aware that there are indeed many flaws and shortcomings in the competition, completely reforming it is not a matter of a day. It requires long-term planning." After saying this, Bibi Dong sighed softly, her gaze falling back on Mo Chen, seemingly waiting for him to respond further. Hearing this, Mo Chen's already not-so-bright mind became even more confused, completely unclear about the situation. "Since you know, I'm just a simpleton who knows only how to wield a weapon. Why are you discussing this with me?" Mo Chen said, scratching the back of his head in bewilderment. Just then, Bibi Dong's slender hand slowly extended toward Mo Chen, gently pointing at him. Mo Chen, seeing this, was equally perplexed. He raised his hand to point at himself, a look of increasing confusion on his face. "Me?" Mo Chen's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, affirming him. Then, her cherry-red lips parted slightly, and she softly said, "You are only 21 this year, and the age limit for the competition is 25, so you can fully represent the Spirit Hall in this competition." However, just as Bibi Dong's words fell, a loud bang resounded. Mo Chen slammed his palm heavily onto the solid table in front of him, unable to contain his anger. At this moment, he trembled all over. Even his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. His once clear and bright eyes were now filled with burning rage, staring fiercely at Bibi Dong as if he wanted to devour her whole, shouting, "I am now the law elder of the Spirit Hall. Are you mocking me by asking me to participate in the competition?" Seeing Mo Chen so furious, Bibi Dong nodded as if she had expected this reaction. "Yes, just as Qian Rinchue said, you cannot control your emotions due to your martial soul," Bibi Dong said slowly. Her cool voice echoed in the air, carrying an invisible pressure. However, when Bibi Dong revealed the secret of her martial soul's flaw, Mo Chen remained unusually calm, not panicking as Bibi Dong had anticipated. He simply stood there quietly, his gaze calmly fixed on Bibi Dong, seemingly deep in thought. "Withering flower and Capricorn grass. These two herbs are indeed highly toxic," Bibi Dong said again slowly, her tone still flat, but laced with a hint of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He looked at Bibi Dong and asked with a hint of confusion, "What? Does your holiness know about herbs too?" Facing Mo Chen's question, Bibi Dong was first slightly taken aback, then she burst into laughter. The words that followed struck Mo Chen like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned in place. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a smile, neither fully smiling nor frowning, as she said, I have withering flower and Capricorn grass. And the demon fire released by your Zhu Long martial soul happens to be an essential ingredient for refining pills. So what do you say? Would you like to consider making a deal with me? At this moment, Mo Chen's expression turned extremely serious. He furrowed his brows tightly, staring at Bibi Dong's ambiguous smile, secretly contemplating her true intentions. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, "What do you want me to do?" The withering flower and Capricorn grass were incredibly important to Mo Chen. Before this, if Mo Chen was unclear about how to resolve his own flaws, he might have been able to adopt a nonchalant attitude and let things be. However, at this moment, since he already knew how to solve the problem, he had to take it seriously. He heard Bibi Dong speak in her usual slow and steady tone. "Don't worry, I won't let you harm those around you. Moreover, what I'm asking you to do should actually be seen as a reward for you." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen tilted his head in surprise, a look of skepticism on his face. He simply couldn't understand what kind of matter could be referred to as a reward for himself. After all, he had already gathered all 6 soul bones, and his soul power had reached level 95. As long as he could overcome the flaws in his martial soul, he would have the opportunity to break through to level 96. At this moment, Mo Chen truly could not think of anything that could be considered a reward for himself. After finishing his conversation with Bibi Dong, 2 calm days passed. On the 3rd night, Mo Chen arrived at a location 20 miles outside of Wuhan City. It was a tranquil place, with only the gentle breeze rustling the leaves. At that moment, a group of figures appeared not far ahead. It was Hajidin and the others who had arrived early to meet him. Hajidin quickly stepped forward, his face beaming with excitement. "Brother, according to your previous instructions, I brought 31 for 122 brothers to meet with you." Hearing this number, Mo Chen nodded slightly in satisfaction. He then turned to look at the quiet forest shrouded in night. He saw a sea of heads, a dark mass of people. The presence of these people seemed to inject new life and vitality into the tranquil forest. "Well done." Mo Chen patted Hajidin on the shoulder and praised him. However, just as he was about to continue arranging the follow-up matters, Hajidin suddenly hesitated. After a brief moment of hesitation, as if contemplating how to phrase his words, he finally mustered the courage to speak. "Brother, this time we have gathered nearly 80,000 people. Many brothers have also brought their families and children along. Although I know you must have a plan, I still want to say that we can't let the brothers sleep on the streets." By the end of his statement, Hajidin's expression turned troubled. The usually carefree and easygoing Hajidin realized that settling these 80,000 people would not be an easy task. After all, with such a large number, issues related to food, clothing, housing, and other aspects needed careful consideration and thorough arrangements. "Don't worry." With these words, Mo Chen suddenly shook, and a powerful soul force surged from him like a roaring tide. In an instant, an invisible yet immensely powerful domain rapidly expanded from Mo Chen as the center, enveloping everyone in this vast forest in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Mo Chen's voice echoed within this domain. After confirming that his words would not leak out, he declared loudly, "Brothers, I believe you all remember the promise I, Mo Chen, made to you, to lead you in search of a brand new place to settle down. Since you followed me to this new place, it will definitely be better than what you had in Tiando." As Mo Chen passionately delivered his speech, over 30,000 soldiers, armed with various weapons and fully equipped, unanimously focused their attention on him. These soldiers wore solemn expressions, their eyes shimmering with determination and admiration. Meanwhile, the family members they had been protecting raised their heads, looking at him with anticipation. Here, I also want to announce an important matter to everyone. His Holiness, the Pope has agreed to accept all your family members as citizens of the Spirit Hall. At this point, Mo Chen paused slightly, scanning the crowd's reactions, and then raised his voice. "Additionally, if you're tired of military life, you can choose to become an ordinary person. The Spirit Hall will provide each person with a compensation of 10,000 gold soul coins as retirement benefits." These matters had already been discussed with Bibi Dong a few days prior. After all, Bibi Dong had long heard of Mo Chen's fearsome personal guard. This guard had previously only numbered 5,000, but could take on 10 or even defeat much larger forces, managing to crush an army of 50,000 with ease. Such astonishing achievements had piqued Bibidong's interest in this army. Because of this, Bibidong had full confidence in Mo Chen's exceptional leadership abilities. As the saying goes, a strong general has no weak soldiers. Bibidong understood this principle well. Moreover, even the generous compensation of 10,000 gold soul coins for each person was provided by Bibidong. Once the matters here were settled, Mo Chen hurriedly took Dan Yu and swiftly made his way to where Bibidong was located. At this time, he saw two peculiar plants placed in front of Bibidong. One was a flower that displayed a vibrant purple-red hue, resembling a flame that was dazzling and bright. The flower's center flickered with a deep purple light, as if containing endless magic and vitality. To ensure that this power would not easily leak out, the box containing this flower had been specially sealed tightly. In stark contrast, the other plant was a seemingly ordinary black grass. It lay quietly there, inconspicuous, and if one did not pay close attention, it would be hard to notice its existence. At that moment, Dan Yu suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. This is the withering flower and the Capricorn grass." His eyes, filled with surprise, were fixed on these two rare treasures, unable to look away. He stood there quietly in front of the two plants, staring at them, his hands hanging by his side, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Even a slight release of the herb scent could cause irreversible damage to the surrounding environment. Absolutely cannot be opened here. Otherwise, the entire hall will be engulfed in toxic gas, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Dan Yu furrowed his brow, lost in a brief but deep contemplation. After a moment, he looked up, his gaze firm as he addressed Mo Chen seriously. "Boss, in my opinion, we should directly use demon fire to refine it. This way, we can minimize the risk of toxic gas leaking out." Mo Chen had actually already considered Dan Yu's suggestion. Without Dan Yu, Mo Chen probably wouldn't have known how to solve his martial soul problem. Just as Mo Chen was determined and about to raise his hand to use the demon fire, Bibidong appeared beside him. She raised her delicate hand without hesitation and firmly pressed it against Mo Chen's wrist, where he was about to act. "Not here. Follow me," with Qian Ringshu, Bibidong said, turning to walk outside. While the two plants that had been on the table were unexpectedly lifted by two small spiders that appeared from nowhere. After finding Qian Ringshu, the three of them followed Bibidong into a secret chamber. As the tightly shut door of the secret chamber slowly opened, Bibidong felt as if her heart had experienced a tumultuous storm. She took a deep breath and exhaled a breath of turbid air, as if that turbid air carried the pressure that had been building up in her heart for a long time. With the release of this turbid air, Bibidong's whole body involuntarily trembled slightly. This is the place. It's hidden here. Even if there is a commotion, the outside world will find it hard to notice. Bibidong slightly calmed her emotions, took a deep breath, and spoke. Although her voice was not loud, there was a noticeable tremor in her tone. Qian Rinxue, standing nearby, keenly sensed Bibidong's unusual expression at that moment, and a surge of concern welled up in her heart. Just as she was about to ask, Bibidong had already stepped out of the secret chamber without hesitation. At that moment, Dan Yu softly said, "In that case, let's begin immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly raised one hand, palm up, gently lifting it. In an instant, a crystal-clear stream of water seemed to leap out of his palm as if it had life, steadily lifting two herbs that emitted a strange glow into the air. At the same time, the previously silent Mo Chen also completed his martial soul possession in an instant. Suddenly, a giant phantom of a candle dragon appeared behind him, vividly lifelike as if it truly existed. As the candle dragon phantom gradually solidified, a heart-pounding purple light flickered in Mo Chen's originally deep eyes. Then, at the moment when his palm fully opened, a cluster of dark purple flames erupted from his palm like a volcanic explosion, the scorching flames licking the surrounding air and producing crackling sounds. Chapter 21. The Proposal. Meeting Tang, San as the temperature rose sharply. The already somewhat dim secret chamber was now filled with a suffocating heat. The gray walls seemed unable to withstand the searing heat, beginning to burn with shocking red marks. like claw marks left by a demon. The scorching heat wave hit Qian Rinxue like a tsunami, causing her to instinctively furrow her brows, her beautiful face revealing a hint of pain. Her body seemed to be driven by some invisible force, unconsciously retreating slowly, tried to escape the terrifying heat wave. Just then, Dan Yu suddenly spread his arms wide, and in an instant, a thin layer of water vapor appeared in the already unbearable secret chamber. This layer of water vapor formed a stark contrast to the surrounding scorching air. Meanwhile, the blazing purple flames seemed to encounter a natural enemy, colliding violently with the water vapor. At the moment they met, a hissing sound filled the air, and a large amount of white steam surged up, filling the entire secret chamber, causing everything that was once clear to become blurred. However, due to the timely appearance and neutralizing effect of this water vapor, the wilted flower and Capricorn grass that had been ruthlessly burned by the fierce fire finally stopped their trend of continued wilting and shrinking, gradually melting into pools of pitch-black liquid. Now, Dan Yu, who had been closely watching the changes before him, suddenly said in a deep voice. A drop of blood emerged from his body and, unnoticed by the other two, merged into the liquid. And Mo Chen, understanding the cue, nodded, and then his entire body erupted with a dazzling black light. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen transformed into a massive black dragon. However, perhaps due to the limited space of the secret chamber, this black dragon was much smaller than it would be in the outside world. Even so, the black dragon still exuded an imposing presence. It opened its huge mouth without hesitation and pounced towards the swirling black liquid in midair. At the moment the black dragon's mouth touched the liquid, an extremely glaring purple light suddenly erupted from within the black dragon, instantly illuminating the entire secret chamber. After stopping the output of water elements, Dan Yu collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, he had no soul power left in his body, and every cell felt immense pain. Ignoring whether the wall beside him was scalding hot, he leaned tightly against it. He gasped for the surrounding air, his throat producing heavy and rapid breaths. It worked. Now we have to see if the boss can withstand this challenge. Dan Yu lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the black dragon in midair, which was gradually shrinking, murmuring to himself. In his words, there was both a sense of relief and a hint of hidden worry. After a short rest, Dan Yu struggled to support his exhausted body and slowly stood up. He dragged his heavy footsteps toward the door of the secret chamber. With a slight sound, the door of the secret chamber was slowly pushed open, and Dan Yu's figure gradually disappeared outside. At this moment, only Qian Rinxue and Mo Chen remained in the secret chamber. Mo Chen had already transformed back into human form, but his appearance was shocking. His body was covered in dense, interwoven black patterns, which seemed to be alive, constantly writhing. His once normal blood vessels had all turned black, protruding grotesquely. Despite this, Mo Chen endured the waves of tearing pain in his body and the sharp stabs in his brain, trying hard to stay awake. However, his vision began to blur, and everything he saw seemed to be shrouded in a thick haze, presenting a scene of desolation and decay. Even though Mo Chen was being consumed by endless pain, as if he were at the bottom of a dark abyss, he sat there silently, like a statue, his silence heartbreaking. The world around him seemed to have cut off all ties with him, leaving only the surging pain deep within his heart. He did not scream or cry out in agony like an ordinary person. Instead, he silently endured everything like a solitary boat in a storm, swaying precariously yet still holding on stubbornly. Qian Rinxue looked at Mo Chen from a distance, and a surge of indescribable pity welled up in her heart. Her footsteps involuntarily moved toward Mo Chen, each step feeling so heavy. Finally, she reached Mo Chen's side and unhesitatingly extended her arms, tightly embracing the currently fragile Mo Chen. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Qian Rinxue said softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake, afraid of disturbing the person before her. However, at that moment, Mo Chen's eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, his once bright gaze now like a gem that had lost its luster, showing no trace of emotional fluctuation. He responded to Qian Rinxue's embrace in a mechanical and numb manner, as if his soul had already drifted away from his body. The blood vessels on him that continuously broke and reconnected resembled hideous scars, starkly displaying Mo Chen's terrible state. These blood vessels sometimes ruptured, splattering blood, and sometimes healed, leaving behind purple-red marks. Xiaoxue, Mo Chen muttered unintelligibly, as if calling for the final lifeline in his life. Just then, when Mo Chen's consciousness regained a bit of clarity, a strange red light suddenly flickered in his originally dim eyes. The red light was fleeting, so quick that it was almost imperceptible. Following that, Mo Chen seemed to use the last of his strength to hold onto Qian Renxue tightly, and then the two of them fell heavily onto the cold, hard ground. 3 days later, I'm sorry. I will take responsibility. At this moment, Mo Chen's face was filled with guilt, and he dared not avert his gaze, staring directly at Qian Renxue, who was in a disheveled state. Reflecting on his crazed and uncontrollable self over the past 3 days, Mo Chen felt deep regret. At that time, he had not fully regained his sanity. It was more a matter of the instinct of the dragon within him acting up. Despite everything that had happened, he felt every detail with utmost clarity. The originally sturdy large bed had collapsed onto the ground, stained with blood, and before him, Qian Renxue's tattered clothing barely concealed her body. Qian Renxue struggled to rise, but the extreme fatigue and sharp pain coursing through her body instinctively made her furrow her brow. Seeing this, Mo Chen was anxious and hurriedly stepped forward, extending his hands to support Qian Renxue's swaying body. At this moment, Qian Renxue's complexion was as pale as paper. Her lips had lost their usual rosy hue, and she looked extremely haggard. However, even in such a situation, her beautiful eyes still brimmed with deep affection for Mo Chen, showing no hint of resentment or blame. It's okay. I don't regret it. Everything was my choice. After all, at that time, given your state, if I truly wanted to resist with my strength, you wouldn't have succeeded. Qian Renxue forced a smile despite her discomfort and softly reassured him. She wasn't lying. Although Mo Chen had broken through to level 96 after completely finishing, at that time, he had no soul power left, as all of it was used for his own recovery. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue's soul power had reached level 73, and although she was still a distance away from 96, she could have escaped from Mo Chen in that state. You don't need to say anything. I, Mo Chen, am not someone who dares to do something without taking responsibility. I will definitely be responsible for you. Mo Chen waved his hand abruptly, interrupting her attempt to speak. Since he had completely mastered his martial soul, a glimmer of clarity gradually appeared in his previously chaotic and confused eyes. He let out a deep breath, feeling as if he had put down a heavy burden. Then, without hesitation, Mo Chen knelt on one knee before Qian Renxue. This sudden action seemed to freeze the air around them for a moment. Mo Chen slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the beauty before him, his eyes revealing unprecedented sincerity and deep affection. You know, I'm just a rough martial artist, completely ignorant of the ways of the officialdom, the complexities of life, and human relationships. Yet even so, after this time spent together, I have come to understand my true feelings. As he spoke, Mo Chen slowly extended a hand and gently placed it on his chest. Through his clothing, he could clearly feel his heart beating fiercely within his chest. My heart tells me that it has been completely occupied by you. So, Qian Renxue, will you marry me? Mo Chen's tone was sincere and resolute, each word striking like a hammer against Qian Renxue's heart. This isn't out of guilt from this time, but my true feelings. For a moment, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. At this moment, Qian Renxue widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Mo Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, in shock. Clearly, although she knew that what had happened would rapidly advance their relationship, the abrupt outcome was something she had not expected. However, after a brief moment of surprise, a blush gradually appeared on Qian Renxue's face. She gently bit her lip, her gaze somewhat evasive, seemingly unable to meet Mo Chen's fiery stare. But in the end, she slowly extended her delicate hand and gently placed it on Mo Chen's outstretched palm. Although Qian Renxue never uttered the words "I do," at this moment, her silent actions surpassed all sweet words and vows in the world. That's truly touching. A soft and slightly emotional voice suddenly echoed in the quiet chamber. Unbeknownst to them, Bibi Dong had silently appeared, her graceful figure leaning against the cold wall, her beautiful eyes quietly observing the two before her. However, when Bibi Dong's voice reached Qian Rinchue's ears, her delicate body shivered slightly, and her eyebrows furrowed. "When did you come in?" Qian Rinchue's red lips parted slightly, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion. At the same time, her delicate hand quickly reached forward, wanting to pick up the clothing that had fallen to the ground, now in tatters and unable to conceal her body. Although the clothing was now too damaged to cover her embarrassment, Qian Rinxue still didn't want Bibi Dong to see her in such a humiliating state. Just then, as if seeing through Qian Rinxue's thoughts, Bibi Dong's lips curled slightly, and with a gentle wave of her hand, a brand new elegant garment flew towards Qian Rinxue. And Mo Chen, standing beside her, was quick and steady, catching the flying clothing along with a small, exquisite wooden box that fell with it. He first handed the clothing to Qian Rinxue, and after she took it, he slowly opened the mysterious wooden box. As the lid of the box was gently lifted, a dazzling light instantly emanated from within. Inside the wooden box lay two brilliantly shining rings, perfectly arranged. One ring was intricately carved with a lifelike dragon pattern, exuding a sense of dominance. The other ring was finely detailed with a beautiful and noble phoenix, appearing as if it was about to take flight, stunning to behold. How could a proposal be without rings? These rings are also a connected storage soul guide. The space isn't large, but it's enough for you. Bibi Dong paused for a moment. "Once you're done, come out. I have matters to discuss with you." After saying this, Bibi Dong turned and left without looking back, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Although he understood that Bibi Dong's actions were well-intentioned, the signs indicated that the relationship between Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong was clearly not harmonious. With this thought, Mo Chen couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Chen handed the rings along with the wooden box to Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue took the wooden box, opened the lid, and her gaze fell upon the two dazzling rings. For a moment, her expression became complicated, as if her heart was undergoing a fierce struggle. After a while, she raised her head to look at Mo Chen, her face revealing an indescribable expression. After a passionate internal debate, Qian Rinxue finally made her decision. She gently picked up one of the rings, examined it carefully for a moment, and then smiled as she placed it on Mo Chen's ring finger. Next, she picked up the other ring and gently adorned herself with it. After completing these actions, the two exchanged smiles. They walked out of the chamber together. Arriving at the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong was still seated on the Pope's throne, with the two Duo's, Zhu Gui, and the others serving on either side. Meanwhile, Hu Li, Yi Yu, and Yin stood quietly below. And Mo Chen, I appoint you as the team leader for this competition. Do you accept? Bibi Dong looked at Mo Chen and said. Mo Chen initially wanted to refuse, as he had never been one to follow orders. However, just as he was about to decline, he thought of the ring on his hand and ultimately nodded in acceptance. Before Mo Chen could speak, Yin had already stepped forward, pointing at Mo Chen and saying, Your Holiness, I disagree. Letting someone we've never met be our teacher. I believe he is unworthy. However, before Bibi Dong could respond, Mo Chen suddenly appeared in front of Yin, pinching his face and lifting him up. At this moment, Mo Chen's expression was as dark as water, and the fingers pinching Yan's face were applying increasing pressure. What qualifications do you have to deny me? Yin, with his feet off the ground, continued to struggle. But at that moment, his soul power had been sealed, making even simple movements appear futile. Stop it! As soon as Yi Yu opened his mouth, upon meeting Mo Chen's gaze, he broke out in a cold sweat. Yin was thrown towards Xie Yu like a dead dog. The speed was so fast that even Xie Yu, who was already a soul king, couldn't react at all. With a loud bang, Yin collided with Xie Yu, and both were sent flying by the powerful force. After brushing off his hands, Mo Chen expressed some disdain as he wiped them. Your Holiness, I apologize, but I really dislike being pointed at. Mo Chen spread his hands and said nonchalantly. At this moment, Hulaina was completely intimidated by Mo Chen's display. Standing quietly to the side, without speaking, Qian Rinxue also glanced at the two with a look of speechlessness, thinking why provoke Mo Chen when there were so many others to choose from. This fire was not anger, but rather unspent desire. Since Xie Yu and his companion were injured, you won't need to participate in helping Hulaina hunt for her spirit ring. Bibi Dong looked at the two who had fallen into unconsciousness, also shocked by Mo Chen's earlier move. After all, even she couldn't capture Mo Chen's speed just now. First, congratulations on breaking through to level 96, but could the ceremony wait until after you help Laina obtain her 5th spirit ring? Bibi Dong pointed out Mo Chen's current spirit power level, which not only reassured Hulaina, but also explained the situation to the two titled Duluos beside her. However, unexpectedly, Mo Chen did not refuse this time. Instead, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. I'll go too. It's rare to have some relaxation time, and I don't want to stay cooped up here. Qian Renxue stepped forward and took Mo Chen's hand. After giving Qian Renxue a fond glance, Mo Chen brought the light bulb Hulaina along to the Sunset Forest. In 2 days, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition would begin, so going to the Stardow Forest was obviously not realistic. Therefore, the nearby Sunset Forest naturally became the best choice. Since Hulaina needed her 5th spirit ring, Mo Chen dismissed the idea of searching on the outskirts and directly took the two into the inner area of the Sunset Forest. However, just as they stepped into the inner area, Mo Chen keenly detected a lingering toxin in the air. Having absorbed the withering flower and the Capricorn grass, Mo Chen was immune to all poisons, but Qian Renxue and Hulaina were not. Don't worry, the holy attribute of my martial soul can help me resist it, Qian Renxue said to avoid worrying Mo Chen. Just as Mo Chen was about to inquire about Hulaina's condition, a sudden change occurred. A massive spider suddenly sprang out from not far away. Its hideous appearance instantly captured all of Mo Chen's attention. Without hesitation, Mo Chen clenched his right fist, and in an instant, a powerful force surged from within him, with purple-black dragon scales rapidly covering his entire arm at a visible speed. He then swung his dragon scale-covered iron fist without hesitation, aiming to smash into the oncoming spider. Just as Mo Chen's fist was about to strike the spider's ugly, twisted face, he seemed to sense an extremely dangerous signal and abruptly restrained his power, halting his attack. At the same time, he swiftly pulled Qian Renxue into his arms and reached out to grab Hulaina, dragging both of them back quickly. Almost at the moment they retreated, dozens of silver needles shot into the place they had just stood, although so many silver needles successfully blocked the spider's escape route. The direction of the attack still made Mo Chen frown. If his reaction had been even slightly slower, it would have been Hulaina lying on the ground dead. After all, these silver needles had been tempered with deadly poison, and once struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, there was no harm done, and the crisis was temporarily averted. Countless resilient blue-silver grasses burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, growing and spreading at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, these blue-silver grasses intertwined and formed a dense net that tightly bound the massive body of the earth spider, rendering it completely immobile. Mo Chen quietly observed the earth spider trapped in the blue-silver grass, but at that moment, a figure suddenly jumped down from the tree. The person was dressed in blue, with short blue hair, and was wielding a blue Haotian hammer, aiming it at the earth spider. However, when Tang San saw Mo Chen not far from the earth spider, he instantly reined in his power, and the Haotian hammer vanished from his hand. Instead, he shot a few silver needles toward Mo Chen and the others. Mo Chen frowned, and his overwhelming spirit power suddenly burst forth. The powerful aura deflected all the incoming silver needles and startled Tang San, who was mid-air. Landing on the ground, Tang San placed one hand behind his back and fixed his gaze on Mo Chen, saying, "May I ask what you just saw, senior?" What Tang San referred to was naturally the moment Mo Chen had seen his Haotian hammer. After all, his father Tang Riqian and his most respected teacher to assure you, Xiao Gang, had both told him not to let anyone see his hammer martial soul. Thus, the moment Mo Chen saw his Haotian hammer, he had already made it onto Tang San's kill list. The Haotian hammer, you are from the Haotian school. Mo Chen looked at Tang San, a hint of anger appearing between his brows. This person had attacked him multiple times. Did he really think he was easy to deal with? You are from the Hao Yin school. Didn't you announce that you would remain hidden from the world? Hulaina said to Tang San. Even Hulaina felt displeased with Tang San's sudden attack, and Xianren Xue also held no good feelings toward this impolite person. Chapter 22. Ning Rongrong breaks the defense. From the Hao Yin school, Mo Chen said solemnly, his gaze fixed firmly on Tang San. However, just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the dense woods behind Tang San, followed by a dazzling golden light bursting forth, accompanied by a deafening dragon roar. A majestic golden dragon suddenly emerged from woods. Martial soul fusion skill. Mo Chen's pupils narrowed as he gazed at the imposing golden dragon, murmuring to himself. With his years of experience, he could instantly recognize that this golden dragon was the martial soul fusion skill once famously used by the Golden Iron Triangle. The golden dragon circled above Tang San's head, its massive body radiating a powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Every time its dragon claws waved, gusts of wind surged as if they would tear through the void. The unparalleled sense of oppression made the surrounding air feel heavy. What exactly did you just see? Tang San's face was as cold as water as he spoke again. Almost as soon as Tang San finished speaking, Mo Chen, who had been standing still, suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of Tang San. With a wave of his arm, he struck Tang San's face with a palm, accompanied by a sharp wind sound. With a loud slap, the palm landed solidly on Tang San's cheek. The immense force sent Tang San flying backward as if he had received a heavy blow. Meanwhile, the golden dragon that had been circling above him seemed to be bound by some powerful force, unable to move even an inch under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Mo Chen. Haven't your parents taught you that this is very impolite? Or are you just a nobody without upbringing? Mo Chen slightly squinted his eyes, coldly staring at Tang San, who had been slapped away, and spoke in a chilling tone. As the golden giant dragon was gradually suppressed, the three members of the Golden Iron Triangle in the distance suddenly felt an extremely strong and suffocating threat surging towards them like a tide. Dean Flandra, what is happening? Dai Mubai, who had just exhausted himself to drive away this group of not-so-old but numerous soul beasts, gasped for breath and looked at the three who were almost powerless to fight back. With a shocked expression, he asked. At this moment, Lu Erlong, whose originally stunningly beautiful face had turned pale from the exertion, had beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She furrowed her brow tightly, her muscles tensed, and was doing her utmost to resist the invisible pressure coming from afar. Beside her, Xiao Wu was anxious and worried, her large, expressive eyes filled with concern, locking onto Lu Erlong as she trembled and shouted, "Mom." On the other side, although Yu Xiaojiang was also under tremendous pressure, he gritted his teeth and struggled to speak. Xiao San is in a critical situation. Wuji, hurry up and help. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji did not dare to delay and immediately nodded seriously. Then, he flashed and shot off like an arrow towards Tang San's direction. Meanwhile, Tang San, lying on the ground, covered his swollen and hot cheek that had just been heavily slapped, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Staring straight at the steady figure of Mo Chen standing on the ground of the earth cave, Demon Pearl, gritting his teeth and questioning, "Who exactly are you? Why did you attack me for no reason?" For no reason? Mo Chen frowned, questioning with a look of doubt. The previous incident might barely count as a coincidence. But what happened next was simply too much. Mo Chen had always considered himself a reasonable person, one who would first listen to the other party's explanation. However, at this moment, Tang San's thick skin exceeded what Mo Chen could have imagined. Tang San, with his neck stretched out, still refused to admit defeat and argued. "I really just wanted to block the escape route of the Earth Cave Demon Pearl. I never targeted you." Although Tang San indeed aimed the poison needles at the three of them when he attacked the second time, he would never easily admit this fact as long as he was not caught red-handed. Hearing Tang San's unreasonable argument, Mo Chen's anger surged instantly, and he shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. No matter your purpose. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, you despicable and shameless villain." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chen waved his right hand fiercely, and a powerful soul power surged out, condensing into a dazzling purple energy ball in the palm of his hand in an instant. Just then, Zhao Wuji, who had been hidden in the air, suddenly leaped out, crashing down like a mountain towards Mo Chen. With a loud bang, Zhao Wuji slammed his palm on the ground in front of Mo Chen, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Great strength, Vajrapalm," Zhao Wuji shouted, his voice thunderous and echoing in the sky. Accompanied by his roar, an unmatched powerful aura erupted from his body, as if it wanted to tear the heavens and earth apart. Then he suddenly struck down with a palm towards the front. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, dust and smoke billowing up, obscuring the view and making it almost impossible to see the scene ahead. Yet amidst the swirling dust, a figure stood firmly. Mo Chen was gathering energy with one hand while welcoming Zhao Wuji's fierce palm with the other. Bang! A huge sound echoed as the two immense forces collided in midair, creating a shockwave that shook the heavens and the earth. Surrounding trees were toppled by the shockwave, leaves falling like a green rain. "Let's talk it out. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding between us," Zhao Wuji shouted loudly while desperately resisting Mo Chen's attack. However, despite his words, the strength in his hands showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it became more fierce, clearly indicating he had no intention of backing down. "Talk it out?" Feeling Zhao Wuji's increasing strength, Mo Chen's lips curled into a scornful smile. He coldly said, "I see you don't want to talk it out." Before his words fell, Mo Chen suddenly withdrew his strength. At that moment, seeing the opponent suddenly stop, Zhao Wuji involuntarily lunged forward. Just then, Mo Chen seized the opportunity, flashing forward. He clenched his right fist, enveloped in a layer of dazzling light, like a burning meteor, and smashed it fiercely into Zhao Wuji's chest. Puff! Zhao Wuji had no time to react, feeling as if a mountain had struck his chest, the pain unbearable. His vision suddenly whitened, his throat sweetened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body flew backward uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. Zhao Wuji's body traced a long arc in the air, and as he passed, trees broke and fell, with chips flying everywhere. Finally, after crashing through several robust trees, he fell to the ground in a sorry state, kicking up a cloud of dust. A deep dent appeared on Zhao Wuji's chest. Mo Chen's punch had directly shattered all the ribs in Zhao Wuji's chest. Following that, 9 soul rings slowly emerged from Mo Chen's body. Each soul ring exuded a terrifying aura that seemed capable of devouring everything. The unique pressure of a tidal de pressed down towards Tang San and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's face turned as pale as paper, his body swaying unsteadily as he leaned against a nearby tree stump. With trembling hands, he tightly covered his severely sunken chest, looking fearfully at the 9 soul rings shining at Mo Chen's feet, his voice hoarse and filled with shock. Tidal de He never expected that this seemingly young person before him had such terrifying strength, reaching the level of a tidal de Originally, Zhao Wuji thought that no matter how powerful the opponent was, they would at most be a soul emperor. However, when he saw those 9 soul rings, a strong sense of regret surged in his heart. If he had known the opponent was so powerful, he would never have been so reckless. At the same time, the golden holy dragon, which was being severely suppressed not far away, also sensed a tremendous crisis. It let out a shrill wail, struggling desperately to break free from the immense pressure exerted by Mo Chen. But no matter how hard the golden holy dragon twisted its body, Mo Chen's suppressive power remained as solid as a rock, like a towering mountain, rendering it unable to move at all. "Your Excellency, it's truly a misunderstanding." Zhao Wuji, enduring the severe pain coursing through his body, had beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. If he didn't do something soon, death awaited both of them. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, trying to steady his trembling voice. "I don't know where Xiao San offended Your Excellency, but our Shrek Academy will do our utmost to provide a satisfactory compensation." Although Zhao Wuji's tone sounded weak and somewhat unsteady, the sincerity contained within was still palpable. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen coldly looked at the two before him, his cold star-like eyes showing no sign of emotional fluctuation, as if nothing in the world could stir a ripple in his heart. He dan dan de kaiko dao. Compensation? Humph. Do you think I am someone who lacks anything? The words were filled with disdain and contempt. At that moment, Tang San, who had been silent, suddenly fixed his gaze on Mo Chen's cold face, and a series of images and memories flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning in the night sky. You are Mo Chen, Rongrong's brother, the general who is wanted in the Heaven-Do Empire. Tang San felt as if he had grasped the last straw in the darkness, nearly shouting in excitement. However, before he could finish speaking, Mo Chen, who had been standing still, instantly transformed into a shadow and appeared in front of Tang San. Then, everyone heard a crisp sound as Mo Chen's palm, large as a fan, swung through the air with a fierce gust, striking Tang San's face with tremendous force. The impact was beyond imagination. Tang San didn't even have time to react before he was directly sent flying. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily into a sturdy tree, producing a loud thud. The tremendous force caused the tree trunk to shake violently, and leaves fell in a flurry. It was not until Tang San was deeply embedded in the tree trunk that he finally came to a stop. He coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A general of the Heaven-Do Empire? Ha! It's been a long time since anyone has called me that. Mo Chen's lips curled into a faint, cold smile as he slowly turned his head to look at Tang San, who was now embedded in the tree after being struck by him. With an expressionless face, Mo Chen said, You are not wrong. I was indeed Ning Rongrong's brother. But those past events are nothing but fleeting memories. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared, and a beautifully crafted golden bow and arrow appeared in Mo Chen's hand. Mo Chen skillfully gripped the bowstring, knocking the arrow in a fluid motion. He then steadily drew the bowstring, aiming the arrow at the trapped Tang San. At that moment, the golden arrow began to blaze with flames, engulfed in intense heat, radiating an alarming temperature and light. Mo Chen squinted his eyes, coldly watching his prey, and asked in a tone devoid of emotion, Kid, do you have any last words to leave behind? Since you're a friend of Ning Rongrong, I will allow you to make a final statement. As his voice echoed, the arrow, surrounded by flames, continued to heat up in his hand, as if it would be released at any moment. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia was anxious, wanting to rush forward to stop Mo Chen, but the severe injuries he had sustained earlier left him completely unable to move. Zhao Wujia could only widen his eyes, watching helplessly as the situation spiraled out of control. Just at this critical moment, a clear and urgent shout suddenly came from afar. Mo Chen, stop. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Ning Rongrong running over in a panic. Her face was filled with alarm, clearly shocked and worried about what was happening. In the blink of an eye, Ning Rongrong reached the space between Tang San and Mo Chen. She opened her arms, unhesitatingly shielding Tang San, and looked firmly at Mo Chen, shouting loudly, Stop. I want to allow you to kill Sangge. Sangge? A bitter smile appeared on Mo Chen's lips, and a sense of self-mockery surged within him. For so many years, he had silently accompanied Ning Rongrong as she grew up, yet in the end, he had not even been able to hear her call him brother. With that thought, Mo Chen's gaze towards Tang San grew even colder, as if he wanted to freeze him. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong continued to shout at Mo Chen without mercy. I told you to stop. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Her beautiful face twisted with anger, her eyes blazing with fury. However, at this tense moment, a graceful figure flashed to Mo Chen's side, a jade-like hand gently grasping his bow-drawing hand. It was Qian Renxue, who narrowed her eyes slightly, smirking at Ning Rongrong, and said softly, Miss Ning, you and Mo Chen have no more ties. Whatever he wants to do, it seems you have no right to interfere. Qian Renxue's words struck Ning Rongrong like a heavy hammer, leaving her momentarily stunned. But just a moment later, Ning Rongrong's innate temper as a young lady resurfaced. She straightened her body, raised her head, and glared at Qian Renxue, sternly saying, This is my matter with Mo Chen. You, as an outsider, have no right to intervene. After speaking, Ning Rongrong's gaze unconsciously fell on Qian Rinchue's stunningly beautiful face, and a strong sense of jealousy surged within her. She was envious of Qian Rinchue's breathtaking beauty and even more jealous of how she could stand so calmly in the position that originally belonged to her. Outsider? Qian Rinchue said provocatively and disdainfully, "I am now Mo Chen's legitimate fiancée. Do you think I have any qualifications to intervene in these matters?" As Qian Rinchue's words left her lips, the entire scene fell silent. Especially Ning Rongrong, who looked as if she had been struck head-on, completely frozen, unable to believe she had heard such words from Qian Rinchue. After a long while, Ning Rongrong finally came to her senses, her face filled with shock. Her eyes wide open in disbelief as she pointed at Mo Chen, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Mo Chen, you better speak up. Quickly tell her that everything she said is a lie." At this moment, Ning Rongrong had completely lost her usual calmness and elegance. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the tremors grew more intense, as if all her strength had been drained in that instant. Since Ning Rongrong was focused entirely on Mo Chen, even Oscar and the others, who had already rushed over, failed to notice. Oscar stood behind Dai Mubai, anxiously staring ahead. He wanted to rush forward immediately, to stand in front of Ning Rongrong and shield her from all pressure and harm. But when his gaze swept over the 9 soul rings beside Mo Chen, his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to take even a small step forward. The fear deep within him surged like a tide, instantly drowning Oscar's courage, and the cowardice buried in his bones left him at a loss in the face of a powerful enemy, completely helpless. Although his concern for Ning Rongrong was evident, at this moment, he could only watch helplessly as the one he loved endured pain and grievance alone. "Brother!" With a startled cry, Xiao Wu dashed out. When her gaze fell upon Tang San, who was pinned to the tree, her lively eyes widened instantly, flames of anger burning within them. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu's figure flashed, charging straight towards Mo Chen. At the same time, a pink light suddenly flickered in her eyes, dazzling like a shooting star across the night sky. "Second soul skill charm," Xiao Wu exclaimed, and, as she shouted, a strange wave of soul power surged from her eyes, sweeping toward Mo Chen. First soul skill, 8 diagram throw. Facing Xiao Wu's fierce attack, Mo Chen did not show weakness and met her pink gaze head-on. In an instant, he clearly felt a weak wave of soul power continuously flowing from her eyes into his brain, attempting to disrupt his thoughts. Mo Chen did not resist, but quietly waited for Xiao Wu's spirit to enter his mind. When it had nearly all entered, Mo Chen then dispelled the weak soul power in his brain. At this moment, looking at Xiao Wu rushing towards him, Mo Chen's lips curled into a dismissive cold smile. He only let out a cold snort and mockingly said, "How foolish." As he spoke, Mo Chen accurately predicted the next footfall of Xiao Wu. Just as she was about to step into that spot, Mo Chen suddenly leaped up and delivered a powerful kick directly to Xiao Wu's chest, targeting her 2 prominent assets. The force of the kick was immense and incredibly fast. Xiao Wu had no time to react before she felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if struck by a heavy hammer. She couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, losing her balance and being sent flying backward uncontrollably. "Xiao Wu," Zhu Zhuqing called out anxiously, her voice filled with worry and concern. She quickly rushed to Xiao Wu's side and caught her just as she was about to fall. At that moment, Xiao Wu lay in Zhu Zhuqing's arms, her complexion pale as paper, brows tightly furrowed, and a painful expression on her face. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned even colder, shooting like a cold star at Mo Chen not far away. She handed Xiao Wu over to Ning Rongrong and instructed, "Rongrong, please take good care of Xiao Wu." After saying that, she turned around, her eyes flashing with a sharp cold light. Her hands lifted slightly, and her nails rapidly elongated, emitting a translucent sheen. Ghostly slash. With a delicate shout, Zhu Zhuqing launched her attack. She fully utilized her speed advantage as an agility-type soul master with the ghostly spirit cat martial soul, disappearing from her original spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing had silently appeared behind Mo Chen, her razor-sharp claws slicing through the air towards his back. However, just as Zhu Zhuqing's claws were about to hit their target, Mo Chen sidestepped effortlessly, as if he had anticipated the attack. Not only that, he wore a mocking expression, as if playing with an ignorant child. Watching Zhu Zhuqing attack Mo Chen, Dai Mubai felt an urgent anxiety and instinctively stepped forward, preparing to rush in to help. However, under the imposing pressure of Mo Chen, a tidal Dai Mubai's feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Although he was extremely anxious, he dared not act recklessly due to the overwhelming pressure from his opponent. He could only watch helplessly as Zhu Zhuqing suffered under Mo Chen's attacks, one after another. Chapter 23. Tang How Mo Chen casually dodged Zhu Zhuqing's attack. Just as everyone was still processing what was happening, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked towards Zhu Zhuqing's abdomen. The kick landed solidly on her soft abdomen. With a dull sound, Zhu Zhuqing was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Her body arched through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The impact on her abdomen caused a wave of intense pain, as if her internal organs had been shattered. Her face instantly turned deathly pale, devoid of color. Due to the force of the impact, she completely lost control and involuntarily flew backward. After a struggle, Zhu Zhuqing finally managed to stabilize herself. But she was already extremely weak, clutching her painful abdomen with her hands and slowly kneeling on the ground. Her lips trembled slightly, and she continuously spat out sour liquid, appearing to be in great pain. Meanwhile, the previously quiet woods suddenly erupted into chaos. Countless black crows, startled, took flight from the treetops, creating a dark cloud that obscured the sky. Dai Mubai, standing nearby, felt a surge of worry and anxiety upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing injured and down. However, the powerful aura radiating from Mo Chen made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move a muscle. Mo Chen, how can you treat me like this? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. She opened her mouth to accuse Mo Chen, but the words caught in her throat as she couldn't understand why the usually gentle and friendly Mo Chen had suddenly become so cold and ruthless. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately chose silence. At that moment, Mo Chen's cold gaze shot straight at Tang San, and he coldly said, "This boring farce ends here. Even if Tang Xiao comes today, you will pay the price." As he spoke, he picked up the bow and arrow in his hand, moving skillfully and quickly, completing the action of drawing the bow and knocking the arrow in the blink of an eye. The arrowhead gleamed with a chilling light, aimed directly at Tang San, who was still trapped and unable to move at all. At this moment, Tang San seemed to have given up all resistance, like a soulless shell. Waves of intense pain coursed through his body, making it a luxury to even move a finger. Zhao Wuji lay not far away, a shocking trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, having narrowly escaped being killed by that punch. The once mighty golden sacred dragon was now in shambles, dissipating into points of light in the air. The tragic scene before him left Tang San with not even a glimmer of hope for survival. Tang San continued to endure the pain, summoning the last bit of strength to raise his head, locking his eyes filled with resentment and anger onto Mo Chen. The venomous glare seemed to wish for 1,000 cuts to be inflicted upon Mo Chen to relieve his heart's hatred. Mo Chen paid no heed to Tang San's furious gaze, merely narrowing his eyes slightly and casting a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, who was beside him, filled with worry and distress, before ignoring her completely. He slowly released his grip on the bowstring, and in an instant, an arrow ablaze with dazzling golden flames shot out like lightning, hurtling towards Tang San with destructive force. No! Seeing this, Xiao Wu let out a terrified scream. She had only one thought in her mind. No matter what, she had to take this deadly blow for Tang San. Instinctively, she attempted to rush forward without a second thought. However, the excruciating pain in her body weighed her down like a heavy mountain, preventing her from moving an inch. Just as the arrow imbued with terrifying power was about to strike Tang San's head, the previously silent atmosphere suddenly trembled violently, and then, a fiery red Haotian hammer, radiating immense pressure, smashed down from the sky. With a thunderous roar, the Haotian hammer shot towards the arrow like a blazing meteor. The two collided with a thunderous crash, causing the entire world to shake. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, an earth-shattering energy erupted, resulting in an extremely terrifying explosion. The intense shock wave generated by the explosion surged outward like a raging tide, its power leaving everyone astounded. Those present felt an irresistible force rushing towards them, instinctively reaching out their hands to grab onto anything nearby, desperate to avoid being swept away by the terrifying aftermath. And Mo Chen unhesitatingly opened his arms, tightly embracing Qian Renxue. Meanwhile, Hulaina quickly reacted, stepping forward and gripping Mo Chen's hand tightly, barely avoiding being blown away by the violent airflow. However, in contrast, Tang San's situation was much worse. Already extremely weakened, he was powerless to withstand such a powerful impact and lost consciousness in an instant, collapsing to the ground, unresponsive. Even the heavily injured Zhao Wujia found it difficult to withstand the aftermath of the explosion, ultimately collapsing heavily to the ground. As for Ning Rongrong and the others, they were even more powerless to resist, being ruthlessly thrown into the air by the strong shockwave generated by the explosion, flying far away. At this moment, Mo Chen's gaze fell upon the Haotian hammer, which was radiating a dazzling red light. He stared at it, murmuring to himself, "Tang Hao." Before he could finish speaking, a dark shadow slowly emerged from the nearby shadows. He walked step by step to the side of the Haotian hammer, then raised his foot and firmly stepped on it. Tang Hao's blood-red eyes, filled with killing intent, resembled two burning flames, staring intensely at Mo Chen, exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, Tang Hao appeared quite disheveled, his body dirty, wearing a tattered black robe, coupled with his messy hair and a face covered in grime. He looked just like a beggar on the streets. Yet, even so, Tang Hao still held tightly to the handle of the Haotian hammer, with one foot firmly planted on its massive head, at least maintaining an imposing presence. "Kid, don't push your luck. My son has already made it clear that he did not intend to harm anyone." Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Mo Chen. His words laced with a threatening tone, his expression dark enough to seem as if water could drip from it. Tang Hao could sense that Mo Chen's aura was not inferior to his own, which was why he suppressed his anger and forced himself to speak to Mo Chen in a friendly manner. If Mo Chen were merely a soul dolo, Tang Hao would have smashed him with a single blow long ago. However, in the face of Tang Hao's restraint, Mo Chen showed no intention of backing down. Instead, he curled his lips into a disdainful smile and immediately mocked. "So that's who his father is. Turns out he is really just a good-for-nothing without a life to raise him." As soon as these words were spoken, the already tense atmosphere instantly became charged with hostility. The air seemed to solidify, permeated with a strong and acrid smell of gunpowder, as if a single spark could ignite a tremendous explosion. "Kid, do you really not fear death?" Tang Hao could no longer contain the surging anger within him and roared in fury. His eyes widened, bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, gripping the heavy Haotian hammer tightly, his palm even beginning to tremble slightly from the exertion. Meanwhile, Mo Chen wore a playful expression, as if he didn't take Tang Hao's fury seriously at all. He chuckled leisurely. "Oh, the famous Tang Hao, one of the Haotian twin stars, and the youngest title de law on the continent. What a pity, because of falling in love with the 100,000-year-old spirit beast, the Blue-Silver Emperor. He ended up being hunted down by the former pope of the Spear Hall. TSK. What a tragic yet romantic story." As Mo Chen shook his head and recounted Tang Hao's unknown past, he looked up and down at the imposing Haotian Dao before him with a mocking gaze. However, there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone when he mentioned the youngest title de law. After all, he was 21 years old and at the 96th rank, while Tang Hao was 52 years old and also at the 96th rank. The two were incomparable in terms of age and talent. Just then, Tang Hao's eyes widened, his face filled with rage as he suddenly attacked. He tightly gripped the Haotian hammer and smashed it directly down towards Mo Chen. Facing such a fierce onslaught, Mo Chen showed no fear, lightly calling out, just in time. Saying this, he quickly pushed Qian Rinxue away from him, then raised his right fist to meet the giant hammer descending from Tang Hao. In an instant, a loud bang echoed, as if the entire sunset forest trembled. At the same time, an ear-piercing buzzing sound erupted, resonating through the vast forest, lingering for a long time. Feeling the immense power coming from Tang Hao's hammer, Mo Chen couldn't help but frown slightly, but quickly regained his composure. He smirked, slightly surprised, and said, "Not bad. This strength is indeed quite fierce, but unfortunately, your speed is still a bit slow." Before he finished speaking, Mo Chen's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he circled to Tang Hao's back. At this moment, he had already completed his transformation into a dragon, and his once normal arms had turned into hard-scaled dragon claws, glinting like steel knives. Without hesitation, he swung his claws viciously at Tang Hao's back. Due to Mo Chen's incredible speed and the heavy weight of the Haotian hammer, it was difficult for Tang Hao to defend quickly. Thus, in less than a breath's time, several horrifying wounds appeared on Tang Hao's back. These wounds were deep enough to nearly expose bone, blood gushing forth and staining his clothes. However, Tang Hao was a seasoned warrior, despite suffering such severe injuries. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the intense pain from his back, propelling himself backward in an attempt to create a safe distance from Mo Chen. At this moment, his back was already a bloody mess, with deep wounds showing bone, looking terrifying enough to make one avert their gaze. Just as Tang Hao's feet landed, Mo Chen, who was already standing in front of him, launched another ferocious attack without hesitation. Faced with this sudden and fierce onslaught, even someone as strong as Tang Hao was momentarily caught off guard. He shouted, "Haotian bodyguard!" At the same time, he swung the Haotian hammer fiercely, producing a whistling sound, trying to use it to block Mo Chen's overwhelming attacks. However, despite Tang Hao's quick reaction and timely defensive move with the Haotian hammer, some attacks still landed on him. Fortunately, the Haotian hammer ultimately displayed its powerful defensive capabilities, successfully blocking most of Mo Chen's attacks. "Haotian true body!" Tang Hao shouted angrily once more, then stomped heavily on the ground. As he did so, the air around him seemed to ignite, an immense aura rising dramatically like a volcanic eruption. Behind Tang Hao, a towering blood-red silhouette suddenly appeared, standing 100 feet tall. This figure exuded a chilling aura, as if a demon god had descended. Even more astonishingly, it held a similarly enormous blood-red Haotian hammer, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Without a word, this figure smashed down towards Mo Chen ahead of it. The terrifying force caused the entire sunset forest to tremble violently. Upon seeing Tang Hao's martial soul true form, Mo Chen merely chuckled coldly and casually remarked, "Interesting." Before his words had faded, he was suddenly enveloped in a thick, inescapable black mist. Candle Dragon True Body, accompanied by Mo Chen's low yet commanding voice. The black mist began to churn violently. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen's figure vanished, replaced by a massive black dragon, 1,000 feet long and as dark as ink. This black dragon roared to the sky, radiating a terrifying pressure capable of annihilating the world. Tang Hao raised the enormous hammer, bringing down an unmatched might towards the front. Just then, the opposing black dragon suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, its thick and powerful tail striking out like lightning. 8th soul skill, Star River Fluctuation. As the black dragon roared, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from its tail. Immediately, the entire space seemed to be violently impacted, and a wave of faint ripples visibly spread out. In an instant, dozens of enormous stones fell from the sky like meteors, carrying astonishing power and speed, heading straight for Tang Hao's position. However, Tang Hao remained completely unfazed. He continued to swing the hammer in his hand firmly at the black dragon, colliding head-on with the incoming dragon tail. A thunderous sound erupted as two terrifying forces clashed in midair, making it difficult to determine a winner for a moment. The surrounding air distorted due to the fierce impact, forming strong whirlwinds of airflow. Chapter 24. On tiptoes, the black dragon's tail tightly wrapped around the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand. Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from the sky, and countless massive stones began to fall like rain, directly crashing toward Tang Hao. Not good, Tang Hao thought to himself, instinctively wanting to turn and escape this dangerous place. However, just as he was about to act, the black dragon seemed to have anticipated his intentions, suddenly exerting force to interrupt his movement. The black dragon opened its massive mouth, and a terrifying energy rapidly gathered within it. Following that, the dragon's claws, glinting like steel, reached for Tang Hao. At this moment, the distance between them was too close for Tang Hao to make any effective response. The next moment, with a sharp sound, Tang Hao watched helplessly as the terrifying dragon claws grazed across his chest, leaving deep wounds and causing blood to spurt out. A surge of pain hit him, but Tang Hao showed no sign of retreat. He roared, "Sky-soaring strike," and quickly turned, swinging the Haotian hammer fiercely toward the side of the black dragon. This strike contained the immense power of Tang Hao's 96th level soul power, and its might was earth-shattering. Accompanied by a dull, crashing sound, the black dragon's massive body trembled slightly, even tilting to one side from the force. Meanwhile, the energy that the black dragon had been gathering lost control and fell directly to the ground. A loud explosion followed, creating a deep pit in the ground, with dust rising and obscuring the sky. Tang Hao initially thought that this strike would push the black dragon back or even seriously injure it, but to his surprise, his all-out effort only caused the dragon to tilt slightly. At that moment, the massive stones falling from the sky were getting closer, about to crash heavily onto Tang Hao. Faced with such a dire situation, Tang Hao dared not delay. He gritted his teeth and ran desperately toward the distance. The ninth spirit ring's second spirit ability, time-space cage. As the surrounding dust settled, just as Tang Hao prepared to flee, he suddenly crashed into a space that resembled a vast ocean. As his consciousness gradually cleared, he was horrified to find himself firmly trapped within an incredibly strong cage. With a loud bang, Tang Hao, wielding the giant hammer, exerted all his strength to smash against the cage that imprisoned him. However, this powerful strike did not break the cage as he had hoped. Instead, an extremely powerful rebound force surged back, transmitting through his arm to his palm, causing him intense pain and making his hands tremble uncontrollably, while his palms felt numb. At the same time, Mo Chen's figure flashed and transformed back into human form. His originally black, messy hair rapidly changed to dazzling golden long hair, as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm. "Tang Hao, what Tang Hao?" Mo Chen coldly spoke, his voice reminiscent of the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. "I didn't want to kill you. I intended to keep you alive to find out the whereabouts of the Haotian sect. Although you have been expelled from Haotian, now just a lost dog, even if you're down and out as a dog, you should still know where your home is. I didn't expect you to court death today, so I want to spare you." With that, Mo Chen suddenly turned, raised his foot, and stomped down hard on a giant bough, an arrow. With his movement, the bough creaked ominously, as if it could break at any moment. Following that, his arm muscles bulged as he exerted all his strength to slowly draw back the bowstring. In an instant, a blazing golden crow appeared out of thin air and firmly settled on the arrow. Feeling the terrifying aura, beads of sweat began to form on Tang Hao's forehead, sliding down his cheeks. The next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed. Massive stones, the size of small mountains, fell from the sky, ruthlessly crashing down on the trapped Tang Hao. Faced with this sudden, deadly attack, Tang Hao's eyes widened, wanting to dodge, but finding himself powerless. The arrow that Mo Chen had charged for a long time was released in an instant. This arrow, carrying endless power, sped away like lightning, but unexpectedly. It did not hit the nearby Tang Hao. Instead, it narrowly grazed his body and shot backward, ultimately disappearing into the dense forest behind him. Then, a clear and melodious phoenix cry suddenly rang out, coming from dozens of miles away behind Tang Hao, followed by a series of earth-shattering explosions. The force of the explosion was extremely impressive, akin to a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing everything around it. Just as the massive stones were about to fall, Mo Chen's figure flashed, and he embraced Qian Rinxue, using his other hand to pull Hulaina, then left the place with both of them. Almost at the moment they had just left, a series of deafening explosions and blazing flames began to erupt continuously within the vast forest. For a time, the entire forest was engulfed in a sea of fire and smoke, a truly terrifying scene. TSK, 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 how tragic. After finally reaching a relatively safe area, Mo Chen stopped and looked up at the distant forest, which was still exploding continuously, unable to help but click his tongue in amazement. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue raised her pink fist and lightly punched Mo Chen's chest, then pouted and said, "Humph, stop saying those cool words. I really didn't expect that the delayed attack of your so-called 8th spirit ability would take such a long time to arrive." In response to Qian Rinxue's complaints, Mo Chen could only helplessly spread his hands, revealing a fond smile, and then gently replied, "Don't be angry. The principle of my 8th spirit ability is to summon meteorites from high altitudes, but because of the long distance from the sky to the ground, it results in such a lengthy delay in the attack. Of course, this time I only summoned some smaller ones. If they were larger, the entire sunset forest would probably be leveled." Mo Chen patted Qian Rinxue's shoulder and said softly, "All right, let us go. In that arrow I just shot, I successfully found a suitable spirit beast for Miss Hulaina." On the other side of the sunset forest, the scene before them was jaw-dropping. Amidst a blazing sea of fire, a massive, dying wolf lay quietly in the central position. Its once majestic fur was now charred and curled from the flames, looking utterly disheveled. A flicker of surprise flashed in Mo Chen's eyes as he blurted out, "The Silver Moon Wolf King, with 13,000 years of age, has attributes that are perfectly related to spiritual power, making it highly suitable for Miss Hulaina's needs." After saying this, he lifted his foot and kicked all the scattered Silver Moon Wolf corpses further away to avoid affecting their next actions. Qian Rinxue, standing nearby, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, saying in disbelief, "Oh my God, did you really destroy the entire wolf pack with just that one arrow?" As she spoke, she looked down at the charred and unrecognizable corpses of the Silver Moon wolves on the ground, feeling a surge of regret in her heart. Noticing Qian Rinxue's change in emotion, Mo Chen stepped forward, tightly grasping her delicate hand, and earnestly explained, "Are you feeling pity for these dead Silver Moon wolves? The truth is, as long as there are soul masters in this world, true reconciliation between humans and soul beasts will never be achieved. After all, it has always been humans hunting soul beasts to obtain spirit rings to enhance their own strength, while soul beasts also prey on humans for food." At this moment, Hulaina plunged her dagger into the thick neck of the Silver Moon Wolf King. In an instant, blood splattered, staining the ground around them. The severely injured Silver Moon Wolf King let out a mournful howl, thrashing its body in a frenzy, but it was all in vain. After several fierce struggles, the Wolf King finally exhausted its last bit of strength and quietly collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. A pitch-black spirit ring slowly rose from the Wolf King's corpse. Hovering in the air, Hulaina dared not hesitate for a moment, quickly sitting cross-legged, adjusting her breathing and mindset, preparing to absorb the spirit ring. Seeing Hulaina begin to absorb the spirit ring, Qian Rinxue turned to Mo Chen and softly asked, "Will Tang Hao die?" Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty and anxiety. Mo Chen shook his head slightly, indicating that he wasn't sure either. He took a deep breath and explained, "The situation was critical just now. I was focused on getting you out of danger as quickly as possible and didn't think about delivering a finishing blow." He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, during our first encounter with Tang Hao, I secretly planted a special mark on him." Hearing this, Qian Rinxue tilted her head in curiosity, her face full of confusion as she asked, "A mark? What kind of mark?" Mo Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he proudly replied, "It's my candle dragon mark, which can prevent his wounds from healing on their own. As long as he is injured by this mark, even the slightest wound will continue to bleed and be difficult to heal. So, even if Tang Hao manages to escape now, he will definitely not have an easy time." After saying this, Mo Chen couldn't help but laugh. his laughter echoing through the empty mountains and forests, sending chills down people's spines. As long as the mark is there, Tang Hao can only deal with his wounds by continuously consuming spirit power, and over time, his spirit power level will decline. Looking at Mo Chen's extremely evil expression, Qian Renxue felt a chill rise in her heart, subconsciously taking a small step back. At this moment, memories of the methods she had used to poison others involuntarily surfaced in her mind. However, compared to the eerie and terrifying demeanor that Mo Chen displayed now, she suddenly felt that her past actions had been so kind and merciful. In comparison to her, Mo Chen was like a living king of hell, terrifying enough to instill fear. Just then, Mo Chen's eyes caught sight of Qian Renxue's retreating figure, and he exclaimed as if struck by lightning, "Hey, are you seriously taking a step back?" Indeed, Mo Chen knew deep down that some of the tactics he had just used were somewhat despicable and shameless. But when facing enemies, he never showed any mercy or compassion, because he understood that being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. After hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Renxue was initially taken aback, then took a deep breath, steadied herself, and stepped forward to stand in front of Mo Chen. She slowly raised her hand, carefully tidying up Mo Chen's somewhat disheveled attire. This sudden action from Qian Renxue caught Mo Chen completely off guard. When she approached him, a unique, delicate fragrance, like a spring breeze, gently wafted over. This refreshing and pleasant scent rushed into Mo Chen's nostrils, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. "You are now my fiancée. At least the next time we encounter a dangerous situation like today, you must prioritize saving your own life. Do you understand?" Qian Renxue softly said while gently adjusting Mo Chen's slightly messy outfit with her delicate hands. Just moments ago, when that massive meteor fell from the sky, Qian Renxue had seen it clearly. Mo Chen had shown no intention of fleeing at all. He just stood there, as if everything around him was unrelated to him. However, when Mo Chen noticed her gaze and looked at her, he unhesitatingly turned and swiftly pulled her and Hulaina away from that extremely dangerous place. In response to Qian Renxue's concerned words, Mo Chen did not speak. He simply gazed quietly at the beautiful and gentle woman before him, especially those deeply affectionate eyes, which made his heart stir slightly. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and the rustling of the trees gradually calmed down, as if the whole world contained only the two of them. Finally, Qian Renxue seemed to summon her courage, gently rising onto her toes. She slowly approached Mo Chen, her stunning face drawing closer and closer. Chapter 25, Qian Oliu's breach of defense. After a long while, the two finally slowly parted their tightly pressed lips. As their lips separated, a long, crystal-clear thread was pulled taut, trembling slightly in the air before ultimately breaking. At this moment, Qian Renxue's cheeks were as red as fire, as beautiful and ripe as an apple. She was so shy that she didn't even dare to meet Mo Chen's deep and passionate gaze, instead nervously glancing left and right, her eyes wandering. After a brief moment of distraction, Mo Chen gradually came back to himself. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his tumultuous emotions. Then, without hesitation, he extended his arms and tightly embraced the delicate Qian Renxue in front of him. At that moment, any additional words seemed unnecessary. This heartfelt embrace was the most sincere and beautiful expression of emotion. "I promise you, because I haven't married you yet," Mo Chen softly whispered in Qian Renxue's ear, his voice light yet filled with endless tenderness and affection. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's heart, which was already racing with excitement, skipped a beat. She slightly tilted her head up, gazing affectionately into Mo Chen's eyes, and then slowly raised her arms, tightly wrapping them around the man she had fallen for. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The surrounding world became remarkably quiet, with only the occasional flocks of birds taking flight in the forest, emitting crisp and melodious chirps. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze quietly arrived, softly blowing through the corners of their clothes and hair, causing them to sway gracefully in the air, like a stunning painting. Not far away, Hulaina, who had just successfully absorbed her fifth spirit ring, stood quietly there. Her gaze remained fixed on the tightly embraced Mo Chen and Qian Renxue. revealing an unmistakable envy in her eyes. However, she did not step forward to disturb this sweetness and warmth. She simply stood silently in place, watching the loving couple from a distance. After quite a long time, Qian Rinxue reluctantly broke free from Mo Chen's broad and warm embrace. A faint blush spread across her face, as radiant and charming as a peach blossom blooming in spring. It was her first experience of such warmth in life. "All right, this task has finally been completed, and we should head back now," Mo Chen said, tightly holding Qian Rinxue's delicate hand while directing his gaze toward the quietly standing Hulayina not far away. Qian Rinxue appeared particularly shy, gently lowering her head, not daring to meet Mo Chen's eyes, and feeling too embarrassed to respond to his words. Meanwhile, Hulayina, standing at a distance, first froze for a moment before nodding as if waking from a dream. Not long after, they returned to the Wuhuan Palace. As they entered the main hall, what caught their eyes was Bibi Dong sitting majestically on the Pope's throne. At that moment, Bibi Dong was gazing at Qian Rinxue and Mo Chen with a complex look in her eyes, especially upon seeing Qian Rinxue's shy demeanor and Mo Chen's proud expression. Bibi Dong couldn't help but grip the Pope's staff, a symbol of supreme power, tightly in her hand. It seemed that her precious little cabbage had indeed been firmly taken. However, she quickly composed herself, shifting her focus away from the subtle atmosphere between Qian Rinxue and Mo Chen, and turned her attention to Hulayina, asking, "Laina, what is your fifth soul skill?" Hulayina steadied her mind and slowly replied to Bibi Dong, "Teacher, my fifth soul skill is Burning Fox Celestial Fox, a group control type offensive soul skill." Bibi Dong nodded, glancing at Mo Chen and saying, "Truly worthy of the former general of Tiando. Your choice of soul beasts is indeed commendable." There was an unmistakable satisfaction in Bibi Dong's tone. "All right, I almost forgot to tell you. We encountered Tang Hao," Mo Chen said, stopping his flirting with Qian Rinxue and turning his gaze toward Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong heard the name Tang Hao, her originally calm expression suddenly stiffened, as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, leaving her frozen in place. Just as those records say, Tang Hao is indeed unmatched in his dominance. Mo Chen nodded slightly, recalling his previous encounter with Tang Hao thoughtfully. Memories of the other's overwhelming aura and the disheveled appearance when he fled kept surfacing in his mind. Each time he thought of it, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, as if he found the encounter full of drama. "Did you kill him?" Bibi Dong stared at Mo Chen, urgently asking. Mo Chen gently shook his head and truthfully replied, "Not at all. After all, even if Tang Hao is in a bad state, he is still a level 96 title Doloa. If it really came to a life-and-death struggle, forcing him to choose self-detonation, I fear Hulayina would find it hard to escape unscathed." At this point, Mo Chen's expression grew serious, clearly aware of the potential dangers that could have arisen. In fact, given the situation at the time, if Tang Hao truly decided to self-detonate, Mo Chen would undoubtedly prioritize ensuring Qian Rinxue's safety without hesitation. And as for Hulayina, she would likely have to leave her fate to chance. Bibi Dong bit her teeth tightly, filled with regret and unwillingness. Not being able to eliminate the looming threat of Tang Hao left her feeling incredibly disappointed. After all, Tang Hao had always been a symbol of shame for the Wuhuan Palace. If he could not be completely eradicated, the humiliation the Wuhuan Palace had suffered in the past would never be erased. At this moment, Mo Chen's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a confident smile. He looked at Bibi Dong and softly said, "Don't worry, I've already left a mark on that guy. Within 3 months, if he doesn't come looking for me, he will surely meet his end." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong turned to look at Mo Chen, and at that moment, she saw a sharpness in his eyes, as if everything was under his control. For some reason, as Bibi Dong gazed at Mo Chen's face, a strange sense of reassurance quietly surged within her. This feeling surprised her, yet she found it hard to resist. Perhaps it was because Mo Chen's displayed strength and confident demeanor provided her with a sense of comfort and support. "I hope it's as you say. However, after all, Tang Hao is a significant threat to the Wuhuan Palace. If we could pry the exact location of the Hao Ian sect from him, it wouldn't be out of the question to consider sparing his life," Bibi Dong said, turning around and reaching for Hulaina's hand as they walked toward the door. Watching Bibi Dong and Hulaina gradually recede into the distance, Mo Chen stood silently in place. Once they were far away, he lowered his voice and muttered to himself, "Don't worry, even without this lead on Tang Hao, with my abilities, figuring out the location of the Hao-Ian sect won't be difficult. As for that, Tang-san, let me have some fun with you next." After saying this, a barely noticeable cold smile flashed across Mo Chen's face. He casually glanced at the competition list and then, as if discarding a piece of scrap paper, tossed it aside without a care. His lips slightly curved upward, revealing a gentle smile as he reached out to gently take Qian Rinxue's delicate hand and slowly walked toward the shrine. At that moment inside the shrine, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Already aware of Qian Rinxue's impending arrival, Qian Daolu anxiously waited outside the hall. As time passed second by second, finally, when Mo Chen and Qian Rinxue's figures gradually appeared within Qian Daolu's sight, his originally expectant expression underwent a dramatic change in an instant. Qian Daolu's smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a face full of bitterness and deep resentment, especially when he noticed the tightly intertwined hands of Mo Chen and Qian Rinxue. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. Although it was he who had initially proposed to bring the two together, at this moment, witnessing this scene, Qian Daolu couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Alas, Qian Daolu secretly sighed in his heart, thinking, my precious little cabbage is ultimately going to be pushed by someone else's pig. This feeling was indeed hard for Qian Daolu to bear. But then he thought, Mo Chen's powerful strength and astonishing talent were indeed unquestionable. And with his granddaughter deeply in love with Mo Chen, how could he, as a grandfather, oppose it? Thus, Qian Daolu began to persuade himself to accept this reality. Just as he had finally managed to calm his emotions, Mo Chen had already brought Qian Rinxue to him. Before Qian Daolu could speak, Mo Chen preemptively said, "Oh, you old man have quite an eye. I really do like your granddaughter." This sentence pierced straight into Qian Daolu's heart like a sharp sword, nearly causing him to raise his hand and slap Mo Chen's smiling face. Oof. Qian Daolu let out a cold snort. In an instant, he appeared beside the two. Waving his right hand, a powerful force suddenly erupted, forcibly separating the tightly held hands of the two. At that moment, Qian Daolu's hands gripped his granddaughter Qian Rinxue's hand like iron pincers, as if fearing that if he let go, she would disappear. As for Mo Chen, who was completely bewildered, he was treated as if he didn't exist, receiving not even a glance. Qian Daolu, whose face was usually stern and stiff, was now filled with a benevolent smile. He gently gazed at Qian Rinxue and said softly, "Xiaoxue, you must stay here for a while during your visit. Your grandfather has been thinking about you day and night." At this moment, Qian Rinxue was equally bewildered. She couldn't understand why her grandfather would suddenly intervene and forcibly separate her from Mo Chen while they were enjoying a warm and harmonious moment hand in hand. However, faced with her grandfather's concerned and affectionate gaze, she instinctively nodded. Yet, so far, Qian Rinxue still felt somewhat confused about what had just happened, completely unaware of the reasons behind it. Just like that, before Qian Rinxue could regain her senses, she was pulled by her grandfather towards the offering hall at a brisk pace. Watching the backs of the two gradually receding, Mo Chen felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Looking at Qian Daolu's seemingly kind eyes, he couldn't help but feel that there was something oddly sinister about a lecherous old man trying to abduct an innocent little girl. This feeling made Mo Chen increasingly unhappy, and he finally couldn't help but shout loudly at the distant Qian Daolu, "Hey, old man, are you deaf?" Mo Chen's shout reached Qian Daolu's ears. Upon hearing it, Qian Daolu quickened his pace, dragging Qian Rinxue towards the offering hall. "Oh dear, does this old man really want to abduct my wife?" Mo Chen exclaimed in surprise. Before he finished speaking, he swiftly chased after them like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the offering hall, and just as the heavy door was about to close, Mo Chen rushed inside. After entering the offering hall, Mo Chen glared at Qian Daolu and shouted loudly, "Well, old man, what do you mean by this? Schwerer clearly agreed to marry me. So why are you going back on your word now?" While speaking, Mo Chen unapologetically stepped forward and pulled Qianrenshua back to his side from Qiandaolu. Seeing his beloved granddaughter being forcibly pulled away by Mo Chen once again, Qiandaolu's originally loving and gentle gaze suddenly changed, vanishing without a trace. In its place was a sharp and authoritative expression. Qiandaolu's face turned as cold as ice as he said, "Humph, kid, although I did promise to marry my granddaughter to you, to this day, you have never respectfully called me grandfather. Today, even if it means losing the face of the peerless Doloa, I will have to teach you a lesson for your arrogance." Facing Qiandaolu's reprimand, Mo Chen showed no fear. Instead, he defiantly retorted, "Hey, old man, don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you want to use your rank to pressure me. Not happening." Mo Chen stared defiantly at Qiandaolu, boldly countering. Seeing Mo Chen's arrogant attitude, Qiandaolu trembled with rage. If it weren't for the other offerings like the golden crocodile holding him back, he might have rushed over and slapped Mo Chen hard. "All right, Mo Chen, you should really shut up." Qianrenshua, standing to the side, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She lightly scolded him while gently patting his shoulder. Her stunning face wore a hint of helplessness and reproach, as it was hard for her not to feel a little sorry seeing her grandfather so angry. However, Mo Chen seemed to ignore Qianrenshua's words, still holding his head high and disdainfully saying, Fine, fine. For Xiaoshua's sake, I won't argue with you today, old man." After saying this, he deliberately put on an air of magnanimity, making him both infuriating and ridiculous to see. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Qiandaolu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could this kid be so thick-skinned? It was beyond imagination. As the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, I have seen countless people in my life, yet I have never encountered someone so unaware of their own limitations. Then, Qiandaolu took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner fury. He pointed at Mo Chen and sorrowfully admonished, "Look at you now. Where is even a bit of the grace and demeanor of a titled Doloa? You are nothing but a street thug without any learning." "A thug?" Mo Chen pointed at himself and said, "I'm just a martial artist. If my words sound harsh, it's a habit formed in the army. Don't think I don't know that when you were my age. You were just a little soul emperor. Now you're educating me?" The Qinghuan Doa helplessly curled the corners of his mouth, forcing out a bitter smile. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "Mo Chen, just say a little less. This time, my elder brother intends to arrange for you to attend the Etiquette Academy of the Spirit Hall for further study. You must understand that your identity has changed. You are now an elder law enforcer of the Spirit Hall and may very well take on the position of adjudicator elder in the future. Thus, you represent the image and dignity of the Spirit Hall." At this moment, Mo Chen was filled with vulgar words and showed no signs of elegance. Because of this, Qiandaolu had the idea of sending Mo Chen to study at the Etiquette Academy of the Spirit Hall for a period of education. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen's eyes widened, pointing at himself with disbelief written all over his face as he shouted, "What? Study? Are you kidding me? I'm a 96th level title Doloa, and you want me to go learn that stuff?" Facing Mo Chen's question, Qiandaolu merely snorted lightly. Then, a playful smile appeared on his originally serious face. He looked at Mo Chen with interest and replied leisurely, "Humph, you have no choice. If you don't want to delay your wedding with Xiaoshua, you must go to the Etiquette Academy." Qiandaolu's words struck Mo Chen like a thunderbolt, leaving him speechless. He stared at Qiandaolu with wide eyes, filled with anxiety and unwillingness. He truly did not want to delay his wedding with Qianrenshua, even though they were now together. And even though they had already crossed the line, not being married would always leave an unerasable debt in his heart towards Qianrenshua. Mo Chen slowly turned around, his gaze meeting Qianrenshua's expectant eyes. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with warmth and trust, as if silently telling him that everything would be all right. However, facing such a heartfelt gaze, Mo Chen felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. Eventually, in an attempt to appease the situation, he could only nod slightly, indicating his agreement with Qiandaolu's decision. Seeing Mo Chen nod seriously, Qiandaolu also nodded and then said, "Given your special identity, if you stay in the Spirit Hall to study, they may be too wary of your status to point out your shortcomings directly. After careful consideration, We have decided to send you to Yuxian for further study. Hearing the name Yuxian, Mo Chen couldn't help but murmur softly. These two characters felt exceptionally familiar to him, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had heard them before. Just as he was deep in thought, Qian Renshua, who was beside him, showed a worried expression and gently interjected, "Grandfather, Yuxian is located within the Heaven-Do Imperial City. However, Mo Chen is currently wanted. If he goes to Yuxian to study, it might cause quite a disturbance." As she spoke, she tightly grasped Mo Chen's hand, her eyes filled with concern. "It's simple. Just disguise yourself a bit," Qian Daolu said, taking out a jade pendant from his bosom and handing it to Mo Chen. "This is a transformation soul guide. Once you wear it, your appearance will change. Unless the other party is of the same level as you, they won't be able to see through your disguise." Qian Daolu smiled as he explained the function of the jade pendant. Mo Chen took the pendant from Qian Daolu's hand, his gaze focused and curious as it fell upon the emerald green, flawless, and warm jade pendant. It was crystal clear and emitted a faint glow. Mo Chen held the pendant in his palm, carefully examining it and feeling the slight coolness and subtle vibrations it gave off. After a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath and hung the pendant at his waist. Just as he finished putting it on, a strange energy instantly enveloped his entire body, and his physique began to undergo an astonishing transformation at a visibly rapid pace. His originally dark and shiny short hair quickly grew longer, and his robust and strong body gradually became slender and delicate. Every inch of his skin exuded a different kind of elegance, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a graceful and handsome young nobleman. At that moment, Qian Renshua handed him a mirror, and Mo Chen quickly reached out to take it, eager to see what he looked like now. As he gazed at his reflection, he was momentarily taken aback, then said, "It does look quite good." Although it wasn't as striking and handsome as his original self, overall, it was still within an acceptable range. However, when Mo Chen instinctively touched the solid muscles that had disappeared from his body, an inexplicable sense of strangeness and discomfort suddenly surged in his heart. After all, these strong physiques he had once been proud of were now gone, replaced by this refined and delicate appearance. This huge contrast made Mo Chen somewhat dazed, feeling as if everything before him was a surreal dream. "Forget it. Just let it be," Mo Chen murmured softly, continuously adjusting his posture and expression, trying to adapt to this entirely new appearance. At this moment, his voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of fragility that was more pronounced than usual. Qian Renshua moved closer, her beautiful eyes fixed on Mo Chen as she carefully examined him from top to bottom. She first reached out to gently caress Mo Chen's long hair that cascaded like a waterfall, then leaned in closer, focusing on his face, scrutinizing it repeatedly. After a long while, Qian Renshua slowly sighed. "I really can't see any flaws. At least with my eyesight, I can't detect any signs of disguise. You should know, there is hardly anyone in the entire Heaven-Do city whose soul power exceeds 95. However, the sword does reach level 96. But a regular sword wouldn't go to Yuxian, so your disguise is unlikely to be exposed." However, when the figure of the sword appeared in Mo Chen's mind, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. In the past, he had lived in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for a while, and the sword had treated him quite well. Reflecting on those past memories, Mo Chen felt a mix of emotions. In that brief moment, he had already dissipated all the strange feelings in his heart. At this moment, he was acutely aware that he had no ties left with Ning Rongrong. Looking back on the past, Mo Chen had given back enough over the years. In the past, after each battle, the soul bones he acquired, except for the portion that had to be submitted to the National Treasury, were all continuously sent to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Those soul bones were enough to cultivate a fully equipped soul master. All right, let us set off. There is less than half a month until the competition begins. This time, I must watch it all. After all, that person truly interests me. Mo Chen's lips curled slightly, forming a smile that was not quite a smile, yet his words carried a hint of chilling coldness. Standing beside him, Qian Renshua naturally understood who the person Mo Chen was interested in was. None other than Tang San, the one with dual martial souls. After all, first, There was the blue-silver grass, and later, when Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer, the blue-silver grass disappeared again. It was obvious that Tang San was the one with dual martial souls. They walked out of the Hall of Souls together. Along the way, Qian Renshua kept her gaze on Mo Chen, and seeing him like this, she couldn't help but softly ask, "In my opinion, have you considered changing your name?" You know, the name of the great General Mo Chen, which once shook the world and was renowned, is quite well known in the Heaven Do Empire. Just then, as Mo Chen was about to respond to Qian Renshua, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly approached from a distance. Looking in that direction, they saw a burly man with a pair of giant axes striding towards them. "Big brother!" A shout came from afar, and as Haji Dan spotted Mo Chen, a brilliant smile immediately spread across his face, and he quickly stowed the double axes into his bag behind him. Then, he jogged over to Mo Chen. In no time, Haji Dan reached Mo Chen's side, slightly out of breath from running, yet still wearing a hearty smile. He looked up at Mo Chen with eager eyes and said, "Big brother, where are you planning to go?" "Hee, I must have a good chat with you. Now, we are quite important figures in this Hall of Souls." Looking at the excited Haji Dan, Mo Chen found the words he wanted to say involuntarily suppressed. He curiously examined Haji Dan, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity as he softly asked, "You look so happy. What good thing have you encountered?" Hearing Mo Chen's question, Haji Dan became so excited that he started to dance around, stroking his full beard while excitedly narrating, "Big brother, you don't know. Somehow it got out that we have a relationship. Just when we stepped into the Hall of Souls, those lofty nobles came over to get close to us. Some offered us big houses to live in, and others directly gave us gold soul coins." Saying this, he pulled out a bulging money pouch from his bosom, waving it in front of Mo Chen, his face full of pride. However, in the face of such generous treatment, Mo Chen remained indifferent, seemingly not taking it to heart. At this moment, his brows furrowed slightly, puzzled. "I clearly disguised myself. How could my identity still be easily recognized? Where exactly did I reveal a flaw? Tell me honestly, how did you recognize me?" Mo Chen tightened his brows, his gaze fixed intensely on Haji Dan. Upon hearing these words, Haji Dan, who had been laughing recklessly, suddenly seemed as if someone had grabbed him by the throat, and his laughter came to an abrupt halt. For a moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Haji Dan slightly restrained his smile, cleared his throat, and began to explain, "Big brother, although your appearance is vastly different from the past, your eyes have not changed at all." After saying this, he winked at Mo Chen, seemingly wanting to emphasize that he was not lying. "Eyes?" Mo Chen murmured this word softly, unconsciously raising his hand to touch his own eyes, deep in thought. At this moment, Haji Dan continued to add, "But it's not just your eyes. The unique aura about you has not changed at all. Also, the presence of your martial soul is something that cannot be concealed. We who are familiar with you can naturally perceive it easily." As he spoke, he scratched his head and showed a simple smile. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, Haji Dan cautiously glanced at Mo Chen and tentatively asked, "Big brother, did we do something wrong that upset you?" It was important to note that just a moment ago, he had the courage to approach Mo Chen because he sensed the aura of his martial soul. However, when he first saw Mo Chen's current appearance, he had a momentary doubt, thinking he might have mistaken him for someone else. Fortunately, when their deep-set eyes met, all doubts dissipated, and he was utterly convinced that the person before him was indeed his big brother. The aura of a dragon-type martial soul is not something that can be easily hidden. Perhaps it can be obscured when meeting someone for the first time, but once someone has sensed it, they will immediately associate it with the dragon-type martial soul upon feeling it again. However, at Yuxian, no one could detect what Mo Chen's martial soul was. Even if there was a faint trace of dragon aura, unless they encountered someone else with a dragon-type martial soul, it would be impossible to notice. Mo Chen reached out and patted Haji Dan's broad shoulder, his eyes revealing a hint of concern as he teased, "Don't just spend all day eating, drinking, and having fun. Hurry up and focus on your cultivation. If you can't break through to Sol Doloa within 5 years, don't blame me for beating you up then." After saying this, his smile deepened. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chen unhesitatingly took Qian Renshua's delicate hand and turned to walk outside, leaving Hajedin with a stylish silhouette. Hajedin scratched his head helplessly. Although breaking through to Seoul-do within 5 years was indeed quite challenging, he had accumulated soul power over the years, and if he put in a bit more effort, perhaps he could achieve it. Once the two completely left the realm of the martial soul city, Qian Renshua, who had been silent, finally couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Mo Chen, "Was that person your friend? The way you interacted seems quite special." At this moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled as they fixed on Mo Chen's handsome face. Mo Chen did not immediately answer Qian Renshua's question. Instead, he first paid the fee for the horse-drawn carriage, then carefully helped Qian Renshua onto the carriage and sat down with her. After everything was arranged, he slowly turned his head and gazed into Qian Renshua's clear and captivating eyes, softly saying, "His name is Hajedin, and his martial soul is a double-headed axe. Don't be fooled by his usually carefree demeanor. He is a level 71 soul sage. Moreover, he is my closest friend and one of my personal guards." At this point, the corners of Mo Chen's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a trace of pride that was not easily noticeable. The carriage swayed along the bumpy road, the wheels creaking against the ground as they moved forward. They finally arrived in Tiando City just before the evening glow painted the sky. Upon stepping back into this familiar city, the scene before them seemed to have changed little. The shops on both sides of the street were still bustling with activity. The sounds of vendors calling out filled the air, and pedestrians hurriedly weaved through the streets, each busy with their own affairs. However, the only difference from before was that posters had been put up on both sides of the road, featuring their own wanted notices. Every wanted poster clearly displayed their faces, causing passers-by to stop and take a look. Some people curiously approached to examine the portraits on the posters, wondering why the once-renowned Tiando General Ding Guozhu was wanted. But most people just paused briefly before continuing on their way, seemingly uninterested in getting involved in this turmoil. Mo Chen led Qian Renshua through the streets until they finally arrived at the front of the residence where he had once lived. However, what lay before them was a scene of desolation. The originally grand and magnificent mansion was nowhere to be seen, leaving only the remnants of the old courtyard. The mansion's grand door was tightly closed, with conspicuous seals plastered on it. The entire interior of the mansion had long been flattened to the ground, leaving behind only a wasteland. Looking at this lamentable scene, a complex emotion surged within Mo Chen. Qian Renshua gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be too sad. Let's find a place to rest for the night, and we can go to Yuxian tomorrow." After saying this, she took Mo Chen's hand and turned to walk outside. After walking for a while, the two arrived in front of an inn. Before Mo Chen could ask if there were any rooms available, a young man responsible for receiving guests stepped forward and warmly said, "Sorry, sir, but we only have one room left, and it's a double bed." As he spoke, the young man playfully winked at Mo Chen, as if hinting at something. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshua's face instantly flushed with a hint of red. She slightly lowered her head and nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothes, yet she did not voice any objections. Mo Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he exchanged a knowing glance with the young man. After quickly paying, he turned and took Qian Renshua's hand, walking into the room together. As soon as they stepped through the door, Qian Renshua's gaze was drawn to the spectacle inside. The room was adorned with vibrant red decorations. Bright red satin hung from the ceiling, and exquisite red lanterns on the walls emitted a soft and ambiguous glow, especially the large bed, which was scattered with luscious flower petals, creating the illusion of a sea of flowers. Seeing this scene, Qian Renshua's cheeks instantly flushed with a charming rosy hue, making her look as tempting as a ripe apple. "I'll go take a shower first," Qian Renshua said softly, her voice as small as a whisper and tinged with shyness. Before she finished speaking, she dashed toward the bathroom like a startled deer and quickly shut the door. Seeing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly and shook his head lightly. He stepped over to the bed, picked up the scattered flower petals one by one, and neatly placed them aside. After tidying up, he looked around, admiring the romantic arrangement of the room, secretly marveling. This truly is a couple's hotel. After a moment of reflection, Mo Chen slowly walked to the window and gently opened it. At this time, it had already entered the curfew hour in Tiando City. The streets were deserted, with only the occasional patrol of Tiando soldiers holding torches marching in orderly steps. And Mo Chen stood quietly by the window, taking in everything before him, gazing at the towering palace in the distance. Countless complicated thoughts surged within his heart. After a while, time seemed to freeze. Finally, Qian Ruxue took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and slowly pushed open the bathroom door to walk out. Just as she stepped out of the bathroom, her gaze involuntarily landed on Mo Chen not far away, and she stood there as if she had been hit by a spell. Mo Chen leaned against the windowsill. The bright moonlight poured down like water, gently cascading over his body, as if draping him in a dreamlike silver veil. His face, with sharp angles like it had been chiseled by a knife, appeared even colder and deeper under the moonlight, and his muscular physique, exposed after removing his shirt, resembled a masterpiece carefully crafted by a sculptor, with smooth lines full of strength. Qian Ruxue stared at this beautiful scene, momentarily forgetting to breathe. She couldn't help but reach out to wipe the drool that had unknowingly dripped from the corner of her mouth, and then realized her gaffe, her face turning as red as a peach, shy and blushing. She secretly cursed herself for being a little pervert, but her bright eyes were magnetically drawn to Mo Chen and could not look away. Meanwhile, Mo Chen was focused on taking off the remaining pieces of clothing, completely unaware of Qian Ruxue's fiery gaze. As he removed his shirt, revealing his broad, strong chest and tight, powerful abs, he tossed the last piece aside and turned around, finally noticing Qian Ruxue standing not far away with a lovesick expression. Mo Chen tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Qian Ruxue was standing there motionless, and her flushed face looked very strange. Mo Chen slowly walked up to her and gently placed his hand on her forehead, which felt as hot as if it had been scorched by fire. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "How strange, this temperature doesn't seem like a fever." At this moment, Qian Ruxue had just finished her bath, her graceful figure wrapped only in a snow-white bath towel. As Mo Chen approached, a faint, elegant fragrance unique to Qian Ruxue wafted into his nostrils like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, Qian Ruxue also caught a whiff of the strong masculine scent emanating from Mo Chen. This scent seemed to have a magical power, causing Qian Ruxue's heart, which was already racing due to nervousness and shyness, to pound even faster. Gradually, her originally fair skin began to flush a faint red, as tempting as a ripe apple. As time passed, Qian Ruxue felt as if she had turned into a small steam engine, continuously emitting heat from her body. Mo Chen finally realized Qian Ruxue's true state. His face instantly turned bright red, like a startled rabbit, as he turned and rushed back in the bathroom, quickly closing the door. Qian Ruxue stood dazed outside the bathroom door, her eyes vacant, as if she had lost her soul. After a while, she seemed to awaken from a dream, and then, with slightly stiff movements, turn around, her gaze involuntarily falling on the blurry reflection on the bathroom door. Then, as if recalling something important, Qian Ruxue hurriedly lifted her hands and fanned herself vigorously to cool down. With a whoosh accompanying her rapid breaths, she fanned her cheeks with her palms, silently praying in her heart that she could quickly calm her restless heart. However, when Mo Chen finished his bath and walked out of the bathroom, the sight before him made him pause in his breath. Qian Ruxue was wearing a light, sheer nightgown, her figure appearing dreamlike and hazy under the light, like a beautiful painting. This enchanting scene captivated Mo Chen's gaze, and an uncontrollable desire surged within him. Time quietly passed, and their bodies gradually drew closer, eventually embracing each other slowly. They felt each other's warmth and breath, as if the entire world consisted only of the two of them. The next morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the room. Montag Chen slowly erwacht, and the first thing he saw was Qian Ruxue lying before him with a face full of happiness. She slept quietly, as radiant as a blooming flower. Mo Chen couldn't help but reach out a finger and gently poke Qian Ruxue's high nose. At this moment, Qian Ruxue was still immersed in sweet dreams. Tightly nestled in Mo Chen's arms, her head resting on his arm, occasionally letting out soft snores. Suddenly, in her sleep, Qian Rushua mumbled, "I really can't eat anymore." This unexpected sleep talk made Mo Chen's previously gentle face instantly turn bright red, and ripples surged in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Chen decided against teasing Qian Rushua further. He moved carefully, afraid of waking the beauty in his arms. After confirming that he wouldn't disturb Qian Rushua, Mo Chen slowly shifted his body, preparing to get up. At this point, he noticed that the light nightgown Qian Rushua had worn yesterday had somehow turned into tattered strips of cloth, scattered on the bed and the floor. Helpless, Mo Chen had no choice but to clean up the scraps first, then neatly arrange the clothes that Qian Rushua had scattered aside, gently placing them by the bed. After finishing all this, Mo Chen quietly got out of bed and left the room. Of course, before leaving, Mo Chen had already set up a tight barrier in the room. This barrier acted like an invisible shield, enveloping the entire room, ensuring that the outside world could not peek inside or enter before he felt safe to leave. After buying some breakfast outside, he quietly gazed at Qian Rushua, who was still immersed in sweet dreams, his gaze unconsciously falling on her beautiful face, where he saw her lips slightly curled up, as if she were having a wonderful dream. Mo Chen's lips also involuntarily curved into a gentle smile. He walked to the bedside and placed the prepared breakfast on the nightstand. Then, his gaze was once again drawn to Qian Rushua's unique and bold sleeping posture. At this moment, Qian Rushua was sprawled across the bed, one hand casually resting by the pillow, while the other stretched out in the air, as if embracing the whole world. Even more amusingly, her legs were spread wide open, completely lacking any ladylike demeanor. Mo Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He shook his head helplessly, reached out, and gently patted Qian Rushua's perky bottom, softly calling out, "Little lazy pig, it's time to get up." However, in her deep sleep, Qian Rushua merely lazily shifted her body, mumbling something incoherent before continuing to sleep soundly. Seeing this, Mo Chen did not get discouraged. He patiently waited for a moment, and then Qian Rushua suddenly flipped over, changing from her previous position of sleeping on her stomach to lying flat on her back. Now, she looked like a beautiful mermaid sprawled on the bed, her graceful figure fully revealed. Mo Chen's lips curled up slightly, a sly glint flashing his eyes. He slowly leaned down, getting closer to Qian Rushua. Just then, Qian Rushua, lost in her beautiful dreams, suddenly felt her breathing becoming slightly labored, a strange sense of pressure gradually waking her from her daze. She groggily opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw in her hazy vision was a face very close to hers. Recognizing the owner of the face, Qian Rushua decisively wrapped her arms around Mo Chen's neck. Chapter 28. Directly slaughtering on a snowy night at the entrance of the Moon Pavilion. Qian Rushua gently covered her slightly swollen lips with her hand, a hint of annoyance flickering in her beautiful eyes. She pouted and complained to Mo Chen, "You idiot! You clearly know we have important matters to attend to today, yet you still kissed me for so long." After saying this, a faint blush appeared on her fair, snow-like cheeks, making her look as tempting as a ripe apple. Mo Chen scratched his head awkwardly, displaying a silly yet somewhat apologetic smile. He grinned foolishly, like a child who had done something wrong and didn't know how to react. At that moment, Qian Rushua took a deep breath to calm her slightly chaotic emotions, then slowly pushed open the ancient and elegant door of the Moon Pavilion. As the door swung open, a breathtaking scene instantly unfolded before them. The interior of the Moon Pavilion was adorned with elegance, featuring intricately carved beams and a layout of pavilions and towers that were harmoniously arranged. Every detail exuded the owner's refined taste and unique aesthetic sense. The people present were all dressed in splendid formal attire, their graceful postures and varied manners radiating an innate noble quality. Melodious music drifted in from afar like a gentle stream, lingering in their ears as if it could cleanse the soul. This wonderful melody gradually calmed Mo Chen's mind, which had been slightly restless due to the morning's trivial matters, immersing him in the tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Just as Mo Chen was enchanted by the beautiful scenery, a man in an exquisite suit noticed their arrival. He approached them with a smile and politely asked, May I ask who you are looking for? Faced with the man's inquiry, Mo Chen remained silent. He was never good at handling social situations, so at this moment, he simply stood quietly beside Qian Renxue, leaving everything to her. Qian Renxue smiled slightly and softly replied, "We are looking for Master Tang Xian." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, drawing attention. "Lady Yuehua is probably too busy to meet with outside guests," the man said, his expression turning awkward. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls present all focused their attention on Qian Renxue. There she stood, graceful and poised, her mesmerizingly beautiful face resembling a fairy descending to earth, breathtakingly alluring. It was not an exaggeration to say that Qian Renxue's beauty overshadowed all the other girls present. In an instant, gasps of admiration and praise arose, mixed with whispers filled with jealousy. However, none of this affected Qian Renxue in the slightest. She remained calm and composed. "It's all right, we can wait here." Qian Renxue responded softly, her tone firm yet gentle. The reception staff was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He first looked Qian Renxue and Mo Chen up and down. Then his gaze fell on their luxurious attire and the rings on their left-hand ring fingers. With years of experience, he instantly perceived the extraordinary relationship between the two. Therefore, he quickly concealed his hesitation and replaced it with a respectful smile, saying, "In that case, please wait a moment." After saying this, the receptionist slightly bowed and slowly turned to walk toward the second floor. Meanwhile, Mo Chen had unknowingly approached the cello. He stared intently at the tight strings, feeling an impulse to take out his bow and compare it. Just as he was about to act, Qian Renxue swiftly pulled him back and admonished him. "Don't do anything reckless. Do you want people to laugh at you?" Qian Renxue's face instantly turned a shade of crimson, her embarrassment seeming as if it could bleed. Standing beside her, Mo Chen slowly raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings. At this moment, he appeared tall and straight, dressed in white that fluttered in the wind, truly resembling a celestial being who had stepped out of an ethereal realm. However, beneath that handsome exterior, a chilling, killing intent flickered in his narrow eyes. The cold aura was akin to a bone-chilling wind in winter, penetrating the hearts of everyone present, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Those who made eye contact with Mo Chen quickly averted their gazes like startled rabbits, fearing that a second glance would result in being consumed by that piercing gaze. Even the girls who were swept by Mo Chen's gaze instinctively lowered their heads, their cheeks slightly flushed, heartbeats quickening, as if even their breathing had become somewhat hurried. "Don't worry, no one dares to laugh at you." Mo Chen mistakenly thought Qian Renxue was flustered because she feared being mocked and quickly comforted her in a low voice. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a subtle chill had crept into his originally gentle tone. This slight change made beads of sweat break out on the foreheads of everyone present, trickling down their cheeks. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Renxue couldn't help but feel speechless. She didn't care whether anyone would laugh at her. What she truly worried about was that this rough man might accidentally damage something here, leaving a bad impression on Master Tang. After all, making a mistake in such an important occasion was no trivial matter. After a short while, everyone noticed a beautiful woman in a rich blue gown, exuding an extraordinary elegance, gracefully descending from the second floor. Every movement of this woman radiated a noble and elegant aura, her every smile akin to flowers blooming under the warm spring sun, beautiful and enchanting. At the moment this beautiful woman appeared, the students who had been intimidated into silence by Mo Chen's cold gaze suddenly seemed to find a new focus, collectively turning their attention to her. All the students lowered their heads respectfully, and in unison they shouted loudly, "Master Tang Xian." Though Tang Yuehua's steps were slow, every subtle movement seemed to carry a certain magic, gently tugging at the heartstrings of those around her. That unique charm and grace were captivating. Strangely, when Mo Chen saw Tang Yuehua appear, the turbulent aura surrounding him that had been like surging waves vanished without a trace in an instant, as if a giant stone had been thrown into the sea, sinking to the bottom and bringing calmness. Domain? No, that's strange. Her spiritual power actually has an effect on me. Mo Chen mused to himself while observing Tang Yuehua, who was slowly walking toward them with a curious gaze. After all, individuals who could influence one's mental state were exceedingly rare, which piqued Mo Chen's curiosity. Master Tang Xian, Qian Renxue, softly spoke, her red lips parting gently. Hearing her voice, Tang Yuehua slightly inclined her head, her beautiful eyes gliding over the emblem on their clothes that symbolized the spirit hall. In that instant, an unusual emotion flickered in her eyes. I didn't expect you two to be esteemed guests of the spirit hall. Yuehua has failed to welcome you properly. I hope you won't take offense, Tang Yuehua said, her cherry lips slightly parted, her voice soft as if it could melt ice and snow, warm and comforting. However, before Qian Renxue could respond, Mo Chen suddenly spoke up, direct and unreserved. You have a domain, right? The words were straightforward and sharp, appearing abrupt and incisive. The feeling of being emotionally influenced by others was extremely uncomfortable and quite strange. Although it did not pose a substantial threat to Mo Chen, it was akin to a buzzing fly that, while not causing harm, was enough to disturb one's mind and be bothersome. Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, and her gaze towards Mo Chen clearly showed a hint of surprise and confusion. Evidently, she had not anticipated that this unfamiliar man before her would ask such a direct question, especially on such a sensitive topic. This gentleman is? After a brief moment of astonishment, Tang Yuehua quickly regained her composure, a graceful smile returning to her face as she curiously asked Qian Renxue, "This is my husband, Mo Zhu, and I am his fiancée. Tang Xianzhu calls me Xiaoxue." Concerned about what Mo Chen might say, Qian Renxue hurriedly revealed their hidden identities from the previous night. So it turns out that Mr. Mo Zhu and Miss Xiaoxue. Tang Yuehua's lips curled slightly as she spoke softly. "May I ask what brings you both here?" After a few simple pleasantries, Tang Yuehua directly cut to the chase, her beautiful eyes glancing curiously at the two before her as she began to inquire about their purpose for coming. Qian Renxue gently opened her lips and said, "To be honest, we have come here hoping to allow my husband to learn about the etiquette norms among the nobility." Throughout her speech, her gaze remained fixed on Mo Chen, filled with tenderness and expectation. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua instinctively shifted her focus to Mo Chen. The man before her was tall and upright, with an exceptionally handsome face, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an outstanding temperament. Indeed, as Qian Renxue said, he had a dignified appearance and graceful demeanor. "Miss Xiaoxue, you really know how to joke. With your husband's outstanding looks and temperament, he hardly seems like someone who needs to specifically learn etiquette," Tang Yuehua said with a slight smile, withdrawing her gaze before addressing Qian Renxue. However, at that moment, Mo Chen was entirely disengaged from their conversation. Drawing from years of experience and sharp intuition, Mo Chen concluded that this ability to disturb emotions undoubtedly belonged to his special domain power. Although such domains were quite rare, it was not particularly surprising. Thus, the two parties exchanged pleasantries and engaged in conversation. In that case, after the Soul Master competition concludes, Mr. Mo Zhu can come to my Yuexian to formally begin his studies, Tang Yuehua said with a smile, a hint of appreciation flickering in her eyes. Mo Chen felt no goodwill towards Tang Yuehua, always sensing an elusive quality about her. Moreover, this Tang Yuehua happened to share the surname Tang, and it was known that those mice from the Haoyan sect also bore the same surname. While the possibility was minimal, the naturally cautious Mo Chen decided to remain vigilant in this place. After bidding farewell to Yuexian, Qian Renxue unhesitatingly stepped forward and affectionately linked her arm with Mo Chen's. She softly said, "Let's go back. In a few days, the Soul Master competition will commence, and I should return to the Tiando Empire, or else that old fellow Shuya might get suspicious." Her words revealed a hint of subtle disappointment. After all, she had finally managed to be with the one she loved, but could not stay by his side for long due to her heavy responsibilities. However, Mo Chen quickly noticed the slight change in Qian Renxue's emotions. Thus, as the two walked side by side out of Tiando City, he gently moved forward while reaching out to pinch Qian Renxue's delicate face, teasingly saying, "If you really don't want to go back, then don't go back. At worst, I'll just storm into the palace and take care of that old rascal Shuya." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but twitch her mouth, thinking to herself that she had indeed not guessed wrong. She had imagined that Mo Chen's thoughts would be simple, but such a straightforward idea still surprised her. Qian Rinxue gave him a playful eye roll and said, "You really are naive. Do you really think the Tiando Imperial Palace is a place you can just barge into?" Her tone carried a hint of reproach and concern. However, Mo Chen appeared completely unconcerned, a slight smile on his lips as he scoffed. "As long as it's something I want to do, there's nothing impossible. What can a mere Tiando Imperial Palace do to me?" His confident demeanor suggested that he felt there were no obstacles in the world capable of stopping his progress. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but shake her head helplessly, internally sighing. Yet at the same time, a warm current flowed gently through her heart. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Qian Rinxue's mind. Right? If Mo Chen has such strength, it might not be impossible for him to directly storm into Tiando City and deal with that old rascal Xue. After all, with Mo Chen's skills, storming into the Tiando Imperial Palace under the banner of cleansing the court would likely rally many supporters. Moreover, although Mo Chen was currently being hunted, his reputation had not diminished at all. The people of Tiando were quite familiar with him. With this in mind, Qian Rinxue abruptly stopped in her tracks. Seeing this, Mo Chen quickly halted as well, looking at Qian Rinxue with a puzzled expression and asking, "What's wrong?" Qian Rinxue's eyes were fixed intently on Mo Chen as she excitedly spoke. "Your idea is indeed feasible. I made up my mind. Let's charge into the palace and take care of Xue." The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. As night gradually fell. Chapter 29. Cleansing the Court. Standing at the entrance of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Missouri, Chen quietly gazed at the closed vermilion palace door. He slowly reached out, touching the heavy and cold door, feeling the traces of time left upon it. "How nostalgic," Mo Chen murmured softly, his thoughts drifting back to the time spent here. Memories flooded his mind like a tide, evoking an indescribable emotion within him. After calming himself, Mo Chen steadied his thoughts and began contacting Haji Dan and the others. Qian Rinxue had already transformed into the appearance of Xue Qinghe and successfully entered the imperial palace using her identity as the crown prince. Meanwhile, within the sleeping quarters of Emperor Xue, the emperor, who was originally preparing to retire for the night, was suddenly disturbed by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. This unexpected noise shattered the tranquility of the night and alerted Xue. "What is all this commotion about?" The slightly aged but still imposing voice of Emperor Xie came from deep within the quarters. "Reporting to your majesty. His Highness the Crown Prince has returned." A guard outside the door respectfully answered in a lowered voice. Upon hearing this news, Xue couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Although he was aware that the Crown Prince might return soon, the choice to return at such a late hour genuinely raised his suspicions. Did Qinghe not say he would return in 7 days? Xue murmured to himself as he quickly got up, dressed, and then pushed open the door, striding out. "Bring Qinghe to see me," Xue said coldly as he quickened his pace towards the imperial study. Meanwhile, far away in another palace, Xue Qinghe smiled slightly upon receiving Xue's summons, the corners of his mouth lifting gently. At that moment, the sky suddenly erupted with a low rumble of thunder, followed by a loud crash, as a torrential rain began to pour down without warning. The once clear night sky was instantly shrouded by heavy clouds, with large raindrops pelting down violently, splashing up sprays of water. And in a corner of the streets of Tiando City, a figure stood quietly. It was Mo Chen, holding an oiled paper umbrella. He stood still like a sculpture, gazing calmly ahead as if patiently waiting for someone. Before long, 2 figures rushed over. He first glanced behind them, finding no one else, and then asked, "Where's Lao Ha? Why isn't he here?" Nangong crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "That guy must have gotten drunk again. He probably won't arrive until later." With that, he shook his head helplessly. Then, furrowing his brow, Nangong looked toward the brightly lit palace in the distance and asked anxiously, "How long has Miss Xiaoxue been inside?" Mo Chen raised his head, thought for a moment, and then answered, "It's been 3 hours." Just then, a drop of rain fell from the sky, landing right in the palm of Mo Chen's outstretched hand. He stared at the crystal-clear raindrop and, seemingly lost in thought, turned to Dan Yu and slowly said, "I never expected your water dragon martial spirit could influence the weather." Dan Yu's expression turned serious as he shook his head slowly and replied, "Currently, the range I can control is limited to the weather conditions within 10 miles. Fortunately, with this rain as cover, our subsequent action plans might proceed a bit more smoothly." And Mo Chen frowned slightly, fixing a sharp gaze on Dan Yu, and pressed, "Then how many people did you bring this time? To completely surround the palace, I estimate we need at least 5,000. Dan Yu took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then responded solemnly, "This time, I gathered a total of 8,000 troops for support, but due to the long journey and various factors, the earliest they can arrive here is tomorrow morning." Hearing this number, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Mo Chen's eyes as he decisively stated, "Tomorrow morning, we will lead these troops to surround the palace and eliminate the traitors." At that moment, as Mo Chen made this decision, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the dark sky, followed by a deep rumble of thunder echoing through the heavens, as if the heavens were giving a warning of the impending storm. However, in just one night, Mo Chen successfully summoned his old comrades who had fought alongside him for years, relying on the reputation and connections he had built up over time. Despite the urgency and critical situation, these loyal individuals did not hesitate to respond to Mo Chen's call. Moreover, they scoffed at the notion of Mo Chen being a traitor, because in their hearts, he had always been the hero with loyalty and righteousness. As for the reasons behind this action, Mo Chen also candidly shared with everyone. The current emperor was surrounded by treacherous officials, severely disrupting the court and causing harm to the nation and its people. Therefore, what Mo Chen aimed to do was to eradicate these tumors within the court and restore clarity to the world. With such a righteous banner and Mo Chen's outstanding leadership and charisma, this operation quickly garnered widespread support and response in a short time. However, even so, after an entire night of intense preparation and gathering, the total troops that gathered under Mo Chen's command amounted to only a little over 20,000. The next morning, the sky remained gloomy as if it could drip with water, with fine rain constantly falling to the ground. The gray clouds hung like a heavy curtain, blocking the sky completely, with not a single ray of sunlight able to penetrate this gloom. Nangong stood silently inside a hastily constructed military tent, arms crossed in front of his chest. His gaze was fixed on a somewhat simple sand table on the ground, his brows slightly furrowed. 20,000 troops should be enough. But we must act quickly. We only have half a day left before the border troops arrive, Nangong said in a low, serious tone. It was indeed not an easy task to breach the solid fortress of the palace with just 20,000 men and bring it down. After all, everyone knew that there were at least 10,000 well-trained and well-equipped guards inside the palace. Moreover, the palace itself occupied a geographical advantage, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. What was even more worrying was the possibility of facing someone like Dugu Bo, a devastating force in team battles. Mo Chen did not hold Dugu Bo in high regard, but he had to admit that Dugu Bo's role in team combat should not be underestimated. Once the poison spread rapidly, the enemy could suffer heavy losses in an instant. Thinking of this, Mo Chen felt a wave of pressure rise in his chest. He turned to Nangong, patted him on the shoulder, and seriously reminded him, "Old 3, this mission to attack the palace is crucial. I'm entrusting you with the defense of the North Gate. No matter what, you must ensure that no one from the palace escapes from this direction." Upon hearing this, Nangong nodded without hesitation. "Laowa, the task of a frontal assault at the main gate falls on you." Mo Chen looked at Haji Dan with a serious expression, filled with trust. Haji Dan, upon hearing this, pounded his broad chest without hesitation and said loudly, "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. Even if there are thousands of troops ahead, I will definitely carve a bloody path for you." His bold words and determined expression moved those around him. Then, Mo Chen turned his gaze to Dan Yu and earnestly reminded him, "Dan Yu, the medical support for this operation relies entirely on you. These brothers have fought life and death with me. Each of their lives is extremely precious to me, and I would feel heartbroken to lose even one. I've witnessed your healing abilities firsthand. At this moment, the sky was pouring rain, as if the heavens were weeping for the fierce battle about to unfold. As time passed second by second, the usually bustling streets of Tiando City appeared particularly quiet due to the rain. However, outside Tiando City, Mo Chen quietly gazed at the soldiers standing resolutely in the rain. After today, perhaps some familiar faces would disappear. They were not equipped with particularly fine weapons, not even a decent set of armor. They only wore simple, thin clothing. Yet, despite this, they showed no signs of fear, and each of their eyes sparkled with determination and fighting spirit. Looking at the weapons they tightly gripped, there were not only sharp spears, but also some farming tools commonly used by ordinary families. Although these tools seemed unremarkable in the hands of these passionate warriors, even a hoe could become a powerful weapon against the enemy. At this moment, knowing the proximity to Tiando City made it inappropriate to speak much. Mo Chen refrained from delivering any speeches to boost morale. He simply waved his right hand lightly, and a longbow emitting a mysterious dark purple light quietly appeared in his hand. Then, skillfully drawing the bow and nocking an arrow, he aimed steadily at the guards on the city wall who were on high alert. In an instant, everyone present focused their gaze on Mo Chen, their eyes revealing tension and anticipation. Everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for the arrow in Mo Chen's hand to be released. It felt as if time had frozen at this moment. The entire scene was extraordinarily quiet, with only the sound of raindrops and the gentle breeze rustling the banners. Finally, a sharp sound of breaking air was heard, and a black arrow shadow, like lightning, tore through the sky, rushing toward the city wall at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow accurately struck a guard who was patrolling on the city wall, and the powerful impact instantly brought the guard down to the ground, dead. Almost at the same moment, Haji Dan, Nangong, Dan Yu, and others, who had long been ambushed in the surroundings, saw this situation and led their respective elite teams rushing into the city of Tiando from different directions. However, just as everyone fought bravely against the enemy, Mo Chen, taking advantage of his ability to fly freely, quickly flew to the sky above the Tiando Palace. He resembled a battle god descending from the heavens, overlooking the magnificent yet chaotic palace below. Mo Chen's sudden appearance naturally alerted many people inside the palace. One of the soldiers guarding the city was the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. He widened his eyes and pointed a trembling finger at the black figure in the sky, his voice slightly terrified as he shouted, "What is that?" Meanwhile, another guard nearby, hearing his companion shout, hurriedly looked up. When he realized that the visitor was the renowned Mo Chen, a look of shock immediately appeared on his face, stuttering, "What a terrifying pressure! General Mo has arrived." General Mo. But His Majesty clearly said that General Mo has betrayed the country. What is going on? Another guard exclaimed in astonishment, his voice sounding particularly abrupt among the patrolling soldiers. The centurion turned to look at his subordinates with a determined gaze and said solemnly, "Everyone, think about it. What kind of person is General Mo? Don't we all know in our hearts? I absolutely do not believe that General Mo would betray the country." His words were firm, seemingly carrying an invisible power that made the surrounding soldiers nod slightly in agreement. Indeed, for these guards, the name Mo Chen was like thunder. Many of them had heard of Mo Chen's achievements firsthand or had witnessed his prowess on the battlefield. The days they fought alongside Mo Chen were still vivid in their memories. Therefore, the idea of Mo Chen betraying the country was something they could not accept deep down. In contrast, they were more willing to believe that Mo Chen had come to clear the court of treacherous officials. However, despite their internal inclinations, they were still soldiers of the Tiando Empire, bearing the heavy responsibility of defending the country and the monarch. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Regardless of personal feelings, they could only temporarily set aside their doubts and obey the commands issued from above. Meanwhile, Emperor Xia stood quietly by the window, gazing at the tall figure of Mo Chen in black above. His expression was complex and grave, murmuring to himself, "Mo Chen, you have indeed come." Offending a title de law, Emperor Xia had never thought it would end without resolution. Now, with Mo Chen's appearance, it confirmed his previous concerns. Emperor Xia slowly turned his head and looked at the equally serious Dugubo beside him, softly asking, "Mr. Dugu, given the current situation, how do you think we should respond?" Outside the palace, the sounds of battle and clashing weapons echoed one after another, and the entire situation grew increasingly tense. Dugubo frowned as he looked at Mo Chen above. He knew that he would definitely not be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. Chapter 30. Illuminating the Rivers and Seas. Your Majesty, it seems this matter is unlikely to end peacefully. Dugubo looked at Mo Chen above with a serious expression, his brows tightly furrowed as if he could crush a fly between them. His already gloomy complexion was now like a thick cloud, making him appear intimidating. Emperor Xia also wore a worried expression, letting out a long sigh, feeling deeply regretful. He knew that the reason things had developed to this point was due to his own undeniable responsibility. It was all because of his momentary suspicion that he had easily believed the slanderous words of a schemer, leading the empire to lose a fierce general and a titled law who should have belonged to the royal family. This series of mistakes had made the current situation exceptionally severe. If Mo Chen were still serving as a general of the Tiando Empire, encountering such a situation, Emperor Xia would not need to humble himself to plead with Dugu. Emperor Xia looked at Dugubo and said solemnly, "Mr. Dugu, there are only 50,000 guards available for deployment in Tiando City, and there are 15,000 troops that can be mobilized within the palace. All these forces can be commanded by you. The message to the 7-treasure glazed tile school should also be arriving shortly, so please try to hold them off." Lord Dugu, after saying this, Emperor Xia slowly turned and walked deeper into the palace. At this moment, the entire palace was heavily surrounded by the rebel army, leaving no way for escape. If any gate were opened, the rebels would swarm into the palace. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the Tiando Palace, First Soul Skill fit. With Haji Dan's roar, a dazzling light suddenly flashed across his body. In an instant, his upper body clothes could not withstand the force and shattered, turning into countless strips of cloth that fluttered in the air. What was now displayed before everyone was his muscular body, bulging with explosive power like a small mountain. Big raindrops fell heavily, hitting him. However, these raindrops did not directly hit the ground but flowed down slowly through the gaps between his iron-hard muscles. After a long time, they finally dripped to the ground. Haji Dan gripped 2 massive battle axes tightly, swinging them like a whirlwind. Each axe swung carried an unstoppable force. The guards rushing forward were just getting close when they were repelled by the fierce axe light, tumbling backward. Sharp tree root spears thrust toward Haji Dan, attempting to break through his indestructible defense. But when the spear tips touched his steel-like muscles, a series of crisp impact sounds echoed around, and all the long spears could not pierce in the slightest, being deflected away. Faced with the increasing number of guards, Haji Dan was undaunted. Instead, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. He tightly gripped both battle axes and began to spin rapidly around himself. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred up, forming a fierce storm. The raindrops that had been falling on him were now influenced by this storm, gathering together to form a massive water tornado. This water tornado, carrying Haji Dan's unmatched momentum, charged toward the guards like a ferocious beast roaring. Some guards, seeing the dire situation, hurriedly raised their heavy shields in an attempt to block it. Unfortunately, they vastly underestimated Haji Dan's strength. He brought his double axes down heavily onto the shields, and with a loud bang, those seemingly indestructible shields shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. At the north gate, First Soul Skill Sword Dance. Nangong's fingers swiftly glided over the sword body, and in an instant, 3 flickering spirit swords began to spin rapidly around his slender figure. Just as the spirit's swords appeared, an unmatched, powerful momentum erupted from Nangong's body like a volcano. This momentum surged like roaring waves, rising higher and higher. At the same time, his attack power was greatly enhanced, more than doubled. Nangong swung his arm, and the long sword cut out in response. Suddenly, a piercing sword energy whistled through the air, its speed so fast it was like lightning slicing through the night sky. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was torn apart, producing sharp, piercing sounds. The soldiers originally rushing towards Nangong were utterly powerless in the face of this terrifying sword energy. In just 1 second, they didn't even have time to react before being ruthlessly pierced through by the sword energy, instantly losing their lives. However, just as Nangong was enjoying the slaughter of these soldiers, a loud shout suddenly came from behind them. "Rebels, don't be so arrogant." Following this, a burly man wielding a giant blade leaped high from the crowd and lunged fiercely at the nearby Nangong. Fifth soul skill, Rage Slash. As the man's furious shout echoed, a shocking blood-red light suddenly appeared on the enormous blade. This light, like burning flames, enveloped the entire giant blade, exuding a heart-pounding aura. The man swung the blood-lit giant sword down towards Nangong with the force of a mountain. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword was just a few feet away from Nangong, about to strike him. Facing such a formidable enemy, Nangong showed no fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "What a six-ringed soul emperor." With a focused gaze, Nangong gripped the sword hilt tightly, suddenly exerting force to turn the long sword, colliding directly with the giant blade in the opponent's hand. In that instant of clashing swords, Nangong felt a powerful force surging continuously from his tightly gripped long sword. The strength was so overwhelming that his arm trembled slightly. However, before Nangong could regain his composure, the opponent shouted again, "It's not over yet." Immediately, the giant blade in his hand erupted with another dazzling blood-red light. As the light flashed, a series of razor-sharp slashes came raining down upon Nangong like a storm. Yet, Nangong remained unflustered in the face of such a fierce assault. He softly chanted, "Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Protection." No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung his long sword violently, and a brilliant sword light shot out, quickly coalescing around him into a circle of ice-blue shields radiating a chilling aura. The giant sword struck heavily against the shield. With a loud bang, countless sparks and shards of ice burst forth where the shield and giant sword met, and a powerful shockwave forced Nangong to stagger back a dozen steps before he could barely steady himself. Despite suffering such a fierce blow, there was no sign of pain on Nangong's face. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile as he sneered. "Not bad. But it's a pity that relying on brute force to break all techniques is ultimately too naive." After speaking, Nangong's entire body suddenly seemed to be enveloped in a layer of mysterious ice and snow, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The man wielding the giant sword stood in shock, looking around in confusion, trying to find Nangong's whereabouts. Just then, Nangong appeared behind him without warning. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his long sword fiercely towards the man's back. At the same time, the man seemed to sense the impending deadly danger. He reacted swiftly, turning around abruptly and raising the huge blade in his hand, attempting to block Nangong's fierce attack with the sword body. However, even though his movements were quick enough, they were still just a fraction too slow compared to Nangong. With a soft sound, Nangong's long sword pierced through his arm. In an instant, bright red blood gushed from the wound. However, before the blood could drip to the ground, the chilling aura wrapped around Nangong's sword instantly froze it into tiny shards of ice, resembling scattered red ice crystals. Nangong looked expressionlessly at the injured man before him, gently wiping the blade, as if that previous strike was merely a trivial test of strength. At this moment, the sky continued to drizzle lightly, with fine raindrops falling all around. As these raindrops approached Nangong, they were all instantly crystallized into sparkling ice blocks by the bone-chilling aura radiating from him. The wounded man tightly clutched his bleeding arm, yet there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with fervor and excitement. "You have a good demeanor, but your strength is a bit lacking. What's your name?" He stared directly at Nangong and declared loudly, "My name is Han Chuan. Senior, you need not hold back against me. It is my honor to spar with a master like you today. Even if I die here, I have no regrets." First soul skill, Berserk Power. Second soul skill, Killing Intent Rising. Third soul skill, Rage Body. Sixth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Slash. Han Chuan unleashed 4 soul skills in rapid succession. with the enhancement of the first 3 skills. Han Chuan's momentum now rivaled that of a peak Soul Emperor. 4th soul skill, Cold Tide. Nangong's long sword spun in a flourish, and a bone-chilling coldness suddenly erupted from his entire being. The already slightly cool air dropped sharply in temperature. As the light rain fell from the sky, the raindrops crystallized into ice before hitting the ground, falling like snowflakes. The soldiers and rebels engaged in battle had no time to react, and in the blink of an eye, they were all frozen into ice sculptures, maintaining their fighting postures completely motionless. Even Han Chuan was not spared. A thin layer of frost quickly formed on his clothes, visibly thickening at a rapid pace. At that moment, Nangong leaped high into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, the ice sword in his hand emitted a dazzling ice blue light, like the brightest star in the dim sky. "Illuminate the rivers," Nangong shouted again, his voice not loud, yet echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. In that instant, time seemed to halt, and the entire world was left with only the giant sword in his hand gleaming with cold light. Nangong swung fiercely, and a massive ice blade howled out, striking towards Han Chuan, who was preparing to gather momentum for an attack. Not good. Han Chuan's face changed drastically, realizing the danger. With the enormous ice blade approaching in an instant, he had to halt the power he was gathering. In a hurry, he gritted his teeth and swung his giant sword to meet the incoming ice blade. A loud clang rang out as the 2 swords collided, unleashing countless shards of cold light, followed by an unmatched shockwave radiating outward from the 2 of them. Wherever it went, frost and cold winds intertwined, creating a blinding white scene that sent chills down spines. Cough, cough, cough. Han Chuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body seemed to lose all strength and collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, the giant blade in his hand had shattered into 2 pieces, lying broken beside him. It was important to note that the giant blade was not just a weapon. It was Han Chuan's martial soul. At this moment, with the martial soul shattered, it was undoubtedly a fatal blow for a soul master. Even if Han Chuan was lucky enough to survive, he would likely find it difficult to make any progress in his cultivation from now on. On the other side, as Nangong landed on the ground, his eyes appeared a strange blood red. He tightly gripped his long sword, the sharp tip gently lifting Han Chuan's lowered chin. "You lost." Nangong's voice was as cold as the winter wind in December, devoid of any emotional tone. Moreover, the fierce cold wind howling around him made him appear exceedingly ruthless. Upon hearing this, Han Chuan's body trembled slightly before he slowly lowered his head. He could clearly feel the life force within him gradually fading away, that sensation akin to sand flowing mercilessly through an hourglass. His hands, which were originally clenched tightly in frustration, slowly began to relax. Then, Nangong turned around slowly, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the tightly shut palace gates before him. As the cold wave gradually receded, the soldiers who had been frozen into ice sculptures began to thaw and slowly regain their ability to move. With a wave of his arm, Nangong suddenly unleashed his long sword, sending forth a fierce sword aura. With a loud crash, the incredibly sturdy palace gates were instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. The northern gate of the palace had already opened, and Nangong's gaze shifted to the trembling guards and his own subordinates, who were also shaking from the cold. At that moment, the hair on Nangong's body stood on end, as if sensing a tremendous threat, and he instinctively looked in a certain direction. 6th soul skill. All swords return to origin. Chapter 31. Nuclear Peace. In midair, Mo Chen successfully forced Dugu Bo back. However, before he could make another move, he felt a powerful sword aura surging from behind. Mo Chen quickly turned around, only to see tens of thousands of sword shadows flying towards him like shooting stars. "Sword uncle?" Mo Chen furrowed his brows as he looked towards the source of the flying swords, where a figure was racing towards him at an astonishing speed. Body, soul, bone skill, Candle Dragon, Red Flame Dragon Armor. As his voice rang out, a burst of mysterious purple flames erupted from his body, instantly enveloping him. The flames burned fiercely, forming an incredibly sturdy dragon armor that radiated intense heat and terrifying pressure. Then, A faint sheen appeared on Mo Chen's body, acting like a shield to protect him. At that moment, sword.Not had already rushed forward. He raised the 7-killing sword high and then swung it down forcefully, shouting, "Fifth soul skill, shock the 4 directions." This sword contained sword.Not's sword intent, a brilliant sword light piercing straight towards Mo Chen's chest. In an instant, the 2 attacks collided violently. A deafening roar echoed, shaking the surrounding air violently. At the same time, the previously gloomy and oppressive sky suddenly cleared, as the thick rain clouds condensed in the air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Brilliant sunlight poured through the gap, illuminating the area where the fierce battle was taking place. "Nephew," sword.Not frowned, staring at Mo Chen before him. He truly couldn't understand why that once praised young man, who was seen as the pride of the empire with limitless potential, had come to this point today. "Xiao Chun, there may be some misunderstandings between you and the Tiando Empire. I know everything about Rongrong, and I will ensure that Fengji teaches her properly." Sword.Not tightly gripped the 7-killing sword in his hand, which began to tremble slightly, while a rich sword aura continuously emanated from it, surging and roaring around him like a turbulent tide. Hearing this, Mo Chen gently shook his head, then calmly opened his mouth. "Sword uncle, someone wants to take my life. What else can I do but rise up in resistance?" At this moment, sword.Not couldn't help but frown slightly. Above his head hung thousands of spirit swords. These spirit sword phantoms flickered with dazzling light, like countless stars hanging in the dark night sky, brilliant and blinding. "For Rongrong's actions, I apologize to you on behalf of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. I really shouldn't have allowed her to go to that so-called Shrek Academy. Xiao Chun, come back with me. I will make sure Rongrong apologizes to you in person." Facing this young man with astonishing talent, even the usually composed sword.Not felt a ripple in his heart. He still remembered the last time he saw Mo Chen. He had just stepped into the Soul Sage rank, but time rushed by, and in just 2 short years, the person standing before him had already become a title.Not, a speed of cultivation that was truly astonishing. However, Mo Chen remained unmoved and simply replied, "It's all too late. From the moment I set foot on this land, it meant I had completely severed ties with the Tiando Empire, with no turning back." After saying this, he directed his gaze towards the crowd fighting below, shaking the long spear in his hand before pointing it at sword.Not. "Come on, sword.Not, let's settle this once and for all today." And Mo Chen held the spear tightly, its tip aimed straight at sword.Not, his gaze fierce, exuding a powerful aura. Just then, Bo saw the situation was not good and wanted to intervene. However, sword.Not swiftly moved, positioning himself firmly in front of Mo Chen, blocking Bo and firmly saying, "Old Poison, this is a matter between me and Xiao Chun. Do not interfere. The safety of His Majesty is entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Bo, who had been gathering poison in his hands, suddenly froze, his movements coming to a halt. He glanced deeply at sword.Not and Mo Chen, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but he ultimately followed sword.Not's advice. Meanwhile, sword.Not tightly gripped the 7-killing sword in his right hand, swinging his arm forcefully. In an instant, the tens of thousands of flying swords behind him surged like a storm, roaring towards Mo Chen. Facing such a fierce onslaught of flying swords, Mo Chen remained calm. He swiftly danced with the long spear in his hand, moving as gracefully as a dragon emerging from the sea. A series of crisp and loud metallic clashing sounds echoed through the air, unending. Every single flying sword that shot towards him was deflected by Mo Chen's incredibly precise spear technique, without exception. As the last flying sword disappeared, Mo Chen firmly gripped the long spear in his hand, his gaze fixed on sword.Not not far ahead. He took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his arm, and then suddenly exerted force, the spear in his hand resembling a roaring giant dragon, piercing straight towards sword.Not. At the same time, although sword.Not's expression was serious, he felt anything but calm inside. Facing this young man who he had once valued and admired the most, a sense of indescribable guilt surged within him. However, as the protector of the sect, the interests of the sect outweighed all personal feelings. Therefore, He swung the sword in his hand without hesitation to meet the spear thrusting towards him. In an instant, the spear tip collided with the sword tip, producing a crisp and thunderous sound. At that moment, the powerful aura of a 96th level title de loi erupted from both of them without reservation. It was as if two surging torrents collided violently in the air, creating a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. The surrounding air seemed to twist and deform under such immense pressure, and then, centered around the two, a wildly violent airflow spread out like a storm in all directions. After the clash, Mo Chen and Sword de loi each took several steps back to stabilize themselves. They exchanged glances, both showing a hint of surprise. Clearly, both had exerted their full strength in that blow, yet the result was a stalemate. Fourth soul skill, Sword Shadow Heavy. After a brief moment to catch his breath, Sword de loi initiated a new round of attacks. He suddenly spun the 7-killing sword in his hand, and with this motion, dazzling light erupted from the sword blade. Immediately, several sword phantoms appeared out of thin air, following closely behind the 7-killing sword, fiercely slashing towards Mo Chen. Fourth soul skill, Voice of the Candle Dragon Shock. With a furious roar from Mo Chen, a massive black dragon, entirely black and clawing the air, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, rapidly circling around him. At the same time, an earth-shattering dragon roar echoed through the skies, sending all beasts into panic and causing birds to scatter. Just then, the Sword de loi, who was attacking Mo Chen with a long sword, suddenly halted his fierce offensive. His previously fluid sword movements came to an abrupt stop, and he stood frozen as if under a paralysis spell. The sword energy that had shot out from his sword lost its supporting power, drastically weakening and becoming limp. At this moment, Mo Chen raised his right arm and looked up at the sky. The originally gloomy, gray, and drizzling sky suddenly lit up with several dazzling bolts of lightning. These lightning bolts danced like silver snakes, striking down fiercely onto Mo Chen's right hand. In an instant, the flashes of lightning flickered and thunder rumbled, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Feeling such a powerful fluctuation of soul power, the Sword de loi couldn't help but feel horrified. What terrifying soul power! I didn't expect you to be this strong. However, as a title de loi, he did not retreat. Instead, he fully unleashed his surging sword intent. My body is like a sword, the Sword de loi whispered, and his figure suddenly became hazy, as if he had completely merged with the long sword in his hand. At this moment, in his sword intent world, the chaos and disturbances of the outside world seemed to have vanished, leaving only a scene of tranquility and peace. Even amidst the flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, he was able to maintain a calm heart, unmoved by external factors. Mo Chen tightly gripped his hand, with strands of lightning flickering in his palm. The lightning gradually gathered, condensing and becoming increasingly powerful. At the same time, the surrounding environment seemed to respond to some kind of call as water, fire, rocks, and frost, elements of different attributes, intertwined, presenting a bizarre and colorful scene. They cut through the originally dark and oppressive world like a series of brilliant rainbows, bringing a glimmer of light and hope. The 7 kills thunder arose, a sword breaking through the sky. The Sword de loi brought his 2 fingers together, resembling a sharp sword, and suddenly swept across the horizon. In an instant, a fierce sword energy composed of the word kill appeared out of thin air, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, slashing directly towards Mo Chen. Faced with such a powerful attack, Mo Chen showed no fear. His entire soul power surged wildly, pouring into the colorful energy ball in his hand that had already reached its peak. Candle Dragon Star River Sigh. Like tossing a toy, Mo Chen slowly threw the energy ball down. The moment the energy ball left his hand, the entire world seemed to freeze. The next moment, an indescribably powerful energy suddenly erupted. A blinding light flashed like a solar explosion, illuminating the entire world. Everyone present was caught off guard, instinctively covering their eyes with their hands. However, those who did not manage to shield their sight felt an intense pain surge through their eyes, unable to hold back their cries of agony. In an instant, the 2 attacks collided violently. Time seemed to freeze, and the entire world fell into a chilling silence, so profound that one could almost hear their own heartbeat. At this moment, the sole power between heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, continuously gathering madly towards the point of collision. Initially, this sole power rippled like a calm lake, slowly spreading out, but then it surged outwards like a giant stone being thrown, exploding in all directions. With a thunderous roar, a colossal mushroom cloud accompanied by dazzling white light suddenly rose into the sky above the Tiando Palace. The intensity of the light was so strong that people instinctively closed their eyes, unable to look directly at it. At the same time, a layer of crystalline water armor suddenly emerged around the soldiers standing ready below. This water armor quickly wrapped them tightly, forming a solid protective barrier to fiercely resist the terrifying impact and damage brought by this strike. Fortunately, Mo Chen had clearly intended this. He precisely controlled the explosion's range, ensuring it did not exceed the boundaries of the Tiando Palace. As a result, the ordinary citizens within the imperial city were spared from the direct effects of this battle. However, the subsequent violent winds were likely to cause some damage and impact to a few street-side shops. Looking at the Sword de Law, who was at the center of the explosion, his condition was quite miserable. His upper garment was completely torn and fluttering in the wind. Bloodstains lingered at the corner of his mouth, a shocking sight. The 7 kills sword in his hand trembled violently, as if it could slip from his grasp at any moment. Fortunately, the explosion point was still some distance above the ground. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine that if the explosion point were closer to the surface, the entire Tiando Palace would turn into ruins in an instant, no longer existing. It seemed that Mo Chen's group of soldiers had already anticipated such an explosion. They rushed to flee the Tiando Palace the moment he began to prepare for the attack. What terrifying power! The Sword de Law, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. All along, he had been the elder who doted on Ning Rongrong, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a hint of annoyance towards her. After all, if it weren't for Ning Rongrong insisting on creating a scene about breaking off the engagement. Facing such a remarkably talented individual, with the favor from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, he would have had over an 80% chance of successfully recruiting him. At this moment, Mo Chen slowly raised his head, his gaze calm as water, looking at the Sword de Law, and then spoke in a low and firm tone. Uncle Jian, all the help the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has given me over the years, I remember it all. However, as of today, I have repaid it all. This, uncle, is also my last address to you as such. After speaking, he slightly squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of resoluteness. Inside the Tiando Palace, Prince Xuexing had already been slain, and Nangong pierced through the chest of the Snow Knight Emperor. Once he confirmed the death, the ice instantly froze the corpse. As for where Dugabo was at this moment, he had gone out to protect the palace the instant the explosion occurred. Otherwise, with Nangong's level 77 cultivation, it would still be somewhat difficult to assassinate the Snow Knight Emperor under Dugabo's watch. Chapter 32. Xuexing ascends the throne after giving Xuexing a reassuring look. Nangong expressionlessly drew a pure white handkerchief and gently wiped the bloodstains on the sword. The crimson blood formed a stark contrast against the white sword. Nangong frowned slightly, seemingly very disgusted by the bloodstains left on the sword. As he carefully wiped, he muttered softly, "It's really filthy." Once he had cleaned the sword, Nangong casually tossed the handkerchief aside, then looked up at Xuexing. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile, and then he lowered his head slightly, speaking softly to Xuexing. "Sister-in-law, I am the 3rd brother of Mo Chen. You could just call me Nangong." Upon hearing this, Xuexing felt a bit more at ease, although she was still dressed as a man at this moment. Mo Chen had already informed everyone of her true identity as Qian Renxue. Therefore, facing Nangong, she did not feel overly nervous or uneasy. Seeing Xuexing's expression soften, Nangong said no more and turned to the side of the Snow Knight Emperor's corpse. He first silently observed the corpse on the ground, then picked up the body of the Snow Knight Emperor and slowly walked toward a chair not far away. Arriving at the chair, Nangong placed the Snow Knight Emperor's body on it, keeping it in a sitting position. Immediately after, he took out a dagger from his bosom and unhesitatingly stabbed it into the original wound on the Snow Knight Emperor's chest. As the dagger went deeper, a dark red blood immediately flowed out, staining the Snow Knight Emperor's clothes. After doing all this, Nangong quickly grabbed the Snow Knight Emperor's hands and made them tightly grip the handle of the dagger. This way, it looked as if the Snow Knight Emperor had ended his own life with the dagger. Although the probability of a suicide by the Emperor was extremely low, almost negligible. As long as Xue Qinghe could immediately start preparing for the ascension and control the entire situation, surely not many would delve into how the Snow Knight Emperor had died. After all, during a change of power, people tend to focus more on the new emperor's ascension and the future changes in the political landscape. Nangong frowned slightly, casting a clearly disdainful glance at the body of Xue Xing lying on the ground. After pausing for a moment, he slowly spoke. This Prince Xue Xing can actually be utilized. We might as well frame him for the crime of assassinating the emperor. This way, he will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame in history, suffering the scorn and blame of the world. Having said that, Nangong turned to look at Xue Qinghe with a half-smile. Nangong merely offered a suggestion, leaving the specifics of the decision entirely up to Xue Qinghe. At this moment, Xue Qinghe stood there in a daze, motionless. Her eyes had become somewhat hollow and vacant, lost in thought. After all, this was a plan she had been plotting for many years, and now that it was completed, an indescribable complex emotion surged within her. There was both joy and excitement at the accomplishment, but even more so, a sense of inexplicable loss. After a while, when Xue Qinghe finally snapped back to reality and cast her gaze toward where Nangong had been, she found it empty, with not a single shadow in sight. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Xiao Chun, listen to Uncle Ning, don't continue to be stubborn and make mistakes. Ning Fengji had a look of deep concern on his face as he gazed at the distressed Mo Chen, speaking earnestly. Beside him, the usually imposing Sword was leaning against the wall, struggling to catch his breath due to serious injuries. In this situation, it was clear that the current circumstances had deteriorated to the extreme. I will definitely give you an explanation regarding Rong's matter. But today's incident concerns the lives of many people. You cannot let so many innocent people pay for your mistakes due to your own selfish desires. Ning Fengji was still persuading. Mistakes? Mo Chen smirked as he looked at the currently chaotic Tiando Palace. What did I do wrong? I guarded the borders of Tiando City, reclaimed old lands, and forced the neighboring countries to bow down. Yet just because of my great contributions, that old man Snow Knight wants to kill me. What do you want me to do? Mo Chen's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of madness or anger. Seeing Mo Chen like this, Ning Fengji understood that this matter was likely irreversible. Sword Uncle, can you still move? Ning Fengji looked at the Sword beside him with a serious expression, concern evident on his face. The Sword was pressing one hand tightly against his chest, his body covered in dozens of wounds of varying depths. Blood continuously seeping from these wounds, staining his torn clothes a bright red. Hearing Ning Fengji's inquiry, the Sword gritted his teeth and, while enduring the pain, said, I can still manage. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to struggle to stand up. Although at this moment, the Sword had very little strength left. Having expended all his soul power to protect himself during that explosion, there was still a chance to battle Mo Chen with the help of Ning Fengji, the #1 support soul master on the continent. Just as the two were preparing to take action again, a sudden urgent shout came from inside the palace. Your Majesty has passed away. Accompanied by this shout, a small and thin eunuch rushed out of the palace like the wind. He was running while shouting in his sharp, piercing voice. What? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was immediately taken aback, his handsome face turning pale. The Sword beside him also had an extremely grave expression, his sharp eyes fixed on the small eunuch rushing out. As the saying goes, debts have a master. Since that old man is dead now, I naturally have no need to act. And Mo Chen, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, showed a slight smirk at this scene. At this moment, his attitude was surprisingly agreeable, as if he had long anticipated the outcome of this conflict, and without hesitation turned to leave, not giving Ning Fengji a chance to plead. Ning Fengji was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. He wanted to stop him, but no matter what, he couldn't find the words. At this moment, the situation on the Snow Knight Emperor's side was evidently more urgent and important. He didn't dare to delay for even a moment and hurriedly rushed toward the palace with the sword de law, anxious and burning with urgency. When they stepped through the palace doors, the sight that greeted them was shocking. The interior of the palace was a scene of utter devastation. The walls that once hung exquisite ancient paintings were now charred by raging flames, and those priceless vases had turned into shards scattered all over the ground. The most eye-catching sight, however, was the Snow Knight Emperor sitting upright in the chair. Ning Fengji rushed forward in a leap, quickly placing his fingers beneath the Snow Knight Emperor's nose in an attempt to detect a faint breath. However, after a careful investigation, he slowly withdrew his hand and shook his head heavily, his face filled with sorrow. This dagger pierced the heart. Even if a god came, it would be impossible to save him. Ning Fengji sighed heavily, his tone filled with endless regret. He then turned his gaze to the body of Prince Xuexing on the ground, his eyes showing confusion and disbelief. Just then, the sword de law beside him suddenly spoke up. Something's off. According to protocol, that old poisoner should have been here to protect the Emperor's safety. But why is he nowhere to be seen now? At this moment, Dugu Bo had already been buried under a pile of rubble. The sudden and violent explosion. Although Dugu Bo had done everything in his power to resist and managed to prevent the entire palace from collapsing, he still suffered severe impacts from the aftershocks and was currently in a terrible state. As the two exchanged glances, Ning Fengji noticed Xuexing standing nearby, looking dejected and downcast. As Xuexing's teacher, Ning Fengji's heart softened, and he hurriedly stepped forward. Qinghe, what exactly happened here? At this moment, Xuexing seemed to have had his soul sucked away, staring blankly and hollowly at Ning Fengji. His body trembled involuntarily as he extended a hand, shakingly pointing at Prince Xuexing, his voice weak to the point of being almost inaudible. I just received a summons from Father. But when I arrived here, I saw Uncle arguing with Father. As he spoke, Xuexing seemed to recall some terrifying scene, and his face instantly turned ashen, his lips beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Uncle wants to force Father to issue a self-penalizing edict to clear General Mo's name. However, the Emperor said that as a ruler of a nation, how could he bow his head and admit his mistakes to his subjects? The more Xuexing spoke, the more agitated he became. Suddenly, he tightly clasped his hands around his head, curling up into a ball, and his voice became exceptionally sharp and trembling with fear. Then, somehow my uncle suddenly rushed forward and killed Father. Everything happened so suddenly. Hearing this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but furrow his brows and exchanged glances with the sword de law beside him. Both knew that Xuexing's words clearly contained many flaws. However, the current situation was urgent, leaving no room for further questioning. It was known that the news of the Emperor's death could not be contained. If Xuexing did not ascend to the throne quickly and stabilize the situation, the entire country would surely fall into chaos. And it might even provoke the covetousness of the Star Luo Empire. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone upon the earth, news quickly spread across the continent. Prince Xuexing, the criminal, attempted to assassinate the current Emperor Xueyi. This news swept in like a storm, leaving everyone dumbfounded and shocked. With the spread of this bad news, the unfortunate news of Emperor Xueyi's death followed closely. Surprisingly, while it was thought that the Tiando Empire would be thrown into turmoil, Crown Prince Xuexing quickly ascended to the throne and stabilized the situation. However, the first thing Xuexing did after taking power was to revoke the arrest warrant for Mo Chen in the Tiando Empire and seriously exonerate Mo Chen, restoring his reputation. Moreover, to demonstrate the sincerity of the Tiando Empire, Xuexing issued a self-criticism decree to punish the criminal prince Xuexing. Xuexing decided to remove him from the royal ancestral temple, strip him of his surname, and demote him to a commoner. However, the protagonist of this series of events, Mo Chen, seemed to show little concern or attention to the changes. At this moment, in the residence of Xuebong, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense and oppressive. Xuebong's face was full of anger, reaching the peak of rage. He suddenly raised his palm and slammed it on the incredibly sturdy table in front of him. With a loud bang, The table was struck with a deep crack. At this moment, Shui Bong was trembling all over, his teeth chattering, and his eyes burned with fierce anger, filled with endless resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good Shui Qinghe. What a bold move." In fact, Shui Bong was very clear about the character and integrity of his royal uncle, Prince Shui Xing. He knew that with his uncle's personality and loyalty, it was impossible for him to commit such an outrageous act. There was no doubt that this assassination incident was a conspiracy meticulously orchestrated by Shui Qinghe. Furthermore, Shui Bong even began to suspect whether the previous rebellion was also secretly planned and manipulated by Shui Qinghe. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became, believing that all of this was a trap laid by Shui Qinghe to fulfill his ambition of usurping the throne. With this thought, Shui Bong's resentment grew stronger. But now he was like a lion that had its teeth and claws pulled out, no longer intimidating. Those who once supported him and stood by him had all left. And now, fighting against Shui Qinghe seemed like a delusion, with no chance of victory at all. Worse still, he had to go to the palace to attend the coronation ceremony of his royal brother, Shui Qinghe. Thinking of this, the anger in Shui Bong's heart burned even stronger, as if it would consume him entirely. Finally, this anger became uncontrollable, and in a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, inside the sleeping quarters of the Tiando Emperor, the scene was quite different. Shui Qinghe had already ordered the servants to replace all the furniture and items in the sleeping quarters with new ones, even replacing the palace maids and servants with those from the spirit hall. On the luxurious dragon bed, Qian Rinxue was blissfully nestled in Mo Chen's warm embrace. Her slender, jade-like fingers gently traced circles on Mo Chen's firm chest, seeming to tease and act coy. "Darling, you really helped me out this time. Tell me, how do you want me to repay you?" Qian Rinxue's beautiful eyes curved slightly, like crescent moons, gazing affectionately at Mo Chen, playfully asking. Mo Chen smiled mischievously, and Qian Rinxue's face suddenly flushed, stopping her words and slowly leaning down. Chapter 33. Ning Fengji's anger after a long while, accompanied by the sound of gulping. Qian Rinxue wiped the white stain from the corner of her mouth and shot Mo Chen an annoyed glance. "It's all your fault." Mo Chen, lying on the bed, scratched his head, a hint of an imperceptible blush appearing on his face, awkwardly chuckling and then slowly sitting up from the bed. As he moved, his well-defined and muscular upper body gradually revealed itself, exuding a unique male charm. "Shuer, you are now the emperor of the Tiando Empire. I will be there for your coronation ceremony tomorrow," Mo Chen said with a smile to Qian Rinxue. At this moment, Qian Rinxue, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, wiping her mouth, brightened her beautiful eyes instantly upon hearing this. She turned her head sharply, her gaze fixed on Mo Chen, filled with undeniable surprise. "You really decided to come? But although the Tiando Empire has now revoked the arrest warrant against you, you did cause a rebellion not long ago," Qian Rinxue said, her brow slightly furrowing, her tone laced with worry. However, in the face of Qian Rinxue's concern, Mo Chen merely shook his head lightly, appearing calm and unbothered, as if all of this could not affect him in the slightest. He smiled confidently, saying softly, "Don't worry. Shuer, with sword law severely injured, he won't be able to attend the coronation ceremony. So tomorrow, accompanying Ning Fengji will definitely be Bon Doluo Guron. While poisoned Luo Bo is not a threat at all, there's no one I need to worry about." After saying this, Mo Chen provocatively raised an eyebrow. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Rinxue felt slightly relieved, but still had some unease in her heart. Just then, she suddenly stood up, completely disregarding her current nakedness in front of Mo Chen, unabashedly revealing her graceful and curvaceous body. Mo Chen's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Qian Rinxue's flawless body, filled with amazement and obsession. He couldn't help but reach out, wiping away the blood that flowed from his nose, then stood there like he was under a spell, quietly admiring the intoxicating scene before him. Qian Rinxue lightly raised her jade hand and slowly draped a thin veil over herself. The veil, like mist, wrapped around her body, making her already enchanting figure appear even more hazy and elusive, like a celestial being descended to earth. This vague and enticing feeling ignited the long-suppressed desire in Mo Chen's heart, causing his heartbeat to quicken and his breathing to become rapid. Especially when Qian Rinxuem moved her long, fair legs forward. Each step felt like a stamp on Mo Chen's heart, bringing him an indescribable thrill and shock. Mo Chen felt his blood boiling, his mind blank, completely losing the ability to think. Previously, he would never have been swayed by beauty, but at this moment, he had already crossed the line with Qian Rinxue. Facing his woman, Mo Chen could not remain indifferent. Meanwhile, far away in the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Jian Delua's face turned as pale as paper, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. He had forcefully blocked an attack from Mo Chen. Although Mo Chen had shown mercy and intentionally reduced his strength, the impact of the strike was still formidable for Jian Delua, who was known for his offensive capabilities. After all, he had never been particularly good at defense. At this moment, Jian Delua was sitting cross-legged in a quiet room, eyes tightly shut, holding his breath and concentrating, mobilizing all his soul power to heal the severely injured meridians and internal organs. A faint blue light radiated from around his body, gradually gathering at the wound and slowly nourishing the damaged area. Meanwhile, in the sect leader's mansion, Ning Fengji was furious, his face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead. And even the gentle smile that usually adorned his face had disappeared. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive anger. The usually graceful and refined Ning Fengji was rarely seen losing his composure to this extent, in a fit of rage. He smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground, creating a crisp, shattering sound. Immediately send someone to Shrek Academy and bring Ning Rongrong back, Ning Fengji shouted, his voice filled with uncontrollable rage. Calm down first, Fengji, Bondoa Gurong said, looking troubled as he gazed at Ning Fengji. His lips parted as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately he hesitated and remained silent. Everyone knew that Ning Rongrong was his beloved, and he couldn't bear to reprimand her, let alone let her suffer any grievances. However, at this moment, Ning Fengji was so angry that his face turned iron blue, his chest rising and falling violently, as if he were a volcano about to erupt. One could imagine what kind of severe punishment Ning Rongrong would face when she returned. That said, Gu Rong was not the kind of confused elder who only knew how to spoil, although he doted on Ning Rongrong. He also understood that she had indeed made a serious mistake this time. If only Ning Rongrong had married Mo Chen honestly from the beginning, perhaps this series of troubles wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, Gu Rong couldn't help but feel regret. He began to reflect whether he had spoiled Ning Rongrong too much, allowing her to develop such a spoiled and willful character. No matter how much he loved this granddaughter, he should have provided her with proper guidance and helped her establish a good outlook on life. Just then, Ning Fengji pressed one hand tightly against his chest while vigorously waving the other hand, signaling Gu Rong not to stop him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his surging anger, and gritted his teeth as he said, "Uncle Gu, you must not stop me later. Rongrong's mistake this time is too serious. The change of the throne has already exceeded what our Seven Treasure glazed tile school can manage." Since that day, he returned from the Tiando Imperial Palace. Ning Fengji had returned to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school with a grave expression. He relayed all of Shueqing's claims from the palace to Bon Dolua Gurong. After hearing Ning Fengji's account, Gurong was skeptical. Shueqing's claims were far too far-fetched, riddled with flaws that made them hard to believe. Not only that, but the so-called explanations were also full of contradictions, leading Gu Rong to have great doubts about their authenticity. This reasoning has too many loopholes. It's simply unbelievable. Gu Rong furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "I believe this matter is by no means that simple. Perhaps Shueqing is up to something behind the scenes." Ning Fengji nodded slightly, agreeing with Gu Rong's view. However, at this point, Shueqing had already ascended to the throne of the Tiando Empire and become the ruler. Even if they were skeptical, they had to face the harsh reality before them. Time passed quietly in silence, and half a day had gone by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the door of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school was slowly pushed open, revealing Ning Rongrong walking in with a reluctant expression. She had originally planned to vent her grievances to her father after entering the sect leader's mansion. But when her gaze met Ning Fengji's terrifyingly dark face, all the words she was about to say seemed to be choked back by an invisible hand, and she swallowed them back down. "Dad!" Ning Rongrong called out softly with a trembling voice, her petite body slightly shivering. Bon Doloa Gurong, who stood beside her, was about to say something, but Ning Fengji had no intention of giving him that opportunity. Ning Fengji's face was terrifyingly dark. He suddenly widened his eyes and shouted angrily at Ning Rongrong Neil. This furious shout was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the whole room with a buzzing sound. Ning Rongrong was so frightened that she trembled all over, and before she could think, her legs went weak and she fell straight to her knees on the ground. "Dad!" Ning Rongrong cried out again with a choked voice, filled with fear and unease. Ning Fengji tightly closed his eyes, one hand pressing hard against his forehead, which was hurting from rage, while the other hand was clenched into a fist, veins bulging. After a long while, he took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and fixed a fierce gaze on his kneeling daughter, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Why did you break off the engagement?" Faced with her father's stern questioning, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, but only managed to let out a weak syllable. Then, as if gathering her courage, she continued, "I really didn't like Mo Chen at that time. I just wanted to pursue my own happiness according to my heart." However, Ning Rongrong's explanation clearly failed to quell the anger in Ning Fengji's heart. "Nonsense. It's simply nonsense." Ning Fengji's face turned red with anger as he roared loudly and casually grabbed the teacup on the table, smashing it hard onto the ground. With a loud crash, the teacup shattered into countless pieces scattered across the floor. "Do you know how much trouble your moment of willfulness has brought?" Ning Fengji pointed at Ning Rongrong, scolding her furiously, not to mention the significant meaning of the alliance with Mo Chen. Just his astonishing talent alone is something even the current Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall cannot compare to. Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji stared sternly at his daughter in front of him. "I'm putting it plainly. I absolutely do not agree to let you be with that food-type soul master named Oscar." At this moment, Ning Rongrong hung her head like a child who had done something wrong, remaining silent. Over these days, she had been struggling internally, pondering what exactly she liked about Oscar. In terms of talent, Mo Chen was undoubtedly an outstanding presence, having displayed astonishing abilities at a young age, and regarding status, Mo Chen had become a general at 20, now already a 96th level title de law. In contrast, although Oscar was relatively handsome among Shrek Academy students, when compared to Mo Chen, he was indeed less impressive. Moreover, from the perspective of strength and background, Oscar seemed unable to compare to Mo Chen at all. However, Ning Rongrong couldn't understand why she had developed feelings for this seemingly ordinary Oscar. Perhaps it was because of his persistent pursuit over the years. Or perhaps it was the warm comfort he provided during her conflict with Flander. Yet even so, everything Mo Chen did was clearly superior. So why was she still infatuated with Oscar? Ning Rongrong was conflicted and puzzled, and at this moment, she couldn't face her own heart. Deep down, she loved Mo Chen, but she couldn't let go of Oscar either. This entangled and contradictory emotion made her feel immense pain and confusion. At this moment, Ning Fengji was sitting in the main seat, his sharp gaze fixed tightly on the kneeling and silent Ning Rongrong. The entire room was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. "Rongrong!" Suddenly, Ning Fengji shouted angrily. His voice thundered through the room, startling Ning Rongrong, who trembled all over. "Dad!" Ning Rongrong raised her head, looking at her father with terrified eyes, her lips quivering as she tried to explain something. But it seemed she didn't know where to start. At that moment, she resembled a frightened little deer, pitifully kneeling there, her body uncontrollably shivering. Seeing this, Ning Fengji's brows furrowed even tighter, and he pressed his fingers heavily against his brow before speaking slowly. "Tomorrow is the coronation ceremony of the new emperor. You will accompany me." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, then gently nodded. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Ning Fengji added, "As for that Shrek Academy, after tomorrow's ceremony, you will immediately drop out." After saying this, Ning Fengji's expression grew even darker and more somber. In fact, after everything that happened during this period, Ning Fengji had already realized that the root of all problems lay with that Shrek Academy. If he hadn't allowed his daughter to attend that so-called Shrek Academy back then, perhaps so many troubles wouldn't have arisen one after another. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but feel regret for his earlier decision. Gu Rong, the bon de loi, quietly sat there watching everything. He understood very well the immense responsibilities and pressures Ning Fengji faced as the head of a clan, and the matters he had to consider were complicated and numerous. However, at the same time, Gu Rong knew better than anyone that those in such high positions often had to give up many emotions that ordinary people possess. Time quietly passed, and soon it was the next day. On this day, the entire Tiando Empire was immersed in a festive atmosphere. As the new emperor's coronation ceremony was about to take place, representatives from various forces gathered here to witness this historic moment. Among the many guests, the Spirit Hall sent the Chrysanthemum Doloa to offer congratulations. From the Star Luo Empire, the illustrious Duke Zhu Ganglai was present, who was notably the biological father of Zhu Zhuqing. Additionally, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan sent the esteemed Yu Luomian to attend the ceremony. As for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, naturally, the sect master Ning Fengji came with Ning Rongrong. Besides these prominent families, the deans of the Four Elements Academy were also present, representing their respective academies to extend the most sincere blessings to the new emperor. Of course, representatives from a vassal duchies under the Tiando Empire were also in attendance. At this moment, the new emperor, Xue Qinghe, had not yet officially appeared, but everyone's attention was drawn to a certain place, specifically to the man sitting majestically next to the main seat. People were secretly speculating about this person's identity, and discussions arose. Just then, Ning Fengji suddenly called out softly, "Xiao Chun." Although the voice was not loud, it seemed to have a magical power that instantly silenced the noisy scene. The next chapter officially enters the climax. Chapter 34 in the council hall. The next chapter will see Tang San's tragic fate, Sect Master Ning. Mo Chen sat grandly in a large chair, his broad shoulders slightly reclined, one hand casually propping up his cheek. His sharp gaze filled with a hint of playfulness as he looked at Ning Fengji, who was slowly walking over with Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji smiled, gently pulling on Ning Rongrong beside him, and said in as gentle and kind a tone as possible, "Rongrong, didn't you say you wanted to share some heartfelt words with Xiao Chun?" "Yes, right here now. Go ahead." Although Ning Fengji tried hard to make his tone sound calm and gentle, he couldn't hide a trace of tension deep inside. Standing beside him, Ning Rongrong appeared very reserved, her pale, slender hands nervously twisting the corner of her dress, as if it was the only lifeline she could cling to at that moment. She kept her head lowered, seemingly afraid to meet Mo Chen's eyes. At that moment, the crowd, who had been quietly conversing, also sensed the slightly awkward atmosphere and turned their attention this way. Especially those representatives from the various duchies of the Tiando Empire, who almost instantly recognized Mo Chen. After all, the former Mo Chen had once commanded a mere 2,000 troops, dominating the battlefield and forcing them to bow down in submission. Now, having heard that Mo Chen had broken through to the 96th level title de law, they could no longer afford to have any delusions. Faced with the suffocating silence, Mo Chen's lips curled into a smile as he pretended to be oblivious, asking knowingly, "Does Miss Ning have something important she wants to say to me?" Hearing this, Ning Rongrong trembled, her grip on her dress tightening, and tears began to well up in her eyes, eventually turning into two crystal-clear droplets that slid down her cheeks. She finally mustered the courage to raise her head, looking at Mo Chen with tear-filled eyes, and choked out softly, "I'm sorry." At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Mo Chen. He leisurely extended his finger, comfortably scratching his ear, then tilted his head slightly, looking ahead with a puzzled expression, and said in a casual tone, "Sorry, what were you all saying just now? I didn't quite catch that." His demeanor suggested that he didn't care about what was happening. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fengji, who had been trying to ease the atmosphere, was taken aback. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, like a spark igniting a flame, lost control of her emotions in an instant. Mo Chen, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. I shouldn't have cheated on you, nor should I have said those hurtful things, and I shouldn't have called off the engagement. Wu, it's all my fault. Please forgive me. Ning Rongrong shouted with all her might, her voice echoing throughout the hall. Her tears gushed forth like a dam breaking, each crystal-clear droplet rolling down her cheeks and splashing on the ground. At that moment, Ning Fengji was completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his daughter, never expecting her to be so impulsive and unreservedly reveal all these scandals in front of so many people. Hearing Ning Rongrong's heartfelt confession, Mo Chen was initially quite surprised. After all, he had once deeply loved Ning Rongrong, and even a single tear from her would have caused him great pain. However, time had passed, and after experiencing so much, his heart had become exceedingly hard. Therefore, despite Ning Rongrong crying pitifully, Mo Chen's heart remained calm, without even a trace of pity or sympathy. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, the sound of footsteps approached from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw Xue Qinghe, adorned in a magnificent golden dragon robe and a crown embedded with countless jewels, slowly walking into the hall, flanked by a group of civil and military officials. Long live the Emperor of the Tiando Empire! The calls rose and fell in succession, and guests from all directions lowered their heads in unison, respectfully bowing to the person before them. At that moment, Xue Qinghe was surrounded by the crowd, gradually moving forward. His posture was as upright as a pine tree, and the luxurious dragon robe billowed gently in the wind, further emphasizing his extraordinary dignity and solemnity. Finally, when Xue Qinghe walked to the throne that symbolized supreme power, he elegantly raised his hand slightly, a gentle smile on his face as he said, "You all need not be so courteous. Today, everyone who has come to Tiando City is a distinguished guest. However, before the formal commencement of the coronation ceremony, I still have something to discuss with General Mo." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Qinghe turned his gaze towards Mo Chen standing to the side, slightly bending his waist to show an apologetic demeanor. He then spoke softly, "General Mo, my father was deceived by the slanders of treacherous individuals, which led to your unjust treatment. Now, my father has paid the price for this. Therefore, I hope General Mo can forgive the mistakes my father has made." After saying this, Xue Qinghe seemed to casually raise an eyebrow at Mo Chen. Since everyone's attention was on Mo Chen at that moment, no one noticed Xue Qinghe's small action. "The Tiando Empire is my home. I don't mind." Mo Chen slowly stood up from his chair, also adopting a humble attitude. The people present looked at the two with mixed expressions, each knowing that Mo Chen's situation was not simply about regaining his former status in the Tiando Empire, but his reputation and prestige far exceeded before. After all, someone who could make the current ruler show such great courtesy to his subject was, throughout history, likely to be only this one person. As the coronation ceremony officially began, Ning Rongrong sat next to Ning Fengji, her beautiful eyes constantly fixed on Mo Chen in the distance, who was confidently and gracefully making his presence known. No matter how others flattered and praised him, Mo Chen always responded in a perfectly appropriate manner, appearing so at ease. Although the distance between them seemed close, for some reason, Ning Rongrong felt an indescribable sense of distance, as if an insurmountable mountain lay between her and Mo Chen. Despite having sincerely apologized, why was he still unwilling to come to her? Did the past vows of marrying her vanish because of those small misunderstandings from earlier? Ning Fengji noticed the melancholic and distracted look on Ning Rongrong's face and couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, the member of the Shrek Academy delegation, who was placed in the most remote corner, the Shiryu Xiao gang, kept his head down, not daring to look up, fearing that Mo Chen would see through his identity. As the guests gradually dispersed and the bustling atmosphere faded, the coronation ceremony finally came to an end. At this moment, the political hall was silent, with only Xue Qinghe sitting alone on the throne that symbolized supreme royal power. He slightly lowered his head, gazing ahead with a somewhat dazed expression. The dazzling crown seemed to have lost its luster, carelessly discarded to the side. The scepter, symbolizing power and majesty, lay pitifully on the cold ground. I thought ascending to the throne would make me happy, but now it seems so dull, Xue Qinghe murmured softly, his tone filled with disappointment and frustration, completely devoid of the lofty ambitions he displayed during the coronation ceremony. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and Mo Chen entered through the side door of the political hall with his arms crossed, slowly making his way in. He smiled slightly, looking at Xue Qinghe with a teasing expression. I say, Your Majesty, look at your current state. If others saw you, they might really be shocked enough to drop their jaws. Montak Chen joked. Xue Qinghe lifted his head and glanced at Mo Chen, replying irritably, Stop with the sarcasm. You know very well the pain I'm feeling. Mo Chen walked up to Xue Qinghe, leaning close and lowering his voice, Stop pretending. How long do you plan to keep up this appearance as Xue Qinghe? Hurry and return my charming, soft, lovely little Xue. Hey, what exactly do you want to do? This is the political hall. Are you really planning to do that here? Xue Qinghe stared at Mo Chen in shock, instinctively hugging her arms tightly to her chest, stumbling backward with a look of wariness and unease. Mo Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing an evil yet charming smile, as he licked his lips and murmured, Don't you think it would be exciting here? Hearing this, Xue Qinghe's heart tightened, and she quickly said, Don't be reckless. Someone could come in at any moment. If we get caught. However, Mo Chen paid no attention to Xue Qinghe's warning and stepped closer to her. As Mo Chen drew nearer, Xue Qinghe could no longer maintain her calm demeanor. Her heart raced like a deer. Her originally pale face turned bright red, as if scalded by fire. Obviously, despite her verbal rejections, deep down, she felt an unprecedented thrill from Mo Chen's bold words. At that moment, Xue Qinghe suddenly shivered, emitting a dazzling glow. In the blink of an eye, she transformed back into Qian Renxue. At this moment, Qian Renxue's stunning beauty appeared even more captivating due to her shyness and nervousness, her beautiful big eyes sparkling like two clear, bottomless pools, making one want to fall into them. 3 hours later, Qian Renxue trembled slightly, breathing heavily as she struggled to rise from the dragon chair that symbolized supreme power. Her face was flushed like a sunset, and she glared angrily at Mo Chen, reproaching him in a soft voice, You reckless guy, how dare you really do this? While speaking, she hurriedly tidied her disheveled clothes, trying to cover up the traces left by their passionate moment. However, in her fluster, she seemed still not satisfied and kicked Mo Chen with her delicate feet like jade. Seeing this, Mo Chen smirked, leisurely smoothing out the slightly wrinkled clothes on his body. Then his gaze fell once again on Qian Renxue's stunning face as he softly said, Soon, the Soul Master competition will begin, and you'll be very busy then. I'm afraid you won't be able to accompany me like now. His words revealed a hint of subtle disappointment and reluctance. I really don't understand why you want to be the Emperor of Tiando, or are you trying to prove something? Hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Renxue paused slightly, remaining silent for a while. But soon, she forced herself to cheer up, managing a smile as she slowly explained, Bibi Dong, the Pope, is my biological mother. This arduous task of becoming the Emperor of the Tiando Empire is also something she entrusted to me. Qian Renxue's response left Mo Chen momentarily stunned as he gazed at the beautiful face before him. After a moment, he nodded thoughtfully and softly said, I can see that your relationship with your mother doesn't seem very good. As the atmosphere fell into a dead silence, once again, Mo Chen's mind sparked, and he quickly smiled, changing the subject. But speaking of which, you are now the dignified Emperor of the Tiando Empire. Tell me, what does it mean for someone like me to have slept with the Emperor of the Tiando Empire? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at him reproachfully. Humph, you've got some guts. Fine then. Although her tone carried a hint of blame, her eyes revealed a touch of softness. Mo Chen, however, showed no sign of retreating. Instead, he responded without hesitation, If I weren't a bit bolder, wouldn't I be suffering for no reason? After saying this, he deliberately put on a confident demeanor. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but raise her voice slightly, glaring at this ungrateful guy and indignantly said, How can you still say you're at a disadvantage? Looking at Mo Chen's shameless expression, she couldn't help but wish she could immediately throw a punch at him. However, at that moment, Qian Rinchua's expression suddenly softened. She leaned gently into Mo Chen's embrace and softly said, "Forget it, forget it. Anyway, there's still some time left, so let me stay by your side." With that, the two slowly sat together on the dragon throne, which symbolized supreme power, leaning against each other, creating a particularly warm scene. The next chapter begins the Soul Master competition, and Tang San's tragic moments are about to start. There may be some original academies appearing, as it's time to inflict suffering on Tang San and also part ways with the little angel, entering the tragic moments of the Shrek 7 monsters. Chapter 35, Modified Competition. Dawn Academy, to satisfy readers' desire to torment Tang San. All members of Dawn Academy are special guest appearances by several readers. The little author doesn't have many merits, just listens to advice. If you want to see something, you can leave a message in this section. Even if it can't be arranged, it will still be included in the extras. Today is the day of the opening ceremony of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. In the spacious and grand competition venue, the audience area is bustling with people, and there are no empty seats. The shouts and deafening cheers rise and fall, intertwining like surging waves, constantly stirring the air. Suddenly, colorful fireworks burst in the sky. At the same time, the passionate and energetic voice of the host echoed throughout the venue. Dear audience friends, hello everyone. Today is the opening ceremony of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition held once every 5 years. Now, please allow me to solemnly introduce the organizers of this competition. As the host's enthusiastic words rang out, the atmosphere in the venue became even more heated. The first to be named was the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall. As soon as his dignified and solemn figure appeared, it drew waves of admiration and cheers. Following closely was the esteemed Emperor Qinghe of the Tiando Empire, whose extraordinary aura attracted attention, and the audience gave warm applause. The representative of the Xinglua Empire, Xia Jie, smiled and frequently waved to the audience, also earning a round of applause. When a master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, made his entrance, it set off a climax in the venue. This highly respected master was admired for his elegant demeanor. Finally, there was a legendary figure, someone who had been slandered, yet became famous across the continent for his role in clearing the court. He is the only man to complete 4 military achievements, Mo Chen. After the host introduced all these important figures sitting at the top, the entire arena erupted in a thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. At this moment, the host smiled and said, "Next, let us invite Emperor Qinghe to give the opening speech for this competition." With that, the host respectfully handed the microphone to Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe took the microphone, cleared his throat, and said, "Dear audience, dear citizens of the Tiando Empire, this competition adheres to the principle of friendship first and competition second. So while fighting is inevitable, let us not hurt our camaraderie." After a round of polite words, Xue Qinghe continued, "After discussions with the Xinglua Empire and the Spirit Hall, we have decided to modify the competition format for this event. After today's exhibition match, the preliminary rounds will begin tomorrow. The preliminary rounds will adopt a knockout system, with each team needing to participate in at least 3 rounds of matches. Teams that lose 2 rounds will face direct elimination, while teams that lose 1 match will enter the loser's bracket. The advancement matches will use a point system, changing from 1v1 to 2v2. The higher the points, the greater the chance of advancement. As for the finals and semi-finals, we will wait for the Pope to announce them after arriving in the Spirit City." After Xue Qinghe elaborated on the revised competition format with a smile, he returned the microphone to the host. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, who was sitting beside him, had not taken his eyes off Mo Chen for even a moment. He was calculating in his heart how to find a suitable opportunity to approach Mo Chen and start a conversation. However, for some reason, despite his thoughts, he couldn't find a reason to speak up. On the other side, in the Shrek Academy's lounge, the atmosphere was completely different. Compared to the spirited energy from half a month ago, the members of the Shrek Academy team now looked like frostbitten eggplants, each lacking energy and looking dejected. Especially with Ning Rongrong's sudden withdrawal from school, it was a heavy blow to the entire team. The originally united and high-spirited team instantly became anxious and demoralized. At this moment, the team leader, Yu Xiaojing, stood up. He clapped his hands vigorously to get everyone's attention and shouted, "Everyone, cheer up. This is just an exhibition match. Even without Ning Rongrong, with our strength, we can still win beautifully." With that, he walked over to Tang San and handed him the detailed information about their opponents. Tang San silently took the information, his eyes somewhat dim. He absent-mindedly flipped through it, as if the information held little significance for him. Before long, he forced himself to perk up, threw the information back onto the table with a slight thud, and said, "Everyone, let's get our spirits up. Our opponents in this exhibition match are not too strong. The highest level among them is only level 32. So we not only need to win, but also do so beautifully to establish the reputation of Shrek Academy." Tang San passionately shouted, trying to inject a dose of adrenaline into his slightly downcast and lacking confidence team. Standing beside him, Dai Mubai took a deep breath, then slapped his cheeks hard a few times, as if that would wake him up. As the captain, he bore a heavy responsibility at this moment, and could not show any signs of slack or retreat. As the host announced the start of the exhibition match, the Shrek Academy team, led by Tang San, slowly stepped into the center of the arena wearing dark green uniforms. Surprisingly, this already unremarkable uniform was plastered with a variety of advertisements, making it look particularly ridiculous. As soon as the 7 contestants from Shrek Academy stepped onto the stage, a thunderous wave of laughter erupted from the audience. It should be noted that at this time, Shrek Academy was still relatively unknown among many academies, while the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, despite being a second team, had far greater recognition than Shrek Academy. In the last competition, they even had records of defeating participating teams. Therefore, facing such seemingly inconspicuous and somewhat shabby opponents, the audience naturally found it hard to suppress their feelings of disdain and contempt. Just then, the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team stepped onto the stage. Each one of them was dressed in a luxurious uniform, with exquisite tailoring and dazzling decorations, all showcasing their nobility and exceptional status. Among them, the most eye-catching was their captain, who stood tall and looked down at Shrek Academy with a gaze full of disdain. Tang San's gaze crossed the crowd and accurately landed on Mo Chen, who was seated in the main position. Just this one glance felt like a lightning bolt crossing the night sky, instantly igniting the long-suppressed anger and hatred in Tang San's heart. Recalling the past, his father was still missing, and he was on the verge of obtaining his 4th soul ring, yet all of this had vanished because of Mo Chen before him. Dai Mubai, standing beside him, keenly sensed the abnormal fluctuations in Tang San's emotions. Following Tang San's gaze, he naturally discovered Mo Chen sitting high above. Dai Mubai furrowed his brows slightly, quickly stepped forward, firmly grasped Tang San's shoulder, and deliberately lowered his voice to remind him, "Xiao San, don't act impulsively. That Mo Chen is a title doloa." Dai Mubai's words fell like a bucket of cold water on Tang San, gradually restoring some of his sanity that was close to losing control. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging hatred within, and then quietly buried this hatred deep in his heart. However, although he appeared to have regained his calm on the surface, Tang San subtly shifted all his pent-up anger onto the opposing team, the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, standing across from him. Just then, Dai Mubai let out a furious roar. "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits." Before his voice had faded, he was already enveloped in dazzling white light, a powerful aura bursting forth from his body. The other team members responded to the call, and in an instant, various lights shone brightly throughout the arena. Dai Mubai, Level 44 Assault System, Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, Level 41 Agility System, Soul Master. Oscar, Level 42 Support System, Weapon Soul Master. Jingling, Level 39 Agility System, Soul Master. Talon, Level 38 Assault System, Soul Ancestor. Jiangzhu, Level 37 Healing System, Weapon Soul Ancestor. Tang San, Level 43 Control System, Soul Master. The lineup of 4 Soul Masters and 3 Soul Ancestors made all the spectators present gasp in awe. This configuration could be described as luxurious, enough to stand out among many teams and become a strong contender. Everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on Tang San, whose fourth soul ring shimmered with a mysterious and deep purple-black light, the color so rich that it clearly approached the level of 10,000 years. The moment Tang San activated his martial spirit, the members of the second team of the Tiando Academy were momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief astonishment, they quickly regained their composure and activated their own martial spirits. But compared to Tang San's side, the strength disparity of the Tiando Academy's second team became particularly evident. They had only 4 soul ancestors, with 3 great soul masters mixed in. The significant gap in soul power levels made this match appear one-sided from the very beginning. As the battle commenced, Shrek Academy launched a fierce offensive. Tang San held nothing back, transferring all his hatred for Mo Chen onto them, rendering the second team of the Tiando Academy powerless to retaliate. In less than a minute, the second team of the Tiando Academy was completely defeated. The scene a complete mess. Particularly shocking was the team captain of the Tiando Academy, who lay sprawled on the ground, his arms exhibiting a terrifying state of shattered fractures, with most of the bones in other parts of his body completely dislocated. This tragic sight was unbearable to look at, if it weren't for the faint breath still lingering. Shrek Academy would have likely been disqualified for intentional murder. Interesting, Mo Chen said, propping his chin on one hand, his gaze deep as he stared at the recently concluded arena. In that match, just now, Tang San was clearly driven by intense hatred. Although Mo Chen would not seek revenge for previous minor conflicts, doing so would undermine his own worth. Today it seemed he had inexplicably become someone's target of resentment. With this in mind, Mo Chen silently took note of Tang San. It was evident that Tang San's ruthless attack aimed to completely incapacitate his opponent. Although the captain had narrowly escaped with his life, there was no doubt that his future path of cultivation could be permanently stalled, making further progress nearly impossible. At this moment, the members on Shrek Academy's side were also filled with shock. Even Oscar, known for his social skills, couldn't help but feel confused about why the usually gentle and reasonable Tang San would resort to such ruthless measures today. However, when Oscar followed the gazes of the others and noticed Mo Chen standing at the side of the arena, his doubts instantly vanished. Meanwhile, from a corner of the main position, a chilling and sinister laugh echoed. Hee, this Tang San is truly ruthless. However, I must say, I quite admire this style of action. The speaker was the cunning-looking Salus, who squinted his eyes, a malicious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. On the other side, Ning Fengji, the head of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a serious tone. Tang San's actions this time are indeed somewhat unreasonable. His Majesty has already made it clear that this match should adhere to the principle of friendship first, competition second. But Tang San, despite his young age, has acted so ruthlessly. This seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Compared to when Ning Rongrong was still studying at Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji's perspective on Tang San had undergone a tremendous change. Previously, Ning Fengji had considered investing, but now he was solely focused on trying to win Mo Chen over again. Mo Chen then slowly spoke. No need to rush, in the name of His Majesty. Send some compensatory items to the captain of the second team of Tiando. If we can confirm that his future cultivation path is indeed severed, the Tiando Empire will ensure that he has no worries for the rest of his life. After saying this, Mo Chen turned and left the arena. Soon, Mo Chen found Xue Qinghe and bluntly said, "For tomorrow's official match, let's have the Dawn Academy face Shrek Academy." With that, he directly swapped the Dawn Academy's match originally scheduled against the Water Academy. Xue Qinghe looked at him with a face full of doubt, asking in confusion, why make such a sudden change? Mo Chen snorted coldly. I want to give that guy named Tang San a little lesson, to make him remember not to think that just because he has some talent, he can do whatever he wants. After speaking, Xue Qinghe's gaze slowly shifted to the list of participants from the Dawn Academy in his hands, falling into deep thought. Captain Muyu, Martial Spirit, Falling Star Gun, Level 49 Assault System Weapon Soul Master. Vice Captain Xiao Mu Wu, Martial Spirit, Ink Brush, Level 49 Control System Weapon Soul Master. These two had the highest soul power levels, and although the levels of the other team members were not high, they had also reached level 39. Chapter 36, Desperate Shrek Academy. The next morning, sunlight poured over the magnificent structure of the Soul Fighting Arena, reflecting dazzling rays of light. Since yesterday's exhibition match, the vast majority of people had remembered this newly ignited star, Shrek Academy. At this moment, on the viewing platform, Mo Chen sat calmly in the main position above. With a smile on his face, he watched with great interest the drawing board that was slowly rotating in front of him. Dear audience friends, the exciting moment has arrived. Today's first preliminary match features Shrek Academy against Dawn Academy. The host, holding a microphone, spoke in a high-pitched and passionate voice, resonating throughout the entire arena. As the host's voice fell, the atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited, with the audience cheering and shouting, their voices echoing into the sky. Now, both academies had half an hour to arrange their personnel. Which team would emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, in the resting room of Shrek Academy, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the space. Yu Xiaojiang was staring intently at the list of participants from Dawn Academy in his hand. Xiao-san, look here. Yu Xiaojiang pointed to a name on the list, frowning as he said, this person named Mu Yu is the captain of the Dawn Academy, and his martial soul is the Falling Star Spear, having already reached level 49. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang Xin was slightly taken aback and quickly took the personnel list from his hand. Upon seeing Mu Yu's impressive level of 49, Tang Xin couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure. Despite facing such a powerful enemy, a hint of panic involuntarily rose within Tang Xin. He took a deep breath and said to his teammates, although both Soul Masters from Dawn Academy are level 49, the other 5 team members have soul power levels of 38 and 39. If we take them out one by one, we still have a chance. At this thought, a ruthless glint flashed in Tang Xin's eyes. As Tang Xin finished speaking, Dai Mu Bai, who had been sitting, suddenly stood up, with his fists clenched and chest puffed out. He shouted in a deep, powerful voice, brothers, Xiao San is right. What does it matter if their soul power levels are high? We might not lose to them. His voice resonated like a bell throughout the lounge, drawing everyone's attention. Tang Xin nodded slightly and continued, Boss Dai, once the match starts, it will be up to you to hold back that guy named Mu Yu. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai unhesitatingly swung his right fist, striking it heavily against his left palm, producing a crisp sound. At the same time, a fiery and confident light sparkled in his tiger-like eyes, as if he were burning with a blazing fire. Don't worry, Xiao San. Even if Mu Yu's soul power level is higher than mine, I've never feared anyone in close combat. Dai Mu Bai replied earnestly. The courage and confidence exuding from him greatly encouraged his teammates. As everyone was talking, time quietly passed by. Before they knew it, half an hour had gone by. With the referee's command, both teams stepped into the soul fighting arena. In an instant, a suffocating tension filled the arena, and the atmosphere was charged with a sense of impending conflict. Even the usually noisy spectator stands fell silent, everyone holding their breath. The match begins. As the host's voice fell, a golden long spear quickly appeared in Mu Yu's left hand. At that moment, Mu Yu swung the spear in his hand, and it swept out like a flash of lightning, generating a fierce and unmatched gust of wind. This powerful momentum surged towards Dai Mu Bai, who was charging forward. Seeing this, Dai Mu Bai was startled and quickly halted, retreating several steps to narrowly evade the attack. However, even though he successfully dodged the spear strike, the fierce wind still stung his face. Looking at Mu Yu, who held the spear, her long, lustrous black hair danced in the wind, her figure graceful, resembling a fairy dancing. But when she entered combat mode, the aura she emitted was not to be underestimated, as if she had transformed into a female war god, making it unwise to approach her. Standing beside them, Tang Xin turned his gaze to Xiao Mu Wu. She had her hair tied in a high white ponytail, looking clean and sharp, with the silver hem of her skirt fluttering slightly with her movements, adding to her agile beauty. However, she exuded a cold aura like an iceberg, giving off an intimidating and unapproachable feeling. Talon, we still don't know what martial soul that Xiao Mu Wu possesses. You must be extra cautious when you face her. Tang Xin said seriously to Talon, who was currently engaged in fierce combat with the other members of Dawn Academy. Hearing Tang San's reminder, Talon quickly replied, "Got it. Third brother." He then clenched his fists tightly and suddenly struck them together with force. With a loud bang, a powerful force erupted from within him, causing the already robust muscles in his arms to visibly swell at an astonishing rate. "Diamond strength," Talon shouted, and with a powerful push off the ground, he leapt into the air like a cannonball, breaking through the defensive line formed by the other members of Dawn Academy, heading straight for Xiao Mu Wu. Everyone thought Xiao Mu Wu would panic, but unexpectedly, she remained calm, like a lotus blooming in a storm. Her jade-like slender fingers gently flipped, and a silver light suddenly flashed, revealing a silver brush in her palm. Then, Xiao Mu Wu raised her arm, and the brush moved like a silver lightning bolt through the air. As the brush danced in the air, a black ink figure that resembled Talon appeared out of thin air, swiftly charging towards Talon, who was pouncing forward. "What?" Talon was taken aback. However, at this point, his fist was already flying out like an arrow, and it was impossible to retract it. With a loud bang, Talon's powerful punch struck the ink figure solidly. In an instant, a tremendous backlash surged through his fist, as if an immense force was pressing down on him. Talon felt as if his fist was being tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, and a sharp, piercing pain shot through his entire body, as if his bones were about to be crushed, causing him great suffering. Nevertheless, Talon gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain, pushing off his feet to retreat quickly, trying to avoid any subsequent attacks. But Xiao Mu Wu would not let him off easily. With a flick of her wrist, she swung the brush again. In an instant, a thick black aura filled the air, spreading like a drop of ink in clear water, quickly engulfing the entire space in darkness. Just then, Tang Xin suddenly made his move. He slammed a hand onto the ground and shouted, "First soul skill, blue silver bind." Before his voice faded, countless thick blue silver grasses shot up from the ground, reaching towards Talon. In the blink of an eye, these blue silver grasses tightly wrapped around Talon's body, pulling him back from the edge of danger. Losing his target, the ink spears missed their mark. While Tang San was still analyzing Xiao Mu Wu's abilities, Dai Mu Bai on the opposite side of the arena was struggling to hold on. Despite gritting his teeth and persevering, he was clearly feeling the pressure from Mu Yu's agile spear techniques. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With a thunderous tiger roar, his already tall and mighty body suddenly swelled. Faced with Mu Yu's thrusting spear, Dai Mu Bai did not flinch, resolutely choosing to take the hit with his unmatched physical strength. However, even with the protection of the diamond body, the enormous impact was still formidable. With several crisp cracks, a few ribs in Dai Mu Bai's chest broke, and a piercing pain instantly coursed through his entire body, but he stubbornly held back without uttering a sound. Seeing this, Mu Yu furrowed her brows slightly, but her movements did not pause at all. With a flick of her wrist, she turned the spear and immediately thrust it fiercely towards Dai Mu Bai. The shot was extremely fast, like lightning streaking across the night sky, and in the blink of an eye, it struck Dai Mu Bai again, who had just attempted to charge forward, sending him flying. "Boss Dai!" Oscar, who had been at the back of the Shrek team, couldn't help but exclaim in shock upon seeing Dai Mu Bai injured and flying away. At this moment, the other teammates were all busy with their own battles and had no time to come to his aid. As a support-type Soul Master, he could only watch helplessly as Dai Mu Bai fell into danger, feeling extremely anxious. After being knocked into the air, Dai Mu Bai quickly adjusted himself and stabilized his position mid-air. Looking at Mu Yu, who was rushing towards him like a shadow, a sly glint flashed in Dai Mu Bai's eyes as he suddenly shouted, "You fell for it." After saying that, he quickly formed his hands into a trumpet shape near his mouth and then suddenly shot out a dazzling white beam from his mouth. White Tiger Light Wave. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that even the usually sharp Mu Yu was caught off guard. The attack was upon her in an instant, about to crash down on her delicate body. However, Mu Yu's figure flashed, her movements as swift and nimble as lightning. Gripping her spear tightly in her left hand, she forcefully pushed against the ground with her right hand, using the recoil to perform an astonishingly difficult backflip, instantly leaping backwards and successfully creating a safe distance away from the deadly attack. Almost the moment her feet touched the ground, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from her right hand. Immediately, a golden shield appeared as if out of thin air, firmly held in her hand. Meteor shield, meteor guardian. With Mu Yu's clear shout, countless dazzling stars surged from the golden shield, illuminating the entire space. The white tiger light wave charged at Mu Yu like a ferocious beast. But when it struck the meteor shield, it was as if a fist had hit soft cotton, all its power silently dissipating, unable to inflict any substantial damage on Mu Yu. Seeing this, Dai Mu Bai, who had initiated the attack, couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. He had thought this strike would cause Mu Yu some trouble, but he never expected it to be so easily blocked. However, at this moment, he had no time to think further, as all he could do was increase his soul power output, trying to break through the defense of the meteor shield. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Tang San was facing an ink-like figure that looked exactly like him. To his astonishment, this ink figure not only resembled him, but could also perfectly replicate all the soul skills he used. In that moment, Tang San felt his scalp tingle. Faced with such a bizarre situation, his mind went blank, completely unsure of how to respond, whether it was physical techniques or soul skills. Tang San found himself at a complete disadvantage. This unprecedented sense of defeat made him anxious, but he felt helpless. At the same time, the other members of the Dawn Academy, witnessing Xia Mu Wu's attack, quickly exchanged glances. Then, without hesitation, they jumped off the stage one after another. "God, what is going on?" the host exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Tang San did not let their actions distract him. He focused intently on Xia Mu Wu, calling out, "Fourth soul skill, blue-silver spike." In an instant, blue-silver grass appeared before him. These blue-silver grasses were extraordinarily thick, resembling giant green pythons, with sharp spikes clearly visible, glimmering with a chilling light. As Tang San's voice fell, the spikes trembled suddenly, transforming into countless sharp arrows that shot towards Xia Mu Wu with a whoosh. On the other side, Dai Mu Bai felt that his soul power was nearly depleted, but the opponent's defense showed no signs of weakness. Time seemed to stretch on, and Mu Yu's lips slowly curled upwards, eventually forming a charmingly wicked smile. Meanwhile, the meteor shield at her right hand suddenly erupted with an almost blinding light. All the fierce attacks Dai Mu Bai had launched earlier, including the continuous white tiger light wave, had been stored within the meteor shield. Then, as everyone's eyes focused on her, Mu Yu sharply waved the spear in her hand, and in an instant, a searing beam erupted from the tip of the spear, piercing directly through Dai Mu Bai's body. "Oh!" Dai Mu Bai's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the entire battle arena, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. "Boss Dai!" Tang San's pupils contracted sharply at this sight. It wasn't that he was excessively worried about Dai Mu Bai's safety. It was just that in the Shrek Academy team, there were very few who could bear the burden. Aside from Dai Mu Bai, only he remained. Although Ma Hongjun possessed considerable explosive power, he had obvious shortcomings in sustained combat capability, and as for the other teammates, including Xiao Wu, as the searing beam gradually dissipated into nothingness, Dai Mu Bai had become a pitiful sight. His once neatly worn clothes were now completely burned away, leaving not a scrap behind. Moreover, Dai Mu Bai's once robust aura had weakened significantly, leaving him barely clinging to life, slumped on the battle platform. However, the situation was far from over. Just as Tang San had not fully grasped what had just happened, Mu Yu was already swiftly approaching him. Each step she took in her high heels left a shallow footprint on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yu was in front of Tang San and ruthlessly kicked towards his neck. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Tang San had no time to react effectively, only feeling a tremendous force crashing into his neck. At the same time, the spear in Mu Yu's hand flexibly turned, and the sharp tip easily pierced through Tang San's shoulder. Following that, she struck a palm against Tang San's chest, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, lifted up by her spear. Meanwhile, Talon, who had some ink stains on him, suddenly swung his fist towards Oscar beside him. Caught off guard, Oscar's head took a heavy blow, sending him flying. Talon, what are you doing? Tang San gripped the spear tightly, despite already being lifted off the ground by the spear. Third brother, I can't control my body, Talon said in horror, as the ink stains on him rapidly expanded, eventually covering his entire arm and limbs with a layer of black. Xiaomu Wu slowly waved the brush in his hand, controlling Talon as if he were a marionette. Stop. This isn't a competition. This is murder, Yu Xiaojiang shouted hoarsely, looking at the current state of the battle arena. Zhu Zhuqing was suppressed, Tyrone was controlled, and Oscar was struck on the head with a punch, leaving his life in uncertainty. Dai Mubai was heavily injured and on the brink of death. Even his beloved disciple Tang San was left unable to fight on the entire battlefield, except for a single healing spirit, Jiang Zhu, who continued to provide treatment. As the leading teacher of Shrek Academy, there were no fatalities in the arena, and your request was denied. Chapter 37. Tang San is injured. Xiao Wu steps up, and Mo Chen explains the rules. Do you admit defeat? Mu Yu's eyes were like torches as she stared at Tang San, who was lifted by her spear, her lips curling into a mocking smile. At this moment, Tang San's face was pale, filled with pain. He tightly gripped the spearhead that had pierced his shoulder, fresh blood flowing down the wound, slowly sliding down the cold spear shaft and dripping to the ground, splattering shocking bloodstains. However, Tang San showed no intention of retreating. Gritting his teeth and enduring the intense pain, he roared, Shrek will never admit defeat. Victory will belong to Shrek. Before he finished speaking, a resilient blue-silver grass suddenly shot up from the ground. Upon seeing this, a look of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes, and he decisively stepped down hard on the blue-silver grass, using that force to break free from Mu Yu's control. Almost at the same moment that Tang San's body soared into the air, Mu Yu, holding the spear, followed closely like a shadow. The spear in her hand danced with a relentless ferocity, stabbing at Tang San like a torrential storm. Faced with such fierce attacks, Tang San remained unafraid. Xinyu hand. In an instant, his originally ordinary hands transformed, becoming as pure and flawless as sheep-fat white jade and incredibly hard. When his palm made contact with the spear, a crisp and loud metallic collision echoed, sparks flying. At the same time, a dazzling flash of lightning split the darkness above the arena. In that brief and bright light, it could be seen that Tang San's other hand had tightly grasped the Haotian hammer. His muscles tensed, unleashing immense power as he swung the Haotian hammer, creating an unparalleled gust of wind, and smashed it down towards Mu Yu. With a loud bang, the hammer fell heavily. Mu Yu's figure trembled, shaken back by the tremendous force. However, despite the Haotian hammer's astonishing power, the actual damage it caused to Mu Yu was relatively limited. While rubbing her slightly aching hand, Mu Yu's lips curled into a smile of excitement. Now that's more like it. At this moment, the other members of Shrek Academy had already been knocked off the stage, leaving only Xiaomu Wu standing quietly at the edge of the ring. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the arena, silently watching the duel between the two. Go, Mu Yu. As long as you can defeat him, I will grant you any wish. Xiaomu Wu cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted loudly to Mu Yu. Hearing Xiaomu Wu's encouraging words, Mu Yu instinctively turned her head to look in her direction. But at that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes as he keenly seized the fleeting opportunity. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. His strange movement technique approached Mu Yu like a ghost. At the same time, he swung his arm fiercely, raising the heavy Haotian hammer high and smashing it down towards Mu Yu's head. Just as this strike was about to hit its target, Mu Yu suddenly turned with a mischievous smile. She waved her right hand, and a dazzling meteor shield appeared out of thin air, perfectly blocking Tang San's powerful hammer strike. With a thunderous roar, the Haotian hammer, carrying immense force, struck the shield. In an instant, a piercing and indescribable sharp sound erupted, as if tearing through people's eardrums, reverberating throughout the entire arena. Even the audience, who had been focused on the match, were startled by the sudden, terrifying noise and instinctively covered their ears with their hands. What power! Mu Yu couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. The strength contained in that hammer was astonishing enough to leave her speechless. However, even so, she felt that this strike still lacked a bit of finesse. Just as the crowd marveled, the originally dull meteor shield in Mu Yu's hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Immediately, Mu Yu spun around sharply, slamming the shield towards Tang San. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Tang San felt his vision blur as an indescribable force surged towards him, as if he were being struck by a towering peak. He felt as if he had been struck hard, his body involuntarily flying backward. At the same time, he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, the heart-wrenching pain nearly causing him to faint. Even the crisp sounds of bones cracking were particularly clear at this moment. Meanwhile, sitting in the main seat above, Mo Chen observed everything happening below with a calm expression. Although this match had only just begun and had not yet lasted half a stick of incense, he had already discerned the nature of Mu Yu's martial spirit. The meteor shield not only possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities, but also had the ability to absorb the opponent's attacks and store them within the shield. Moreover, Mu Yu could release these accumulated powers through the falling star spear, delivering a fatal blow to her enemy. Struck by this blow, Tang San seemed to suffer a heavy blow, instantly turning into a bloodied figure. He traced a long, bloody arc in the air, like a meteor losing control, rapidly descending and finally crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Brother, Xiao Wu, watching from the spectator platform, let out a heart-wrenching scream upon witnessing this scene. Her face turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with fear and worry. Instinctively, she wanted to rush towards Tang San, but at that moment, Lu Erlong quickly held her shoulder tightly. How does it feel? Is the taste of this double retribution pleasant? Mu Yu, holding the spear, said coldly with a hint of provocation in her smile. After saying this, she lightly flicked her wrist, turning the spear downwards and thrusting it into the ground with a muffled thud. Then, she stepped forward, slowly approaching the staggering Tang San, who was trying to rise again. When she got close, Mu Yu unhesitatingly lifted her foot and forcefully stepped on Tang San's head, looking down at him with disdain as she said, "Trash. You're already defeated. The outcome of this match is decided." After speaking, she turned to the distant referee and shouted loudly, "Why haven't you declared the result of the match yet?" At this moment, the referee was clearly stunned by the scene before him, standing there dumbfounded for a while before regaining his composure. Just as he was about to pronounce the verdict, Tang San, who was being stepped on, suddenly spoke with an extremely weak but resolute voice. Victory will always belong to Shrek. Tang San's originally clear and bright eyes had turned blood red, as if burning with intense rage. He was consumed by an endless resentment, exuding a chilling aura. Despite the sharp heel of her high-heeled shoe pressing against his temple, Tang San still gritted his teeth, forcibly enduring the intense pain that surged from all over his body. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, using all his strength to swing the Haotian hammer, fiercely smashing it towards Mu Yu, who was only a short distance away at that moment. Just when everyone thought Mu Yu would inevitably be hit by the blow, no one expected that Xiaomu Wu, who was watching from a distance, suddenly waved a brush in her hand without warning. In an instant, the previously calm air rippled, and then countless sharp arrows made of black ink poured out like a torrential rain, piercing through Tang San's body at an astonishing speed. Tang San felt a shock throughout his body. A pain that was hard to describe swept over him, making him unable to help but spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. His body trembled uncontrollably and finally could not bear such a heavy blow, falling straight backward. Brother, Xiao Wu, who had been anxiously watching the battle from the audience, exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Tang San's tragic condition. Without hesitation, she leaped onto the stage and caught Tang San securely in her arms. When she saw Tang San, who was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, her heart felt as if it had been pierced by thousands of steel needles, causing her pain to the point of almost unable to breathe. Xiao Wu, the equally anxious Lu Erlong, rushed over, a look of concern on his face. "Mom, please take care, brother." Xiao Wu looked up, her gaze firm as she addressed Lu Erlong, saying resolutely, "I want to personally avenge brother." Before she finished speaking, she sidestepped Lu Erlong's attempt to grab her hand and resolutely turned to walk towards the center of the battle arena. Each step seemed so steady and powerful, as if containing endless anger and determination. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the first preliminary match is the Dawn Academy. The host's voice once again stirred the atmosphere in the arena, with applause and cheers echoing continuously. A significant portion of the audience even began to suspect whether Shrek Academy was throwing the match. It should be noted that in yesterday's exhibition match, Shrek Academy had shone brightly, showcasing unparalleled strength by defeating their opponent in less than a minute. But who would have thought that such a psychologically strong team would suffer a crushing defeat in the first official preliminary match in such a short time? This huge contrast was simply hard to accept, and thus various doubts surged like a tide, rising and falling incessantly. The prestige that Shrek Academy had finally established yesterday collapsed in an instant. Originally revered like an angel standing on a cloud, they were suddenly dragged into the dark abyss of hell, seemingly without a chance to turn things around. Just as Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu were about to turn and leave the stage after embracing each other, they suddenly heard a familiar and angry voice from behind. "You hurt my brother and still want to leave?" The two turned around to see Xiao Wu staring at them with wide, furious eyes. At this moment, Xiao Wu's originally cute pink pupils were flashing with a terrifying red light, her gaze filled with rage and hatred, as if she wanted to devour the two in front of her alive. Clearly, Xiao was extremely furious about Tang San's injury, and the fire in her heart could erupt like a volcano at any moment. Facing Xiao Wu's questioning and accusations, Mu Yu showed no signs of guilt. Instead, she directly mocked him. "If you're not skilled enough, losing is only natural." What? Could it be that all of you from Shrek Academy are a bunch of cowards who can't take a loss? Her words were filled with disdain and provocation, seemingly not taking Xiao Wu seriously at all. At this moment, Xiao Wu's pink pupils were filled with blood-red fury. She could not accept the fact that Tang San had lost. After all, her brother almost never experienced defeat. He always managed to overcome his opponents with outstanding strength and wisdom in battle. But today, why did he lose to these two? It should have been her brother triumphantly defeating these two women. Anger and unwillingness filled Xiao Wu's heart, and her petite body began to tremble slightly. In an instant, Xiao Wu's soul power surged around her. Just as she was about to attack recklessly, Mo Chen, who had been silent in the main seat, suddenly jumped up and slapped Xiao Wu hard. With a dull thud, Xiao Wu was instantly pressed heavily into the hard ground of the arena by Mo Chen's palm. The tremendous impact caused the entire arena to shake violently, and even the solid surface showed tiny cracks, as if it would collapse at any moment. The outcome was clear. If Shrek Academy continued to make a scene and disrupt the rules here, then you need not participate in any subsequent matches, Mo Chen said coldly, his words revealing an undeniable authority. After saying this, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave the stage without looking back. At that moment, only Xiao Wu's pitiful figure remained lying in the dusty and debris-strewn center of the arena, until Mo Chen's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhao Wuji and Flinder finally came to their senses, hurriedly climbing onto the stage and cautiously pulling Xiao Wu out of the wreckage. Although Xiao Wu activated her invincible golden body at the critical moment, Mo Chen's terrifying palm strength was simply too powerful. And even with the protection of the invincible golden body, Xiao Wu fell into a deep coma due to the severe injury. Xiao Wu, don't scare Mom." Lu Erlong looked at Xiao Wu, who was unconscious in her arms, tears streaming down her face. The audience's mocking laughter was incessant, sounding like loud slaps on their faces. Chapter 38. Tang Ritian dies. In the Shrek Lounge, after the first preliminary match ended, Tang San was severely injured and unconscious, while Dai Mu Bai beside him was also in poor condition, curled up with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered a heavy blow and lost consciousness. Oscar was also lying nearby, trembling slightly, in a state of coma. The conditions of the others were not much better, with terrifying wounds covering their bodies and blood continuously seeping out. Each person had suffered varying degrees of injury. This match was a nightmare for them. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuji trembled with anger, suddenly swinging a fist down hard on the table in front of him. With a loud bang, the incredibly hard tabletop shattered into countless pieces flying everywhere. However, this punch seemed to use up all of Zhao Wuji's strength. He could not help but clutch his chest, a look of pain on his face. The scar left by Mo Chen during their last battle had yet to heal, and now, due to his emotional agitation and excessive force, the pain had flared up again, causing him sharp pangs. This is too much. These guys are so ruthless. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and shouted, his eyes burning with fury. He never once considered whether they had also been too heavy-handed when facing the Royal Academy of Tiando yesterday. He glared ahead in anger, filled with helplessness and unwillingness. This defeat not only left these little monsters, who were highly anticipated, severely injured, but also turned Shrek Academy into a laughing stock, completely losing face. If only Hao Yan were still here. Zhao Wuji slowly walked to the bedside, gazing at the unconscious Tang San, murmuring to himself, if he were here, perhaps the situation wouldn't have become so dire. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, his heart filled with regret and disappointment. At this moment, the night is deep, and the bright moonlight spills down on the earth like water. In the woods outside, two shadows are darting swiftly back and forth, chasing each other. The leaves rustle in the strong wind they create, and branches occasionally snap and fall due to their collisions. This quiet forest seems particularly tense and thrilling because of the presence of these two figures. Just as Mo Chen is about to accelerate again, a dazzling red light suddenly cuts through the sky, rushing towards him like a burning meteor. A blood-red Haoyan hammer is striking down towards him with great force. Faced with this sudden attack, Mo Chen shows no intention of retreating. He grips his hand tightly and fearlessly meets the incoming Haoyan hammer head-on. In an instant, a deafening roar erupts, as if the entire world is trembling. The immense shockwave creates a violent wind that sweeps through the surroundings. The originally tranquil woods are stirred up by this powerful force, with countless leaves falling like a green rain, making a rustling sound. Tang Hao, Mo Chen shouts, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he has seen a long-awaited prey. In contrast to Mo Chen's excitement, Tang Hao in the distance wears a face full of bitterness and despair. At this moment, his complexion is pale as paper, devoid of any blood. He tightly covers the wound on his chest, which is still bleeding profusely, and stumbles desperately to escape, looking extremely disheveled. Tang Hao had only intended to give Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu a small lesson, but he never expected to be so unfortunate as to be caught by Mo Chen on the spot, remembering the grudges he had with Mo Chen in the past, and now finding themselves on a narrow path. Mo Chen naturally will not miss this excellent opportunity to strike his enemy. Thus, Mo Chen unhesitatingly attacks and severely injures Tang Hao, but after blowing up a soul ring, Tang Hao manages to escape thanks to his unparalleled dominance. You think you can escape just because you want to? Mo Chen snorts coldly, a hint of disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Before his words even fade, his figure flashes, and in the blink of an eye, he is already in midair. He then skillfully nocks an arrow, unhesitatingly aiming at Tang Hao, who is still fleeing in panic. The soul power on the arrow swirls wildly, and as it flashes, a terrifying pressure permeates the air. Even Tang Hao, who is desperately trying to escape, feels a jolt in his heart as he involuntarily stops in his tracks. Struggling, he turns his head, his gaze fixed on Mo Chen, who is now fully concentrating his soul power. At this moment, beads of sweat as large as soybeans roll down Tang Hao's forehead, continuously seeping out. The intense pain in his body hits him like a tide, causing his legs to tremble slightly, almost unable to support his body. However, a strong instinct tells him that he seems to be completely locked onto by the impending strike. No matter how he dodges or flees, there is no way to escape its attack range. The only option left is to grit his teeth and take it head-on. Just then, Mo Chen lets out a contemptuous sneer. You timid mouse, why aren't you running anymore? As his voice falls, the powerful arrow he was holding suddenly disappears without a trace. At the same time, two purple glints flash, revealing two razor-sharp short blades in Mo Chen's hands. Mo Chen flashes and instantly closes in on Tang Hao. The short blades, carrying a sharp wind, slash across Tang Hao's back like lightning. In an instant, a bloody mark appears, and blood immediately stains Tang Hao's clothes. However, Tang Hao, with his vast combat experience, quickly senses the danger despite the piercing pain in his back. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he swiftly turns around, raising the giant hammer in his hand and swinging it fiercely at Mo Chen. With a loud clang, sparks fly as Mo Chen's other short blade clashes heavily against Tang Hao's giant hammer. Hee, the last time we met, you were at level 96, and now you're down to level 91, Mo Chen mocks playfully. Cough, cough. What the hell did you do to my body? Why can't my wounds heal? And why are they continuously eroding my soul power? Tang Hao gasps heavily, gritting his teeth and questioning. This is also the second reason Tang Hao chose to appear. Avenging his son is one thing, but figuring out his current condition is his main goal. Ha ha ha. Do you think I would let you leave without any tricks? I want you to watch yourself walk towards death helplessly. Mo Chen continues to attack him psychologically. Mo Chen then kicks towards Tang Hao's chest. The force of this kick is tremendous, catching Tang Hao off guard and sending him flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Meanwhile, Mo Chen uses the momentum of this kick to swiftly retreat. At this moment, golden flames rapidly begin to rise around Mo Chen's body, as if they come from the heavens above, intensely hot. His originally black, fragmented hair grows visibly longer, transforming into dazzling golden locks that dance in the wind. In the center of his forehead, a mysterious golden crow mark shines with brilliant golden light, like a golden sun hanging high in the sky. Looking at the black battle armor Mo Chen was originally wearing, it instantaneously transforms into a golden robe. The sleeves are wide, embroidered with lifelike patterns of the golden crow carrying the sun, appearing noble and splendid. Mo Chen slowly opens his arms, palms facing up, and the golden flames seem to be summoned, gathering towards his hands. The flames continuously condense and burn in his hands, growing fiercer, ultimately forming two massive fireballs. Heavenly burning, sacred fire. With a furious shout, Mo Chen suddenly swings his arms, illuminating the dim night sky, as golden flames rain down like raindrops. However, unexpectedly, when these flames land in the woods, they do not spread and cause a fire as imagined. Instead, the flames seem to have a life of their own, attaching to the flowers, grass, and trees, burning quietly. Although the flames are intense and scorching, they do not cause even the slightest harm. Solar force field. In an instant, a strong light erupts from his body, blinding to the point where one can hardly open their eyes. Subsequently, an invisible force field rapidly expands from him, enveloping the entire forest in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in this space, Mo Chen shines brilliantly like a blazing sun, making it impossible to look directly at him. Standing opposite him, Tang Hao feels a deep sense of despair surging from within. Tang Hao clutches his chest tightly, feeling the intense pain in his body, but his resolute face shows no sign of retreat. As time passes, Tang Hao's overwhelming dominance spreads outwards like a surging tide. Suddenly, he bellows, killing God Domain, exploding rings. In an instant, a chilling and bone-chilling killing intent erupts from Tang Hao's body. At the same time, the 8 soul rings surrounding Tang Hao emit a series of crisp explosion sounds, bursting in response. In that moment of the soul rings exploding, Tang Hao's previously slightly waning momentum skyrockets like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, his soul power level soared from level 91 to level 97, and the overwhelming pressure made the air around him tremble. After the 9 rings explode, the strength will definitely see a significant enhancement. This is just a representation of the degree of enhancement using levels, which has nothing to do with the actual level. In the face of such an astonishing change, Mo Chen merely furrowed his brows slightly and then slowly spoke. Now this is somewhat interesting. Finally, it has the momentum that the Haotian de Law should have, which is renowned across the continent. After entering the Golden Crow state, Mo Chen underwent a tremendous transformation. Compared to before, his aura became unusually restrained, no longer as frenzied and agitated as it was earlier. He stood quietly in place, exuding a scorching yet unfathomable aura. making it difficult for others to grasp just how strong his true power was. Tang Hao's eyes widened in anger, his aura overwhelming. He tightly gripped the gigantic Haotian hammer and swung it fiercely, a blow packed with all his power aimed straight at Mo Chen. In an instant, a dazzling golden shield erupted around Mo Chen, shining like a radiant sun. The blow struck solidly against the shield. A piercingly loud, buzzing sound erupted, like a thunderclap rolling across the heavens, deafening and resonating through the clouds. What is your martial soul? This terrifyingly powerful aura clearly originates from a 100,000-year soul beast, something no human can possess. Tang Hao shouted as he continued to swing the Haotian hammer, striking the shield again and again. Each swing produced a fierce wind, showcasing incredible power. However, facing Tang Hao's ferocious onslaught, Mo Chen merely snorted coldly, appearing indifferent and unconcerned. He stood quietly in place, his posture as straight as a pine tree, showing no intention of defending against Tang Hao's relentless attacks. With Tang Hao's current strength, his attacks could not possibly break through Mo Chen's automatic protective defense. Seeing his attacks completely ignored by Mo Chen, Tang Hao's heart burned with rage. How could he, the esteemed Haotian Dao, have ever been subjected to such disdain and humiliation? Always proud and aloof, he could no longer contain his inner anger and humiliation. Haotian 9 absolutes. Break from me. With a furious roar, Tang Hao swung down once more. This strike contained all of his soul power and fury, its power several times stronger than any previous blow. As this hammer came crashing down, the shield beside Mo Chen finally could not withstand such terrifying force, and a layer of fine cracks began to appear on it. These cracks quickly spread, resembling a spider web covering the entire shield. Then, with a loud bang, the entire shield shattered in an instant, turning into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Tang Hao's gaze was fixed intently on Mo Chen, eager to seize this perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. He gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, channeling all his strength into his arms for a vigorous swing. Just as Tang Hao was about to strike with the Haotian hammer, Mo Chen, who had been standing still, suddenly swayed, and his entire body ignited like a blazing flame, instantly transforming into a surging sea of fire, charging towards Tang Hao. Faced with such a sudden change, Tang Hao remained composed, shouting, "Zhenzi Ju." He swung the massive hammer down towards the sea of fire. However, this powerful blow did not hit its intended target as he had expected. Instead, it was caught midair by a hand that swiftly shot out from the sea of fire. What? Tang Hao exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that his attack was so easily neutralized. This strike was enough to kill an 89-level soul Dola. It was his strongest blow without using the great Sumero hammer. Meanwhile, Mo Chen, surrounded by the sea of fire, appeared exceptionally calm and composed. A slight smile of disdain appeared on his lips as he coldly stated, "Your strength is simply too weak. With this little skill, do you still dare to think you can defeat me? Even if you were given another 20,000 years to cultivate, it would probably still be far from enough." After saying this, Mo Chen applied a bit more force to the hand gripping the Haotian hammer. In an instant, a crisp cracking sound echoed. Tang Hao looked down, stunned, to see that the blood-red Haotian hammer in his hand had begun to develop numerous fine cracks, as if it would completely shatter at any moment. Seeing this, Tang Hao's pupils constricted to pinpoints, and he silently cursed himself. He immediately made a decisive move, exerting force beneath his feet, trying to create some distance from Mo Chen to find an opportunity to counterattack. But just as Tang Hao turned to flee, a crisp sound echoed. Taking advantage of Tang Hao's moment of unpreparedness, Mo Chen suddenly struck, delivering a resounding slap to Tang Hao's face. This slap was incredibly powerful, causing Tang Hao to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Not only that, but the slap also inflicted great damage on him, leaving him feeling even more humiliated than when he had previously been trampled underfoot. You still have one last chance to strike. Mo Chen slowly raised his hand, and a flash of golden light appeared as a longbow, radiating a dazzling glow, materialized in his grip. This bow was exquisitely crafted, with mysterious and ancient runes carved along its body. Arrow of the sun, sunset, afterglow, Mo Chen chanted, and in an instant, his entire soul power surged towards the longbow. As he forcefully pulled back the bowstring, a flaming bird suddenly appeared atop the bow. This fiery bird spread its wings and let out a howl to the sky, flames swirling around it, forming a scorching whirlwind that warped the surrounding air. Tang Hao, just struggling to rise from the ground, was filled with dread upon seeing this. He widened his eyes, staring at the terrifying bird, not daring to slacken his efforts. He gripped the already cracked Haotian hammer tightly, desperately channeling the little soul power left in his body into it. In the blink of an eye, the Haotian hammer began to swell and grow, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. At the same time, Tang Hao's previously exhausted aura surged like a volcano erupting. Great Summer Hammer! Tang Hao roared, unleashing his trump card. He swung the now enormous Haotian hammer towards Mo Chen with all his might. The hammer came rushing in with the force to destroy the heavens and earth, colliding with the flaming birdshot by Mo Chen in midair. At the moment of impact, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Then, a dazzling burst of light erupted, resembling a sun exploding in the sky. The violent explosion generated an immensely powerful shockwave and air blast, sweeping outwards frantically. Countless towering trees were uprooted in the ferocious whirlwind, flying off into the distance. The earth trembled violently. Landslides and flying sand and rocks created a horrifying scene. When everything gradually calmed down and the dust settled, Tang Hao had lost all signs of life. His body, with severed limbs, lay quietly in a large pit, blood staining the ground beneath him. This once feared Haotian who had shaken the entire continent, had finally perished. Chapter 39. Tang San's thoughts. Mo Chen approached Tang Hao's corpse with a hint of arrogance. The Haotian who once commanded respect and fear across the Dolua continent, now lay lifeless on the ground. Mo Chen frowned, disdainfully kicking Tang Hao's corpse with his foot, as if he were kicking a disgusting object. His gaze quickly fell on the 4 soul bones placed beside Tang Hao. These 4 soul bones emitted a faint glow, making them particularly eye-catching in this eerie environment. Mo Chen collected the 4 soul bones one by one. Each time he picked up a soul bone, he couldn't help but play with it in his hand for a moment, feeling the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the soul bone, a proud smile appearing on his face. TSK, the mighty Haotian, once so formidable that a stomp could shake the entire Dolua continent. Yet this is how he ends up. Mo Chen stood in place, slightly tilting his head back, and remarked with a mocking tone, his voice full of glee. After saying that, a blazing flame appeared out of nowhere, instantly engulfing Tang Hao's body. The fire blazed fiercely, crackling loudly, and Tang Hao's body gradually turned to ashes in the flames, while Mo Chen stared intently at the fire. When the flames gradually extinguished, he found the piece of spine bone from Tang Hao's body in the ashes and stored it in his storage soul guide as well. Mo Chen brushed off non-existent dust from his body, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He looked at Tang Hao's head that he had stored in the soul guide and began to scheme in his heart. Meanwhile, in the lounge of Shrek Academy, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive. Tang San lay quietly on the bed, in a state of unconsciousness. His face was pale as paper, beads of sweat covering his forehead. And although his wounds had been treated simply, blood still seeped out faintly. Suddenly, Tang San's body trembled violently, as if awakened by something, and he sat up abruptly. This sudden movement tugged at his wounds, sending a wave of severe pain through him, causing him to gasp in shock. Tang San pressed his hand tightly against his chest, an expression of pain on his face. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which splattered onto the sheets, appearing particularly glaring. His eyes were filled with terror and confusion, cold sweat continuously dripping down his forehead, soaking his hair. What's going on? This feeling of palpitations, Tang San murmured to himself, feeling as if his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, a strong sense of unease swelling in his chest, as if something important had slipped away from him. He tried to recall what had happened before, but he couldn't understand the sudden palpitations at all. The image of his father, Tang Hao kept flashing in his mind, and an ominous premonition spread in his heart. At the same time, in the adjacent room, Flinder and a few others were discussing Tang San's injuries in low voices when they suddenly heard some commotion coming from Tang San's room. Everyone's expression tensed up. Flinder, who had been holding a teacup, immediately put it down, the cup clattering lightly against the table. He quickly stood up, hurrying towards Tang San's room. Zhao Wujing, who had been leaning back in his chair, also sat up straight, his muscles instinctively tensing as he followed Flinder towards Tang San's room. Yu Xiaojiang frowned deeply, his eyes revealing deep concern as he quickened his pace while silently praying for Tang San's safety. The three hurried towards the source of the sound, which was Tang San's room. Inside the room, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the window, casting irregular patches of light on the floor. Yu Xiaojiang was the first to reach Tang San's bedside. Looking at Tang San's still pale face, he spoke worriedly. Xiao San, you're awake. How do you feel? His eyes were fixed on Tang San, filled with pain and anxiety. Tang San slowly shook his head, his movements very slow, as if every slight action took all his strength. His hair was somewhat disheveled against his forehead, and traces of fatigue from his unconscious state remained on his face. His gaze was somewhat dazed, as if he had not fully awakened from his unconsciousness. Teacher, what happened to me? At that moment, Tang San, having just awakened from his coma, was still not fully clear-headed, and his thoughts were somewhat muddled. His voice carried a hint of weakness and confusion. His eyes wandered around the room, trying to find clues about what had happened to him. His hands limply rested on the edge of the bed, his fingers trembling slightly, showing his inner unease. The captain of the Breaking Dawn Academy, Mu Yu, seriously injured you, and you've been unconscious since then. Yu Xiaojiang clasped his hands behind his back, trying to appear like a detached expert, but the slight furrow of his brow betrayed his inner worry. His voice was steady and slow as he explained the situation to Tang San. At this moment, Tang San lowered his head in silence, almost burying it in his chest. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from strain. Losing to such a school was undoubtedly a heavy blow for him, severely undermining his confidence. Scenes of his fight with Mu Yu kept replaying in his mind, every detail like a sharp knife, stabbing at his heart. He had no chance of winning. The opponent didn't even use her soul skills, while he had exhausted all his tricks aside from Tang's sect hidden weapons. He began to doubt his own strength, questioning whether all his efforts during this time had been in vain. Right, I still have hidden weapons. I excel at hidden weapons. If I could use them in the competition, I would definitely be able to kill her. By the way, where's Xiao Wu? Tang San suddenly remembered something, raising his head, his eyes filled with anxiety. In his subconscious, he thought that Xiao Wu should have been the first to come when he woke up. The lively figure of Xiao Wu and her bright smile kept appearing in his mind. But now, Xiao Wu's continued absence made Tang San feel even more uneasy. A hint of panic crept into his eyes, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He attempted to struggle to sit up, wanted to go find Xiao Wu, but the severe pain in his body made him fall back onto the bed at the slightest movement. Flinder, with his hands behind his back and a furrowed brow, slowly shook his head, speaking gravely. After you were injured, that girl Xiao Wu was determined to stand up for you. However, she was injured by that guy named Mo Chen under the pretext of breaking the rules. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in Tang San's mind. The news of Xiao Wu being injured was like a bolt from the blue for Tang San, instantly turning his world upside down. His face turned ashen, his already pale lips now devoid of color, and his eyes widened in shock, filled with anger and worry. Tang San struggled violently, trying to get up from the bed, gripping the sheets tightly, his fingers turning white from the strain. Every arduous movement tugged at his unhealed wounds, and intense pain surged through him like a tide. But he seemed oblivious to it. Although the wounds had been tightly bandaged, blood still seeped out, staining the white bandage. His teeth ground together, emitting low growls. Xiao San, don't be impulsive. Yu Xiaojiang scolded loudly, his face serious. A hint of sternness was in his gaze, but more so was concern. You wouldn't want Xiao Wu to see you like this, would you? If she wakes up and sees you hurting yourself for her, how do you think she'll feel? As Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, Tang San was indeed very outstanding. He was gifted and diligent, progressing smoothly on the path of cultivation. However, his shortcomings are quite obvious. As long as Xiao Wu suffers even a little harm, he completely loses his rationality, as if the entire world revolves only around avenging Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward, placing his hands on Tang San's shoulders and pressing down hard, saying in a deep voice, "Your primary task now is to take care of your health. Think about it. If you can't take care of yourself, how can you take care of Xiao Wu? If you don't want Xiao Wu to worry, then just lie in bed honestly and recover your health." Yu Xiaojiang's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Tang San's head. Tang San was stunned. His previously struggling body suddenly stiffened. He sat there, his expression vacant, lost in thought, as if his soul had been pulled away. His lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't say a word, remaining silent as images of Xiao Wu injured and unconscious kept flashing in his mind. Tang San's wooden gaze scanned the room. Everything in the room seemed so familiar, yet at this moment, his heart was in turmoil. His eyes fell on Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were still lying on the bed, unconscious. Looking at their current state, a sense of humiliation surged in Tang San, hitting his heart like waves. The devastating defeat in the last match felt like a deep scar etched into his heart. The arrogant expressions of the opponents and the injured figures of his teammates kept appearing in his mind. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he felt no pain, only a heart full of unwillingness and humiliation. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's robust figure appeared at the door of the room, flipping through the competition schedule in his hand, and shouted in his booming voice, "Tomorrow's match, we have a bye, so we advance directly. The little monsters can now rest easy and recuperate." His voice echoed in the room, but Tang San felt as if it were coming from behind a veil, somewhat distant. Tomorrow, the Tianshui Academy would compete against the Qihua Academy. The clash between ice and fire. Imagining the scene of the fusion of ice and fire, curiosity flashed in everyone's eyes. But at this moment, in the hearts of Yu Xiaojiang and Zhao Wujia, the health of Tang San and his group was the most important. Yu Xiaojiang said sternly, "You don't need to watch tomorrow's match. It's better to recover your health than anything else." His words carried an undeniable authority. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the room. Flinder stood by. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. He gently patted Tang San's shoulder, but Tang San only mechanically felt the pat, his mind blank. Flinder looked at Tang San, shook his head helplessly, and followed Yu Xiaojing out. The room suddenly fell silent, leaving Tang San, who was in a daze, questioning life. He felt as if he was in a gigantic whirlpool, everything around him spinning rapidly, making him dizzy. He could understand why they worked so hard yet still lost so miserably. Was their strength really that inadequate? After everyone left, a trace of ruthlessness suddenly flashed in Tang San's previously vacant eyes. He recalled the mocking of the opponents and the painful expressions of his teammates when they were injured. The anger in his heart exploded like a detonated bomb. "I must make them pay," Tang San silently vowed in his heart, his tightly clenched fists turning pale from the force, the joints trembling slightly, filled with endless fury. His eyes narrowed, gazing fiercely in the direction where the three of them had just left. Xiao Wu was his sister, and she was also the one he had resolved to protect for a lifetime, although he had not confessed yet. Tang San already considered Xiao Wu as his future wife in his heart. With Xiao Wu's strength, if Flinder and Zhao Wujia truly wanted to stop her, they could definitely do so with their soul sage power. But now Xiao Wu was injured, and there must be more to the story. Tang San furrowed his brows tightly, his mind racing, various details flashing in his mind. He recalled some of Flinder and Zhao Wujia's previous actions. Those seemingly ordinary arrangements were filled with doubts in his eyes now. Their seemingly concerned, yet subtly unnatural expressions when Xiao Wu was injured, as well as their actions and words before and after the incident, made Tang San firmly believe that Xiao Wu's injury was definitely tacitly approved by Flinder and Zhao Wujia, aimed at making him angry so he would continue to fight for Shrek Academy. As Tang San thought this, it felt as if an invisible force had carved a deep mark in his heart. He had already made a mental note against Flinder and Zhao Wujia. At this moment, Flinder and Zhao Wujia were completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. They could never have imagined that in the future, Tang San would take their lives under this accusation. Meanwhile, In a corner of the bustling city, the lively marketplace was filled with crowds, the sounds of vendors and laughter intertwining. Mo Chen, dressed in a black robe, moved through the crowd like a ghost in the dark night, silently watching the figures of Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu among the throng. Mo Chen quickly approached them, observing the two girls who were on guard against him. Mu Yu's eyes were filled with vigilance. She slightly raised her chin, her body slightly leaning forward, ready to respond to any potential danger. Xiao Mu Wu hid behind Mu Yu, her big eyes filled with fear as she looked at Mo Chen, clutching tightly to Mu Yu's clothing. Mo Chen tried to show a gentle smile, which seemed harmless but subtly revealed a hint of danger. He slightly leaned forward and spoke in a low, magnetic voice. "You are the captain and vice captain of the Dawn Academy, right? I'm very interested in you. Who are you?" Mu Yu asked cautiously, protecting Xiao Mu Wu behind her. A golden spear had already appeared in her hand, ready to strike if Mo Chen made any threatening moves. Chapter 40. Taking disciples. You two don't know me, but I know you. Mo Chen's low and magnetic voice sounded particularly clear in the quiet environment. Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu stood opposite him, both looking at him with vigilance. Mo Chen paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu's faces before continuing. "The daughter of the city lord of the Olympic city in the Tiando Empire, Mu Yu, and the daughter of the city lord of the old capital city in the Tiando Empire, Xiao Mu Wu." His words were concise and accurate, each one striking like a hammer on Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu's hearts. Upon hearing Mo Chen accurately state their identities, Mu Yu's expression changed instantly, a hint of alertness flashing in her eyes. She was a straightforward person who acted decisively, and being called out by a stranger in such an unguarded situation instinctively made her think he had ulterior motives. Almost the moment Mo Chen finished speaking, Mu Yu did not hesitate to make a move. Gripping her spear, she dashed towards Mo Chen like a flash of black lightning, aiming the spear directly at his throat. Faced with Mu Yu's sudden attack, Mo Chen showed no signs of panic. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he remained as steady as a mountain. Just as the spear was about to reach his throat, Mo Chen accurately extended two fingers, swiftly and precisely pinching the spear's tip. The spear seemed to be frozen in midair. No matter how hard she tried, it could not advance another inch. "Don't be agitated. My name is Mo Chen, and you should have heard of me." Mo Chen was not angry. He still spoke in a calm tone. His voice had a strong affinity, making people instinctively want to listen to him. Upon hearing the name Mo Chen, Mu Yu's heart trembled as if struck by lightning. She widened her eyes, filled with shock and disbelief. She never imagined that the person she longed to see would appear here. Mo Chen's name was well known in the Tiando Empire. He had made countless contributions to the empire, becoming an idol in the hearts of many. Even her hand holding the spear began to tremble, a mix of reverence for Mo Chen and shame for her earlier reckless behavior. Mu Yu's cheeks turned crimson, filled with regret and self-reproach. "I have met General Mo." Mu Yu quickly retracted her spear, clasped her hands in salute, and trembled with excitement at seeing her idol. Her voice carried a hint of tremor and nervousness, making her speech less smooth. She lowered her head, afraid to meet Mo Chen's eyes, worried that her earlier reckless actions might displease him. "No need for too much courtesy. May I ask if you two ladies could step aside for a moment?" Mo Chen said gently, his gaze subtly scanning the surroundings. He noticed that the people who were originally busy or chatting around them were now drawn closer, as if pulled by invisible strings, casting curious glances. Mo Chen frowned slightly, pondering that the current environment was not suitable for conversation, and suggested opening the topic. Mu Yu nodded gently, her hair swaying softly with the movement, shimmering softly in the sunlight. She reached out and gently tugged at the sleeve of Xiao Mu Wu beside her, signaling her to follow. Xiao Mu Wu playfully blinked and smiled slightly, obediently following behind Mu Yu, keeping pace with Mo Chen. The three of them walked through the bustling streets, where vendors shouted sales of various novel items, and the crowd surged and jostled. Mo Chen led the way, his handsome face drawing many secretive glances from young girls. Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu follow behind, also attracting attention, for two youthful and beautiful girls walking together were indeed a striking sight. Before long, they arrived at an inn. The inn was located at a street corner with a simple and elegant appearance. The bright red door was adorned with two bronze rings that glimmered softly in the sunlight. A weathered sign hung under the eaves, inscribed with the words Lu Yunjai in bold, powerful characters. As they entered the inn with Mo Chen, the two girls showed some curiosity, their eyes scanning the surrounding decorations. The lobby was furnished with several antique tables and chairs, made of what appeared to be mahogany, with clear grains and a faint wood fragrance. Several ink wash paintings hung on the walls, depicting beautiful landscapes of mountains and fields, shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. The entire decoration of the inn was ancient and elegant, exuding a tranquil and warm feeling, much like a woman's preferences. The two girls thought this and exchanged appreciative glances. "Feel free to sit down. I happen to have some questions for you," Mo Chen casually said, his voice deep and magnetic. He walked over to a nearby table and poured a cup of tea for the two. Seeing the two girls' nervousness, Muyu tightly clasped her hands on her lap. Stealing glances at Mo Chen, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiao Mu Wu sat upright, her legs tightly pressed together, her fingers nervously fiddling with her clothing. Mo Chen found it somewhat amusing and frustrating, regretting exposing his identity. He shook his head helplessly, noticing that the two were so nervous that their legs were slightly trembling. Like two frightened fawns. "There's no need to be nervous. We're just chatting about ordinary matters," Mo Chen gently reassured, his voice like a spring breeze, making one feel especially warm. He offered a friendly smile, trying to ease the tension. Muyu sat nervously at the table, her gaze never leaving Mo Chen. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, her nostrils flaring as she spoke. "You have a strong smell of blood. You just killed someone, didn't you?" Her voice was crisp, resonating clearly in the somewhat quiet room. Mo Chen, holding the teacup, was about to take a sip when he heard Muyu's words. His hand trembled slightly, and he froze for a moment. He truly did not expect this girl to say such a thing suddenly. Instinctively, he looked down at the black robe he had just changed into, which was indeed bought for him by his little Snow, and it certainly shouldn't have any bloodstains. Moreover, after dealing with Tang Hao, he had taken a bath specifically, so even if there was a lingering smell of blood, it would be exceptionally faint. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mo Chen quickly regained his composure, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a faint smile, casually saying, "Your sense of smell is quite sharp. I did deal with some small troubles." His tone was nonchalant, as those so-called small troubles were merely trivial matters. In his eyes, killing a severely injured Tang Hao was hardly a hassle, but even so, Tang Hao held significant weight in the Soul Master community. However, just when Mo Chen thought the topic would end there, Muyu suddenly stood up, her eyes fixed firmly on Mo Chen, and exclaimed loudly, "I want to learn your spear techniques." Xiao Mu Wu, sitting awkwardly in the corner, had her body slightly curled up, her hands constantly fiddling with her fingers. She occasionally stole glances at Muyu and Mo Chen, her eyes filled with tension and unease. She didn't know what to do, only able to relieve her inner tension this way. Her eyes revealed a hint of worry, as if concerned that Muyu's request would anger Mo Chen. Seeing that Mo Chen did not respond immediately, Muyu fixed her gaze on him, her eyes revealing her determination. She took a step forward, her voice tinged with urgency. "I don't want to go home. I want to go to the border with you." Mo Chen was slightly taken aback. He did not expect this girl to have such bold thoughts. He slowly placed the teacup down on the table, took a gentle sip, his brow slightly furrowing. Clearly, this rough man was not suited for delicate tea. He looked at Muyu, speaking sternly. "The border is no joke. You don't even have the strength of a Soul King. Going there would only lead to death." In his view, the border was a brutal battlefield, without sufficient strength. Going there was equivalent to courting death. He did not want this girl to lose her life due to a momentary impulse. After all, their talents were indeed much better than Tang San's, and if they delayed their training or met an untimely end by going to the battlefield, it would truly be a great loss. "This is not a whim of mine. I don't want to go home and marry a stranger." So we escaped to participate in this Soul Master competition. Muyu pressed her hands on the table, and due to the large movement, the two slimes trembled slightly. Just then, the door to the bedroom, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened. The sound of the door creaking was particularly clear in the quiet space. Xueqinghe peeked out from the bedroom and then walked out. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Upon seeing Xueqinghe, Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu immediately stood and saluted. Their voices were crisp yet filled with a hint of reverence, echoing in the room. Mu Yu's eyes revealed a hint of nervousness, her hands unconsciously gripping her clothes tightly. Xiao Mu Wu, on the other hand, remained relatively calm, but her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her inner unease. "This is not a palace, so let's skip the formalities." Xueqinghe waved his hand gently, his voice steady and gentle. However, beneath this seemingly calm expression, he cast a resentful glance at Mo Chen, his eyes filled with countless grievances. He then subtly reached back to tug at his clothes. Just a moment ago, Qian Rinxue had been fast asleep in the bedroom, her sweet dreams abruptly interrupted by the voices coming from outside. Drowsily waking up, she realized she had no fitting clothes to wear. With no other choice, she randomly picked a set of clothes from the messy pile and put them on. After hurriedly dressing herself to look like Xueqinghe, she still felt a bit anxious, but had no choice but to step out of the bedroom. "As you can see, I have a good relationship with His Majesty, so I want to find 2 personal guards for him." Mo Chen crossed his arms and looked at Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu, slowly speaking. "Once you become His Majesty's guards, your father will no longer be able to force you to marry someone you don't like," Mo Chen continued. Listening to Mo Chen's proposal, the two were momentarily at a loss. Mu Yu slightly furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with hesitation, as her father's stern face and his words forcing her to marry a stranger kept resurfacing in her mind. Xiao Mu Wu bit her lip, feeling as if 2 little beings were fighting inside her. Within their family, they were like birds trapped in a cage, wanting to fly but forever shackled at the ankles. The family's formalities and various rules constrained every step they took, making it hard for them to breathe. She often gazed beyond the towering walls of her family, imagining the vast world outside. Thus, escaping this oppressive family had become an increasingly strong desire in her heart. Deep down, she had 2 dreams. One was to learn spear techniques from Mo Chen. His spear skills were lethal, every move aimed at killing. The second was to prove to her father that what she could achieve as a daughter was not inferior to what a son could do, rather than being repeatedly questioned by her father about why she wasn't a boy. As for Xiao Mu Wu, she shared a similar fate and aspiration with Mu Yu. She too was arranged into a marriage she didn't like at all. The man who was to become her husband seemed like a cold stone to her, devoid of any feelings. She didn't want to bury her life in a loveless marriage, so she and Mu Yu decided to escape their marriages together. The two joined the Dawn Academy to participate in this competition, just to meet Mo Chen. "Don't worry, I won't force you. I just hope you 2 ladies will think it over. I can't have General Mo following me 24/7, which is why I'm looking for 2 personal guards. I believe with your abilities, if you can become my personal guards, you will surely ensure my safety." After hearing Xueqinghe's words, Mu Yu felt a bit hesitant. Her heart was in turmoil. On one hand, becoming the Emperor's personal guard was a dream opportunity for many, not only gaining the Emperor's favor, but also enjoying endless riches. On the other hand, she yearned to learn spear techniques from Mo Chen. After a moment of hesitation, she gathered her courage and said, "But I want to learn the spear." Hearing this, Xueqinghe was slightly taken aback, and he discreetly glanced at Mo Chen standing beside him. "All right, I will have General Mo teach you." Upon hearing this, Mo Chen nearly lost his composure. He inwardly groaned, "Qian Rinxue, are you deliberately trying to create trouble for me? I don't have that much time to teach a young girl how to use a spear." If it weren't for the presence of others, Mo Chen would have certainly given Qian Rinxue a good talking to, making her understand his difficulties. However, no matter how unwilling he felt inside, he couldn't let his wife lose face as the Emperor in front of others. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, cupping his fists and agreeing, "Your Majesty, you can rest assured, I will do my utmost to teach Miss Mu Yu." Mo Chen looked at Mu Yu. "Since that's the case, I will take you as my disciple." Mo Chen stroked his barely existent beard, intentionally putting on an elder's demeanor, his voice pretending to be deep. He appeared as if he were truly an old man. Upon hearing this, Mu Yu did not hesitate at all. She bent her legs and knelt down with a thud, her knees hitting the ground heavily, making a dull sound. She then lowered her head deeply, knocking her forehead against the ground. "Master, Please accept your disciple's bow. Seeing Mu Yu so decisively bow to her master, Xiaomu Wu's eyes lit up as well. Her lively personality couldn't contain her excitement at that moment. She quickly followed suit, kneeling down with her hands cupped in fists, her face full of anticipation as she loudly said, "Master, please take me as your disciple too." Xiaomu Wu's sudden interjection was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the slightly quiet atmosphere and catching Mo Chen off guard. Mo Chen had originally been basking in the pride of accepting a disciple, but this unexpected request left him a bit stunned. He widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, and after a while, he finally reacted. "You want to learn the spear? But what do you want to learn? I don't seem to have anything to teach you." Mo Chen frowned, looking Xiaomu Wu up and down, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and difficulty. He couldn't even appreciate tea, let alone this girl's martial soul being a martial ink brush. Hearing Mo Chen's words, Xiaomu Wu quickly shook her head bobbing like a rattle drum as she playfully said, "Oh, Master has already accepted Sister Mu, so please accept me too, okay?" While saying this, she gently tugged at Mo Chen's sleeve, looking like a child asking for candy, making her seem both adorable and a bit exasperating. Chapter 41, Guidance, Discovering Problems. "In that case, I will accept you as a registered disciple," Mo Chen said grandly. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu Wu's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, Master." Her voice was filled with joy, like a child who had achieved their goal. However, Mo Chen was not swayed by Xiaomu Wu's enthusiasm. He looked at Mu Yu seriously and said, "Cough, cough, being my disciple is not an easy task. My teaching is quite strict, and I will not go easy on you." Feeling Mo Chen's gaze, Mu Yu's heart trembled involuntarily, but she quickly steadied herself, nodding firmly and replying, "I'm not afraid." As night passed, the morning sunlight spilled onto the training ground. Xue Qinghe and Xiaomu Wu stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the two standing opposite each other, Mo Chen and Mu Yu. "Sister Mu, go for it." Xiaomu Wu cheered for Mu Yu loudly, her voice echoing in the empty training ground. Mo Chen walked over to the weapon rack, waved his arm, and drew out a long spear. With a flick of his wrist, the spear traced a beautiful arc in the air, and then he swiftly twirled the spear, the tip flashing like lightning, instantly forming a dazzling spear flower. Finally, he thrust the spear heavily into the ground, producing a dull thud. "My teaching method is very direct. I will teach you techniques through real combat," Mo Chen said expressionlessly, his voice as cold and sharp as the spear in his hand. As Mo Chen removed the spear tip, the originally sharp spear instantly transformed into a bare long stick. However, at that moment, the long stick in Mo Chen's hand emitted a different aura that made people wary. Mu Yu tightly gripped the falling star gun in her hands, her eyes fixed on Mo Chen. She could sense that although Mo Chen's aura was restrained, it was like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Mu Yu took a deep breath and then exhaled sharply, her body trembling slightly as she released the breath, clearly revealing that her heart was not as calm as it appeared. Without hesitation, Mu Yu aimed the gun at Mo Chen. The speed of her shot was extremely fast. Catching him off guard, Mo Chen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly retreated, easily dodging Mu Yu's attack. Just as Mu Yu thrust the gun, Mo Chen's long staff struck her arm forcefully. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Mu Yu felt a sharp pain in her arm, causing her grip on the gun to loosen, nearly dropping it. Enduring the pain, Mu Yu quickly adjusted her posture and launched another fierce offensive toward Mo Chen. The falling star gun in her hand drew arcs of cold light in the air, raining down like dense raindrops toward Mo Chen. In the face of Mu Yu's ferocious attack, Mo Chen appeared unusually calm. He moved freely amidst the barrage of gunfire, his staff accurately blocking each of her attacks. "Your movements are too exaggerated," Mo Chen suddenly said. Mu Yu was startled, her movements momentarily stalling. In that instant, Mo Chen's staff struck her back swiftly. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and Mu Yu felt a sharp pain in her back, causing her body to lean forward involuntarily. She quickly stabilized herself, wanting to attack again, but her movements were clearly slower than before. Mo Chen would not miss this opportunity. His staff swiftly swung, delivering a counterattack toward Muyu. The thrust was as fast as lightning, and Muyu had no time to react before the staff accurately jabbed into her chest. Bang! This impact was louder than any before, and Muyu's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Sister Mu! Xiao Mu Wu shouted with a worried expression, her voice filled with anxiety and concern. Seeing this, Xueqing, he quickly reached out to hold back Xiao Mu Wu, signaling her to calm down. At this moment, Muyu lay on the cold ground, her face contorted in pain, her body trembling slightly as if enduring immense suffering. Although Mo Chen's staff lacked a tip, his earlier strike clearly inflicted significant damage on Muyu. Mo Chen looked expressionlessly at the fallen Muyu and slowly spoke. Your movements are too exaggerated, your intentions too obvious, your hesitation when attacking, and your pursuit of flashy techniques. These are all your shortcomings. His voice was calm and indifferent, stating a fact that was all too simple. Muyu struggled to lift her head, her gaze meeting Mo Chen's, revealing a flicker of unwillingness and pain in her eyes. Mo Chen continued, "What are you worrying about? Your hesitation when attacking, your pursuit of those empty gestures. Your current identity is not the daughter of a lord of Owling City, but my disciple, Mo Chen." His brows slightly furrowed, revealing his dissatisfaction with Muyu's performance. After speaking, Mo Chen raised his foot and kicked the falling star gun that had fallen from Muyu's hand, sending it flying back to her side like a shooting star. "Are you going to give up?" Mo Chen's words struck Muyu's heart like a heavy hammer. "If you plan to give up, then dispel the thought of going with me to the border. Life there is much harder than what you're experiencing now," Mo Chen said expressionlessly. Before his words fell, he suddenly swung his staff, executing a powerful strike aimed at Muyu, who was still on the ground. This blow was incredibly fast, like a flash of lightning, leaving no time to react. However, Muyu was no stranger to combat. Her reflexes were extremely quick. Just as the staff was about to hit her, she rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. The staff struck the ground with a loud bang, creating a deep crack in the hard training ground, dust flying everywhere. Mo Chen, seeing this, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. He said coldly, "I allow you to use your soul skills. Attack me with your full strength and the determination to kill me." After speaking, Mo Chen swung his staff again, striking fiercely like a storm toward the just standing Muyu. This time, his attacks were even more ferocious, leaving Muyu no chance to breathe. Muyu felt a tremendous force coming at her, her body feeling as if it had been struck by a speeding carriage, unbearable pain overwhelming her. Her skin burned where the staff hit her, as if on fire. However, Mo Chen's attack did not stop because of her suffering. His staff rained down on Muyu, each strike making her feel worse than death. Meteor Shield. With a furious shout, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from Muyu's right hand. And in the blink of an eye, a massive shield appeared in her hand. Just as the shield materialized, Mo Chen's staff came crashing down, cutting through the air with a sharp sound, aimed directly at Muyu's face. However, Muyu's reaction speed was incredibly fast. She quickly raised the shield, accurately blocking Mo Chen's attack. With a loud bang, the shield and staff collided fiercely, producing a deafening sound. The force of this strike was immense. Muyu felt a powerful force surge toward her like a tidal wave, her right hand going numb, nearly losing sensation. If that strike had hit her directly, she would likely have passed out on the spot or even sustained serious injuries. But Muyu did not fall from this blow. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her right hand, and shouted double repayment. As her voice fell, the previously flickering golden light on the meteor shield suddenly became extraordinarily brilliant, all the energy being activated at that moment. Then, this energy surged like a raging torrent, continuously flowing into the falling star gun in Muyu's hand. With such powerful soul energy fueling it, the falling star gun emitted a heart-pounding aura, the tip glowing with intense golden light, resembling a golden sun. Without hesitation, Muyu thrust the falling star gun forward, and the golden light shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Mo Chen. In the blink of an eye, the golden light completely enveloped Mo Chen, forming a massive golden light sphere. Mo Chen, inside the light sphere, did not feel the immense power of the golden light. However, he was slightly taken aback by Mu Yu's rapid response. Nevertheless, being powerful, he quickly regained his composure. With a wave of his arm, a strong force swept out like a whirlwind, easily dispersing the encroaching golden light. And Mo Chen, quick to react, reached out to steady Mu Yu, who was about to fall, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face as he softly said, "Well done." To have such an outstanding response under these circumstances, you've surpassed many of your peers. Hearing Mo Chen's praise, Mu Yu's taut nerves snapped like a broken string. A wave of intense fatigue washed over her, and her body could no longer support her. She collapsed limply to the ground. Xiao Mu Wu, seeing this, rushed over in a panic, quickly supporting the unconscious Mu Yu. "Master, is Sister Mu okay?" Xiao Mu Wu asked with a worried expression. Mo Chen lowered his head and gazed at the unconscious Mu Yu, slowly saying, "She's just exhausted her mental energy. A good sleep will fix her." Although their sparring mainly focused on marksmanship, Mu Yu maintained a high level of tension throughout the process, afraid to let her guard down, even slightly. She concentrated fully on countering Mo Chen's every attack, terrified that any mistake would lead to her defeat. It was precisely this prolonged mental concentration that caused Mu Yu to exhaust her spiritual energy to an extraordinary degree, ultimately leading to her fainting from overexertion. Mo Chen looked at the now unconscious Mu Yu and turned to Xiao Mu Wu, saying, "When she wakes up, tell her to come find me. Her soul power has already broken through, and it's time to take her to get the 5th soul ring." After speaking, Mo Chen walked towards Shui Qinghe, leaving Xiao Mu Wu anxiously waiting by Mu Yu's side for her to wake up. Upon entering the room with Mo Chen, Shui Qinghe instantly reverted to the original appearance of Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue was tall and slender, with skin as white as snow, especially her legs, which were partially concealed by her skirt, adding a touch of mysterious beauty. Her beautiful eyes resembled deep lakes and were currently fixed on Mo Chen as she slowly spoke. "You really are ruthless. Aren't you afraid of hurting her?" Mo Chen shook his head helplessly and rubbed his forehead. He was indeed a bit troubled by Mu Yu's condition. He explained, "She has quite a few issues. Being overconfident is just one of them. Overly pursuing flashy moves is another. The most crucial point is that she doesn't consider her next move at all, which is the most fatal." Mo Chen's marksmanship primarily focused on killing, and although it was also a reckless style, he would at least prepare for his next 3 moves before firing. However, he had never seen someone like Mu Yu, who completely disregarded subsequent techniques. Qian Renxue seemed unfazed, casually leaning against a chair, propping her cheek with one hand, and carelessly said, "That's exactly why she needs a master like you to teach her." Mo Chen looked at Qian Renxue and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Her expression of enjoying the drama was both amusing and frustrating. However, he also understood that as his wife, no matter how mischievous she was, he could only dote on her. His gaze fell on Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These 2 girls indeed had good talent. Considering their current strength and age, if they could be brought into the Spirit Hall for training, they would definitely become at least 2 title-level powerhouses in the future. Mo Chen stroked his chin while beginning to plan for the upcoming events. Such talented individuals must not be easily let go. Olin City and Old Capital City? Qian Renxue's voice suddenly interrupted Mo Chen's thoughts. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. "I remember those 2 cities are not well known in the Heaven-Do City. I didn't expect them to produce such talents." Mo Chen nodded in agreement. Although geniuses were not rare, those who could recognize their value were indeed few. Both he and Qian Renxue had already sensed that Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu had likely entered Ning Fengji's field of vision. After all, they were both old foxes, and their thoughts were transparent to each other. Ning Fengji was famously wealthy and generous, and ordinary people could hardly refuse the conditions he offered. Moreover, he was very generous when it came to attracting geniuses willing to invest heavily. For instance, he had once offered his daughter to Mo Chen, though it ultimately fell through due to intervening events. However, if Mo Chen didn't possess such talent, he likely wouldn't have caught Ning Fengji's eye at all. Chapter 42. breaking the shield wall with one shot a few days later. The next opponent for the Dawn Academy's upcoming match was determined. In the 26th match of the preliminaries, the winners group would see the Xiangjia Academy face off against the Dawn Academy. Inside the Dawn Academy's lounge, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. The leading teacher, Shan Tu, wore a serious expression as he handed the match sheet to Mu Yu. "This is our next opponent. Xiangjia Academy," Shan Tu said in a low and serious tone. "Their captain, Li, has reached level 44, and his defense is quite impressive. He will definitely be a tough opponent." Mu Yu took the match sheet and looked down at the information, feeling a surge of pressure. For the past 3 days, she had been struggling under Mo Chen's intense training, and to prepare for this match, she even had to delay acquiring her 5th soul ring. Of course, this pressure wasn't directed at Xiangjia Academy, but rather at Mo Chen. Faced with Shan Tu's concerns, Mu Yu didn't show too much anxiety. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "I understand, Teacher Shan Tuesday. However, Xiangjia Academy's tactic has always been shield wall combat. While this strategy is defensively strong, it's relatively simple. With the attack power of my falling star gun, I have the capability to break through their defense." After speaking, Mu Yu vigorously shook her head, as if trying to shake off all her frustration from the past few days. She straightened her posture, shouldering the responsibilities of being the captain, and exhibited absolute confidence. Upon arriving at the competition venue, Mu Yu scanned her surroundings, and her gaze was quickly drawn to 7 imposing figures that resembled small mountains. Those 7 stood on the opposite side of the competition stage, tall and strong, like moving fortresses. In the 13th match of the preliminaries, Xiangjia Academy had faced off against the Tianshui Academy. In that match, Xiangjia Academy had easily defeated Tianshui Academy with absolute dominance, successfully advancing to the winners group. From a property standpoint, Xiangjia Academy's martial spirit had a clear restraining effect on Tianshui Academy. Therefore, this match was a piece of cake for Xiangjia Academy. The entire battle unfolded with a one-sided trend, as Tianshui Academy's martial spirit fusion technique completely lost effectiveness against Xiangjia Academy's rock-solid shield wall tactics. Li stood at the forefront of the Xiangjia Academy team, arms crossed, his muscles bulging as if they were about to explode with power. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at the opposing Dawn Academy. Zhua, as the vice-captain of Xiangjia Academy, wore a smug expression and shouted at the Dawn Academy team, "Little sister, you should get off the stage quickly. My punches could be quite painful." Facing Zhua's taunts, Xia Muwu immediately retorted without backing down, "We haven't even started yet. Does Xiangjia Academy only know how to talk?" Zhua was clearly taken aback by the direct rebuttal, but he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He silently resolved in his heart that once the match officially began, he would teach that arrogant girl a harsh lesson, making her understand what manners and respect truly meant. Meanwhile, in a corner of the observation area, Tang San was sitting down with Xiao Wu's support. His body was wrapped in thick bandages, leaving only his face exposed. Although he had recovered significantly after a period of rest, when he attempted to engage in any vigorous activity, the pain would still wash over him like a tide. "Brother San, do you think Xiangjia Academy can win?" Xiao Wu asked while supporting Tang San, her gaze directed toward Mu Yu on the competition stage, revealing a hint of resentment. Tang San gazed at the situation on the arena, his brows slightly furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The defensive power of the Elephant Armor Academy is indeed astonishing. If we want to defeat them, the first step is to find a way to break through their shield wall tactic." Tang San's analysis was sharp, and after calming down, he displayed a high level of combat intelligence. After just a moment of observation, he had already seen through the situation on the field. If it were him, the Dragon Whisker Needle could easily penetrate their defense. As the host announced the start of the match, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy quickly moved forward to form a wall of flesh, their momentum soaring, and a brownish-yellow shield coalesced in front of them. Behind the shield, a massive mammoth roared like a small mountain, emitting deafening roars that seemed to penetrate the soul, sending chills down one's spine. The 7 stepped forward together, each step resonating like a drumbeat, causing the entire arena to tremble violently with their movements. The shield wall tactic of the Elephant Armor Academy was clearly well-planned. They intended to use this incredibly strong shield wall to physically push the 7 members of the Dawn Academy out of the arena. "You 5, help block them and buy us 5 minutes, Mu Yu commanded decisively, his eyes sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the meteor shield appeared in his grasp. Holding the meteor shield, Mu Yu fixed his gaze on Xiao Mu Wu. At the same time, the ink pen in Xiao Mu Wu's hand materialized and began to attack the meteor shield continuously. This series of actions left everyone present dumbfounded, especially Xiao Wu, who widened her eyes and asked in confusion, "Brother, what are they doing? Why are they attacking each other?" Xiao Wu had never fought with Mu Yu, so she naturally knew nothing about the characteristics of the meteor shield. However, Tang Sen understood very clearly. "Xiao Wu, look at the shield in Mu Yu's hand. It has the ability to store attacks and return them double. I estimate that Mu Yu is trying to use his teammates' attacks to accumulate enough soul power to ultimately break the Elephant Armor Academy's shield wall tactic." Tang Sen analyzed thoughtfully, frowning slightly. Sure enough, the development of events unfolded just as Tang Sen had imagined. After all, relying solely on brute force to gradually dismantle the Elephant Armor Academy's seemingly impenetrable shield wall tactic was nearly impossible. It is well known that the defense of the Elephant Armor Academy is renowned for its strength, and their shield wall tactic is nearly indestructible, having almost led them to the finals in previous major competitions. The Elephant Armor Academy had not yet faced Shrek, so their defense had never been broken. Therefore, only by accumulating enough power and then unleashing a powerful attack in an instant could they possibly break through the Elephant Armor Academy's shield wall. While the other 5 members of the Dawn Academy might be slightly weaker in strength and unable to fully withstand the advance of the Elephant Armor Academy, they could still manage to delay their progress. At that moment, Xiao Mu Wu continuously waved the ink pen in her hand. With each swing, black ink shot out like arrows, striking hard against the meteor shield in Mu Yu's hand. As the ink continued to attack, 2 humanoid figures made of ink rose from the ground, swinging their fists like cannonballs and striking fiercely against the surface of the meteor shield. In an instant, a tremendous sound echoed, and the meteor shield began to tremble violently. At the same time, the falling star spear, tightly gripped in Mu Yu's left hand, began to emit a dazzling light, growing brighter as if responding to Xiao Mu Wu's attacks and continuously accumulating power. "Captain, are you ready? We really can't hold on," a member of the Dawn Academy exclaimed anxiously, calling out to Mu Yu. Mu Yu stood firm, gripping the meteor shield and focusing intently on the soul power accumulating within the shield. As the soul power increased, the meteor shield began to tremble slightly, and the spear tip quivered as well. The piercing buzzing sound gradually brought Mu Yu's chaotic mindset back to calm. Mu Yu tightly closed her eyes, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she gritted her teeth and held on, not daring to relax for even a moment. She had only one chance with the spear. If she failed, a hard battle would surely follow. It might not lead to defeat, but it would definitely be tough. Finally, Mu Yu sensed that the soul power within her had reached its peak state, and she suddenly opened her eyes. The meteor shield in her right hand vanished in an instant, and her left hand thrust the falling star spear forward. "Get out of the way," Mu Yu shouted, her voice booming like thunder across the arena, deafening. At the moment she shouted those 2 words, time seemed to freeze, and the once noisy arena suddenly fell silent. The audience was shocked by Mu Yu's sudden thrust. They widened their eyes and held their breath, afraid to miss any thrilling moment. As Mu Yu thrust the spear, a golden spear shadow shot out like lightning, carrying unparalleled momentum straight toward the shield wall formed by the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy. At the moment of impact, a thunderous sound erupted, as if the entire world trembled in response. A powerful gust of wind swept outward like a tidal wave, causing everyone in the audience and other team members to sway unsteadily. Those sitting in the viewing platform were especially terrified, desperately grasping onto anything nearby to avoid being blown away by the powerful gust. Mo Chen instinctively reached out to protect Xue Qinghe, while Gu Doluo Gu Rong chose to stand in front of Ning Fengji to help block the strong wind. Hu Yanli gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. using all his strength to stomp down hard. With his movement, the mammoth behind him seemed to sense his determination, continuously letting out deep, powerful roars. However, despite Hu Yin Li's desperate efforts, the once proud shield wall suddenly emitted crackling sounds. Though faint, the sound was exceptionally piercing in the tense atmosphere. Soon after, a visible crack appeared on the shield wall. This crack spread rapidly at an astonishing speed, quickly covering the entire shield wall like a spiderweb. Finally, in Hu Yin Li's terrified gaze, the shield wall could no longer withstand the immense pressure, and with a loud bang, the entire shield wall collapsed. Hu Yin Li and his teammates were caught off guard, and the sudden impact sent them flying backward. Their bodies arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood from the backlash. "Don't give them a chance," Xiaomu Wu shouted immediately upon seeing this. She rapidly waved the ink pen in her hand, and with her movements, ink figures sprang up from the ground like mushrooms after rain. These ink figures were vivid and seemed to possess life, rushing at Hu Yin Zhuo, who had mocked Xiaomu Wu before the match. After the shield of the Elephant Armor Academy shattered, the dust cloud that blocked the sky and sun instantly swept across the entire arena like a rolling wave. The dust obscured vision, making it difficult to see the situation inside. Hu Yin widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how easily their meticulously arranged shield wall tactic had been shattered in a head-on clash. Just then, Mu Yu exhaled a breath of cold air and charged into the dust cloud. In her hand, the spear danced like a dragon emerging from the sea, swiftly moving and emitting flashes of cold light. The people shrouded in smoke and dust had no time to react before Mu Yu's spear struck them, causing them to scream and fall to the ground, unable to rise. The ink people showed no mercy as they attacked Hu Yin Zhuo with fists and feet, each blow delivered with fierce intensity, the sounds of their beating echoing continuously. As the smoke gradually cleared, everyone focused their eyes and saw that the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy had fallen in disarray, unconscious. Among them, the most tragic was Hu Yin Zhuo, whose appearance was utterly unrecognizable. At this moment, Hu Yin Zhuo was beaten to a pulp, with a bruised face and a terrifyingly distorted expression. Not only that, but several of his teeth were missing, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his body was covered in bruises and swelling, making him look significantly larger than before. Humph, to still dare to talk tough in this state, truly a case of a mouth being tougher than one's strength. Seeing this, Xiaomu Wu immediately began to mock, her words filled with disdain and contempt. Sitting in the spectator stand, Hu Yin witnessed this scene, his face turning ashen with rage, his whole body trembling. He was furious and was about to stand up and lash out when he suddenly felt a cold gaze piercing into his back. Hu Yin's heart tightened, and he instinctively turned to look in the direction of that gaze. But what he saw made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He saw Mo Chen holding a short blade, cleaning it leisurely with a handkerchief. The cold light emanating from the corner of Mo Chen's eyes was chilling, fixated on him as if he were staring at a corpse. In an instant, Hu Yin felt a wave of coldness surge up his spine, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast from ancient times, causing him to feel cold all over and unable to move. He could only sit there obediently, not daring to breathe, lest he attract Mo Chen's attention. It was known that anyone who caught Mo Chen's eye would likely end up in a grave. Even a mighty mammoth must behave obediently in front of a dragon. Chapter 43. The Rat in the Dark. The competition ended with the Dawn Academy winning. With a host's passionate voice, the entire arena erupted in excitement. The audience, just recovering from their shock, burst into intense applause and cheers. Dawn Academy! Dawn Academy! The cheers echoed endlessly. Amidst the noise, Mu Yu's figure attracted everyone's attention. Mu Yu's outstanding performance not only secured victory for Dawn Academy, but also firmly etched his name in the minds of the higher-ups. Being able to break through the shield wall tactic of the Elephant Armor Academy with a single spear strike meant that his martial soul must surely rank among the top-tier martial souls. Moreover, at this moment, both Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu were only 12 years old, and both had reached the 49th level of soul power. Tang Xin clenched his hands tightly, unaware that his nails had dug into his flesh, causing blood to trickle from his palms. Both of them had reached level 49 at the age of 12 through their own training, while their Shrek Academy had to rely on celestial herbs. Not only that, but he had absorbed 3 celestial herbs and only reached level 43 at the age of 14. The stark contrast filled Tang San with an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Ning Fengji, sitting in the audience, whispered a few words to vendor.Not beside him. Vendor nodded slightly, then stood up and slowly left the arena. Meanwhile, Salas was stroking his chin, his gaze fixed on Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu. Mo Chen appeared much more relaxed. After warning Hu Yinjun, he turned and left the arena. In the resting room of Dawn Academy, there was a lively atmosphere. Shan Tu looked at Mu Yu with a satisfied expression, his eyes showing appreciation and affirmation. "You did very well," Shan Tu said. "If it weren't for you two, Dawn Academy probably wouldn't even have participated in this competition." His tone carried a hint of melancholy, having witnessed the decline of Dawn Academy from its former glory. Now, it had reached a point where even a 40th level Soul Master was hard to find, which made Shan Tu feel immense pain and helplessness. Haha, Sister Mu is the strongest. As a powerful attack-type Soul Master, I doubt anyone besides the Martial Soul Academy can match her attack power, Xiaomu Wu said with a beaming smile, her tone filled with admiration for Mu Yu's strength. However, just as Xiaomu Wu finished speaking, the door to the resting room of Dawn Academy was suddenly pushed open from the outside. This unexpected noise startled everyone present, and the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone's eyes turned towards the door, where a figure slowly walked in. Seeing this, Shan Tu immediately became alert, quickly standing up to shield all the students behind him for their safety. "This is the resting room of Dawn Academy. No trespassing," Shan Tu warned sternly, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "If you're in the wrong place, hurry up and leave." Faced with Shan Tu's warning, Mo Chen showed no signs of retreat. He walked leisurely to the center of the room, locking eyes with Shan Tu, and said, "You must be the team leader of Dawn Academy, a rare body martial soul." Although Mo Chen didn't excel in theoretical knowledge, he had previously browsed some related texts in the Martial Soul Hall's library and was familiar with Shan Tu's martial soul. It could be said that the so-called Great Waste didn't even know how to plagiarize properly. "Master!" Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu shouted in unison. Shan Tu looked at Mo Chen with suspicion. Is he really your teacher? Despite his doubts, Shan Tu remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on Mo Chen, wary of any improper actions. Mo Chen seemed oblivious to Shan Tu's wariness. He smiled and nodded, saying to Shan Tu, Shan Tu, your body martial soul is quite rare. I have high hopes for you." With that, he stepped forward and patted Shan Tu on the shoulder. Then, Mo Chen turned around and led Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu towards the exit. Xiaomu Wu, filled with curiosity, tightly surrounded Mo Chen and asked, "Master, where are we going?" Mo Chen smiled slightly and explained, "Haven't you felt it? Your soul power has reached level 50. So this time I'm taking you to hunt for your 5th soul ring." Hearing this, Xiaomu Wu was so excited she almost jumped up, while Mu Yu appeared more composed, though her eyes could not hide her anticipation. Once both of them boarded the carriage, Mo Chen patted the mane of the horse, whispering, "Let's go." The horse immediately let out a loud neigh and dashed off like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly pulling the carriage out of the city and into a tranquil suburb. As Mo Chen drove the carriage, he turned back to inquire, "Your martial souls are quite special. Do you have any specific requirements for the attributes of the soul rings?" However, just as he finished speaking, Mo Chen suddenly sensed some kind of danger and abruptly pulled the reins. With a creak, the carriage came to a sudden halt. The abrupt stop caught the two girls off guard, and their bodies lurched forward, almost tumbling out of the carriage. "Friend, aren't you going to come out after following us for so long?" Mo Chen jumped out of the carriage, landing steadily on the ground, and addressed a seemingly empty space before him. The space rippled slightly, and the figure of vendor.Not abruptly appeared in front of Mo Chen. "Dear nephew, it's good to see you," vendor.Not said with a gentle smile. Mo Chen fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he slowly replied, "Yes. Uncle Gu, it's good to see you too." Seeing this, a hint of barely noticeable disappointment flashed in vendor.Not's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and continued. Didn't I ask Rong Rong to tell you to come find me for a drink? Are you still holding a grudge against Uncle Gu? Mo Chen fell silent again. He furrowed his brow slightly, carefully considering his words. Taking a deep breath, he said, Uncle Gu, the misunderstandings of childhood should not be taken seriously. He paused and continued. As Rong Rong said, everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness, and what I pursue now is my happiness. Bondoa Gu Rong clearly did not expect Mo Chen to be so resolute. His expression changed slightly, but he still refused to give up and said, Is there really no room for reconciliation? Feng Ji and the others are waiting for your return. Uncle Bone, this will be the last time I address you this way. Those days we shared can never be recreated, no matter what. At least, I don't wish for you to be like Sword Uncle, Mo Chen said solemnly. Bon Delois quietly looked at Mo Chen, as if he could read his inner thoughts through his eyes. However, Bon Delois did not immediately respond to Mo Chen's words. Mo Chen remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking again. You didn't come here just to say these things, did you? Don't you want to deal with the matters entrusted to you by a sect master Ning first? Bon Delois certainly knew that the matters entrusted by Ning Fengji were crucial. But at this moment, the frustration and conflict in his heart made it hard for him to face them immediately. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and then said, Alas, Rong Rong's situation is indeed a failure of our education. Fengji has already made her withdraw from Shrek Academy. It was unavoidable. However, I did come here for other important matters. Bon Delois' gaze lingered on Mo Chen for a moment before suddenly shifting to the carriage behind Mo Chen. Miss Mu, Miss Xia, could you please come down and meet this old man? Bon Delois' voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The carriage remained silent, with no sound coming from within. Mo Chen scanned his surroundings, and after a brief observation, he gained some preliminary understanding of those hidden in the shadows. Listen well. Mo Chen's voice was not loud, but held an undeniable authority. Anyone below the title Doa level, get lost. Although I have retired, I'm not dead yet. Here, retired refers to no longer returning to the border or leading troops in a battle. As he spoke, 9 gray soul rings slowly spiraled out beside him. The color of these 9 soul rings was quite peculiar, making it hard to discern. However, for those who knew Mo Chen, this unique soul ring configuration was undoubtedly the best proof of his identity. Bon Delois would not back down either, as he released his own soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, 9 soul rings appeared in sequence, complementing Mo Chen's soul rings. The appearance of another title Delois caused those who had originally harbored hopes to feel a sense of dread. Some weaker individuals chose to retreat, no longer daring to continue lurking. However, not everyone was so perceptive. A portion of people remained, perhaps thinking there was an opportunity, or perhaps having enough confidence in their strength, wanting to take advantage of the ensuing chaos to fish in troubled waters. Mo Chen smiled coldly upon seeing this. It seems there are indeed quite a few who are not afraid of death. But that's fine. It saved me the trouble of dragging you all out one by one. He flexed his wrist, and with a crack, a silver-black spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Xiao Chun, leave the West to me. The rest relies on you. Bon Delois also stretched his muscles. Mo Chen smiled slightly in response. Yes, Mu Yu, you must pay close attention to what it means to live by the spear. Before his voice fell, his figure instantly vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Bon Delois' lips curled slightly upward as he stepped forward leisurely. The moment his foot landed, the originally calm space around him rippled like a disturbed lake surface. In an instant, Bon Delois' figure also seemed to be swallowed by this ripple, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was drowned out by the sounds of battle. The cries of anguish and pleas for mercy echoed through the sky, as if it had turned into a battlefield of Shura. These people did not come to ally, but came with murderous intent, wanting to kill them. The reason was simple. As long as Mu Yu and Xia Mu Yu were dead, the chances of their academy advancing would significantly increase. It was common in every competition to eliminate strong opponents from rival academies for victory. Mo Chen, stop being smug here. Watch my 5th soul skill, Fury Wolf Fong. Suddenly, a muscular man pointed at Mo Chen and roared angrily. A strong aura emanated from him as 7 soul rings spun rapidly beneath his feet. However, just as he was about to attack, Mo Chen's movements were even faster. The spear in Mo Chen's hand stabbed directly toward the man's chest. The man didn't even have time to react before the spear had pierced through his chest. He widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. His mouth slightly open as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't utter a single word and collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. Lifeless. The slaughter continued, the scent of blood growing stronger, the entire ground stained a deep crimson. Blood splattered onto Mo Chen's robe, instantly dyeing the originally white robe a shocking red. Mo Chen's eyes turned crimson from the stimulation of blood, and his breathing became rapid, as if he were consumed by an uncontrollable madness. After completely resolving the flaws of his martial soul, although he would no longer lose his rationality due to killing, Mo Chen could still actively enter a frenzied state to carry out more comprehensive slaughter. The spear in his hand swung through the air, each movement sending a spray of blood, and his steps grew steadier, as if he had found a kind of balance in this bloody scene. The scent of blood spread like a plague, filling the air with a nauseating sweetness. Mu Yu stepped out of the carriage, her steps slightly unsteady, clearly affected by the intense smell of blood. But she did not retreat. Instead, she took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and concentrated to feel Mo Chen's spear technique. Grief of the candle dragon, claw of the dragon god. Mo Chen suddenly shouted, his voice booming across the bloody battlefield. With his shout, the spear in his hand seemed to be activated by a mysterious force, and his hands were suddenly covered with a dazzling purple light. This purple light spread like burning flames along the spear, wrapping the entire spear in an instant. Mo Chen's arms trembled slightly, as if he were trying to control this immense power. Under the illumination of the purple light, the spear, originally made of black iron, underwent a remarkable transformation. The surface of the spear began to show faint dragon scale patterns that seemed alive, flowing continuously in the light. The spear made of black iron had now completely transformed into dragon bone. Mo Chen's eyes were fixed ahead, his gaze as fiery as burning flames. He swung his spear violently, and it shot out like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Those who had been desperately resisting had no chance to block even for a moment in the face of this terrifying attack. With a disregard for defensive means in this state, even against a vendor.Not, Mo Chen was absolutely confident that he could severely injure them with a single strike. The dragon claws easily tore through their defenses, shredding their bodies into pieces, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. The massacre continued until the last person was split in half. Chapter 44. Meeting Xiao Wu again, did you see clearly? Mo Chen's voice rang in Mu Yu's ears, waking her from the nightmare. Mu Yu slowly came to her senses, looked at Mo Chen in front of her, nodded, and replied softly, "Yes, I saw clearly, master." However, her heart was far from as calm as it appeared. After all, this was the first time she had witnessed such a bloody scene, and the murderer was her master. Although she knew there was a reason behind Mo Chen's actions, the blood-soaked ground and the scattered corpses still filled her with fear and discomfort. After all, despite their great strength, they were still just 2 little girls who had never killed anyone. Facing Mo Chen, who had killed so many, there was always a hint of fear in their hearts. "Master, master, where's the vendor.Not senior?" At that moment, Xiaomu Wu jumped down from the carriage, curiously looking around as if completely unaware of the tense atmosphere in the air. Mo Chen glanced at her lightly and replied, "He has gone." After speaking, he turned and sat back in the carriage. Xiaomu Wu blinked, clearly a bit disappointed with this answer. She had hoped to witness the battle between 2 titled duos. Though somewhat disheartened, she was quickly drawn to the surrounding environment. After half a day's journey, they finally entered the Soul Beast Forest before nightfall. "Let us go here." Mo Chen's voice came again. "It's obviously unrealistic to go to the Star Doe Forest for your 5th soul ring. The time is too tight, so we can only make do and look for something here." After saying that, he jumped off the carriage and walked into the forest. Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. "Master, what kind of soul beast are we looking for?" Xiaomu Wu asked, blinking her big eyes with curiosity. Mo Chen pondered for a moment and replied, Mu Yu's martial soul is mainly focused on attack. So the choice of soul beast should also emphasize attack power. However, your martial soul is quite special, and to be honest, I'm not sure how to choose. After all, this is the first time I've seen a martial ink brush martial soul. After speaking, Mo Chen turned his gaze to Mu Yu, seemingly waiting for her opinion. Mu Yu nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Mo Chen continued, then let us help Mu Yu find a suitable soul beast first. If we focus on attack power, I don't know of a good option. As he spoke, he looked up at the now overcast sky, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, Mo Chen frowned and muttered, really? Every time, it has to be like this. Just as his words fell, a stream of water suddenly streaked across the sky, rushing in like a water dragon. Following that, Dan Yu's figure appeared before Mo Chen. Sorry, took a bit of time, but I've found the records of the martial ink brush martial soul, Dan Yu said slowly. Then his blue eyes turned to Xiao Mu Wu. Miss Xia, follow me. The soul beast you're looking for needs a trip to the sunset forest. After Dan Yu finished speaking, he stood quietly, waiting for Xiao Mu Wu's response. Xiao Mu Wu's gaze was somewhat hesitant, and her eyes unconsciously drifted towards Mo Chen. Mo Chen seemed to sense her gaze and slightly nodded, indicating agreement. After receiving Mo Chen's approval, Xiao Mu Wu felt somewhat relieved, took a deep breath, and then left with Dan Yu. Who is that person? Mu Yu's curiosity was piqued as she watched Dan Yu and Xiao Mu Wu walk further away. Unable to help but ask Mo Chen. Mo Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. Dan Yu, just a walking encyclopedia of martial souls. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully, her mind starting to speculate on Dan Yu's identity. However, her attention was soon drawn back to the forest in front of her, no longer preoccupied with Dan Yu. Mo Chen continued to lead Mu Yu deeper into the forest, and she closely followed behind, curiously observing the surroundings. However, they had not ventured far when Mo Chen suddenly stopped. Mu Yu was somewhat surprised and quickly asked, "What's wrong, master?" Mo Chen did not answer immediately. His gaze was fixed on two figures not far ahead. It turned out that Lu Erlong was searching for something in the forest with Xiao Wu, their figures flickering in and out of sight among the dense trees. "Looks like you've run into an old friend," Mo Chen said slowly, his voice carrying a hint of teasing. Mu Yu followed Mo Chen's gaze, and when she saw Xiao Wu, her eyes immediately locked onto her. After all, Xiao Wu had claimed she would take her down after the first match of the preliminaries. Indeed, an old friend, Mu Yu said with a slight smirk, a hint of disdain for this so-called old friend. And Mo Chen stood to the side, his gaze piercing as he looked ahead, thoughtfully saying, from the looks of them, they should also be searching for their fourth soul ring. If that is the case, why not take this opportunity to settle the previous grievances? Upon hearing this, Mu Yu couldn't help but hesitate. If she were to strike now, she was still somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Mo Chen frowned slightly and said directly, "Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. She wants to kill you. Do you plan to wait for her to grow stronger?" His words pierced through the last bit of hesitation in Mu Yu's heart like a sharp sword. Mu Yu took a deep breath, finally making up her mind, and said, "I understand, master. Then please help me hold her down." Her gaze fell on Lu Erlong not far away, and her finger lightly pointed. Just as Mu Yu was discussing with Mo Chen, Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu suddenly felt a chill run down their spines at the same time. The two exchanged glances and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. "Strange, Xiao Wu, do you feel anything?" Lu Erlong asked in a low voice, looking at Xiao Wu with a puzzled expression. Xiao Wu shook her head in confusion. Her instincts told her that something bad was about to happen, but she couldn't quite articulate what it was. "Yeah, Mom, I feel it too," Xiao Wu replied, her voice slightly lowered, her big, lively eyes now unusually serious. Unlike Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu was a genuine 100,000-year soul beast, so her ability to sense danger was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. After all, if it weren't for this, how could a little rabbit like her survive for 100,000 years? After exchanging glances, Lu Erlong's soul power suddenly surged. Like overwhelming waves, accompanied by the surge of soul power, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 soul rings slowly emerged beside her, emitting a heart-pounding glow. Since you're here, then don't hide. If you have the ability, come out. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lu Erlong glared fiercely, fixating her gaze on the trees that were shaking continuously. At that moment, a cold snort was heard, carrying a hint of disdain. And Mo Chen stepped out from the woods like a ghost, walking through the air. His appearance did not cause the slightest disturbance in the surrounding environment, as if he had merged with this space. However, despite his light movements, the powerful sense of oppression emanating from him felt like a heavy mountain, making Lu Erlong almost unable to breathe. The moment Mo Chen appeared, Lu Erlong's pupils constricted sharply as if shaken by a powerful force, trembling violently. Although Mo Chen did not exude an obvious pressure, Lu Erlong was enveloped in an indescribable tension. This tension felt like an invisible weight pressing heavily on her heart, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Wu's situation was also dire. The moment her gaze met Mo Chen's, fear surged like a tide, instantly overwhelming her. Her legs seemed to lose support, collapsing weakly to the ground, completely unable to move. Mo Chen smiled and said slowly, "What a narrow road for enemies. With Tang Hao gone this time, I want to see who else can save you." His voice, though not loud, seemed to carry an irresistible magic, sending chills down people's spines. After speaking, Mo Chen extended his finger and lightly tapped the ring on his ring finger. In an instant, a faint glimmer flashed, and then Tang Hao's head was lifted in Mo Chen's hand. "Tang Hao!" Lu Erlong screamed in disbelief, her face filled with incredulity. She stared wide-eyed at Tang Hao's head, unable to accept this fact. The once feared Tang Hao of the Dolua continent had died so easily and so tragically. "Impossible, this absolutely cannot be," Lu Erlong murmured, her voice filled with despair and doubt, as if the whole world was collapsing at that moment. Mo Chen put away Tang Hao's head, as there was still a skull that needed to be refined. At least, this head was still useful to Mo Chen. "Make your move. Let your falling star gun taste blood today," Mo Chen said expressionlessly, his voice cold and merciless. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Mu Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and without hesitation, she leaped up, swiftly thrusting her spear toward Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Lu Erlong was frantic. She wanted to rush to stop Mu Yu, but just then, Mo Chen stepped forward, one foot stepping into the void, producing a dull sound. With this step, an invisible ripple began to spread out in the air. This ripple seemed inconspicuous but contained immense power. Lu Erlong felt as if her body was being crushed under a heavy burden, unable to breathe. She desperately tried to break free from this pressure to save Xiao Wu, but no matter how hard she tried, the weight on her was as heavy as a mountain, rendering her completely immobile. Xiao Wu also regained her senses at this moment. Her reaction was extremely quick, and she swiftly sidestepped Mu Yu's thrust. However, Mu Yu's attack did not stop. Seeing his spear miss, he immediately turned around, and the spear in his hand swept out like a whirlwind, striking Xiao Wu hard. Xiao Wu intended to block this blow, but as her palm touched the spear, she immediately felt the tremendous power behind it. In that instant, a powerful force struck her, sending her flying away. Her body was like a kite with a broken string, completely losing control, shooting backward. With a loud bang, her body crashed into a large tree in the distance, finally coming to a stop. Before Xiao Wu could recover from the violent impact, the spear in Mu Yu's hand relentlessly lunged at her again like a shadow, stabbing towards her with the force of a storm. Xiao Wu had no time to dodge. As she saw the flashing spear shadows rushing toward her, her heart raced with anxiety. Invincible golden body. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from her body, wrapping her tightly like an indestructible shield. Mu Yu's spear struck Xiao Wu's body fiercely, but surprisingly, this blow produced a series of crisp metallic clashing sounds, as if the spear had struck an incredibly hard metal. Seeing that her attack had no effect on Xiao Wu, Mu Yu's expression changed slightly, but her reaction speed was extremely quick. She swiftly raised her spear and then struck Xiao Wu's chin hard with the other end of the spear. The force of this blow was immense. Xiao Wu's body was sent flying back as if hit by a cannonball. Mu Yu would not miss this excellent opportunity. As Xiao Wu flew up, she aimed a kick at Xiao Wu's abdomen. After being hit by this tremendous force, Xiao Wu's body trembled violently, then uncontrollably flew backward. Xiao Wu, Lu Erlong, who was nearby, cried out in a panic. However, at that moment, she was being firmly suppressed by Mo Chen. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free from his grip, let alone rush to help Xiao Wu. Bastard! Let me go! What do you want to do to Xiao Wu? You bunch of bastards! Lu Erlong screamed furiously, her body struggling desperately, but Mo Chen's suppression was as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for her to escape. Mo Chen looked at Lu Erlong expressionlessly, preventing her from moving at all. His soul power continuously flowed out, pressing down on Lu Erlong like a raging tide. The 3 seconds of the invincible golden body quickly passed, and at this moment, Xiao Wu had completely lost her ability to fight back. Her body lay limply on the ground, only able to watch as Mu Yu approached step by step. Standing in front of Xiao Wu, Mu Yu's spear tip gleamed coldly. Her expression was indifferent and resolute, but when she raised her spear to stab at Xiao Wu, she suddenly hesitated. After all, Mu Yu could not bring herself to deal a lethal blow to Xiao Wu. Her hand trembled slightly, and, in the end, she only left a series of wounds on Xiao Wu's body, all avoiding vital areas. Mo Chen observed this and slowly shook his head, sighing, in the end, "Your heart is not ruthless enough." Chapter 45, Prisoner at the Foot of the Stairs Master, I really can't do it. Mu Yu's voice trembled noticeably, as if all her strength had been drained at that moment, and the spear she tightly gripped was shaking with her trembling body. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Wu, who had already been defeated by her, yet she could not bring herself to deliver the final blow. Xiao Wu's expression was somewhat dazed. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she stared intently at Mo Chen, while also expressing deep concern for Lu Erlong, who was being suppressed by him. "Mom." Xiao Wu's voice was full of despair. In this situation, neither she nor her mother had a chance of survival. "Xiao Wu, don't worry about me, run." Lu Erlong suddenly shouted, her body suddenly exerting force, and in an instant, she broke free from Mo Chen's suppression. However, this was only a brief moment. After all, Mo Chen's strength was too powerful. Flames instantly ignited on Lu Erlong, and she resolutely charged toward Mo Chen. 7th Soul Skill, Crimson Dragon True Body. With Lu Erlong's roar, her body transformed into a massive fire dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it pounced toward Mo Chen. Seeing this, Mo Chen frowned slightly, but his movements showed no signs of panic. He slowly raised his hand and pressed it against the dragon's head, and in an instant, the fire dragon was as if under a freezing spell, completely unable to move. "Bastard! How is this possible?" Lu Erlong roared in fury, her body beginning to tremble slightly, and her power gradually increasing. However, no matter how she struggled, the hand pressing down on her head was like an immovable mountain, making it impossible for her to move even an inch. At that moment, Xiao Wu let out a cry, "Mom." Immediately after, her figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared before Mo Chen. Xiao Wu kicked up her leg and aimed a kick directly at Mo Chen's face. Mu Yu, standing nearby, was clearly still in shock and completely missed Xiao Wu's action, staring blankly at everything happening before her. Faced with Xiao Wu's incoming kick, Mo Chen appeared unusually calm. He swiftly reached out with his other free hand, gripping Xiao Wu's ankle tightly like a vice. Xiao Wu felt her foot was locked in place by a powerful force, unable to break free no matter how hard she tried. "You see, your mercy towards them is not appreciated." Mo Chen's voice was cold and deep, slowly emanating from his mouth. As he began to exert strength on Xiao Wu's ankle, her face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Suddenly, a crisp sound of bones cracking echoed, and Xiao Wu's ankle broke in Mo Chen's grip. She immediately twisted in pain, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, her body struggling incessantly. "Xiao Wu, come at me with anything. Let go of Xiao Wu." Lu Erlong's eyes widened with rage as she roared angrily, her face contorted with fury. With her shout, the flames that were originally swirling around her became even more violent, engulfing her entirely in a raging inferno as it surged toward Mo Chen. Mo Chen ruthlessly slammed Xiao Wu to the ground. The impact of Xiao Wu's body hitting the ground produced a dull sound, making her feel as if all her bones were about to shatter. However, at that moment, Mo Chen, surrounded by the roaring flames, showed no emotional fluctuation on his face. He slowly opened his hands, and his ordinary palms transformed into two ferocious dragon heads in an instant. The two dragon heads opened their massive mouths and began to greedily devour the surrounding flames. How long can your mere 78 level strength last? Mo Chen's voice was cold and merciless, sending shivers down one's spine like the endless sea of fire. At this moment, Xiao Wu was in agony, clutching her broken ankle. Her body curled up on the ground, trembling incessantly. Tears streamed down her face like a flood, soaking the ground beneath her. "Mom, you should run." Xiao Wu's voice was filled with sobs, and she looked at the struggling Lu Erlong with pleading eyes, her face full of pain and despair. "Xiao Wu, your mom will never let him hurt you." Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, but she refused to give up, continuously increasing her output of soul power. Just then, Mo Chen suddenly stepped forward, his entire body resembling a volcano about to erupt, the accumulated soul power sweeping out like a storm. "Oh, so it's the mutated red dragon martial soul derived from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Quite interesting." Mo Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. As his dragon transformation state gradually faded, his originally black short hair began to grow longer, cascading down his back like a waterfall. A head of golden hair fluttered in the flames as he reached out, gently tugging at the air. In an instant, flames hotter than the surrounding inferno poured down from the sky like shooting stars, creating a golden rain that dyed the entire space in a golden hue. Compared to the red fire in your martial soul, I think it's time for you to witness the divine fire of the sun. Mo Chen's voice was like a cold and ruthless decree from hell. The sun divine fire rained down on the fire dragon, and Lu Erlong immediately felt an indescribable scorching sensation. Her body twisted and struggled, trying to escape the terrifying flames, but the golden fire seemed alive, clinging tightly to her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Even the red dragon, which had high fire resistance, appeared somewhat helpless against the sun divine fire. The golden flames seemed to possess endless power, continuously eroding the red dragon's body, causing it to emit painful roars. On Mo Chen's forehead, the golden crow mark flickered slightly, as if responding to his call. He pressed his fingers against the mark on his forehead, and in an instant, a small flame ignited at his fingertips, dancing and radiating a heart-pounding heat. "Watch closely. What truly devours everything is the fire." Mo Chen's tone remained indifferent. "Some flames can refine steel, while others can only be used to light a fire." As the flame at his fingertip gradually extinguished, the golden flames erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, bursting forth suddenly. In the blink of an eye, the golden flames spread at an astonishing speed, quickly engulfing the entire body of the red dragon. The tragic dragon roars echoed continuously as it struggled in the golden sea of fire. The red dragon rolled on the ground, its body thrashing wildly as it crashed into countless trees, uprooting them with its terrifying force, sending wood chips and leaves flying everywhere. Meanwhile, a bow and arrow suddenly appeared in Mo Chen's hand. Without hesitation, Mo Chen knocked an arrow and aimed at the sky. With a swoosh, the golden arrow shot out, racing toward the sky, disappearing from view in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Wu, lying on the ground, had lost all will to resist. She lay there helplessly, falling into a coma. However, Mo Chen did not let her off. He strode over to Xiao Wu, gripping her hair tightly and lifting her up like a chick. Slap! Mo Chen mercilessly gave Xiao Wu a loud slap, the force waking her from her stupor. Xiao Wu's eyes flew open, and when she saw Mo Chen, she froze. Her body began to tremble violently, clearly terrified. "Dead rabbit, wake up!" Mo Chen said with a hint of mockery in his smile, softly asking, "Are you ready to welcome your doom?" Xiao Wu finally came to her senses, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Mo Chen, screaming, "Let me go! What did you do to Mom?" However, Before she could finish her sentence, she was met with another heavy slap from Mo Chen. The force of this slap made Xiao Wu see stars. Mo Chen didn't even glance at Xiao Wu, casually tossing her aside before turning his attention back to Lu Erlong, who was currently being burned by the sun divine fire. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the blazing golden flames slowly receded, eventually disappearing completely. However, at the moment the flames extinguished, Lu Erlong's figure slowly emerged from the sea of fire. The clothes she had been wearing were reduced to a pile of ashes, scattering in the wind. She herself lay on the cold ground like a puddle of mud, devoid of any vitality. Time passed slowly, and everything around seemed exceptionally quiet. Only the residual warmth remained. After an unknown amount of time, a figure appeared in this open space. Haji Dan walked over with laughter, taking big strides while mumbling, "What does Big Brother want me for?" But as soon as he stepped into the area, he immediately felt the residual heat in the air. He couldn't help but stop, frowning as he murmured, "This temperature is really high." Just then, Mo Chen's voice came from not far away, "Haji Dan." Haji Dan looked up at the sound and saw Mo Chen standing not far away, with Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu lying beside him. Mo Chen's gaze fell on Haji Dan as he slowly said, "Take Mu Yu to find the soul beast needed for the fifth soul ring, the Shul blood scorpion. You should know how to handle this." Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Haji Dan's originally cheerful expression disappeared without a trace, replaced by a serious and solemn demeanor. He straightened up and nodded earnestly. "Understood, Big Brother, leave this to me." After saying that, Haji Dan turned to leave with the hesitant Mu Yu, quickly disappearing from sight. Mo Chen watched Haji Dan's retreating figure, feeling slightly relieved. He draped a black robe over Lu Erlong's body, covering her naked form, and left with the two of them. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Inside the dim prison cell, the light was very weak, with only a few rays filtering through the small window, barely illuminating the oppressive space. The cell was filled with a damp and decaying smell, the walls covered with moss and water stains, with droplets continuously falling from the ceiling, creating a crisp and monotonous sound that echoed in the silent cell. Occasionally, the sound of a whip striking flesh could be heard, accompanied by painful groans and the harsh clashing of swords. These sounds intertwined, sending chills down one's spine. In such a terrifying environment, one cell stood out particularly. Inside it, Lu Erlong was tightly wrapped in a black robe, holding the still unconscious Xiao Wu in her arms. Lu Erlong's long hair hung messily over her shoulders, and she was barely covered by the black robe. "Don't be afraid. Mama is here." Lu Erlong softly comforted Xiao Wu in her arms, her voice gentle and loving, yet tinged with despair and helplessness. At that moment, accompanied by a creaking sound, the door of the cell was slowly pushed open. The friction of the door hinge was particularly harsh in the quiet environment. Mo Chen slowly walked into the cell, his figure appearing somewhat blurry in the weak light, but his cold gaze sent chills down one's spine. As soon as Mo Chen entered the cell, Lu Erlong immediately sensed his presence. Her body trembled violently, and without hesitation, she attempted to attack Mo Chen. However, the chains binding her limbs greatly restricted her movement, preventing her from advancing much. "Bastard, what have you done to me? Why do I have no soul power at all?" Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger and hatred, wishing she could immediately rip Mo Chen apart. Mo Chen looked at Lu Erlong's reaction, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly in a mocking smile. "Heh, as a defeated opponent, do you think you have the right to ask?" He stepped forward, pinching Lu Erlong's chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. "You're nothing but a prisoner now. What right do you have to speak to me as an equal?" Mo Chen's lips curled into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown as he looked at Lu Erlong, then slowly raised his hand, seemingly gently patting her shoulder. However, the moment Mo Chen's hand touched Lu Erlong's shoulder, she suddenly felt an overwhelming force that she could not resist. This force was like a mountain crushing her. With a thud, Lu Erlong's knees hit the ground as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer, her entire body shaking violently from the immense force. The ground cracked audibly as her knees hit the floor, a clear fissure appearing in the hard surface. "Now, this is what a prisoner should look like," Mo Chen observed, nodding in satisfaction and casually patting Lu Erlong's cheek. Lu Erlong's face turned pale from the sharp pain, and blood began to seep from her knees as she knelt, gritting her teeth and glaring at Mo Chen with fury. "Bastard, what have you done to me? Why has my soul power suddenly disappeared?" There are many acupoints on the human body, and as someone who often deals with corpses, I can naturally find every single one. Chapter 46. Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu's Happy Life. What do you want to say? Lu Erlong struggled violently, each movement causing the chains binding her limbs to rattle. Her knees rubbed against the cold ground, blood seeping from the wounds and staining the floor. But she seemed to feel no pain, her eyes fixed on Mo Chen, filled with resentment and unwillingness. "Give up your futile struggles. Do you know where this place is?" Mo Chen's voice carried a hint of mockery, finding Lu Erlong's struggles quite amusing. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's body froze, clearly not expecting Mo Chen to say such a thing. A look of confusion crossed her face as she shook her head indifferently. Seeing this, Mo Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a chilling smile as he slowly said, "This is a dead prison near the Death Canyon. Even if the others from Shrek Academy want to rescue you, they will never find this place." Lu Erlong's face instantly turned pale, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She widened her eyes, looking at Mo Chen in disbelief. This news was undoubtedly a heavy blow to her. She knew the location of a Death Canyon, which was used by the Spirit Hall as a training ground for the new generation, treacherous and remote. No one would expect that there was a dead prison there. "The illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. You must be the daughter of Yulum Yin." Mo Chen's voice rang out again, this time with a somewhat indifferent tone. Lu Erlong's pupils contracted sharply, fear surging in her heart. This secret was known only to her, Yu Xiaojiang, and Yulum Yin. How could Mo Chen know? Mo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation, like a still pond. His voice was cold and devoid of warmth as he slowly spoke. "Although Yulum Yin did not bring you back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he still cares quite a bit about you as his illegitimate daughter. If you say I am using you to trade with him, what do you think he would choose?" Hearing this, Lu Erlong felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body trembling with fear and anger. She raised her head to stare at Mo Chen, her eyes filled with confusion, rage, and resentment. "What do you want to do?" Lu Erlong's voice trembled, her lips slightly pale, clearly frightened by Mo Chen's words. Mo Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a chilling smile, his tone growing increasingly cold. "What an intimidating gaze you have. However, I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't take action against your daughter." Lu Erlong's body trembled violently, her gaze involuntarily turning toward the still unconscious Xiao Wu. Looking at Xiao Wu's ankle, which had been twisted and deformed by Mo Chen, Lu Erlong's heart ached with pain and self-blame. If only she could be stronger, perhaps she could have protected Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong was filled with anguish and anger, her chest heaving violently as if it would explode. Mo Chen seemed very satisfied with Lu Erlong's reaction. After leaving that remark, he turned without hesitation and walked out of the cell, leaving Lu Erlong standing there, filled with despair and helplessness. Outside the prison cell, Mo Chen said to Nan Gong with a serious expression, "Keep an eye on those two. They absolutely must not escape. When old Ha returns, let him guard here." Nan Gong, holding a long sword, leaned against the wall, his face showing little expression, only giving a faint nod. Seeing Nan Gong respond like this, Mo Chen said nothing more and turned to leave the cell quickly. A day later, Mo Chen returned to Tiando City. However, he didn't even have time to rest before he hurried to the palace. Upon entering the palace, Missouri Chun saw Xueqinghe. Since there were other outsiders present, Mo Chen had to adopt a respectful demeanor and bowed to Xueqinghe. "I have seen your majesty." Mo Chen's voice was deep and powerful. Xueqinghe slightly raised a hand, signaling Mo Chen to rise, and then said, "No need for formalities, my loyal minister. You've had a hard journey." Once everyone else had left, Mo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down on the ground as if all his strength had been drained away. "I just returned from the death cell. The journey has really exhausted me. Can I take a moment to rest?" Mo Chen complained. Seeing this, Shui Qinghe resumed her demeanor as Qian Rinxue and couldn't help but smile. She walked over to Mo Chen and gently massaged his shoulders, saying softly, "Oh, I know you've worked hard, but the current situation really doesn't allow you to rest." Hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Mo Chen couldn't help but silently lament. Looking at Qian Rinxue's somewhat teasing expression, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. What else needs to be done? Isn't your throne already secure? Mo Chen looked at Qian Rinxue in confusion, not understanding what she was plotting. Qian Rinxue smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in her eyes, and said, "My dear royal brother, now that you are a prince, you still aren't being honest, thinking of courting the ministers." With a light snort, Qian Rinxue continued, "That Shui Bong has always harbored dissatisfaction towards me, opposing me at every turn, and now he has tried to win over the ministers, getting close to the heads of various academies." Mo Chen frowned and said somewhat impatiently, "That Shui Bong is indeed a nuisance. Since that is the case, just get rid of him. Besides, for such matters, anyone can handle it. Why must it be me?" Qian Rinxue looked at Mo Chen with a teasing smile and slowly said, "Of course you don't need to take action yourself, but I've just settled onto the throne and cannot bear the blame of harming my own kin." Mo Chen felt a shift in his heart and immediately understood Qian Rinxue's meaning. Just get rid of him. Killing someone is just a lullaby for me before sleep. Mo Chen stretched his neck, stood up, and prepared to walk out. Wait. Qian Rinxue hurriedly stopped him. "Is there nothing else in your mind besides killing?" Mo Chen seemed unfazed by Qian Rinxue's reaction, merely glancing at her and casually replying, "Of course not. I just think it would be simpler to get rid of him." His tone was very calm, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Qian Rinxue was at a loss for words. She shook her head and helplessly said, "I remember your subordinate's interrogation methods are quite impressive. That guy named Nangong, while looking like a gentleman on the surface, is actually more ruthless than anyone else when he gets down to it." Mo Chen nodded, agreeing with Qian Rinxue's statement. However, there was no trace of guilt or unease on his face. Instead, he appeared somewhat justified. Seeing this, a chill surged in Qian Rinxue's heart. She stared at Mo Chen and continued, "That woman obtained a manual of punishments from Nangong, and I took a look. Even I found some of its contents chilling." At this point, Qian Rinxue's voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the impact of the manual's contents. Mo Chen naturally understood Nangong's character. After all, he was his third brother. Although he appeared, as Qian Rinxue described, a gentle and refined gentleman, he was actually more ruthless than anyone else at heart. Meanwhile, at the prince's residence, Shui Bong suddenly pushed away the girl beneath him as if shocked, his originally twisted and fierce face now drenched in sweat. Just moments ago, the girl had been diligently serving him, but for some unknown reason, he had rarely fallen asleep during the process. However, this brief slumber led him to a nightmare. In a dream, Shui Qinghe attacked him, and the brutality of her methods was simply appalling. Even now, having awakened from the dream, he still felt lingering fear and aftershocks. Shui Bong's gaze slowly shifted to the girl kneeling beneath him, who appeared terrified and trembling. A cruel smile crept onto his lips as he raised his hand and shouted, "Bring in 2 more. Today I want to show off." After a while, 2 more girls entered the room. Shui Bong looked at them with a glimmer of lewdness in his eyes and eagerly lunged at them. 3 seconds later, "Today I've really outdone myself." Shui Bong adjusted his robe, looking at the 3 girls lying on the bed. The corners of his mouth curled up, completely oblivious to the disdainful gazes from the 3 girls. To Shui Bong, these 3 girls were merely products he had casually bought from the slave market, with no status whatsoever. Thus, even though the girls deep down felt contempt and disdain for the prince, they absolutely did not dare to harbor any thoughts of disobeying his orders. In Shui Bong's mind, as long as he could successfully win over the court ministers, gradually gain control of the military power, and with the support of several other academies, in time, he would not be unable to compete with Shui Qinghe and might even defeat him in the end. Glancing at the portrait of his uncle displayed in the room, Shui Bong sneered and said insidiously, "Uncle, you weren't ruthless enough. If he, Shui Qinghe, can sit on that throne, why can't I?" However, at this moment, Xuebong was completely unaware that Xue Qinghe had long set her sights on him, considering him the next target. While Xuebong was immersed in his plans, outside the palace, Missouri-chan had just left, and suddenly, a hawk landed steadily on his shoulder. Seeing this, Mo Chen reached out to take the letter tied to the hawk's leg. The letter read, "In the 44th match of the preliminaries, the captain and vice-captain of the Dawn Academy have reached the Soul King level and defeated the Godwind Academy to successfully advance. Shrek Academy also defeated the Elephant Armor Academy in the Loser S bracket and secured an advancement spot." After reading the letter, Mo Chen retied it to the hawk's leg. Things are getting interesting. The tenacity of Shrek Academy was something Mo Chen hadn't anticipated. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shrek Academy continued to exceed his expectations, making him find this competition increasingly intriguing. He had initially thought Shrek Academy would stop after the Elephant Armor Academy, but he didn't expect them to be so resilient. "Looks like I need to go see it in person," Mo Chen murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Xuebong was still dreaming of being emperor in the prince's residence, completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching him. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu, imprisoned in the death cell, were also waiting for an opportunity to escape. Inside the death cell, Nan Gong stared expressionlessly at the human skin in his hand, as if it were just an ordinary piece of paper. However, when his gaze fell upon the corpse stripped of its skin before him, his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly dissatisfied with his results. It seems that peeling off an entire skin is still somewhat difficult. Nan Gong sighed softly, his voice echoing in the silent cell, sending chills down people's spines. The other guards standing beside Nan Gong were already pale with fear, trembling all over, tightly covering their mouths, afraid that even the slightest sound would draw Nan Gong's attention. Nan Gong casually tossed aside the human skin in his hand and turned to leave the cell. He slowly walked through the dim corridor towards the cell where Lu Erlong and Xiao were located. At this moment, Lu Erlong was in very poor spirits. Her body trembled continuously from pain, and her soul power was sealed, making her indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Xiao Wu's voice was so weak it was almost inaudible. Her twisted ankle was now swollen like a steamed bun, looking exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's call, Lu Erlong's heart tightened, and she hurriedly looked down at Xiao Wu in her arms, her eyes filled with guilt and pain. "Mama, where is this?" Xiao Wu's pink pupils scanned the surroundings, observing the dim environment and the intense pain in her body, which made her feel a sense of unease. This is the paradise of criminals. You can also call it hell. Nan Gong expressionlessly pushed open the cell door, his cold gaze landing on the mother and daughter, tightly embracing each other inside. Xiao Wu was startled by the sudden voice, causing her to shiver all over, her body trembling involuntarily. She fearfully lifted her head, meeting Nan Gong's gaze, and in that instant, it felt as if she had seen the arrival of a demon. Xiao Wu instinctively tried to stand up, but the sharp pain from her injured ankle caused her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. "Don't move recklessly. Your ankle has already been twisted by my brother. If you don't want your foot to be completely useless, just lie still." Nan Gong's voice was cold and ruthless. His gaze lingered on Xiao Wu's ankle for a moment, relishing her pain before quickly looking away. Xiao Wu, Lu Erlong, seeing this, anxiously rushed forward, wanting to help Xiao Wu up. However, her own limbs were bound by heavy chains, making her movements extremely inconvenient. Unlike Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu was not bound by chains. Perhaps because her ankle was already twisted, combined with her sealed soul power, she was unable to escape at all. "What do you want to do? Use any punishment on me. Just don't touch Xiao Wu." Lu Erlong's eyes widened in anger, glaring at Nan Gong, her eyes seemingly ready to burst with rage. Nan Gong's lips curved into a chilling smile as he waved his hand, and a dozen bare-chested strong men walked in from outside the cell. Nan Gong mockingly set up a soul-guiding device responsible for recording the scene in the center, then fixed his teasing gaze on Lu Erlong, a chilling smile still on his lips. "After my in-depth investigation," Nan Gong's voice revealed a hint of pride, "I discovered an interesting fact. You actually married your cousin Yu Xiaojiang." His words pierced Lu Erlong's heart like a sharp sword. Lu Erlong's face instantly turned pale. Her eyes remained fixed on Nan Gong. but the dozen naked, strong men standing behind him filled her with fear. "What do you want?" Lu Erlong's voice trembled. Her heart filled with unease. "Don't you dare touch Xiaojiang." Her screams echoed in the air, filled with despair and helplessness. Nangong's smile widened. Seemingly very pleased with Lu Erlong's reaction, he placed his hand on the nearby, soul-guiding device. "Do you know how female prisoners are usually interrogated on the battlefield?" Nangong suddenly began to speak to himself, his voice sounding particularly abrupt in the tense atmosphere. However, he did not give Lu Erlong a chance to respond and continued. "There are naturally specialized methods for dealing with women. Physical harm may not be enough to crush their will, but how many can withstand the torment of the mind, the pain of the body, and the trampling of dignity?" Nangong's words were like the whispers of a demon, swirling in Lu Erlong's ears, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. "If my brother is not mistaken, your daughter also seems to have fallen for her own brother. Truly a disgusting family." As Nangong spoke, his expression suddenly changed. "Then let me send a big gift to your loved ones." Chapter 47. Haji Dan, listen to my orders. Go line up. What do you want to do? Lu Erlong's face was filled with terror, her voice trembling slightly as she stared wide-eyed at the naked men before her. Each of these men was naked, muscles bulging, exuding a wild aura. Lu Erlong's heart raced, feeling as if an invisible hand had tightly grabbed her heart and then violently thrown it into an abyss. Nangong's lips curled slightly, revealing a teasing smile. He casually waved his hand, and a burly, bare-chested man stepped forward in response. This man was muscular and seemed forged from steel. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly. However, just as Lu Erlong was in a state of extreme fear, a boisterous voice suddenly came from outside the cell. "Old 3. I'm back." Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang as the cell door was violently pushed open and Haji Dan rushed in. Without saying a word, he immediately gave Nangong a warm bear hug. "Ha ha, big brother, you really set me up this time." After releasing Nangong, Haji Dan laughed heartily and pushed Nangong playfully while continuously complaining. Nangong was somewhat speechless at Haji Dan's sudden action, but he was already used to Haji Dan's boisterousness. He shook his head helplessly and frowned, asking, "What's the matter?" Haji Dan pouted and said, "Do you know? Big brother asked me to help a little kid get the 5th soul ring and insisted on finding some blood scorpion. After much difficulty, I found it, only to discover it was a whole bunch. That really got me fired up. But looking at you like this, you don't seem to be here to complain." Nangong's tone was flat, looking at Haji Dan somewhat speechlessly. "Ha!" Haji Dan patted his explosive muscles, then turned his gaze to the locked Lu Erlong and the sobbing Xiao Wu in the corner. "Ha!" Big brother said, "Let me come here to have beauties to vent." Careful readers may notice that Haji Dan's appearance is modeled after Cheng Yaojin from the game Honor of Kings. Nangong nodded indifferently, glancing at Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu, who were hugging each other. "All right, then I'll leave it to you, but keep the recording soul-guiding device on. After all, I have a big gift to send to Shrek Academy." Nangong's face darkened, his smile chilling, and after leaving this place to Haji Dan, he walked out. Seeing this, Haji Dan's mouth curled slightly, revealing a greedy smile. He slowly walked forward, and when he reached Lu Erlong, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Lu Erlong trembled in fear from this sudden action, her eyes wide open, staring in terror at Haji Dan while tightly holding Xiao Wu, afraid that she would suffer even the slightest harm. Haji Dan let out a chilling laugh. What a beauty! Big brother was right. It would be a pity to kill such a beauty. His gaze roamed wantonly over Lu Erlong's face, as if he wanted to engrave every detail of her in his heart. Lu Erlong's body trembled slightly from fear, her voice quivering. "WH, what do you want?" Hajidan grinned, revealing a row of yellowed teeth, and his smile exuded a chilling sensation. "I, Hajidan, hate wasting things the most. I always eat every grain of rice in a bowl. You dare." Lu Erlong's voice suddenly rose an octave, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. "If you dare to touch me or Xiao Wu, I will never let you go." Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Hajidan not only showed no fear, but laughed even harder. He released Lu Erlong's chin, then pointed at her and looked at the burly men behind him. mockingly saying, "She asked if I dare? Do you dare?" A shirtless giant grinned obsequiously and said, "Hee hee, as long as there's your order, second master. We dare anything." Lu Erlong's face was filled with despair and fear, her gaze fixated on Hadjidin. However, Hadjidin paid no heed to Lu Erlong's despair. He casually tossed the two axes behind him to the big man. "All right, everyone follow my orders," Hadjidin said with a wicked smile. "Call all the guard from the prison and have them line up outside." Upon hearing Hadjidin's command, the strong men displayed sinister smiles. Without hesitation, they turned and walked out of the cell, quickly forming a long line outside. "Mom, I'm so scared." Xiao Wu's body trembled with fear as she tightly hugged Lu Erlong, seemingly seeking some sense of security. Lu Erlong gently stroked Xiao Wu's hair, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Mommy won't let them touch you." However, despite Lu Erlong's efforts to reassure Xiao Wu, her own heart was filled with fear and anxiety. Although Hadjidin appeared honest and straightforward, he had been around Mo Chen for so long that his methods were quite cruel. Seeing this, Hadjidin's lewd smile grew even more manic. He stepped forward, grabbing Xiao Wu's hair tightly and yanking it hard, pulling her forcibly out of Lu Erlong's embrace. Lu Erlong, seeing this, was frantic. She desperately tried to break free to save Xiao Wu. However, just as she made a move, Hadjidin suddenly raised his hand and slapped her hard. The slap was so heavy that Lu Erlong felt darkness before her eyes, and her body fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "Haha, my soul saint, just watch obediently." Hadjidin laughed triumphantly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was terrified by this sudden change, trembling all over, her eyes filled with fear and despair. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from Hadjidin's control, but the excruciating pain from her twisted ankle rendered her resistance powerless. "Don't touch me." Xiao Wu's voice was laced with a cry, her body trembling from fear. "Mom, help me." However, Hadjidin ignored Xiao Wu's pleas, extending his claws mercilessly to tear her clothes apart. Xiao Wu's screams echoed throughout the room, filled with pain and despair. Hearing Xiao Wu's cries, Lu Erlong's heart felt like it was being sliced. She crawled forward desperately, wanting to get closer to Xiao Wu to protect her. Yet, the chains binding her limbs were like an impenetrable wall, stopping her less than half a meter away from them. Normally, she could easily cross that half meter, but at this moment, it felt like an entire galaxy separated them. "Let go of Xiao Wu. Let go of Xiao Wu. If there's anything, come at me." Lu Erlong's voice had turned hoarse, tears streaming down her face like a flood. However, no matter how Lu Erlong shouted or pleaded, Hadjidin remained unmoved. His attention was entirely focused on Xiao Wu, disregarding Lu Erlong's existence. Lu Erlong's heart was filled with despair as she watched Xiao Wu suffer at Hadjidin's hands, helpless. Each of Xiao Wu's screams pierced her heart like knives. Time passed second by second. Lu Erlong's cries grew weaker, eventually becoming hoarse and unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu lay on the cold ground like a soulless shell, her complexion as pale as paper, devoid of any clothing to cover her shame. Her once lively eyes were now hollow and devoid of spirit, yet they still fixed on Lu Erlong, displaying a flicker of pleading and struggle. "Let go of Xiao Wu. If there's anything, come at me." Lu Erlong used her last bit of strength to push those words out of her throat. Her body had already grown too fatigued to resist any further. As she watched Hadjidin step closer, she could only wait in despair for her impending fate. "As you wish, I'm coming at you," Hadjidin said, an obscene smile spreading across his face as he unhesitatingly reached out and yanked off Lu Erlong's black robe that covered her body. As the robe fell, Lu Erlong's snow-white skin was fully exposed, appearing especially glaring in the dim prison. "Don't touch me. Let go of me." Outside the cell, Nangong sat leisurely at a table, savoring a glass of fine wine. A faint smile graced his lips, seemingly unconcerned about everything happening inside the cell. However, as the cries of pain echoed from within, Nangong's smile turned increasingly sinister, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a morbid sense of satisfaction. "What a wonderful sound," Nangong murmured to himself, as if the agonizing wails were the highest form of enjoyment for him. His gaze slowly swept over the long line of guards outside the cell, feeling an indescribable pleasure rise within him. This prison was not small, and the number of guards was quite considerable, nearly 150 in total. They stood neatly outside the cell, forming a long line, each face marked with anxiety and anticipation. As time ticked away, about half an hour passed before Hadjidin finally concluded his activities in the cell. He straightened his somewhat disheveled clothes, pushed open the cell door, and walked out. Standing at the door, Hadjidin stretched and moved his muscles, then waved to the person outside, signaling for the next one to enter. Once that person went in, Hadjidin leisurely walked over to the table and sat down heavily. His gaze landed on the peanuts on the table, and without thinking, he grabbed a handful and tossed them into his mouth, crunching away. "Ha ha ha, this feels great." Hadjidin laughed heartily, his voice echoing in the cell. While chewing on peanuts, he casually snatched the half bottle of wine from Nangong's hand and drank it down in one go. "How is it, second brother? This prison isn't bad, right?" Nangong looked at Hadjidin, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It's indeed a good place." Hadjidin nodded in satisfaction. "Most of the people inside are death row inmates. Even if we kill them all, no one would say anything." After saying that, he unceremoniously opened another bottle of wine and gulped it down. "So how does it feel?" Nangong suddenly shifted the topic, staring into Hadjidin's eyes. Faced with Nangong's question, Hadjidin was taken aback for a moment. Then a strange smile appeared on his face as he gave Nangong a look that said he knew what he was asking. "Ha ha, it's indescribably wonderful." The two of them simultaneously looked towards the sounds coming from the cell, exchanging a knowing glance before walking towards the outside of the prison in unison. Nangong casually remarked as they walked, "Big Brother instructed that we must make those two beg for their lives, but be unable to die. The ordinary torture is too monotonous." After thinking for a while, "I believe this method is the most suitable, and it can also allow my subordinates to relax a bit." As he spoke, he helplessly spread his hands, as if all of this was a forced choice. After hearing this, Haji Dan's mouth slightly curved up, revealing a smirk, and then he ruthlessly exposed him. "Stop pretending. What are you acting for in front of me? Do you think I don't know you? You always put on a humble and gentle facade, but in reality, you are more sinister and ruthless than anyone else." After saying this, he casually pushed Nangong's shoulder, feeling speechless at his pretense. Nangong was not angry at Haji Dan's accusation. He simply replied indifferently. "So what? Big Brother said we shouldn't lay hands on innocent people, and I've already restrained myself. These people are all death row inmates who have committed serious crimes. They don't deserve sympathy. Besides, you are quite something. I only thought of attacking together. But you ended up creating a queue." As Nangong spoke, he showed no guilt for his actions. Seeing this, Haji Dan no longer argued with him, but instead stretched his body and moved his stiff joints, then continued to walk forward. They need to be well taken care of. After all, the accumulated anger over the years cannot be easily vented. Haji Dan patted Nangong's back and then walked out with a big laugh. Nangong was speechless but didn't say anything and returned to the prison. Just as he reached the prison door, Nangong reached out to stop the guard who was about to enter. Nangong looked at him expressionlessly and said calmly, "I'm going to take a look." After saying that, he pushed open the prison door and slowly walked inside. As soon as he entered the cell, a strong smell hit him, and Nangong couldn't help but frown. This smell was a mix of rotting, sweat, and other indescribable odors, making one feel nauseous. Nangong forced down his discomfort and focused on Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu in the cell. Both of them had expressions of despair and were trembling all over. Nangong didn't say much. After checking that the soul guiding device was working normally, he walked out. As Nangong stepped out, the next guard pushed the door and walked in. A strange sound echoed in the room again. Chapter 48. A grand gift for Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy watches collectively. Time seemed to freeze, making it hard to estimate how long had passed. Perhaps it was a day and night, or 2 days and nights. Nangong quietly waited until the last person came out of the cell, pulling up their pants. Finally, Nangong took a deep breath, pushed open the heavy prison door again, and slowly walked inside. As soon as he entered the cell, a strong smell of milk rushed at him, causing him to frown. He snapped his fingers, and the milk that was spilled on the ground instantly solidified into a thick layer of hard ice. The smell of milk was firmly covered by the ice, and the cell was immediately filled with a cold atmosphere. At this moment, Liu Erlong and Xiao Wu were trembling continuously, their eyes rolling back as if they had lost consciousness. Compared to when he first entered, both of them had gained quite a bit of weight, clearly having endured great torment. Nangong quickly walked to the soul-guiding device, carefully checked it to ensure that all the footage was recorded intact before taking it down. When Nangong's gaze fell on Xiao Wu's already broken ankle, he decided to have someone help fix it. After all, with nothing to do, he could only use the two of them for entertainment. Outside, Nangong handed the soul-guiding device to someone and expressionlessly instructed, "Give this to the boss." His voice was calm, with no hint of emotion. The guard, seeing this, respectfully took the soul-guiding device, nodding and bowing. "Got it, third master. You can rest assured." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Tiando City, due to the second elimination match being held in the military camp, the atmosphere inside Shrek Academy's tent was somewhat tense. "Teacher, Xiao Wu and Erlong have been missing for half a month. I can't wait any longer. I must go find Xiao Wu," Tang San said anxiously to Yu Xiaojiang. After this period of recovery, all the bandages on him had been removed, but his body had not fully healed, and he often felt internal pain during intense movements. Yu Xiaojiang also frowned, worried about Xiao Wu and Erlong's disappearance. However, as the leading teacher of Shrek Academy, he had to consider the bigger picture. "Xiao San, I understand your concern for Xiao Wu, but our most critical task now is to handle the upcoming elimination match." Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath and said slowly, "The afternoon match is crucial for Shrek Academy's advancement. We cannot let our guard down. The rules for the elimination matches changed from one-on-one duels to two-on-two battles. This adjustment not only raised the requirements for the students' individual combat abilities, but also tested their synergy and teamwork." Inside the main event tent, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Salas sat at the table, one hand propping up his forehead while the other fiddled with a gold soul coin. His gaze fell on the battle list in front of him, and he pushed it to Mo Chen, asking, "General Mo, which side do you favor in the first elimination match between Shrek Academy and Balak Academy?" Mo Chen took the list, glanced at it, and read out the new elimination match rules. The change in the event means that the original 7 one-on-one matches have turned into 3 two-on-two confrontations, and will follow a best-of-3 format. He paused for a moment, contemplating the upcoming situation, then said slowly, "I believe Shrek Academy has a better chance of winning. Although one of their key players, Xiao Wu, hasn't returned, the overall soul power level of Shrek Academy is relatively high." After finishing, Mo Chen stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. He didn't have to show up for the upcoming elimination matches, and besides, the items sent from Nangong would arrive soon. Mo Chen walked to the perimeter of the military tent and saw a figure waiting in the distance. He took a small soul-guiding device from that person. This soul-guiding device was exquisitely made, radiating a faint glow. Mo Chen held it in his hand, examining it closely. He naturally knew what content was recorded inside this soul-guiding device. This was a grand gift he painstakingly prepared for Shrek Academy. Thinking of this, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Mo Chen's mouth. "All right, you can go now." Mo Chen instructed the person expressionlessly, "Tell the second and third. Let them go all out, just don't kill anyone." After the person received the order, they hurriedly left as if granted amnesty. Mo Chen then tucked the soul-guiding device into his bosom and turned towards Xue Qinghe's private tent. Soon, Mo Chen arrived at the entrance of Xue Qinghe's tent. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Inside the tent, Xue Qinghe was sitting at the table, engrossed in handling a pile of official documents. Hearing the noise, Xue Qinghe looked up, surprised to see Mo Chen, but quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Lord Mo, what brings you here today? Stop pretending. It's just the two of us. If you keep pretending, you'll be punished next time," Mo Chen said with a slight smirk, slamming the soul-guiding device heavily on the table, producing a dull thud. Qian Rinchua's attention was drawn to the sudden sound, and she looked curiously at the small box on the table, softly asking, "What is this?" Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of a teasing smile, and replied, "A big gift prepared for me by the third brother. Do you want to see it?" Although he said this, he did not actively hand the small square box to Qian Rinchua. After all, Even though he had not personally seen what was inside, he could guess the general idea. He did not want his woman to see such filthy things, lest it dirty her eyes. Qian Rinchue's gaze was firmly locked on the small square box. Her curiosity growing stronger, she really wanted to know what it contained. However, Mo Chen's attitude made her hesitate, unsure whether she should take the initiative to open the small box. At that moment, she suddenly sensed Mo Chen walking up beside her, and his deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear. Qian Rinchue's body trembled violently, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face as she exclaimed, "What?" Her reaction was exceptionally intense, and the small box in her hands almost flew out due to her sudden shock, although she had not actually seen the contents of the small box. Just hearing Mo Chen's words had already given her an inexplicable feeling of nausea, as if something disgusting was churning in her stomach. Indeed, he was someone whose insidiousness could be recognized by that woman. Qian Rinchue patted her chest, seemingly relieved, and then handed the small square box back to Mo Chen. "What do you want to do with it? This thing is indeed enough to be called a bomb for Shrek Academy." Mo Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a sinister smile as he took the small box and toyed with it casually. Since it was a surprise meticulously prepared for Shrek, it naturally had to be delivered to them. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the first elimination match in the afternoon. As Mo Chen had anticipated, even without Xiao Wu's participation, Shrek Academy easily defeated their opponent. As night fell, the area outside Shrek Academy's tent was quiet. Suddenly, a red small box was inexplicably dropped here by someone, quietly lying on the ground as if waiting for something. "What is this?" As Ma Hongjun passed by, he noticed the red small box and curiously picked it up, examining it closely while mumbling to himself. Just then, Yu Xiaojiang, who happened to stick his head out of the tent, immediately recognized what Ma Hongjun was holding, and his expression turned serious in an instant. "A recording soul guide?" Yu Xiaojiang frowned, looking at the soul guide in Ma Hongjun's hand with suspicion, carefully scrutinizing it. How could there be a soul guide here? Did someone accidentally drop it? As Yu Xiaojiang muttered to himself, he held the small box in his hand, deep in thought as he walked back into the tent. Once inside the tent, Yu Xiaojiang quickly shared his discovery with Flanders and Zhao Waoqi and others. Soon, everyone from Shrek Academy gathered in the tent, their eyes focused on the soul guide placed in the center of the table, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath and slowly said, "As you all can see, this is a recording soul guide, and it clearly has some content stored inside. Since the little monsters don't have a match tomorrow, should we take a look at what's inside?" After saying this, Yu Xiaojiang's hand unconsciously reached towards the button on the soul guide. Seeing this, Flanders quickly adjusted his glasses, his sharp eagle eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. "It won't hurt to take a look. Maybe we can find the owner from it," Flanders said with a slight smile. The previously noisy environment suddenly fell silent. Even Tyrone and Ma Hongjun, who were still talking, closed their mouths, and the entire scene became exceptionally quiet, with a pin drop audible. Then, the projection clearly displayed the image on the screen in front of everyone. At first, the screen was pitch black, as if there was no end to the darkness. However, amidst this darkness, a faint sound of dripping water gradually emerged. The sound was small, but particularly jarring in the quiet environment. As the sound of dripping continued, the image gradually brightened. Finally, a rugged, dark-skinned, muscular man appeared on the screen. Everyone present seemed to be shocked by this sudden image, collectively holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen, afraid to miss any detail. At that moment, Haji Dan in the image seemed to notice that the camera angle was slightly off, and he adjusted the angle slightly. However, in that instant, everyone from Shrek Academy seemed to be struck by lightning, stunned, because in the image after Haji Dan adjusted the camera, the two people who appeared were actually Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu, whom they had been desperately searching for. How could this be? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils trembling as he stared at the image on the screen in shock. And when Haji Dan finished lining up, he reached out his wicked hand towards Xiao Wu first. "No, Xiao Wu." Tang San's mind went blank, his reason completely consumed by rage at that moment. He did not hesitate to take out his Haoyan hammer, preparing to smash the soul guide to stop Haji Dan's evil act against Xiao Wu. However, just as Tang San was about to take action, Zhao Waoqi tightly held his wrist. "Little San, calm down." Zhao Waoqi's voice was deep and powerful. "We all know what you're thinking, and we are all equally furious, but this is just a soul guide. Even if you smash it, nothing will change. It's better to keep watching. Perhaps we can find some clues." At this moment, Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, as if he were about to spit fire, and his body trembled slightly, completely falling into a frenzied state. He stared intensely at Xiao Wu, who was being humiliated on the screen, his heart like a knife. As if the entire world had collapsed at that moment. The Xiao Wu he once loved the most, whom he had cared for like a younger sister since childhood, was now. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned a bit red as she turned her head away, and Jiang Zhu also shifted her gaze, no longer looking at the content on the screen. Xiao Wu and Tang San watched the entire scene without blinking, staring as the people outside the line came in one by one after the humiliation was completed. Tang San suddenly swept a dark gaze over everyone in the tent. They all witnessed Xiao Wu's humiliation, and they all had to die. The people watching the content, including Dai Mubai, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. And then they noticed Tang San's cold, murderous gaze. Yu Xiaojing also clenched his fists, suppressing the anger inside him from standing up, watching his beloved woman being harmed. For someone like Yu Xiaojing, who had been a waste his whole life, it felt like a slap to his face. Due to Tang San's icy gaze and the murderous intent radiating from him without any concealment, Dai Mubai and the others also tactfully turned away, no longer looking. Ma Hongjun also turned away, but his shifting gaze revealed his true thoughts at that moment. Tyrone was now sweating profusely, knowing how much respect his grandfather had for Tang San. Having seen Tang San's pain, even if Tang San wanted to wipe him out later, his grandfather probably wouldn't say anything. Thinking of this, Tyrone's fear of Tang San deepened. The whole Deluo continent knew that the Titan of the Power Clan was a loyal dog of Tang Hao. Even if Tang Hao ordered the Titan to kill his own parents, the Titan would probably not hesitate at all. In Titan's heart, Tang Hao holds a higher position than anyone else. Chapter 49, The Ongoing Tournament, Death on the Arena. In the first match of the elimination round, Shrek Academy faces Dawn Academy. Match 1, Dai Mubai and Oscar against Mu Yuxia and Mu Wuxian. Ever since witnessing those scenes, Tang San seems to have lost his soul, becoming dispirited. Originally, this match should have been a joint effort between Tang San and Oscar, but before the start, Tang San's condition was terrible. Reluctantly, he was substituted for Dai Mubai. Dawn Academy had previously defeated the Plan Academy, which made them even more formidable against Shrek Academy. For Shrek Academy, this match was not just an ordinary match, but a battle for revenge. In the first match of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy suffered a crushing defeat, which became an everlasting pain in their hearts, and Dawn Academy almost turned into their nightmare. Dai Mubai, a level 44 assault system battle soul master. Dai Mubai stepped onto the arena, and his 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings swirled around him, emanating a powerful wave of soul power. Following him, Oscar also stepped onto the arena. Oscar, a level 42 support system battle soul master. He also had the same 2 yellow and 2 purple soul ring configuration, demonstrating his strength as a support soul master. On the side of Dawn Academy, Muyu stepped forward, twirling the falling star spear. Muyu, a level 52 assault system battle soul king. Finally, Xiaomu also stepped forward. Xiaomu, a level 52 control system battle soul king. Her appearance made the atmosphere in the arena turn heavy. Dai Mubai's face was extremely dark as he stared at Muyu, flames of anger burning in his eyes. It was Muyu who made him taste defeat in the first match of the preliminaries. Now, in this elimination round, the two faced off, and there was no way to resolve it peacefully. As the match officially began, the two main attackers quickly clashed, instantly engaging in fierce combat. Xiaomu casually sat down in the arena, resting her chin on her hand, comfortably watching the fierce battle between the two. However, unlike Xiaomu's ease, Oscar was not so relaxed. Dai Mubai's soul power was already behind. If he just sat back to watch, there would be no chance of winning. His sausage support might give Dai Mubai the opportunity he needed, and 2 against 1 might not be without a chance. At that moment, Mu Yu's spear shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing towards Dai Mubai. Caught off guard, Dai Mubai was sent flying by the spear. Just when it seemed Mu Yu would continue her assault, in the instant Dai Mubai was airborne, a blue sausage suddenly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai swallowed the sausage, and in an instant, a pair of blue transparent wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to hover in midair with a gentle flap. White Tiger's fierce light wave. With a roar from Dai Mubai, white rays continuously spewed from his mouth, shooting directly at Mu Yu on the ground. Facing such a fierce attack, Mu Yu appeared unusually calm. She supported herself with one hand on the ground, swiftly flipping backward to easily evade Dai Mubai's attack. However, Dai Mubai's assault did not stop there. The moment Mu Yu's feet touched the ground, a meteor-like light suddenly flashed from her right hand. Quickly summoning the meteor shield in front of her, she firmly blocked Dai Mubai's White Tiger's fierce light wave. Mirror reflection, Mu Yu called out lightly, and the shield in her hand reflected Dai Mubai's attack back unchanged. Dai Mubai in midair clearly did not expect Mu Yu to have this trick. He reacted quickly and dodged the reflected attack. At the same time, the wings behind him dissipated like smoke, vanishing without a trace. After Dai Mubai landed, he did not hesitate to swallow another sausage. As the sausage went down, the small wounds on his body rapidly healed at a visible rate, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai shouted angrily, and his soul power suddenly erupted. His muscles bulged instantly, making his already strong body even more robust. His hands transformed into sharp tiger claws, radiating a fierce aura as he pounced towards Mu Yu like a ferocious white tiger. Your attack is too slow. Facing Dai Mubai's ferocious assault, Mu Yu calmly said. Her spear swiftly danced, the tip tracing silver arcs in the air, blocking all of Dai Mubai's attacks. A crisp sound of collision echoed in the space. After dozens of exchanges, both Mu Yu and Dai Mubai paused for a moment. However, this brief halt did not last long. Mu Yu quickly reacted and launched another attack, forcing Dai Mubai back several steps. Let me show you my first soul skill. Mu Yu's lips curled into a confident smile. Beneath her feet, the first yellow soul ring began to flicker with a weak light. First soul skill, Dream of Silent Kill. Mu Yu exclaimed softly, and her falling star spear suddenly radiated a faint golden light. Although this light was not dazzling, it gave a mysterious and dangerous feeling. At that moment, a red dot appeared on Dai Mubai's chest, as if he were locked on. Although he did not know what it meant, the pressure from that red dot made his heart tighten. After all, this was Mu Yu's first use of a soul skill in the tournament. No one knew the true power of this skill. Locked on, Dai Mubai could vaguely feel a dangerous aura approaching continuously. However, before he could fully react, he suddenly felt a pain in his chin, and a tremendous force struck him. He uncontrollably flew backward, as if losing weight, soaring straight into the air. In midair, Dai Mubai suddenly noticed shadows appearing from all directions. These figures were like ghosts, wielding long spears, continuously thrusting towards him. At that moment, Dai Mubai was like a live target, completely unable to evade the dense attacks raining down like raindrops. Each spear thrust brought intense pain, causing his body to tremble in the air. White Tiger Guardian Shield. A light white shield rapidly appeared around Dai Mubai. However, this seemingly indestructible shield only briefly manifested before being easily shattered by a spear like fragile foam. The moment the shield broke, Dai Mubai's body was fully exposed in midair, losing its last defense. Dai Mubai's wail echoed in the air, a cry filled with pain and despair. As dozens of spears rained down like a storm, Dai Mubai's body trembled in the air. Each spear strike felt like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashing down on him, causing him to suffer repeated heavy injuries. Finally, after this violent assault, Dai Mubai lay weakly in mid-air, his body battered and blood pouring from his wounds, falling down below. Just above him, the 8 doppelgangers that had been gathering power suddenly merged at that moment. Mu Yu's figure slowly emerged from the light. She tightly gripped the spear in her hand, the power coalescing on it so strong that the surrounding air trembled violently. Dai Mubai struggled to lift his head and looked at the gradually becoming clearer figure. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his face showed a look of pain and unwillingness. At this moment, his body had been tortured to the point of almost losing consciousness, and he could only use his weak and resentful gaze to stare at Mu Yu above, watching the power accumulating in her spear. "It's over." Mu Yu's voice was crisp and cold, as if pronouncing Dai Mubai's death sentence. As her words fell, she thrust the spear forward without hesitation. In an instant, a dazzling light pierced through the void, heading straight for Dai Mubai's body. The light penetrated Dai Mubai's body in the blink of an eye. Dai Laoda. Oscar's eyes widened in terror, disbelief written all over his face as he stared at Dai Mubai, watching helplessly as the light pierced through his body. Everyone in the spectators' seats held their breath in unison, as if time had frozen at that moment, because they all knew that if a student died during the competition, the opponent would be directly declared the loser. As Dai Mubai's body fell heavily to the ground, the entire scene became exceptionally tense. At this moment, Mu Yu, who appeared beside Xiaomu Wu, seemed particularly calm. She gently flicked her hair and thrust the spear into the ground with a crisp sound. "It's over." Mu Yu's voice was calm and indifferent, just like this cruel ending, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lying on the ground, Dai Mubai continuously spat out blood, his face as pale as paper, and the wounds on his body were shocking to behold. Seeing this, Oscar was frantic. He hurriedly stuffed the sausage in his hand into Dai Mubai's mouth. "Zai Lao Za, Zai Lao Za, Du Mu Tao Wan," Oscar called out anxiously, tears welling up in his eyes. However, Dai Mubai's condition worsened. His body trembled uncontrollably, and blood continued to gush from his mouth like a spring. Looking at Dai Mubai's miserable appearance, Oscar was filled with anger and helplessness. "You!" Oscar suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with resentment and anger, glaring fiercely at Xiaomu Wu and Mu Yu. Faced with Oscar's furious gaze, Xiaomu Wu was unafraid. Her lips curled into a dismissive smile as she mocked, "Humph. If you're weak, don't come out and embarrass yourself." Dai Mubai struggled to pull himself up with Oscar's help. Although the earlier attack had caused him severe injuries, it had missed all vital points. At this moment, his injuries were merely frightening. If he had to say, he could still continue to participate in the upcoming battle. He stuffed the healing sausage from Oscar into his mouth, and the pierced areas on his body began to recover gradually. Although it couldn't fully heal, it could at least alleviate some of the pain he was enduring. The battle was not over, and ultimate victory must belong to Shrek. Dai Mubai's voice sounded weak. If it weren't for Oscar supporting him, he might not even have the strength to stand up at this moment. "The first match, we concede." Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Oscar and Dai Mubai turned to look at Yu Xiaojiang in unison. Mu Yu and her partner let out a cold snort, clearly looking down on Shrek's actions. After Dai Mubai and Oscar left the stage, the second match continued with Mu Yu and her partner, facing Shrek's Zhu Zhuqing and Talon. As soon as Dai Mubai stepped off the stage, he fainted instantly, blood continuously flowing from his wounds. Zhu Zhuqing, level 41 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Talon, level 39 Strength Attack System Soul Elder. As the two ascended the stage, the referee announced the start of the match loudly. Ma Hongjun, who was eager to join the fight, was informed by Yu Xiaojiang that, based on the current situation, their next opponent was likely from the Plan Academy. Considering Ma Hongjun was Shrek's secret weapon, he could only regretfully watch from the sidelines this time. At the very beginning of the match, everyone's attention was focused on Talon. He struck the ground with both fists like a fierce beast, producing a dull roar. No one knew what he was doing at that moment, and no one understood the intent behind his frenzied blows to the ground. With his movements, a powerful soul force erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. The powerful gorilla spirit behind him slowly emerged like a giant beast awakening. Its already muscular form bulging more than twice its size, filled with explosive power. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing moved with astonishing speed across the arena. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Xiaomu Wu, her claws like the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaching for Xiaomu Wu's back. However, Mu Yu's reaction was equally swift. With quick reflexes, She instantly deflected Zhu Zhuqing with her spear. Zhu Zhuqing's body traced an arc in the air and then, like smoke blown away by the wind, transformed into an illusion. Not far away, Zhu Zhuqing lay quietly on the ground, her body pressed against the earth as if merging with it. The shadow clone technique. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaomu Wu, like a leopard ready to pounce, poise a strike. At that moment, the power Talon had been building surged forth with a furious roar, transforming him into a cannonball aimed straight at Xiaomu Wu. Titan's fist. Talon's roar echoed throughout the arena, his fist carrying unparalleled strength, crashing down on Xiaomu Wu like a moving mountain. Faced with this unstoppable punch, Xiaomu Wu remained calm. She swiftly wielded the ink brush in her hand, and as she moved, her entire body shot forward like an arrow, leaving a deep ink mark on the ground. The ink brush in Xiaomu Wu's hand seemed alive, spinning rapidly in the air. Suddenly, the ink brush shot out, heading straight for Zhu Zhuqing in the distance. Zhu Zhuqing felt a powerful pressure bearing down on her like a tidal wave, and her face grew serious. The ground beneath her feet had turned pitch black like an ink pool, with countless ink streams gushing up, binding her feet in place. Accompanied by this crisp sound, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Talon's body was pierced by a spear. Talon widened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. He stared intently at Muyu, his gaze slowly shifting to the spear that had pierced his heart. Could it really cost him his life in this competition? Suddenly, Talon coughed up blood, his body collapsing to the ground like it had lost all support, no longer bearing any signs of life. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone standing frozen in place, as if under a spell, their eyes wide open, staring in shock at Talon lying on the ground. Xiaomu Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also halted their movements, their faces equally filled with astonishment. The two exchanged glances and then turned to look at Talon, witnessing the competition staff hurriedly rushing in to check Talon's condition. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere of the scene was exceptionally heavy. It was not until the staff confirmed that Talon was dead that they slowly spoke. Shrek Academy contestant, Talon is dead. This news hit everyone present like a heavy hammer. All eyes were fixed on Talon, who lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any vitality. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with anger. He could not accept the reality before him. He jumped onto the fighting arena, pointing at Muyu, his voice trembling with rage. The competition stated that friendship comes first, and competition second. Why did your Dawn Academy strike so hard? His roar echoed throughout the fighting arena, allowing everyone to feel his anger and grief. Zhao Wuji's body trembled slightly with rage, his breathing becoming rapid. Watching his student Talon being carried away, his heart was filled with uncontrollable fury. Suddenly, the 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, swirled around him, emanating a powerful soul power. Dawn Academy, you must give me an explanation. Zhao Wuji's voice was deafening. His body suddenly leaped forward, and he threw a punch at Muyu. However, at that moment, Muyu seemed still immersed in the shock of killing, completely unaware of the impending danger. Her gaze was vacant, and she did not react to Zhao Wuji's attack. Just as Zhao Wuji's fist was about to strike Muyu, the leading teacher of Dawn Academy, Shantu, suddenly leaped onto the stage. Shantu's upper clothing tore apart in an instant, revealing his explosive muscles. Terrifying patterns covered his body, and the lines on his muscles were shocking to behold. Without hesitation, Shantu took Zhao Wuji's furious blow head-on. Although Shantu was at a disadvantage logically at that moment, he absolutely could not stand by and watch someone harm a student. Your Excellency, the unmoved king, casualties are common in competitions, Shantu began, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Zhao Wuji. Nonsense. Zhao Wuji roared. The casualties you speak of are because your student killed our student. His voice was thunderous, as if he wanted to overturn the entire arena. Zhao Wuji was indeed a person who was extremely protective of his own, treating his students as treasures. His outburst was entirely due to his inability to contain his anger any longer. Just as Shantu and Zhao Wuji were at a standstill, the figure in the main viewing platform above, and Mo Chen, slowly stood up, Although his movements were slow, they exuded an invisible authority. In this tense moment, Mo Chen decisively intervened, forcefully separating the two with absolute strength. After all, this is still a competition venue, and I am very sorry that such casualties have occurred, Mo Chen said, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure. However, the rules of the competition are indisputable. His words were calm, but carried an undeniable power. If anyone dares to disrupt the rules again, I won't hesitate to help them understand what the rules are. Mo Chen's voice was very calm, as if there was no ripple at all, but it contained an authority that could not be ignored. His gaze swept over everyone present, although it did not linger particularly. The invisible pressure made everyone feel it. Under Mo Chen's gaze, the two who had been arguing gradually quieted down. Once both had completely calmed down, Mo Chen slowly spoke. I announced that in the 12th match of the elimination round, Dawn Academy committed a foul, and Shrek Academy wins. As for the follow-up handling results, we will need to wait for further notice. Mo Chen's voice was not loud, but clearly spread throughout the venue. His words were like a command, leaving no room for rebuttal. After speaking, Mo Chen stood quietly, waiting for the reactions from both sides. He certainly had enough strength to suppress the matter directly, but given that so many people were watching, he needed to handle it more gracefully. Although Zhao Wujia felt somewhat unconvinced, he understood that in front of Mo Chen, he had no bargaining power. Thus, he could only let out a helpless sigh and remain silent. Shantu appeared more sensible. He immediately cupped his fists in salute to Mo Chen and said, "Thank you, General Mo, for the intervention. We at Dawn Academy are very grateful." Mo Chen nodded slightly and continued, "Well, later, let each of your academies send a representative to find me, and I will inform you of the handling results in detail." After finishing, Mo Chen turned and left. Master Mu Yu and Xiao Mu Wu both lowered their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, like two children who had made a mistake, silently standing there waiting for Mo Chen's reprimand. Mo Chen looked at them expressionlessly, his voice calm enough to be somewhat frightening. "How do you feel about personally killing someone?" Mu Yu's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. Her hands were tightly clenched, her nails almost embedding into her palms, revealing her inner tension and unease. After all, she had just taken a life with her own hands. And this was her first time. The fear and anxiety in her heart were naturally difficult to express. Although she had witnessed Mo Chen kill with ease and indifference in the past, when it came to her own turn to act, she realized she could not face it as calmly as Mo Chen. Mo Chen seemed to see through Mu Yu's thoughts. He sighed and rubbed her head, saying, "Fear is human instinct, and courage is humanity's song." His gaze fell on Mu Yu as he continued, "You don't need to apologize for this matter. If you're afraid to kill, then on the road ahead, you will likely get nowhere." Just then, the curtain of the tent was slowly pulled open, and a figure walked in. Shan entered the tent, first saluting Mo Chen, then saying, "I have seen General Mo." Shortly after, another person walked in. It was Yu Xiaojiang, the leading teacher of Shrek Academy. He also saluted Mo Chen and said, "I have seen General Mo." Although Yu Xiaojiang was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction towards Mo Chen, at this critical moment, he did not dare to overstep even slightly. It seems that the leading teacher of Shrek Academy is not in a good mood. Did something happen? Feel free to speak. Perhaps we can help resolve it together, Mo Chen said with a half-smile. Yu Xiaojiang's heart tightened as the scenes he witnessed the night before flashed through his mind. "Thank you, General Mo, but this is a private matter of our Shrek Academy." Mo Chen did not pursue the matter further, as he was aware of the true situation. Looking at Shantu, he spoke softly. "After in-depth discussions with His Majesty, it has been decided that due to serious violations, Dawn Academy is stripped of its qualification to participate in this competition and will be banned from participating in competitions for the next 10 years. Does Dawn Academy have any objections to this decision?" Upon hearing this, Shanta felt as if he had been pardoned. A huge stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He trembled with excitement and quickly expressed his gratitude. I agree. Thank you, General Mo." However, Yu Xiaojiang beside him had a dark expression, clearly extremely dissatisfied with this ruling. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he never found the courage to stand up and say a word for his student. It should be noted that Yu Xiaojiang was inherently a timid person. Years ago, he abandoned his wife on their wedding night, leaving her to endure the outside world's gossip and pointing fingers all alone. Nowadays, in the face of such unfair judgments, he has even less courage to stand up for his students. After Yu Xiaojiang and Shanta left one after another, and Mo Chen suddenly turned around and said to the two behind him, "Later, Daniel will take you to a place, and you should stay there and broaden your horizons. The next time we meet, I hope you two are not still the kind of flower vases that don't even dare to kill." The place Mo Chen mentioned was undoubtedly the death cell. In his view, only that place could truly temper a person's mindset and will. After finishing his words, Mo Chen opened the tent and walked out, leaving Mu Yu and Xiaomu Wu looking at each other in confusion. Mo Chen went straight to Xueqing his tent and saw him sprawled on the table, sound asleep. Mo Chen smiled slightly, walked over, and pulled up a blanket to cover Xueqing. However, just as Mo Chen covered Xueqing with the blanket, a faint golden light suddenly radiated from Xueqing's body. In the blink of an eye, the golden light gradually receded, and the Xueqing, who had been lying on the table, slowly transformed back into Qian Renxue. Really? No sense of alertness at all. Mo Chen looked at the sleeping Qian Renxue, shaking his head helplessly, but a hint of affection flashed in his eyes. He reached out and gently poked Qian Renxue's delicate cheek, feeling the soft texture, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. After confirming that there was no one else around, Mo Chen picked up Qian Renxue and walked toward the bed not far away. After all, sleeping on the table is not very comfortable. If you want to sleep, you should sleep well. After covering Qian Renxue with the blanket and giving her a gentle kiss on the forehead, he returned to the table where Qian Renxue had been lying. Mo Chen slowly sat down, his gaze falling on the documents that Qian Renxue had not yet finished processing. He reached out and flipped through the documents, the papers making a slight, rustling sound. However, after just flipping through a few pages, Mo Chen felt a headache coming on. The text and charts on these documents were like a foreign language to him. They were both dull and tedious, making it impossible to raise any interest. Mo Chen had only been sitting there for less than half an hour when he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He suppressed the urge to curse, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and began to force himself to handle the work at hand. Meanwhile, in another place, Danyu was flying toward the Death Canyon with two people. "Uncle Danyu, where does Master want you to take us?" Xiaomu Wu asked curiously, her gaze fixed on Danyu, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Danyu glanced at Xiaomu Wu and replied, "The boss just said to take you to the death cell. As for other matters, the second brother should inform you later." Xiaomu Wu listened, still a bit puzzled in her heart, but she didn't ask further. Her attention was quickly drawn to the water dragon beneath her. Looking at the majestic figure of the water dragon and its shimmering scales, Xiaomu Wu's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. Dragons as martial souls were already quite rare, let alone a dragon-type martial soul capable of complete dragon transformation. After a half-day trek, the three finally arrived at the death cell. Nangong had long been informed of their arrival and specially came to greet them at the entrance. "Third brother, you're just in time. You're a military doctor, and we have someone here who urgently needs your help." Nangong pulled Danyu into the cell without any delay, completely ignoring the two girls behind him. As soon as Danyu stepped into the cell, a strong, pungent odor hit him, making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. The mixed smell of blood and heather instantly made Danyu aware of its source. However, when his gaze fell on the unconscious and trembling Xiao Wu in the cell, all discomfort was thrown aside. Nangong pointed to Xiao Wu's feet and said, "Little Rabbit's foot was crushed by the boss, and there's no one here who knows how to treat it, so it's been delayed until now." Danyu hurriedly squatted down to carefully observe Xiao Wu's already swollen ankle. He reached out a finger and gently touched it, feeling the swelling and heat at the ankle. In that moment, the previously unconscious Xiao Wu suddenly felt a sharp pain surge through her body. This pain was like an electric current, quickly penetrating her body and making her previously hazy mind suddenly clear. As she slowly opened her eyes and her vision gradually became clear, the figure of the person in front of her came into view. However, unexpectedly, upon seeing the other person, Xiao Wu actually knelt down voluntarily, as if losing her self-awareness, and began to undress Daniel. "Give me, I still want." Xiao Wu's voice was a bit unclear, as if something was blocking her throat, only able to emit a faint murmur. At the same time, with her movements, milk also flowed out. Nangong frowned slightly. He had completely altered their diet these days to ensure their bodies could withstand such high-intensity work. However, judging from the results, it was indeed effective. Now the two of them had been fully developed, and sometimes they would even compete for a sausage. Although they had been played with by so many people, Nangong still didn't want his fourth brother to join in. "Can the fourth brother treat her?" Nangong said, pulling Xiao Wu's hair to pull her away. Looking at Xiao Wu's already twisted ankle, Daniel nodded and said, "Yes, but during this time, you shouldn't play too hard." The boss said that their lives are more valuable than being dead. After saying this, two water-blue dragon horns appeared on Daniel's forehead, and as he raised his finger, a stream of water enveloped Xiao Wu's entire body. This water flowed into Xiao Wu's body, beginning to cleanse her, and the already swollen and twisted ankle also gradually began to recover. Chapter 51. Return to the seven treasure, glazed tile, schoolhouse, is it? Can be treated? Nangong leaned against the side, his eyes fixed on Xiao Wu, wrapped in the water ball. Dan Yu stood beside the water ball, constantly controlling the flow of water, allowing it to slowly move through Xiao Wu's meridians. Time passed second by second, and Nangong's mood grew increasingly tense. Finally, Dan Yu spoke slowly. "The problem is not big." Nangong breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this toy hadn't been ruined. With Dan Yu's operation, the water flow stopped at Xiao Wu's ankle, where it had been twisted. The originally swollen ankle gradually returned to normal under the effect of the water flow. "All right," Dan Yu called out lightly, and the water flow instantly dissipated like smoke, revealing Xiao Wu's body back to the air. Nangong pointed to the similarly unconscious Lu Erlong beside him and said, "Treat that woman too." Dan Yu glanced at Lu Erlong. He walked over to Lu Erlong and began the treatment as well. Before long, Lu Erlong's injuries were also healed. Dan Yu stood up, clapped his hands, and said to Nangong, "You can play, but it's better to be a little restrained. If they both get pregnant, it will only cause trouble." He sniffed the foul odor in the cell, frowned, and called a few people to take Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu to another cell with a bed. After all, there was no bed in this cell, and it was always uncomfortable to lie on the ground while playing. "Fourth brother, why not stay here and play for a few more days? Although this is a death cell, it's still quite fun," Nangong said with a relaxed expression, as if in his eyes, the death cell was not a terrifying place, but rather a fun paradise. Nyoba shook his head and said, "No, I have other matters to attend to. I only came this time to bring the two young ladies here."